reborn as a golden horn behemoth, but crashed into the Douluo Continent. Wang Xian had just crawled out of a shell. When he was stunned, his body was 5.5 meters long, covered in black scales, with a golden horn on his forehead, and his claws could slice through rock like tofu. Wasn't this the ultimate boss from swallowing the starry sky? But before he could rejoice, he sensed something was off, that a few shimmering sharks rushed towards him from the sea, and Wang Xian almost choked. Were those the soul-eating great white sharks? Aren't they the soul beasts guarding the sea god island in Douluo Continent? Did I get it wrong? I should be eating asteroids and swallowing the starry sky. How did I end up in Douluo feeding sharks? Two soul-eating great white sharks charged towards him with their massive jaws wide open. Wang Xian didn't hesitate. The instincts of the golden horn behemoth kicked in as he pushed off with his hind legs and charged like a black torpedo. Splash! The first shark's belly was sliced open by the golden horn. It began thrashing wildly in the water. Is that it? Wang Xian felt a bit disappointed breaking out of the shell and already being this strong. No wonder he was a celestial beast. He opened his mouth and inhaled like a small black hole, directly swallowing the struggling shark. No need to chew. It turned into energy instantly. Glurp. Still hungry. At that moment, the water in the distance began to churn violently, and a shadow, much larger than the previous sharks, approached. Wang Xian sensed something was wrong. This aura was far stronger than the previous sharks. Could it be the deep-sea demon whale king? That was a super soul beast in Douluo that almost one-shot Tang San. Wang Xian felt a bit anxious. Had just hatched, had no system. Could he really win? But the pride of the golden horn behemoth wouldn't allow him to back down. He lowered his head, and the golden horn began to glow, preparing for a heating clash. Just then, the enormous shadow suddenly stopped, and an ancient voice resonated. Little one, you are not a soul beast of this sea. Where do you come from? Wang Xian was stunned. Can it talk? What shocked him even more was that a system notification suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is in a multi-world fusion plane. System activated. Newbie task. Defeat the deep-sea demon whale king juvenile. Reward. Devouring evolution ability. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. System activated. And it's devouring evolution? Is this going to turn the Douluo Continent into a buffet? But looking at the shadow in the distance, which was 10 times bigger than himself, he felt a bit panicked. Wasn't the juvenile deep-sea demon whale king stronger than him, who had just hatched? Gritting his teeth, Wang Xian decided to take a gamble. He dashed forward, his golden horn aimed directly at the massive shadow. The deep-sea demon whale king seemed taken aback that this little creature dared to attack first, letting out an angry roar as its massive tail swung towards him. Could Wang Xian dodge it? Who would win this battle? More importantly, the multi-world fusion plane. Did that mean that Luo Feng and Tang San might encounter each other? Who should he help then? Or should he just beat them both up? The ensuing scene was bound to spiral out of control. Smells so good. The golden horn behemoth had just swallowed the soul-eating great white shark and was savoring the taste when he looked up and saw a pirate ship. A woman on the deck shouted, "Be careful. This soul beast has never been seen before." Wang Xian squinted. Ziji Pearl, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, turned into a pirate captain with that figure and long legs. Too bad he was in beast form now and could only stare. A soul king jumped over with a harpoon, and Wang Xian slapped him, causing him to explode, his soul ring scattering in the air. Slurp! The golden-horned behemoth sucked in the soul ring, smacking its lips like strawberry pudding. The people on the ship were dumbfounded. What kind of soul beast is this? It's terrifying. Wang Xian looked at them, his eyes sparkling. Different soul rings must taste different. The layers of flavor are off the charts. He swam towards the ship, causing the pirates to panic. We've hit a reef. We can't steer the ship. Suddenly, Ziji Pearl stepped to the bow and stared at Wang Xian. Wang Xian was stunned. What did she want? To die? Suddenly, Ziji Pearl made a shocking move. She loosened her collar, exposing a section of her fair neck. If you want to eat, eat me. Let them go. Wang Xian was dumbfounded. What was this operation? Was the plot of Douluo Continent this wild? The system notification suddenly rang. Task: do not eat Ziji Pearl. Subdue her as a subordinate. Reward: transformation ability. Failure penalty. Will only be able to maintain beast form forever. Wang Xian's eyes brightened. Transformation? Then he could get close to Ziji Pearl. But to leave the soul ring right there and subdue her? This woman was someone even Tang San found troublesome. Would she listen? He stared at Ziji Pearl and suddenly noticed a hint of cunning in her eyes. This woman, was she acting? Or was she genuinely not afraid of death? The golden horn behemoth opened its mouth wide, but didn't bite. Instead, it let out a low growl, using its head to push the ship towards the shore. Ziji Pearl was stunned. It doesn't want to eat me. Wang Xian calculated in his mind, first get the ship ashore, then find a way to subdue her. The transformation ability was within reach. He couldn't mess it up. But the pirates on the ship thought it was going to smash the ship, screaming as they jumped into the sea. Plop, plop. Several people fell into the water, and the soul rings sparkled under the sunlight. Wang Xian swallowed heart so delicious. Could he hold back? Once he ate, the transformation ability would be gone. What would he choose next? Would ZG Pearl take the chance to attack? You want me, right? Fine, but you must let my companions go. As soon as ZG Pearl said this, Wang Xian was completely dumbfounded. Did this girl lose her mind? Did she take the golden horn behemoth's gaze as flirtation? He stopped his approach, his fierce head emerging from the water. As a homebuddy from Blue Star, he had never seen anything like this, a beauty of ZG Pearl's level. He had only seen on some social media before, and now she was actively opening her arms? At that moment, a loud shout echoed from the air. Beast, stop! A green light smashed down, creating a massive wave and shielding the pirate ship while pushing it away from the shallow area. Sea Dragon Douluo? Wang Xian recognized him, the first warrior of Sea God Island, a 95-level title Douluo. According to the standards of swallowing the starry sky, this guy was about a planetary level 5 powerhouse, with a 9th soul skill packing 2 million kilograms of punch. Wang Xian had just hatched. He was only at planetary level 2 or 3, feeling a bit uneasy. What's worse, a woman in a long dress floated nearby, holding a scepter, and even the sea was subdued by her Poseidon, a 99-level demigod, infinitely close to stellar level. 7th soul skill, Sea Dragon Martial Soul, True Body. The Sea Dragon Daw transformed into a giant dragon, circling above, clearly not taking the golden horn behemoth seriously. However, Wang Xian didn't dare to be careless. Every cell in his body was tensed. He rummaged through the secret techniques from his inheritance. Celestial beast came with over 3,000 secret techniques. He didn't even need to learn. The Sea Dragon Douluo circled in the sky looking for an opportunity while Wang Xian was gathering strength. Suddenly, he thought of a move: Golden Horn Charge. This move came with a defense-breaking effect. Even a planetary level 5 wouldn't be able to withstand it. Just as he was about to launch, Poseidon spoke. Sea Dragon, end this quickly. Do not interfere with the Sea God's plan. The Sea Dragon Douluo responded, yes, great offer. The giant dragon suddenly swooped down, its claws glowing blue as they reached for Wang Xian's head. Wang Xian's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he charged forward. The golden giant horn erupted with a strong light, crashing into the dragon claw. Bang! A loud noise echoed as water splashed up dozens of meters high. Who won? Wang Xian only felt a buzzing in his head. A bit of dragon blood splattered on his golden horn. The Sea Dragon Douluo was knocked back, and there was a gash on its claw. Not bad. The Sea Dragon Douluo was furious, and all its soul rings lit up. Wang Xian was overjoyed. This guy was injured. It seemed the hardness of the golden horn did not disappoint. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Mission: interrupt one of Sea Dragon Douluo's claws. Reward: secret technique, space jump. Failure penalty: the golden horn shrinks by 1 size. Wang Xian's eyes brightened. Space jump? This was a divine skill, but the Sea Dragon Douluo was serious now, gathering its 9th soul skill, and the seawater began to swirl, forming a massive whirlpool. If he got sucked in, he wouldn't just be injured. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble first. He would use the golden horn to charge and push back the opponent, then find an opportunity to strike hard. But Poseidon was watching from a distance, ready to intervene at any moment. Could this charge succeed? Would Poseidon let the Sea Dragon Douluo be injured? Even more thrilling, the pirate ship of the Purple Pearl hadn't gone far. She was leaning over the ship's railing, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. The upcoming clash was bound to be explosive. You all take the Sea Dragon Douluo away. First, this guy is mine. Poseidon's voice carried a chill, and for the first time, her gaze turned serious as she looked at the severely injured and unconscious Sea Dragon Douluo. The golden horn beast swallowed several soul rings, its body swelling to 9 meters long, its scales glinting coldly in the sunlight. With a planetary level 5th rank strength, he felt confident. After all, the level 95 Sea Dragon Douluo had just been bitten into a crippled state by him. Lady Poseidon, let's retreat to Sea God Island. The Sea Maiden Douluo panicked. This monster was even scarier than the deep-sea demon Whale King. No, Poseidon shook her head, raising her staff. We can't let him interfere with Tang San's 8th trial of the sea god. Her soul rings lit up, all of them at least 100,000 years old. The golden horned beast licked its lips now. That was a good thing. It must taste 100 times better than the Sea Dragon Douluo's. Humph! Poseidon snorted coldly, and the sea beneath her suddenly erupted in fury, with giant waves over 100 meters high crashing down like a wall, and torrential rain pounded the surface of the sea. Sea God domain. Endless azure? Wang Xian's eyes lit up. Going all out? Interesting. He suddenly spread his wings hidden beneath his scales. The black wings crackled as they flew up against the giant waves. Poseidon was stunned this soul beast could fly. The golden horn beast circled in the air and then suddenly dove down, its golden horn pointing directly at Poseidon. He intended to use the same trick, enlarge his body with true self and heaven and earth, then use the golden horn to break her domain, unaware of your own limits. Poseidon thrust her staff down, and the giant waves instantly transformed into countless water arrows, densely shooting towards Wang Xian. Clang, clang. The water arrows hit his scales and were all deflected, leaving no marks at all. Wang Xian felt smug. Was this it? The defenses of Douluo Continent were nothing extraordinary. He suddenly accelerated, the golden horn leaving afterimages, and he was about to collide with Poseidon. Poseidon suddenly raised her hand, and a massive sea god apparition appeared behind her, slamming down towards him. Bang! The golden horn beast was knocked back, crashing into the sea and creating a huge splash. Cough, cough. For the first time, Wang Xian felt pain. His woman was something else. She was far stronger than the sea dragon Douluo. The system prompt suddenly sounded. Mission. Bite off a strand of Poseidon's hair. Reward. Secret technique. Energy conversion can directly turn soul ring energy into planetary-level combat power. Failure penalty. Half of the scales fall off. Wang Xian's eyes turned red. Energy conversion. This was going to let him dominate on Douluo Continent. But Poseidon's sea god apparition was too fierce. That last strike nearly broke his bones. Biting her hair? Wasn't that asking for death? He surfaced, looking at Poseidon in midair, and suddenly got an idea. Pretend to flee, lure her closer, then turn back and strike. Poseidon indeed chased after him, and the hand of the sea god apparition began to gather again. Wang Xian calculated the timing, suddenly turning around, opening his mouth wide to bite not at her hair, but the staff in her hand. That thing looked like precious metal. Swallowing it would definitely upgrade him. Poseidon didn't expect him to make such a move and hurriedly withdrew her staff. In that split second, Wang Xian's tongue brushed against the tips of her Hyra. Single silver strand was pulled into his mouth. Ding. Mission accomplished. Poseidon was both shocked and furious. You're looking for death. The fist of the sea god apparition came crashing down with the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Wang Xian was overjoyed and quickly activated energy conversion. The soul ring energy he just swallowed surged through his body. Planetary level 6th rank. He charged towards the fist, the golden horn erupting with unprecedented brilliance. This time, who would win? Even more thrilling, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Who dares to hurt my teacher? Tang San had arrived, brandishing the Haotian hammer and blue silvergrass. He charged over with a murderous aura. The golden horn beast looked at the situation of 1 against 2 and suddenly laughed. This was a perfect opportunity to test the power of energy conversion. Could Tang San and Poseidon stop the planetary level 6th rank golden horn beast? The ensuing chaos was bound to turn Sea God Island upside down. This thing tastes good like ice cream. The golden horn beast chewed on the silver chain, smacking its lips. In its view, Poseidon's 9th soul skill was no different from ice cream on Blue Star. Poseidon was dumbfounded. This was the sea god chain that could imprison tidal Douluos, and it was actually being treated as a snack. She had lived her whole life and had never seen such a monster. At that moment, a large splash of water rose from the sea, and a massive group of soul-devouring great white sharks surrounded them. The leading one, radiating sea god light, was the 100,000-year soul beast Little White. Poseidon's mouth. Little White, don't come over. You can't handle this thing. Poseidon panicked, wanting to protect them. But Little White did not listen, leading 100 sharks to form a circle surrounding the golden horn beast, clearly intending to gang up on it. Wang Xian was delighted. Snacks delivered to his door. He had eaten one last time and found it quite tasty, and now so many were coming, enough to fill his gaps. He suddenly opened his mouth and activated his devouring skill. The nearest shark didn't react in time and was pulled to his mouth by suction force. Crunch! It was bitten in half. Fresher than last time. Little White was furious, letting out a sharp cry, and all the sharks charged towards the golden horn beast, slamming their bodies against its scales. Clang, clang! A chaotic sound rang out as the sharks crashed into him, their heads bleeding, but the golden horn beast remained completely still. At that a tickle. It flicked its tail and directly knocked 3 sharks away. Poseidon seized the opportunity to activate her soul skill, condensing seawater into a long spear, stabbing towards the eyes of the golden horn beast. Wang Xian was already prepared. He tilted his head, and the spear grazed past his ear, flying by. He took the opportunity to bite down on the spear and gulped it down. The taste is average, like a frozen popsicle. Xiaobai sensed something was off and wanted to lead the group to retreat, but it was already too late. The golden horned giant beast was much faster than the sharks. With a flap of its wings, it caught up to the last running shark, devouring it as if it were a small fish snack. Poseidon watched as his companions were slaughtered, his eyes turning red. He thrust his staff into the sea. Ninth soul skill, Wrath of the Sea God. A beam of light descended from the sky, striking the golden-horned giant beast and stirring up a mist of water. It hurts a bit. Wang Xian shook his head, losing a few scales that quickly grew back. A system prompt suddenly rang out. Task: capture Xiaobai alive, don't kill. Reward: unlocked disguise skill can transform into any soul beast form. Failure penalty: will only maintain the gluttonous appearance forever. Wang Xian's eyes lit up disguise skill. Transforming into Xiaobai's form would allow him to blend in on Sea God Island. But Xiaobai was now running in fear, protected by several sharks. How could he capture it? With Poseidon interfering on the side, one wrong move could accidentally kill Xiaobai. He quickly devised a plan, turning around to crash into Poseidon, forcing her to defend. Then he accelerated, opening his mouth to bite at Xiaobai's tail, not aiming for a fatal strike, just trying to catch it. Xiaobai panicked and swished its tail, dodging away. The golden-horned giant beast did not give up. It flapped its wings, creating huge waves that blocked the shark's escape route. Could he capture Xiaobai next? Would Poseidon desperately save Xiaobai? What was more thrilling was the sound of the Haotian hammer cutting through the air from a distance. Tang San was getting closer. When Tang San saw this scene, would he help Poseidon or be intimidated by the strength of the golden-horned giant beast? The upcoming scene was bound to spiral out of control. Lord Poseidon, well, hold him off. You hurry back to Sea God Island. Xiaobai, surrounded by about 100 soul demons, great white sharks, formed a circle to buy time for Poseidon to escape. The golden-horned giant beast looked at the group of snacks presented to him, letting out a low growl. Its body suddenly shrank. This was going to be a serious attack. Roar! It charged through the sea like a runaway train, swatting away dozens of sharks with a single slap, and with one bite, it severed 3 in half. The black scales were terrifyingly sharp, and the sharks that were struck were left with their bellies ripped open. In the blink of an eye, 50 sharks flipped onto their backs. Xiaobai panicked and transformed back into a 20-meter-long giant shark. Unleashing its ultimate skill, magic sharks, Feng countless teeth of soul power rained down, covering the space around the golden-horned giant beast. Clang, clang, clang. The teeth struck the scales, creating a mist of water that enveloped the golden-horned giant beast. Did it work? Just as Xiaobai sighed in relief, the mist dispersed. The golden-horned giant beast was unharmed, its scales polished even brighter, and it even spoke. Do you have any other tricks? Human language. Xiaobai was stunned. This monster could not only fight, but could also speak. It turned out that the golden-horned giant beast had absorbed the memories from the sea dragon Douluo's soul ring while hiding in the mist, and had directly learned to speak. It shook its head and looked at the dumbfounded Xiaobai. That just now was barely a tickle. Xiaobai was completely panicked and turned to flee. The golden-horned giant beast flapped its wings and chased after, just about to bite its tail when Xiaobai suddenly dove into the deep sea, shouting, "If you have the guts, come. Chase me. There's something down below that's 10 times stronger than me, and ITLL, make sure you don't come back." Wang Xian was stunned. Deep sea? Could it be the deep sea demon whale king? That was a million-year soul beast, even more ferocious than Poseidon. Was Xiaobai trying to use it to kill him? A system prompt suddenly rang out. Task: catch up to Xiaobai and see what hides in the deep sea. Reward: evolve underwater breathing enhancement, can swim in magma. Failure penalty: fear of water for 3 days. The golden-horned giant beast's eyes lit up swimming in magma. This skill was awesome. Without a second thought, it chased after Xiaobai into the deep sea. The further down they went, the colder the water became, the greater the pressure, and the darker the surroundings. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emanated from below, far stronger than Poseidon. Xiaobai turned around and smiled. It's here. You're doomed. The golden-horned giant beast laughed. This was great. Just what it needed, a powerful opponent to practice against. In the darkness, a pair of gigantic eyes lit up, larger than lanterns, staring intently at them. The deep-sea demon whale king had awakened. Who would it attack first? Could the golden-horned giant beast defeat a million-year soul beast? More thrillingly, Xiaobai suddenly dove into the embrace of the whale king, seemingly trying to escape using its strength. What kind of bloody storm would unfold in the deep sea next? This golden-horned giant beast should have just hatched and is far from reaching the level of 100,000 years, according to the setting of Douluo Continent. These high-level soul beasts can only acquire the ability to communicate with humans after over 100,000 years. Where exactly do you come from? Since the other party can communicate, Xiao suddenly became curious. However, when asking the question, the magic soul great white shark still kept a distance from the golden horned giant beast, and its eyes showed a bit of fear. Me? Of course. I come from the vast universe. From above. Afraid that the shark in front of him wouldn't understand, the golden horned giant beast raised its head, indicating that it came from the celestial universe. However, for the creatures on Douluo Continent, they have no concept of the universe. According to distant legends, there's another world above Douluo Continent, the so-called divine realm. Xiao Bai's former master, the sea god, went to the divine realm after breaking through level 100. Hearing the other party's words, Xiao Bai suddenly understood. No wonder we can't defeat you. It turns out you come from the divine realm. All right, this is a beautiful misunderstanding. The golden horned giant beast is too lazy to explain. If it weren't for the human soul inside its body, this guy had already rushed up and torn apart the great white shark clan leader in front of him. How could he still waste so much time talking to her? Damn it. Everyone, disperse and retreat quickly. After misunderstanding the other party's identity, the little white creature, carrying the remaining magic soul of the great white shark, turned around and ran away. However, while escaping, it kept looking back, as if it was teasing the golden-horned giant beast, inviting it to chase after it. What is going on? Has this little white lost its mind? Where are you running off to? The golden-horned beast immediately chased after it. Logically, its speed was astonishing, and it could also use secret techniques. However, the way this demon soul, great white shark leader, kept glancing back clearly indicated it was trying to lead its opponent away. Having seen the anime and the original work before, Wang Xian didn't think that the woman called Xiao Bai was an idiot. There must be a purpose behind her actions. What could it be? Shouldn't he just chase after her to find out? It was different from what he had imagined. The direction they were heading seemed to be opposite to that of the Sea God Island. From the previous battlefield, he could still vaguely see a small black dot in the distance. That was the Sea God Island. But at this moment, the demon soul great white shark was leading its opponent towards another sea area. What's going on? Is there an ambush ahead? No way. Are the guardians of these Sea God Islands out of their minds? At this time, do you still want to deal with the golden horned giant beast? And this strategy of Xiao Bai's might confuse the golden horned giant beast. However, it cannot deceive Poseidon. When this guardian of the Sea God Island heard the report from the surviving magic soul great white shark, she was so angry that she was stamping her feet. Bai Xiao, your mother is too reckless. You all stay here and don't go anywhere. After saying this, Poseidon, who knew he couldn't defeat the golden horned giant beast, once again soared into the air and charged in the direction where those two guys had disappeared, because that direction held the most terrifying existence in the entire sea area. Even the sea god of that time had to be wary of that guy. Yes, the boss of that territory is the true overlord of this sea area. The deep-sea magic whale king. This guy is said to be a million-year level soul beast. He has already completed his transformation into a dragon. If it weren't for the unspoken rule that soul beasts cannot become gods on the Douluo Continent, this guy has long been able to break through level 100. Perhaps Xiao Bai thinks that everyone on Sea God Island is no match for the golden horned giant beast. So he simply uses himself as bait to attract this terrifying creature to find the deep-sea demon whale king. That guy is different from Poseidon. Although he is already infinitely close to level 100, he shows no mercy at all, which is why that sea area is famously known as the Sea of Death. Unless you cross it while the deep-sea demon whale king is sleeping, anyone who approaches that sea area is doomed to die. This also includes Xiao Bai. Although this woman is already as strong as a tidal Douluo at level 97, she is still not enough in front of the deep-sea magic whale king. It seems that Xiao Bai is prepared for certain death, planning to drag the golden horned beast down with her. You wouldn't be taking me to the deep-sea magic whale king's territory, would you? As a traveler, Wang Xian finally realized Xiao Bai's intentions after following her for a while. Upon hearing this name, the leader of the magic soul, great white shark, turned around in surprise. Then, with a beautiful leap, she transformed back into the image of that stunning beauty in midair. I didn't expect you to know about the deep-sea magic whale king, but unfortunately, it's too late. At the same time as she transformed, Xiao Bai released her soul power in all directions and continuously slapped the water surface in various ways, creating a huge commotion. This is clearly meant to summon the most terrifying deep-sea demon whale king. Goodness, aren't you afraid of death? Huh. Splash, splash, splash. Soon, a gigantic shadow appeared in the water beneath them, rising to the surface at the fastest speed, radiating a dark red light that was mesmerizing. Chapter 7. The Battle of the Golden Horned Behemoth and the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King. It is said that back in the day, The deep-sea demon whale king lost one while competing for attention with the sea god. Although this creature has many compound eyes, only one of its main two remains. The red light, accompanying the massive deep-sea shadow surfacing, is none other than the glow emitted by the deep-sea demon whale king's single eye. Is it coming out? Surprisingly, the golden horned behemoth shows no fear of the enormous shadow about to surface. Instead, there seems to be a hint of excitement in its tone. How can this feeling be described? It's like a big celebrity about to appear in a live broadcast. The kind that is saved for the grand finale, the most popular one. Regardless of gender, it's the type that would elicit cheers from the crowd. In this sea area, the deep-sea demon whale king is exactly that kind of popular figure. However, this ruler is not easy to encounter. It is said that aside from Tang San, very few have escaped the pursuit of the deep-sea demon whale king in the past. You terrifying demon have finally awakened, and today, I, your aunt, I brought you guests. Looking at the massive shadow about to appear, the young man had a wry smile on his face. Ever since entering this area, the leader of the demon soul great white shark has known that he has been targeted. Today, it seems difficult to leave this water alive. Roar. Perhaps it was because of seeing the young man. This may be due to sensing the powerful bloodline force of the golden horned behemoth. After the deep-sea demon whale king surfaced, it did not immediately attack the two of them. Instead, it fixed its enormous single eye on the two prey in front of it with ill intent. Leader of the demon soul great white shark, are you tired of living? As a million-year level soul beast, the deep-sea demon whale king could certainly communicate with them in human language. This guy can transform at any time. Didn't I just say that? Your aunt is bringing you delicious food today. The little white figure in human form pointed at the golden-horned giant beast still soaking in the water. Although it had absorbed so much power from the magic soul great white shark, the golden-horned giant beast's length had expanded to about 20 meters. However, in front of him, the deep-sea magic whale king was at least 150 to 200 meters long. Coupled with its spacious body, the golden-horned giant beast was hardly worth mentioning in its presence. It was like a small tadpole in front of a large sea turtle, completely disregarded. Who is this kid? He actually made you think of such a sly tactic? The deep-sea magic whale king wasn't stupid either. Although the golden-horned giant beast appeared to be small, it gave the deep-sea magic whale king a deep sense of wariness. Moreover, just as this guy looked up, he felt a familiar power coming from afar. It was Poseidon. Why did this woman rush over? Is it for this little black guy too? So the deep-sea demon whale king is actually a coward, afraid of this divine beast? Seeing the deep-sea demon whale king remain indifferent, Xiaobai became a bit anxious and even resorted to provocation. Originally, the deep-sea demon whale king was not so easily fooled. However, upon hearing the words divine beast, the light in its eyes instantly turned fierce. Are you saying this guy is coming from the divine realm to fight? Otherwise, what do you think? Do you think it's like you, a worthless being who can't even reach level 100? Shut up. Those from the divine realm deserve to die. And the demon's soul, great white shark. You shouldn't think you can leave here alive. It seemed that Xiaobai's words struck a nerve with the deep-sea demon whale king, causing it to go mad. Suddenly, this creature charged towards Xiaobai, and the golden horned giant beast like a massive luxury cruise ship powered to the max. The former, due to its agile body, jumped directly into the air. With that, only the deep-sea demon whale king and the golden horned giant beast remained. Regardless of whether it was a case of using a knife to kill someone or not, and regardless of what the final outcome for Xiaobai would be, as long as I could see the deep-sea demon whale king fighting against this uninvited guest, it would be a form of revenge for those magic soul great white shark comrades. Seeing how hard you all are trying, I'll make an effort to take this seriously just this once. As the golden horned giant beast shouted this, his body rapidly expanded once again, from 20 meters to 80 meters, from 80 meters to 150 meters, and from 150 meters to 200 meters. By the time the deep-sea demon whale king charged in front of him, the golden horned giant beast's size was almost comparable to that of the large fish. Howl! A red pillar of light surged forth, composed of pure soul power, sweeping toward the golden horned giant beast with endless killing intent. Bang! The fierce energy impact, accompanied by monstrous waves, arrived in an instant. Although he was somewhat amazed by the opponent's ability to grow and shrink, the deep-sea demon whale king was battle-hardened and could certainly handle various scenarios. Just a little trick. Watch my lions roar. Ever since he comprehended the technique of producing sound waves through his roar, the golden horned giant beast named this secret method the lion's roar, giving it a somewhat martial arts master feel which was different from the red light emitted by his opponent. The light wave from the lion's roar is pure white. Soon, the two streams of energy collide. Boom, boom, boom. Goodness, it's actually a tie. Even though the current golden-horned giant beast strength has surpassed that of a 97th level title Douluo, the deep-sea demon whale king in front of him has even higher soul power and has reached the demigod stage. Moreover, not long ago, this guy just completed his transformation into a dragon, gaining even stronger divine power. Unexpectedly, the full-force attack from the deep-sea demon whale king was actually blocked by the opponent using a similar technique. How could this happen? Although he was extremely surprised, the deep-sea demon whale king is experienced. If one attack fails, a second attack immediately follows. This time it's not a magical attack, but a real physical attack. This move can be called the dragon's tail. Suddenly, the body of the deep-sea demon whale king appeared horizontally on the water surface. With a huge turn, this guy executed the dragon's tail move. The massive whale tail swung down like Optimus Prime, striking towards the golden-horned giant beast in front of it. The force of that strike could probably even overwhelm a level 99 Poseidon. It was truly devastating. Good timing. I also have a new technique I want to test on you. Rending Sky Claw. This is the strongest move in the tearing sky and splitting earth technique from the legacy of the golden-horned behemoth. Suddenly, a bloody scent filled the air. Then, the blood energy slowly condensed into a massive energy claw. It was clearly an enlarged version of the right front claw of the golden-horned behemoth. The claw's length exceeded 100 meters. With an incredible and terrifying aura, it charged forward towards the opponent like a dragon swinging its tail. Bang! Puffed! Zzz. What is happening? This confrontation was not evenly matched like before, but instead produced the most obvious result. The tail of the deep-sea demon whale king appeared to be broken, bending at an incredibly impossible angle. Then, Chapter 8, shredding the deep-sea demon whale king, the sea god's rough intervention. Roar. Oh, my tail. That was a thunderous roar from the deep-sea demon whale king. Next, this guy began to scream like a pig being slaughtered. Its enormous body kept rolling on the surface of the sea, and the water was instantly stained red with blood. It was clear that the inherited secret technique from the golden-horned beast, the tear of heaven and earth, had a significant effect. Just using one move, the tear of heaven's claw had given the deep-sea demon whale king a big surprise. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Xiaobai, was starting to doubt her own eyes. What's going on? That's the legendary overlord of this ocean, the deep-sea demon whale king. How could it be sent flying by a single slap? As a bystander, Xiaobai did not realize how powerful that blow from the golden-horned beast was. She initially assumed that the golden-horned beast would be defeated, but unexpectedly, the outcome was completely opposite. Was it an illusion? Or was the deep-sea demon whale king holding back? No, it couldn't be. Even if the deep-sea demon whale king wanted to hold back, it wouldn't let itself get this seriously injured. Losing its tail, although not fatal, could hinder the deep-sea demon whale king's mobility. Seeing that big fish rolling in pain on the surface of the sea, one should understand how fierce that blow was, right? Is this the strength of a Planet 9-level powerhouse? Weak. Regarding the performance of the deep-sea demon whale king, the golden-horned beast expressed its dissatisfaction. If it weren't for being born prematurely, hatching too early, its initial strength could even reach the stellar level. It was roughly equivalent to being above level 100 in this Douluo Continent. If the golden-horned beast entered the Douluo Continent in this state, it would be invincible. Whether it's Poseidon or the deep-sea demon whale king, it could slap them all away. However, such excessive crushing seems meaningless. It's better to slowly level up and explore this new world bit by bit. According to the timeline, it will be a long time before Luo Feng in the Devouring starry sky breaks through to the stellar level. As long as the golden-horned beast diligently cultivates in this Douluo Continent and then goes to Blue Star, who would be the victor then? After rolling around on the surface of the sea for a while, the deep-sea demon whale king finally regained its composure. It submerged its injured tail underwater, revealing its ferocious face, glaring fiercely at its opponent with its remaining eye. But in reality, this guy had already begun to entertain the thought of retreat. The golden-horned beast was too terrifying. The deep-sea demon whale king even believed that the other party had used all their strength. There was a huge gap in strength between them, and the difference was not small at all. What's wrong? I heard you're the overlord of this sea area. Are you prepared to be taken down? As it spoke, the golden-horned beast slowly moved closer to its prey. Its gaze and movements were like a cat playing with a mouse. Each time, The kitten didn't directly kill the mouse, but kept catching and releasing it until it got bored and then ended it. At this moment, the relationship between these two ocean giants was just like that. Gurgle. Without any warning, the deep-sea demon whale king, which had been glaring at the other party just a moment ago, suddenly chose to dive down, infinitely sinking, fleeing towards the depths of the ocean. This guy is so scared that he doesn't have the courage to face the golden horned beast anymore. He only hopes to find a place to hide and survive. However, the golden horned beast has already anticipated the other's intentions and quickly submerged as well. As a creature of the starry sky, this guy can even glide through the vacuum of space without air, let alone in the water. Although this creature's body is not streamlined, it possesses incredible power. In less than 2 seconds, it catches up to its prey. Where do you want to go? Let me take you up. Using its front claws to grip the spine of the deep-sea demon whale king, it disregards the struggles of the massive fish. The golden-horned giant quickly rises to the surface, and with a powerful pull of its claws, it actually grabs hold of the deep-sea demon whale king's enormous body and forcefully throws it out of the water. The height exceeds 500 meters. Boom! The deep-sea demon whale king never imagined it would be toyed with like this. A deep sense of fear, coupled with helplessness, surged in its heart. No, don't kill me. I can tell you the secrets of the divine realm. Seeing the golden-horned giant sharpening its claws on the ground, the deep-sea demon whale king let out a horrific roar. But what awaited it was the terrifying claws of the golden-horned giant. Smack! What scene it was! A terrifying giant that had dominated the entire ocean for countless years was torn apart in mid-air, with waves of powerful soul power surging from its body. It coalesced into a million-year-level soul ring, golden red. Like the rising sun, it appeared exceptionally brilliant in the gloomy sky. Also separated was a huge soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king, roughly the size of a robust young man's coat. Wow, the deep-sea demon whale king has fallen, just like that? Remember, this creature is a necessary part of Tang San's upcoming Sea God's 8th test. This million-year-level soul ring, along with that powerful soul bone. However, the sea god left it for his successor. The significance of Poseidon and Sea God Island's existence is to protect everything. But what has happened now? The late-arriving Poseidon witnessed the scene of the deep-sea demon whale king being torn apart. At the same time, she also saw the soul ring and soul bone that had appeared early. This is not good. The plan for the sea goddess inheritance has been severely disrupted. At this moment, Poseidon is almost going crazy. Therefore, this woman once again releases her 9th soul skill. Since Poseidon's 9th soul ring is red, above 100,000 years, it can grant the host 2 soul skills. The 9th soul skill, summon the sea god. This is definitely a forbidden move among forbidden moves. If it weren't for being forced, Poseidon would absolutely never use this tactic. On one hand, damaging the sea god would almost drain all her soul power. On the other hand, the sea god that has been summoned can only possess around 2 layers of power. But now Poseidon can no longer care about that. If the sea god does not act at this moment, what originally belonged to Tang San will disappear forever. That would completely affect the fate of the sea god. Such a thing must not happen. Lord Sea God, this is the limit of what I can do. Looking at the golden figure appearing in the air, Poseidon pointed ahead. At this moment, the golden horned beast was preparing to enjoy its spoils. The crimson gold soul ring and that massive soul bone. Kid, what you have taken does not belong to you. Hurry and return it. Although the sea god had never seen the golden horned beast, this deity was very clear-headed. He simply waved his hand, and the crimson gold soul ring and the enormous soul bone instantly disappeared before the golden horned beast's eyes. Brought to his side by this sea god using secret methods. Chapter 9. Devouring the Sea God Avatar, Unstoppable. Poseidon, my servant. Quickly take them away from here. Xiaobai, take her with you. The sea god is really not being reasonable. After handing over the soul ring and soul bone he just acquired to Poseidon, he directly had the demon soul, great white shark, quickly carry this woman away. Meanwhile, the sea god's phantom stood majestically in front of the golden horned beast, seemingly trying to buy time for his follower to escape. However, this behavior made the golden horned beast extremely displeased. What? You took my things without asking me first? Seeing this sea god directly take away his spoils, the golden horned beast was furious. At this moment, he dared not act rashly, because this sea god was not simple. Although it was just a projection, it exuded an incredible energy fluctuation. A stellar-level powerhouse. But does he deserve it? According to planetary energy analysis, The tidal Douluos from the Douluo Continent at levels 91 to 99 correspond to planetary powerhouses in the devouring starry sky. However, from the actual situation, this match seems questionable, because many tidal Douluo have relatively weak strength. The gods in the Douluo Continent correspond to the star-level powerhouses in the Swallowing the Stars universe. The difference is that each level of tidal Douluo is equivalent to a small rank of planet-level powerhouses in Swallowing the Stars. However, these existences in the divine realm correspond to a star-level powerhouse, rank only after every 10 levels. The sea god in front of us belongs to the first-level gods, corresponding to the third-tier star-level powerhouses in Swallowing the Stars. This is already a very terrifying position. However, the opponent can only use about 20 energy at most right now, and cannot break through the defense of the Golden Horn Beast. But breaking the projection of the sea god's avatar is not an easy task either. You are not a member of our divine realm. I have never seen you before, and you do not come from this continent. Who exactly are you? The sea god did not pay attention to the roar of the Golden Horn Beast. After all, this guy is a god. How could he easily answer your questions? Arrogance and prejudice are common flaws of these lofty beings. Do I need to explain where I come from to you? You've merely lived a few more years. If the sea god were standing here in his true form, the Golden Horn Beast might truly hesitate to act. The wisest choice would be to avoid confrontation. But now, this guy is not a physical entity. He is a void energy body, possessing only about 20 units of core energy. Upon seeing this scene, the Golden Horn Beast not only does not want to flee, but also desires to devour this guy's energy. This could significantly raise the level of the Golden Horned Behemoth. After all, such a stellar-level energy entity is not something you encounter every day. I advise you to go back to where you came from. Or don't blame me for being impolite. It feels similar to the Golden Horned Behemoth. The sea god in front of me also does not dare to act recklessly, as this terrifying monster gives him a sense of palpitations. One wrong move could lead to disaster. After all, the sea god had been watching closely from the side before. This monster personally tore apart the deep-sea magic whale king. At this level, the current avatar of the sea god cannot achieve this. So it seems that the scene has entered a stalemate. However, this balance was soon broken. The avatar of the sea god before us is actually still part of Poseidon's 9th soul skill. It is a wonderful connection between heaven and earth. But as Poseidon moves away, this avatar suddenly becomes a bit unstable. The Golden Horn Giant Beast is such a sensitive creature. Just one glance is enough to notice the opponent's lack of confidence. No need to say much, just start fighting. If it can be resolved by war, no more nonsense. Roar. After a low roar of I am the embodiment of heaven and earth, the body of the Golden Horned Giant Beast rapidly shrinks. From its original size of over 20 meters, it becomes less than 5 meters long. This is another characteristic of the true body of heaven and earth. After the body shrinks, how many times can its combat power increase? It feels like all the essence has been concentrated. What? When the sea god sensed the surge of his opponent's aura, it was already too late. He saw the Golden Horned Giant Beast in front of him, like a black cannonball. With its golden giant horn on its head, it charged directly at the sea god. In a hurry, the sea god had no choice but to raise his golden trident to defend. But the problem is that this thing is also not a solid entity. It is also condensed from an energy body. After being temporarily blocked, the Golden Horned Giant Beast suddenly raised its head. It opened its terrifying mouth, and its sharp fangs emitted a terrifying light under the reflection of the light. It devours again with its powerful, innate, secret technique. This time, the sea god didn't have time to react at all. The energy trident in his hand was bitten hard by the giant beast. Whoosh! Slurp! It was an incredible power of devouring. The sea god's trident, made of mental energy, was instantly broken into 2 segments. A large portion of the energy body was swallowed in one bite by the Golden Horned Giant Beast. Goodness, this is the energy of the sea god. It is completely different from the original energy of your starry beasts. But the digestion ability of the Golden Horn Beast is just so good. Especially after using the devouring skill, it instantly transforms that golden energy into the power it can use. This is not all. At the same time, devouring the opponent's weapon. The Golden Horned Giant Beast mimicked the deep-sea magic whale king from earlier, swiftly swinging its tail, making its terrifying spiked tail lash out like a steel whip towards the opponent. Boom! This powerful force was something the sea god simply could not withstand. He could only barely block the broken trident with his chest. But little did he know, this was exactly what the Golden Horned Behemoth wanted. Bring on! In the blink of an eye, the sea god completely lost all defensive and offensive capabilities. That trident made of energy was entirely devoured by the golden-horned behemoth. You're going too far. Do you know the consequences of opposing our divine race? Even so, the sea god still maintained a lofty demeanor. This guy actually wants to use his background to make the golden-horned bee submit. How ridiculous. Ha ha ha, background. I could swallow your entire planet, and you talk to me about background? It sounds like I've heard something like a very funny joke. The body of the golden-horned beast swelled up again. The energy from the trident of the sea god gathered a large portion of the energy from this phantom before me. These energies have greatly increased the strength of the golden-horned behemoth. It has rapidly grown into a pinnacle of the 9th tier of planets, a cosmic monster. After its body expanded, its maximum size exceeded 500 meters, even larger than the massive phantom of the sea god in front of it. What should be done next? Of course, it should swallow all the remaining energy. This is all a gift from Lord Poseidon. After digestion, the golden-horned giant beast will definitely advance to the stellar level. Chapter 10. Ascending to the stellar level, ravaging Poseidon Island. Isn't it just a piece of cake? What's the big deal? Although Poseidon's avatar desperately resisted, this guy was at best just an energy entity. After successfully devouring it, every pore of the golden-horned giant beast seemed to emit an incredible colorful glow. These colorful rays of light were absorbed back into the body of the golden-horned giant beast. Soon, they transformed again and burst forth as golden rays of light. This process is repeated, but this guy's aura is getting stronger and stronger. This is the process of a planet transforming into a star-level entity. This process can be illustrated with the sun, which everyone is most familiar with. At this moment, the golden-horned behemoth is like the sun in its most active period, constantly emitting solar storms and solar flares, feeling as if it could explode at any moment. But in reality, it is merely blending the energy from within and without. While gaining the power of sublimation, it continuously cleanses the interior of the golden-horned behemoth. It is well known that after becoming a planetary-level powerhouse, a spherical energy mass similar to a planet appears within the body. The golden-horned behemoth's control over this energy is far more exquisite than that of humans. Upon breaking through to the stellar level, it can form a small galaxy within its body, similar to a solar system. In this system, there is the hottest star illuminating the surrounding planets. The rotation and revolution of these planets and stars provide infinite energy to the entity. One day, if it can grow to the divine level, this golden-horned giant can not only form a small world within itself, but also devour all the heavens outside into its own little universe. Only then will it truly be terrifying. This is also the ultimate goal of every golden-horned beast. Of course, the golden-horned beast in the original work of Devouring the Heavens was quite unfortunate. It was seized by Luo Feng before it even left the beginner village, ultimately leading to the emergence of the super overlord, Lord Luo. Therefore, what Wang Xian needs to do now is to grow stronger in the myriad realms. He absolutely cannot let Luo Feng take advantage. Even when they finally meet, he wants to be able to crush the future Lord Luo with a single slap. Of course, that's all for later. First, let's resolve the matter at hand. After dealing with the sea god, it will be time for Sea God Island. The prey of the golden-horned beast, the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king, is still there. It must be retrieved, and then a profound lesson must be taught to the people of Sea God Island. Of course, as the phantom of the sea god was eliminated, Poseidon sensed it. That was summoned using her 9th soul skill, and it is connected to her true body. At this moment, Poseidon's face turned pale. And if it weren't for the sea spirit Douluo beside her lending a hand, she would have faltered. The woman almost fell to the ground. Lord Poseidon, what's wrong? Don't mind me, I'm fine. Hurry, contact Tang San and have him come to Sea God Island quickly. At that moment, a very bad premonition appeared in Poseidon's mind. She didn't expect that the golden-horned giant beast would be so powerful. Even the projection of the sea god couldn't stop it. But my lord, it's not yet time for Tang San's 8th test. There's no time. Hurry. Let Sea Spirit Douluo go with you to help. Has Poseidon really gone mad? She sent out both of her 2 titled Luo subordinates just to get them to bring Tang San to Sea God Island as soon as possible. The reason for this must not be known to everyone, otherwise it would definitely cause immense panic. If people knew that the deep-sea demon whale king in the ocean had been eliminated, and that even their sea god could not protect Sea God Island, it would absolutely shatter their faith. Such a thing must not happen. The soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king must be handed over to him before the arrival of the golden-horned giant beast. As for the so-called 8th and 9th tests, That's just a formality, insignificant. If all the treasures are snatched away by the deep-sea demon whale king, there will be no chance for the inheritance of a sea god. At this moment, the monster seems to still be in the process of upgrading. This is also the last opportunity for these two titled Douluo powerful beings to leave Sea God Island. However, the sea girl Douluo clearly sensed that something was wrong. But just when this indecisive woman wanted to say something more, she was pulled by the side by Sea Illusion Douluo. Hurry up, we don't have much time left. At this moment, Tang San, with the help of his father Tang Hao, successfully ended the Battle of Jialing Pass. Although he was extremely exhausted, the gains were also immense. The Wuhuan Empire is now powerless to resist. Besides the yet-to-appear Angel Princess, there is nothing that can stop the united army of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. This period is also a great vacuum time for Tang San. However, this young man never expected that just when he wanted to stop and enjoy rare time alone with Xiao Wu, the two titled Douluo powerhouses from Sea God Island came to visit. Moreover, without saying a word, they insisted on taking all of the Shrek's 7 devils with them. What is going on? What happened? Tang San felt a bit confused, sensing that Sea God Island seemed to be in trouble this time. Tang San, don't worry about so much. If you want to inherit the power of the sea god, come with me right now. The sea maiden Douluo showed an expression of urgency and seriousness for the first time. This is no joke at all. Among all the titled Douluos, everyone has the best relationship with this sister. Soon, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. I can only tell you that Sea God Island has been attacked, and Tang San's inheritance is in grave danger. Hurry. In fact, no matter how quickly these people return to Sea God Island, it is already impossible to turn the tide. In less than half a day since these two titled Douluos left, the golden-horned giant beast rapidly completed its advancement. Now, even without transforming, its body length exceeds 500 meters. Whether flying or swimming, its speed has reached several times the speed of sound. The energy barriers surrounding Sea God Island are nothing to it. A piece of cake. Of course, there are still those who are not afraid of death and step forward to block it. For example, the leader of the Soul Master Great White Shark Clan. Xiaobai, you monster, retreat. Looking at this colossal creature that was originally about the same size as herself, Xiaobai's heart was filled with fear. In the world of soul beasts, size represents power. But as the guardian of Sea God Island, she cannot retreat. Get out of the way. The golden-horned giant beast ignored her and simply let out a furious roar at the remaining sharks in front of it. The powerful sound wave formed a white shockwave, instantly creating dozens of huge tornadoes on the shallow beach. Xiaobai, who is at least 100,000 years old as a soul beast, is completely unable to withstand it at this moment. Together with the few remaining great white sharks, she was instantly thrown high into the air by these tornadoes, then fell violently in all directions. When the dizzy Xiaobai finally woke up, she saw smoke rising all over Sea God Island. That giant monster was rampaging wildly, as if it were in a no-man's land. Chapter 11, most titled Douluos are not worthy of being called planet level. Come here, little biscuit. This is undoubtedly an extremely despairing scene. Originally, there were tens of thousands of soul masters on Sea God Island, united in their determination to live or die together with the island. However, when they picked up their weapons and donned their strongest armor, they saw the golden-horned giant beast standing by the sea suddenly make an unimaginable move. The starry giant beast opened its enormous mouth and activated the primordial secret technique. It began to devour, and then everyone saw the weapons and armor in their hands unexpectedly float into the air. With an incredible speed, they all rushed towards the giant beast's wide mouth. What is going on? Can this guy really devour metal? What kind of ability is that? The giant beast with golden horns has a mouth like a bottomless pit. First, it swallowed all the weapons and gear of the people present. Then the metal elements contained in the buildings above the square. Finally, even the pots and pans in the ordinary residents' homes were not spared. Anything even slightly related to metal was consumed by this terrifying golden-horned beast. The saddest part is Poseidon. Even the staff that this woman has used for decades was not spared. The scene before us is absolutely devastating. This golden-horned giant beast is not only immensely powerful, but also possesses an incredible devouring ability. Facing such a terrifying opponent can certainly make one lose all confidence. How can one resist? Weapons and armor have been devoured, and even pots and pans have been consumed. Are you going to let these unarmed people confront this monster barehanded? Moreover, even Sea Dragon Douluo was slapped away by it. Who else can resist this terrifying beast? Is today the day of the destruction of Sea God Island? If I had to use a song to describe Poseidon's current mood, it would definitely be Conquer by Sister Na. Just like this, you have conquered me. Drinking down the poison you've hidden well, my mood is. This is simply not an opponent that humans can defeat. Unless the sea god personally descends in his true form. Who can stand against him? The golden horned beast completely ignores the desperate expressions of those people on Sea God Island. After absorbing so much metal, he immediately feels comfortable all over. The scales on his body become more textured, and a metallic fluid appears in the gaps between the scales. It can be said that even these vulnerable spots have now become incredibly solid, compared to the soul ring powers it previously devoured. The golden horned beast prefers metals with higher purity. Moreover, the current Douluo Continent is in an era of cold weapons. For the golden horned beast, the metal reserves on Sea God Island are not enough to meet his demands. It would be better to destroy this place quickly and plunder more metals from the Douluo Continent. After all, the three major empires are currently in the center of war. They must have a large number of metal products, which would be a feast for the golden horned beast. However, things are not that simple. Just as this guy is wreaking havoc, the remaining few tidal Douluo on Sea God Island can no longer hold back. Sea Horse Douluo, Sea Spear Douluo, Sea Star Douluo, and Sea Ghost Douluo all step forward, ready to defend the dignity of Sea God Island with their own flesh and blood. Wait a moment. Don't go to your deaths for nothing. The awakened Sea Dragon Douluo desperately tries to stop them, but he is now a cripple. His soul power has been completely drained, and his soul rings have been devoured like snacks. The first expert of Sea God Island has thus fallen. Brother Sea Dragon, don't stop us. We are already prepared to share the fate of Sea God Island. Seahorse Douluo pushes this older brother aside and rushes forward first. At this moment, the golden horned beast, who is wandering around, also senses these four fearless individuals. However, he simply shakes his head in amusement. Perhaps I was wrong. The tidal Douluo on your planet are not worthy of being called planetary-level powerhouses. According to the inheritance of the golden horned beast, every planet with extreme civilization will eventually produce a portion of top-tier individuals. Just like in the world of the devouring starry sky, where figures like Hong and Thunder God, members of the HR Alliance, appeared. These are the top figures of the planet, so they have all been promoted to planetary level. In theory, the top figures in the world of Douluo Continent are these tidal Douluo powerhouses. However, apart from that 95-level Sea Dragon Douluo, who can barely be considered a pseudo-planetary level, the rest are really not up to par, especially that Seahorse Douluo, who is weak. Previously, the Golden Horn Beast level was not high, so made a wrong judgment when encountering these tidal Douluo. But now it seems that, aside from a few elite individuals like Tang San, Qian Renshu, and Golden Crocodile Douluo, the vast majority of tidal Douluo are quite weak. At most, they are equivalent to human junior battle gods. I overestimated them before. So, regarding those few who rushed over with indignation as if they were on steroids, the Golden Horned Beast didn't even bother to glance at them. When it was at planetary level, it could easily kill the Sea Dragon Douluo. Not to mention it is now at stellar level. Roar. That was just a simple sound wave. However, the effects produced by stellar-level monsters and planetary-level monsters are different. That violent sound wave formed a very obvious rotating shockwave in the air. Combined with the imposing presence of the Golden Horned Beast, it instantly enveloped all four of them. Why can't my body move? Me too, damn it. We are too far apart from it. It was only then that these four Sea Douluo, dressed in thin coats, realized the gap between them and the monster. Originally, they had metal armor on them, which could help resist some damage. But after the Golden Horned Beast's earlier plundering, there was nothing left on Sea God Island, not even a single screw. It was all cleaned out. Are you guys delivering snacks to me voluntarily? Your soul rings still have some flavor. Looking at the four guys lying on the ground, the Golden Horned Beast lost interest in killing them. It's not compassion. It's just that it really has no interest. Would you make a lion specifically step on a few ants? However, these guys all have 5,000-year level soul rings. This taste is somewhat like dark chocolate for the Golden Horned Beast. After all, it's better than those flavorless metals. This might be the only thing that interests the Golden Horned Giant Beast on the Douluo Continent. Devouring? No. How could the soul power flow out? My God, this guy is devouring our soul rings, Run. Damn it. The soul power was instantly drained, and there was no chance for self-detonation, probably around half a minute. Next to the Golden Horned Giant Beast claws, there were four unarmed mortals. As for the subordinates they brought, they had long since disappeared at the sight of this. The remaining ones were kneeling on the ground, constantly bowing and begging for mercy. Is this the power of Sea God Island? Utterly speechless. Chapter 12. The Shrek 7 monsters come to the rescue, encountering by Xiao just when the golden horned giant beast felt bored. He even thought about taking a nap on Sea God Island. But this guy did not sense that at this moment on the other side of the sea, a small boat was rushing over at full speed. Standing on the small boat were the most elite group of young people on the Douluo Continent. It was the legendary Shrek 7 monsters coming. Leading them were the sea spirit Douluo and the sea maiden Douluo. These two guys are lucky. If they had stayed behind, they would have already become mortals by now. Masters, I wonder what exactly happened to Sea God Island. Can you reveal it now? As the captain of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai has always had this question in his mind. When these two sea Douluos came over before, they did not mention the specific reason. They only said that Sea God Island is facing a huge challenge, which will directly affect the assessments of the few inheritors, especially Tang San and Xiao Wu. Perhaps those two might not even be able to complete the 8th assessment smoothly. Therefore, despite the very tense relationship with the Spirit Empire, all members of the Shrek 7 monsters gathered together and rushed to Sea God Island as quickly as possible. It wasn't until they boarded the ship that Sea Fantasy Douluo let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, the sea woman Douluo beside her suddenly burst into tears. This has left Tang San and the others completely at a loss. Don't cry. Tell me what happened. As a member of the Soul Beast clan, Xiao Wu has a more acute sense of perception. She went straight up to hold the sea spirit Douluo's hands, comforting her with the most delicate voice. It was only at this moment that the sea spirit Douluo leaned against Xiao Wu with a face full of grievance. When we left, Sea God Island had already been attacked, and we still don't know what the situation is now. It turns out these two managed to escape when the golden horn giant beast was upgrading. Now, a day or two has passed, and perhaps Sea God Island has already suffered. When they left, Poseidon's expression was extremely grim. I believe these two should be able to guess the outcome. Some things really cannot be stopped by human effort. The idea that humans can conquer nature is complete nonsense. This is a disaster, an unforeseen calamity. That monster with a golden horn on its head definitely doesn't belong to their Douluo continent. For these ordinary people, it is simply a dimensional strike. After intermittently sharing what they knew, the small boat fell into a dead silence. It's terrifying. Even the deep-sea magic whale king was easily crushed by that guy, and even the invincible Poseidon found himself in a desperate situation. This kind of thing is simply unheard of. Even Tang San couldn't help but summon the sea god Trident, vigilantly staring at the sea before him, fearing that a terrifying monster might suddenly emerge from the waters ahead. How could this be? Why don't we go back? I am scared. Ning Rongrong had completely lost the courage she had during the confrontation with the Spirit Empire. This pampered little princess expressed the true feelings that everyone was harboring at that moment. Rongrong, don't be afraid, I'm here. At this moment, Oscar could just show his manly courage. However, Ning Rongrong could clearly feel that her fiancé's hand was trembling. Such a shocking event would make anyone worried. Xiao Wu tightly embraced Zhu Zhuqing, comforting and encouraging each other. It is said that the monster has no human emotions at all. In its eyes, there's only slaughter, and it is impossible for it to show any pity or tenderness. This is too terrifying. Xiao Ao is right. We're the last hope of Sea God Island, and we absolutely cannot back down at this moment. As he spoke, Tang San radiated waves of golden light from his body. This is the light of the sea god, which can stabilize people's hearts. But soon, a ripple appeared in the due north direction of the small boat, and a white dorsal fin emerged from the water. It quickly approached, twisting and turning. It looked a bit like a shark. It was the Soul Master Great White Shark, but it was not the familiar Little White, but a very beautiful Soul Master Great White Shark. That was Little White's daughter by Xiao. The sea spirit, Douluo, immediately recognized the identity of the incoming creature. She saw a bubble appear in the woman's hand, which directly enveloped the Soul Master Great White Shark. This is a type of communication power used by the sea maidens of Douluo, allowing for seamless communication between humans and sea spirit beasts. By Xiao, what brings you here? How is Sea God Island? I never expected that the Soul Demon Great White Shark actually has such a nice name. After being introduced by the nearby Sea Phantom Douluo, I was surprised to find out that the beautiful Xiao Bai already has children. 2 adults, please go save Sea God Island. That was the voice of a very lovely little girl, creating a striking contrast with the fierce appearance of the Soul Demon Great White Shark. This little girl doesn't have enough strength to transform yet, but after reaching the level of 100,000 years, she is likely to become a cute little girl like Xiao Wu. What's going on? Where's your mom? Xiao Bai. Well, my mom is missing. And the uncles and aunts of the magic soul Great White Shark all look very sad because of Bai Xiaoxiao's crying. Moreover, They are swimming and desperately wagging their tails. This is a way for the sea spirit's great white shark to vent its emotions. It's terrifying. Has Sea God Island already turned into a battlefield? Fortunately, Bai Xiuxiu was well hidden under the protection of her clan. Otherwise, if that little girl saw her mother, Little White, being thrown away by the golden horn giant beast, it might leave her with permanent psychological trauma. How can that guy be so ruthless? It's too brutal. Everyone, we must be prepared. This is going to be a fierce battle. Hearing Bai Xiuxiu's account, Tang San's eyes flashed with seriousness. His originally firm heart began to waver. The black island faintly appearing in the distance seemed to transform into a giant ocean beast, opening its bloody maw towards them. The monsters on that island are probably far more terrifying than the golden crocodile Douluo and BB Dong combined, along with the offerings from the Spirit Empire. Together, they might not even be as strong as that guy. Thinking of this, Tang San tightened his grip on the sea god trident. Third brother, Xiao Wu will be with you. Feeling her man's tense emotions, Xiao Wu slowly wrapped her arm around his, resting her head against her beloved man's chest. That tenderness is truly heart-wrenching. However, isn't this public display of affection a bit excessive? Even the golden horn giant beast in the distance will want to come over and slap him. Yes, Tang San and the others can now only see a vague outline of the island. But the golden horn giant beast has already spotted their small boat and clearly seen the expressions on each of their faces. Oh, the chosen ones of the Douluo Continent have arrived. I hope you're not that weak. The golden horn giant beast stretched lazily and slowly got up. Kneeling beneath, it were Poseidon and the countless citizens of Sea God Island. It's not that Poseidon betrayed the sea god, but this woman wanted to trade her life for everyone's safety. Great golden horn beast, please spare these children. I am willing to. Chapter 13. Tang Xuan appears. The brave warrior charging for love. Poseidon, I'm not interested in you, old woman. Hand over the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. The only thing that could pique the golden horn giant beast's interest now is the item from the million-year soul beast. However, Poseidon doesn't know what secret method she used. Even the golden horn giant beast couldn't find any traces after searching the entire island. It angered him so much that he almost wanted to slap Poseidon to death. But rationality told him that if he did that, he might never find it again in his life. Because of this, the citizens of Sea God Island could still cling to life. However, with the arrival of the Shrek 7 monsters, it seems that a new battle is inevitable. Respected sir, if you are willing to let them go, I can. Poseidon has been stalling for time. The woman's duty is to defend everything related to the sea god. The soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea magic whale king are the most crucial part of the sea god's 9th trial. And they are also the key to whether Tang San can truly become a sea god. However, Poseidon cannot ignore the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people on the island. So this cunning woman wants to use this method to buy time. But does Poseidon really think that this golden horn giant beast knows nothing? Don't underestimate the intelligence of a time traveler. Little ones, are you ready? This conversation with Poseidon is now over. Next comes the part that interests the golden horn giant beast. After all, the Shrek 7 monsters are the sole figures of the entire Douluo Continent, especially Tang San, who is the central character throughout the entire Douluo 5 series. Don't let me down too much. Tang San may not yet see the distant golden horn giant beast, but the golden horn giant beast has already begun to analyze Tang San's strength. Compared to those previous trash, Tang San can truly be considered planetary level. It's important to know that even that level 95 Sea Dragon Douluo just now couldn't defeat Tang San at the Soul Douluo level. Soul power level is not the true standard for measuring whether a person is strong. Comprehensive strength is the key that determines whether he has entered the planetary level. Obviously, on the entire ship, only Tang San qualifies as a true planetary level. Moreover, if paired with Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, his combat power could see a significant increase. Quite interesting. Bang! Just as the golden horn giant beast was walking to the shore to prepare for battle, a huge pillar of light suddenly appeared behind him. Is it Poseidon? Is this woman up to something again? Is she planning to warn Tang San? No. Why does this power feel blood red? There seems to be a hint of murderous intent, and Poseidon's soul power is clearly as blue as the ocean. It seems to be an even more powerful existence. Tang Xuan, what are you doing here? That was a surprised exclamation from Poseidon. It directly alerted the golden horn beast. Tang Xuan, the king of slaughter? The failed candidate of the Azura god assessment? Goodness. Although this old man doesn't appear much in the anime, as a fan of Douluo, Wang Xian recognized this legendary first-generation Haotian Douluo at first glance. It is said that Tang Xuan had a crush on Poseidon for a long time, and at the last moment of his life, this man appeared even earlier than Tang San. Poseidon, I have come to fulfill my promise from back then. Excellent. One emotional line. A warrior charging for love, perhaps? But are these two reminiscing at the wrong time? Tang Xuan, the ancestor of the Haotian sect? Just in time, your great-grandson is on his way. Hearing this cheesy dialogue from behind, the golden-horned giant beast turned its head and forced a smile that it thought was decent. But to others, what a ghastly expression that was. What kind of soul beast are you? I, Tang Xuan, have traveled every corner of the Douluo Continent and have never seen you before. Seeing the other party's ill intentions and noticing Poseidon, who was only wearing thin clothing at that moment, Tang Xuan's face immediately filled with vigilance. He saw that this old fellow had directly unleashed his strongest killing domain, and a massive Haotian hammer appeared in his hand. This is clearly a case of a hero saving a beauty. However, upon seeing this scene, Poseidon was taken aback. He quickly hugged his lover's waist from behind. Xuan, don't act recklessly. This guy can devour all metals. Previously, Poseidon's scepter and the jewelry on him had been swallowed by this terrifying monster. There was not a single piece of metal left on the entire sea god island. Seeing this scene, Poseidon hurriedly reminded his lover. Although the power of the Haotian hammer is immense in front of the golden-horned giant beast, it would likely be no more than a piece of sugarcane. What? This guy? Hearing Poseidon's advice, Tang Xuan suddenly realized. No wonder when he first arrived at Sea God Island, he found it very strange. Why were the weapons in the hands of these people made of wood? It turns out that all the metal had been eaten by this giant monster. What kind of species is this? Could it really not be a product from the Douluo Continent? Hee, I just ate a lot of weapon spirits. All of them were trash. I wonder how your Haotian hammer tastes? The golden-horned giant beast did not hide its greed at all. Looking at the Haotian hammer in Tang Xuan's hand, it couldn't help but stick out its tongue and lick its lips. Do you really have to be this direct? You'll scare the person. Poseidon, I have already missed the beautiful times spent with you. Today, I must protect you no matter what. As he spoke, the 9 spirit rings on Tang Xuan's body lit up one by one, and surprisingly, the outermost one was also a 100,000-year spirit ring. This guy is really stubborn. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, he still insists on heading into the tiger's den. Haha, you have guts. I'll give you a chance to attack me and see what makes your Haotian hammer special. Don't be fooled by the terrifying appearance of the golden-horned giant beast. After all, this guy still has a human soul. Plus, he has just eaten to his heart's content. It's not easy to come across the most classic Haotian hammer on the Douluo Continent. This time, we can't just swallow it without looking. Otherwise, we will be too unfair to the audience. Moreover, Tang Xuan and Poseidon are also a pair of tragic figures in the original work. This old man actually doesn't have many days left to live. At this moment, it's not good to break up the couple. You will regret it. But in return for your respect, I will use the strongest soul skill from Haotian. As he spoke, the outermost red soul ring on the old man's body began to shake violently. Seeing this scene, the golden-horned beast suddenly remembered the explosive ring operation it had seen in the anime years ago. Are you planning to use the great Sumura hammer? Don't break that 100,000-year soul ring. I still want to eat it. You actually know the secrets of our Haotian sect. Who exactly are you? Although he was very surprised by the golden-horned beast's words, Tang Xuan could no longer turn back. The super soul skill had already begun to activate. The arrow is on the string, and once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Chapter 14, The Taste of the Haotian Hammer. It's really delicious. Come on, let me see. Looking at the exploded 100,000-year soul ring in front of him, the golden-horned beast suddenly felt a pang of pain. Fortunately, the so-called explosive ring does not mean that the soul ring becomes void. After a while, it can still be restored. However, he could personally experience the legendary Great Sumuru Hammer. It is indeed a great honor. Compared to the hammer of Tang San in the anime version, this one is the most authentic. Crackle. In an instant, when the soul ring burst open, Tang Xuan's soul power received a tremendous boost. It seemed as if a red giant appeared behind his body, constructed from soul power. The giant raised a huge hammer high with both hands, carrying the weight of thunder, and smashed it down towards the golden-horned giant beast before him. In terms of size, the giant stood nearly 500 meters tall. The length of the Haotian hammer was even longer than that of the giant. Together, they approached a kilometer. When the hammer was raised above his head, a violent aura enveloped the entire area. This combat power is impressive. This is truly planetary-level combat power. Those previous guys were too weak. It feels like the ancestor of the Haotian sect could single-handedly take on the entire sea god island. As the golden horn giant beast continues to grow, its perspective keeps improving. Gradually, it realizes that its previous judgments may have been mistaken. Although they are all titled Douluo powerhouses, their strengths are quite uneven. It's like when Tang San was still a sole Douluo, he could battle against a 95-level sea dragon. Even though the opponent held back, the gap was still quite obvious. And then there's Yang Wudi, who is just a sole Douluo, yet he was able to severely injure the titled Douluo serpent spear from the Spirit Empire. There's a lot of uncertainty in this, so it cannot be simply judged by levels whether these guys are on par with the ones from swallowing the starry sky. Overall, the so-called strong ones in Douluo Continent are quite mediocre. However, there are also outstanding individuals among them. For example, the one named Tang Chun who wields the great Sumera hammer. Can you really say that his strength is not planetary level? However, facing such an opponent, the Golden Horn Beast doesn't take him too seriously. When the enormous hammer of the opponent comes crashing down, the beast merely lifts its left claw in a symbolic gesture. Clang! That sound seems to come from the collision of two metals. Faintly, there are sparks flashing at the point of contact. So hard. This is Tang Chen's first thought. It's also very intuitive. Originally, even if a god had descended, he might not have been able to withstand this strike. It's truly a divine skill. However, facing the golden-horned giant beast, not a single scale was even damaged, and it easily neutralized the attack. Moreover, holding up its own claw, the golden-horned giant beast cheerfully commented, "Not bad. Your strike just now was almost on par with the full power of a 6th-level planetary powerhouse." "What did you say? What planetary?" For Tang Chen, a native of Douluo Continent, he had no idea what devouring the starry sky meant. This guy hasn't even left the planet he's on. Without comparison, there's no harm. If he had faced such an opponent when he was just born, it might have been a bit challenging. It wouldn't be as easy as it is now. But after all, this guy previously devoured the primal power from the sea god and directly advanced to the stellar level. This does not mean that the sea god is already a high-level powerhouse among stars. It can only be said that the energy contained within this guy is equivalent to that level. Now, upon careful analysis, it seems that the divine realm of Douluo Continent also has a lot of discrepancies. Even with such energy, many so-called gods still don't know how to utilize it. Just like the sea god, this guy can harness the power of the entire ocean. If this power is converted with atmosphere pressure, it could even instantly destroy the entire Douluo Continent. However, in reality, the sea god does not possess such an ability. What a waste of such a great foundation. In the eyes of the Golden Horn Beast, even the current Tang Chun has room for improvement in strength. However, this old man has no more chances. On one hand, his Shura god 9 trials have already failed, and he is running out of energy. On the other hand, who told him to encounter the Golden Horn Beast today? And the beast has set its sights on his Haotian hammer. The taste of mackerel, both the cat and you won't understand. But the Golden Horn Beast has already decided to have the Haotian hammer's taste today, once the power of the great Sumeru hammer completely dissipates. Tang Chen's sharp gaze also becomes increasingly weak. But even more terrifying things are yet to come. This old man actually discovered that he couldn't retrieve his Haotian hammer. The golden-horned giant beast in front of him surprisingly reached out with 2 claws and directly grabbed the handle of the Haotian hammer. Even more incredible was that, as the wielder of the Haotian hammer's martial soul, Tang Chen actually couldn't perceive his own martial soul anymore. The claws of this giant beast acted like energy insulators, severing the connection between the Haotian hammer and its master. It effortlessly lifted the hammer slowly to its front. What? What are you going to do? Seeing the situation turn dire, Tang Chun rushed forward, rolling and crawling. Without thinking twice, he directly hugged the thigh of the golden-horned giant beast. He knew very well what would happen next, but at this moment, he was powerless to stop it. How could this be? However, the golden-horned giant beast remained indifferent to this. This guy didn't even kick that unfortunate old man away. Instead, right in front of him, he slowly brought the Haotian hammer in its energy form to his mouth. Then he slowly opened that big mouth filled with steel teeth. Crack! Without any suspense. It was truly terrifying. That indestructible Haotian hammer was like a little bear cookie in the mouth of the golden-horned giant beast. Soft and crispy. In an instant, this big guy bit off 13. Even more incredible was that the golden-horned giant beast closed its eyes in front of old Tang, and even emitted the sound of chewing metal. So delicious. Is it really that good? So intoxicated. Please consider the feelings of the Haotian law. In front of the first-generation Haotian law, it ate someone's martial soul. Do you really have to bully people like this? Oh. Old Tang suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Then his whole body swayed and retreated. He crashed to the ground. No. Seeing his lover suffer such a heavy blow, Poseidon was instantly shocked and saw this woman crawling over with all her limbs. Her hair became incredibly messy. That beautiful face instantly aged significantly. At this moment, Poseidon didn't take care anymore and directly snatched Tang Xuan from under the golden-horned giant beast's feet. She used her knees to support his head, desperately trying to transfer soul power into his body, hoping to keep him alive. The Haotian hammer is his life's martial soul. If it is swallowed by the golden-horned giant beast like this, then Tang Xuan, how about we make a deal? I will give you back half of the Haotian hammer, and you hand over the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. Seeing Poseidon in such deep sorrow, the golden-horned giant beast slowly handed over what was left of the Haotian hammer, just the handle. Chapter 15. The stormy pear blossom needle strikes. Tang Xuan appears. Seeing the fierce-looking golden-horned giant beast, Poseidon was so angry that she couldn't speak. On one side was the life of her lover, and on the other side was the mission of the sea god. How should this woman choose? It's too difficult, isn't it? Mr. Golden-horned Beast, please don't go too far. I've already stated my conditions. At this moment, Poseidon is already in tears. I didn't expect that this woman, despite her age, could have a tearful look reminiscent of a pear blossom in the rain. If there wasn't a human soul inside this golden-horned beast, it would probably have slapped him directly. But seeing this pair of star-crossed lovers like this, he suddenly felt a softness in his heart. Useless. Bang. Whether it was a slip of the hand or some other reason, the remaining bit of the hammer of Hao Ian fell back beside Tang Xuan. Whoosh. Just as the saying goes, timing is everything. The energy-formed hammer slowly transformed into the ethereal soul power and drilled into its owner's body. And in the next moment, old Tang slowly opened his eyes. However, at this moment, he seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. Originally, as a level 99 title Douluo, he had always maintained a youthful appearance. But now, Tang Xuan felt like a deflated balloon, utterly drained. The old man slowly extended a hand, seemingly wanting to wipe the tears from Poseidon's face. But just as his hand was raised halfway, it fell limp. After such a devastating blow, old Tang probably doesn't have much time left. A once great hero of the Douluo Continent, who would have thought he would end up in such a tragic state? Poseidon, I love you. Don't say anything, I know everything. You fool. Why didn't you come earlier? This should be a love story between a straight man and a straight woman. Both of them love each other deeply, but they just can't bring themselves to say it openly. They wait until decades later, when faced with separation by life and death, to express their feelings. It's really foolish. Seeing these two poor souls in front of me, even the golden-horned beast feels speechless. Boring. With a girl around and not pursuing her, you deserve to be single. Just when this golden-horned beast was about to step in and offer some advice to the two, a sudden sound of breaking air came from behind. Let go of my great-grandfather, you despicable monster. Watch my rainstorm pear blossom needle. Goodness, how could I forget about Tang Xuan? This kid is really impressive. He goes all out right from the start. The rain of pear blossoms. The golden-horned beast slightly turned its head and saw a large area of dense light spots appearing behind it. More than half of them were coming straight for its eyes. Tang Xuan is truly a master of hidden weapons from the Tang sect. First, he attracted the golden-horned beast's attention with sound. Perhaps he knew he couldn't break through the beast's defenses, so he thought of attacking its weaknesses with hidden weapons, like the eyes or the nose. What a clever little guy. But can this level of attack really harm the golden-horned beast? Isn't that underestimating it? Devour. That was an incredibly powerful force of absorption emanating from the golden-horned beast's mouth. Instantly, the air within a 2,000 square meter radius was solidified. The hidden weapons flying in all directions seemed to be attracted by an incredible gravitational pull. They formed a long dragon shape, consecutively entering the golden-horned beast's mouth. Soon, they were digested by its powerful taste buds. What a joke. As long as it's metal, the golden-horned beast can eat it with its eyes closed. Of course. The same warning was given to Tang Xuan, who was hiding in the shadows. The blue-haired handsome guy immediately attempted to move, but he couldn't escape the blockade of the golden-horned beast. His body, floating in mid-air, instantly revealed his position. However, just as the golden-horned beast was about to attack Tang Xuan, a nimble figure flashed by. Then, he disappeared with Tang Xuan before the golden-horned beast's eyes. Brother Xuan, be careful. Soft-bone rabbit's third soul skill, instant teleportation. Xiao Wu. I didn't expect the little rabbit to be so agile. The golden horned beast only saw a pink figure, accompanied by a scent of fresh grass. It flashed in front of him, and then the two managed to escape at the same time. Impressive. Before the golden horned beast could react, a comical voice came from above. Phoenix laughing toad. What? Boom, boom, boom. It turned out to be Oscar and Mahongjun. These two guys used mirrors to create two gigantic phoenixes, obscuring the vision of the golden horned giant beast with a sky full of flames. This is not about defeating the golden horned beast, but merely a distraction. Just as the golden horned beast was blocking the flames with its claws, it failed to notice a fast-moving figure appearing beside it. That was Zhu Zhuqing. The girl quickly arrived in front of Poseidon and Tang Xuan. Senior, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me. What a clever coordination. Truly worthy of being the Shrek 7 monsters. However, if it weren't for the fact that the golden horned giant beast had no significant intentions towards this elderly couple, do you really think you could rescue them? Hee hee. You Shrek 7 monsters sure know how to make an entrance. As a time traveler, I naturally have to show a side that matches my identity as a traveler. Although these kids managed to gain the upper hand, the next words from the golden horned giant beast truly astonished the young people in front of him. Who exactly are you? How do you know so much about our situation? Dai Mubai stepped forward, remaining quite calm as the captain of Shrek. Following this, all members of the Shrek 7 monsters quickly gathered behind Dai Mubai, keeping a distance of about 1,000 meters from the golden horned giant beast. However, it seemed that the giant beast had no intention of launching an attack. What's going on? Haha, my purpose? Of course, it's to devour your planet. You few can be my servants. Hearing this silly question, the golden horned beast was taken aback. Yes, in the short few days since its birth, it seemed it hadn't thought about this question. It was just continuously fighting following its instincts. However, for the golden horned beast, it couldn't stay long on the Douluo Continent. The goal was still the vast universe, and that Lord City Master on Blue Star. He was its destined enemy and couldn't be easily let go. The current efforts in cultivation were to gain an advantage when facing Luo Feng. Sorry, we will not become your servants. You have destroyed Sea God Island like this. Tang San, will be the first to not let you go. After Dai Mubai finished speaking, it was finally Tang San's turn. This guy was the protagonist of the Douluo Continent. As someone who was about to inherit the Sea God title, seeing his future dojo being destroyed like this by the monster before him filled Tang San's eyes with anger. Moreover, seeing his ancestor in such a fallen state only further stimulated this kid's desire for revenge. Chapter 16, Xiao Wu. Do you want to turn into Spicy Rabbit Head? Haha, Tang San, you're quite arrogant. Seeing Tang San standing up to confront him, the golden horned beast slowly turned around, appearing somewhat clumsy. However, this also matched everyone's perception of giant creatures on the Douluo Continent. It's hard for a big ship to turn around. The golden horned beast was deliberately trying to create a visual illusion for the opponent, because once it moved, it would be supersonic. It wasn't that it was afraid of these little guys, but it was a bit worried about the sea god trident in Tang San's hands. Before crossing over, Wang Xian would watch the Douluo Continent anime every Saturday. He had been watching for 5 consecutive years, and the sea god trident left a very deep impression on him. This thing is simply invincible. If it can unleash incredible energy in Tang San's hands, even this starry beast might have to avoid its brilliance. Tang San, come here. I have something to tell you. Just when Tang San was eager to try, Poseidon suddenly communicated with him, but it was overheard by the golden horn beast. In front of Stella-level powerhouses, it's better not to use these little tricks. All right, how could I forget about this? This old woman must want to explain about the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. Sure enough, the old and the young quickly exchanged glances. Of course, this is just on the surface. In reality, they were transmitting messages using a unique frequency of the sea god. The golden horn giant beast could decipher a bit, but he preferred to just slap Poseidon away. Don't think that not killing this woman just now was out of compassion. The main concern was that this old woman would destroy the 2 treasures of the deep-sea demon whale king. Sure enough, after hearing Poseidon's low whispers, Tang San slowly stepped back. He was going to follow them to get the treasures, right? Originally, in the 8th trial of the sea god, Tang San was required to personally kill the deep-sea demon whale king and absorb the soul ring and soul bone within the specified time. But now, that was clearly impossible. So that sea god wanted to go through the motions and give the obtained soul ring and soul bone to this kid, allowing him to inherit his power sooner. This is definitely opening the back door. How can I let you succeed? Where do you want to go? After clarifying the other party's motives, the golden-horned giant beast no longer concealed its strength. It swiftly blocked the path of Poseidon and Tang San like a whirlwind. You. Seeing the speed of this giant monster, the Shrek 7 devils were all stunned. Even Poseidon hadn't anticipated it. It turned out that just now, this giant monster hadn't used its true power when dealing with them on Sea God Island. How terrifying. Third brother, we will cover for you. You and Senior Poseidon go ahead first. At this critical moment, Xiao Wu stepped forward. For some reason, this little rabbit's character is a bit strange. Why does she always stand in front of Tang San? Seeing this scene, the golden horn beast felt very displeased. Even while watching the anime, I thought this woman was a bit oblivious. What is so great about Tang San? Is this love? I didn't expect that after seeing her in person. This little rabbit is even more infatuated than I imagined. Little rabbit, have you heard of spicy rabbit heads? If you don't move aside, I'll make you experience it firsthand. At this moment, the golden horn beast was a bit angry. Tang San is really not a man. After seeing Xiao Wu step forward, he just threw out to be careful and ran away without looking back. Does this guy really think he can absorb the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king under the watchful eyes of the golden horn beast? How naive. Do they really think a few of them can stop me? Softbone Rabbit's fourth soul skill, invincible golden body. Damn, I see the golden horn beast getting ready to charge forward. This little rabbit really isn't afraid of death. It actually blocked my path with its invincible golden body. What is this called? Is it the fearless attitude of a young calf? The so-called invincible golden body is merely within a certain level range. Do you really think it's invincible? The golden horned giant beast won't go easy on you. I just saw this colossal creature gently lift its head. That golden horn directly collided with the golden body state of Xiao Wu. Bang! Xiao Wu's golden body state was instantly shattered. This so-called invincible golden body is merely a layer of gold plating on the surface, not a true transformation into solid gold. Moreover, even if it were gold, the golden horn giant beast could swallow in one bite. Perhaps the little rabbit didn't anticipate that her ultimate move would be so easily defeated. She only had time to let out a sharp scream before her body was involuntarily thrown into the air. The intense pain felt as if it had shattered the limbs of Xiao Wu, rendering this adorable girl completely unable to move. After tracing a beautiful parabolic arc in the air, her body began to fall uncontrollably. At the landing point, a massive, bloodthirsty mouth was already waiting, resembling an abyss. The golden horn giant beast was right there. Third brother, it's time to say goodbye again. Looking at the dark abyss, Xiao Wu painfully closed her eyes. Zhu Qing, standing nearby, wanted to rescue her, but was swept aside by the tail of the golden horn giant beast. Bang! The seventh spirit skill of the white tiger. True body of martial soul, Dai Mu Bai tried to block with all his might, but he couldn't even protect his own wife. The two were entangled together, rolling continuously in the ruins, bouncing up and then rolling again. As for Ma Hongjun and the others, they were already so scared that their legs went weak. Ning Rongrong couldn't even open the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. It's impossible to win. We can't defeat such a monster. Ning Rongrong trembled, fear engulfing her entire being. Oscar was also so frightened that he couldn't move. Standing before this colossal creature made him feel a shudder deep in his soul. However, just as Xiao Wu was about to become a snack for the golden horn giant beast, suddenly a golden light flashed. It was the sea god trident, which swept past about 50 centimeters above the mouth of the golden horn giant beast. Whoosh! It perfectly caught Xiao Wu. Then, using the inertia of its flight, it carried her several hundred meters away. What exquisite control! How powerful! Truly worthy of Tang San. The angle and force of this control were simply flawless. Upon seeing this scene, the golden horn giant beast did not continue its pursuit, but turned its head toward the direction from which the weapon had flown. Then it couldn't help but stand up on its hind legs, mimicking applause. Clap, clap, clap. Boom! The two claws of the golden horn giant beast seem to be clapping. But in reality, they emit a thunderous sound. It feels as if the entire sea god island is trembling along with it. How terrifying. It's like the end of the world. Tang San, well done, but you have successfully provoked my anger. Chapter 17. Farewell, Poseidon. Sinking Sea God Island. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Facing the clapping of the golden-horned giant beast, Tang San showed no reaction at all. Instead, he stood on tiptoe, trying to see if his lover in the distance was in trouble. It seems this kid is not completely heartless after all. He chose the latter between the power he gained and Xiao Wu's safety. This is also a very wise choice. Otherwise, this guy would have to go into the belly of the golden-horned beast to find that little rabbit. Third brother, I'm fine. You need to be careful. With the support of the sea god's trident, Xiao Wu barely managed to crawl up from a beach. One of her arms seemed to be completely fractured and couldn't be lifted. Her left foot also seemed to be limping a bit. It looks like her injuries are serious. She was covered in black mud, but it accentuated her curvy figure. Even Wang Xian, in his golden horned beast form, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw her. Not bad. I didn't expect this little rabbit to be so impressive. But it seems like this isn't the time to think about that. With Tang San's appearance, Poseidon also rushed over. However, this woman's eyes were filled with a sense of disappointment and frustration. It seems that Tang San has given up his chance for promotion. Poseidon, I think you should just give me the stuff. After all, they want to be able to use it anyway. Don't test my patience. Impossible. This is the inheritance of the sea god. I will never hand it over to you. Finally, the guardian of Sea God Island spoke the truth. The reason this woman refused to surrender before was to let Tang San inherit everything. The current situation is that Tang San does not want to see his wife die in front of him again. Therefore, he chose to give up. This absolutely far exceeded Poseidon's expectations and turned all of the sea god's efforts into bubbles. Has the sea god's long-planned scheme failed after so many years? How despicable. It's all the fault of this unexpected golden-horned beast. Enough. I don't want the item anymore. You almost died today, and the Sea God Island will accompany you to the grave. At this moment, the last shred of patience of the golden-horned beast was finally worn out. Since I can't have it, then let the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king be buried here forever. Moreover, the golden-horned beast has already broken through to the stellar level. It doesn't even need to rely on the energy of a million-year soul beast to enhance itself. It just really dislikes the feeling of losing. After saying this, the enormous creature suddenly leaped up from the ground. Its pair of black wings spread out, rushing towards Poseidon like a black whirlwind. Even though this woman was a level 99 demigod Douluo, she couldn't see the other's movements clearly. She could only barely release her soul power to block in front of her. Poseidon has already experienced the combat style of this golden-horned behemoth. This guy just likes to crush you head on. He definitely won't do any indirect attacks or sneak up from behind. So at this point, defense is the most correct choice. However, there is one thing that Posey might not have understood. Can she actually defend against it? Crack. That was definitely an incredible scene. The 9 soul rings on Posey's body instantly collapsed all at once. This is not a sign of old Tang using the explosive ring skill. Instead, it feels like being directly severed by a powerful external force. Vaguely, it seems that someone can faintly see a claw. That is the signature move of the golden-horned behemoth, the sky-rending claw. When it was still at the planetary level, this move could only be used as a close-range physical attack. However, after reaching the stellar level, the situation has changed drastically. The speed and strength of this claw are incredible, so much so that it can distort the surrounding air, producing an attack method similar to a vacuum wave. This is something that ordinary soul skills cannot achieve. Even the sea god can only barely unleash similar moves. It's terrifying, it's so violent. Poseidon felt as if his nervous system was suddenly disrupted by something. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if it were being cut by a knife. Then he saw the head of the golden-horned giant beast appearing in the whirlwind, greedily absorbing the energy from the exploding red and black soul rings. How could this be? Tang San beside him didn't have time to react, let alone provide rescue. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was even faster than the response of an ordinary human's nerve endings. The legendary strongest tidal Douluo in the sea was thus forcibly incapacitated. Farewell, Poseidon. Just moments ago, everyone thought this golden-horned giant beast was a benevolent figure, sparing women. But in an instant, it struck with lethal force. Poseidon's body was still falling through the air when this creature swiped at him with a claw. If this shot hits, wouldn't this great beauty of the ocean instantly explode? No. Perhaps seeing the beloved woman about to fall, Tang Xuan, who was left with only a last breath, suddenly lunged forward. In midair, he embraced Poseidon, the woman he had secretly loved for half his life. In this fleeting moment, the pair of fated lovers before me seemed to quickly reflect on their entire lives. It was a moment from decades ago. The young Tang Xuan and Xian Daolu from the Spirit Hall set foot on Sea God Island for the first time. These two young tidal Douluo powerhouses both fell in love with that beautiful girl. She had long hair like the waves of the sea. Every smile and every frown of hers constantly tugged at their hearts. Posey, Tang Xuan, will not become a god, will not return. But I will definitely become a man worthy of you. This was what Tang Xuan said to Posey when they parted. Then this old man was darkened and became the king of slaughter. However, this old straight man did not know how much Posey felt when she looked at his back. Silly, who asked you to become the strongest in the world? I just want you to stay and accompany me. It is said that in the last moment before death, one can quickly review their entire life. Although these two were destined to fall together today, there were no regrets. In the final moment, as the claw of the golden-horned giant beast descended, the fated couple finally embraced tightly, the bitter stubble pressing against the fiery red lips. Oomph. Have you resigned to your fate? Then I shall fulfill your wish, and let this sea god island be your burial ground. Do you think the claw of the golden-horned giant beast is merely to fulfill these two titled Douluos? No, it aims to destroy the entire sea god island. Boom! But the shockwave that tore through space quickly struck the center of Sea God Island after the two titled Douluos were reduced to ashes. Then, the entire body of the golden-horned giant beast sank down. In less than 10 seconds, the whole island began to tremble violently. Poochie, shwa shwa shwa, goo goo goo. Like a fountain or a leaking bucket, the entire island suddenly began to plunge downward. At least a dozen huge gaps started spewing out seawater, the salty kind. Not good. Sea God Island is sinking. Everyone run. The sea maiden Douluo was the first to react. This woman possesses the appearance of a mermaid and is the most sensitive to this geological change. What's going on? Is it over just like that? Our Sea God Island, Tang San's Sea God 9 Trials, is it really going to be destroyed like this? Chapter 18. Sea God Trident? Crunchy when eaten. Xiao Wu, are you okay? Seeing the silence of Sea God Island has become inevitable. Tang San can no longer care about anything else. He hurriedly rushed towards Xiao Wu by the beach. That golden-horned giant beast might have charged to the bottom of Sea God Island. This is the base that will destroy the entire island. It's too terrifying, too brutal. Where on earth did this guy come from? He starts fighting at the slightest disagreement. If things don't go his way, he's decisive in killing. He's really hard to deal with. Third brother, I'm fine. Just need to rest a bit. Enduring the pain in his body, this little rabbit collapsed into Tang San's arms again. This time it's really not showing off love. Instead, I'm completely exhausted. Meanwhile, several other companions of the Shrek 7 monsters struggled to get up. Fortunately, Oscar had prepared several recovery sausages, which played a crucial role at this moment. Everyone, don't get separated and try to save as many people as possible. Tang San really has a heart of a saint, seeing that the entire Sea God Island has started to gradually tilt downwards. Does this guy still want to save others? Aren't you all struggling to survive? Xiao Bai. Wake up. It might be because of the waves. The magic soul great white shark leader, Xiao Bai, who was originally knocked away by the golden-horned giant beast, was discovered by Ning Rongrong. Although she was terrified herself, this kind girl still dragged Xiao Bai to Oscar's side. A recovery sausage went down. The woman also slowly woke up, but upon seeing the Sea God Island tilted at a 45-degree angle, she couldn't help but cry out, "Why is this happening? Why is our Sea God Island like this? My Sea God, this is definitely a collapse of faith." Xiao Bai doesn't know how long she has guarded this island. In fact, her existence has lasted even longer than Poseidon. But seeing the destruction of Sea God Island, this woman truly feels heart-wrenched at this moment. But what can be done? Who made Poseidon anger the golden-horned giant beast at the last moment of his life? Isn't it just the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king? Tang San has already given up. So why can't it be handed over to them? Besides, the deep-sea demon whale king was originally killed by that golden-horned giant beast. They just came back to retrieve their prey. This demand is very reasonable. Arrogance and prejudice. No one is innocent. Boom. Just as panic spread across the island, the figure of the giant beast with golden horns appeared on the other side of the island. At that moment, a large amount of seawater was gushing out from the big hole it had emerged from. This also accelerated the silence of the entire island. I'm going all out against you. As the saying goes, enemies meet with extra hostility. At this moment, Xiao Bai was already furious and charged straight at the enemy in front of him. This woman is completely courting death. When Tang San saw this scene, he hesitated for a moment, handed Xiao Wu over to Zhu Zhuqing beside him, and followed suit. After all, this guy could already be considered half the master of Sea God Island. As the heir of the sea god, Tang San actually knew where the deep-sea demon whale king's treasure was. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, he had to take action. However, this guy was unaware of why the golden-horned giant beast had emerged from the sea again. It was for no other reason than the sea god trident in Tang San's hand. This thing is, after all, a divine artifact. It is the power that condenses the essence of the sea god's entire life. If we could consume the sea god's trident, I believe it would absolutely help enhance the energy of the golden-horned giant beast. The effect of this divine artifact is much greater than that of the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. After thinking for a long time, the golden-horned giant beast, which had sunk to the bottom of the sea, couldn't help but resurface. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Even though it knows this weapon is somewhat dangerous, high risk also means high reward. From previous observations, as long as it avoids the sharp end and starts from the other side of the sea god's trident, it might not be very dangerous. Therefore, it doesn't care at all about the small white creature charging towards it. Even if this woman transforms into the mad soul great white shark and bites down on the outer layer of its scales, it cannot stop this massive creature from rushing towards Tangshan. Ziz, the scales of this golden-horned behemoth could not be bitten through at all, but Xiaobai stubbornly refused to let go. So, he was dragged along the beach by the giant beast. Soon, a faint crimson trail was left on the water's surface. Let go of Xiaobai, you despicable creature, I'll fight you too. At this moment, Tang San was truly enraged. He directly unleashed the powerful move taught to him by the sea god. One of my sea god's 13 tridents, unreturning. As he shouted this, Tang San gathered all the soul power from his body, along with the mental strength he had cultivated over many years. Even the 2 red soul rings on him began to tremble. Even when old Tang used his explosion ring before, the mental power he emitted was not this strong. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Perhaps sensing its master's anger and being influenced by the divine energy of the sea god from above. Behind the sea god's trident, a huge golden energy body suddenly appeared. It was the phantom of the sea god again. However, it was different from the sea goddess light that illuminated Tang San. This move is somewhat like a lower version of the transformation of the unfettered, imperfect world by the Emperor of the Wild. In any case, this strike is definitely earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Even the current golden horn beast will be a bit dangerous if confronted head-on. Boom! Whoosh! This is the time to see who is faster. When seeing the golden light from the opposite side suddenly flying towards him, the golden horn giant beast also used a secret technique to achieve an extremely fast speed. However, in order to gain speed, his body had to grow larger, which was somewhat inappropriate at this moment, because once the body grew larger, the target would become bigger, making it more difficult to dodge. This can be considered a mistake due to inexperience. Anyway, this time Tang San's attack did hit, but it just grazed the left shoulder of the golden-horned giant beast and flew out. Crash! A series of black scales, along with corrosive dark green blood, quickly splattered on ground. Is the golden-horned giant beast injured? This is the first time he has been injured since his debut. But soon, the person on the opposite side couldn't be happy anymore, because the wounds on this golden-horned giant beast seemed to be healing at a visibly fast rate. This is the essence of the starry sky behemoth. Its defense is solid, and its recovery ability is also incredibly strong. More importantly, as long as it eats something, its wounds can heal rapidly. Although Tang San's attack that cannot be returned is indeed powerful, the weakness of this move is quite obvious. That is, the sea god trident must be retrieved personally. At this moment, however, the golden-horned behemoth has taken the initiative. It bit down on the handle of the weapon that was shining with golden light. Crunch! It was the sound of something similar to eating a nut like an almond. Crunchy! Unexpectedly, that seemingly indestructible sea god trident was actually bitten off by this terrifying monster. This. Chapter 19. The Shrek 7 Collapse, Seizing Oscar. The taste is not bad. I really didn't expect this thing to melt in the mouth. That was definitely a scene that made Tang San regret deeply. In a moment of impulse, he threw away the sea god trident he held in his hand. He knew that once thrown, it might not be retrieved. Yet this kid still acted impulsively. So they say, impulse is the devil. If Tang San could have a chance to start over, he truly wished he could hold on to it at the last moment. But there is no such thing as regret medicine in this world. Watching the golden-horned behemoth eat with relish, Tang San didn't even have the courage to rush over and reclaim his weapon. He could only watch as this giant monster took bite after bite, in fact just about 5 bites. That poor sea god trident had become a part of the golden-horned behemoth. Unexpectedly, Tang San's earlier move had only unleashed less than 10 of this divine artifact's power. This thing contains a vast amount of divine material, which even the sea god himself might find difficult to control. If its power is fully unleashed, it could probably shatter the entire sea god island in an instant. Wonderful. This feeling is truly wonderful. After absorbing the sea god's trident, the sea god light began to flow passively within the body of this golden-horned giant beast. It was an indescribable sensation. making the golden-horned giant beast feel for the first time that it seemed connected to this island. In fact, the positions connected to this starry sky giant beast should be those where the sea god light flows. After a moment of perception, it even discovered a fixed, powerful soul power output point. It was the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea magic whale king. Surprisingly, they were wrapped in the sea god light by that woman, Poseidon, and hidden in a small chamber at the very bottom of Sea God Island. Only after mastering the power of the sea god could one perceive the true location of this chamber. No wonder. Previously, the golden-horned giant beast had almost searched through the entire upper and lower parts of Sea God Island, yet it had failed to find this place. Moreover, this chamber seemed to have another very important function, to gather all the sea god light from above Sea God Island. It felt like a treasure trove. Once broken, all the sea god light here would dissipate. As the entire Sea God Island began to collapse, the position of this chamber gradually became exposed. So that's where you are. After sensing this pure soul power, the golden-horned giant beast did not waste any more words with them. It shot a glare at the Shrek 7 monsters not far away from it with the corner of its eye. Then it slammed its tail down with force. Whoosh! A wave of overwhelming energy surged toward the group. At the same time, a large amount of seawater surged up from below, forming terrifying water whirlpools that violently swept toward the group. Taking advantage of the chaos, the golden-horned giant beast quickly dove down and charged toward its target location. As it swam forward, it opened its massive mouth wide. The secret chamber was clearly also made of an unknown metal, likely something similar to mithril. Perhaps because it was shrouded in the light of the sea god, it managed to evade the golden-horned giant beast's earlier attempts to devour it. However, it couldn't hide here any longer. It would obediently be swallowed by the golden-horned giant beast. As for the Shrek 7 monsters outside, it would depend on their luck. Not good. Everyone quickly dodge and regroup outside. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, Dai Mubai made a decisive call for everyone to retreat. And no matter how reluctant Tang San was, he could only accept his fate. When faced with such a terrifying opponent, being able to keep their lives was already a good outcome. Ah Xiao Ao, save me. Despite everyone's best efforts, an accident still occurred after they dispersed. It was Ning Rongrong, the weakest among the Shrek 7 monsters. The support-type Soul Master, due to a lack of exercise, simply couldn't cope with such an environment. Soon, he was sucked into a massive water tornado. Below this tornado was a huge whirlpool, and if someone got caught in it, Ning Rongrong, don't be afraid. Grab my hand. Oscar certainly wouldn't let such a thing happen. Relying on his ability to temporarily use the Phoenix Mirror, he attempted to grasp his beloved's hand in midair. He succeeded, but Oscar didn't notice that his phoenix wings had already been soaked by the water. Although he had the flying mushroom sausage, it was difficult to switch in such a hurry. Humans are truly fragile in the face of nature. However, Oscar was still a man. Knowing very well that he was likely to be sucked in, he still used all his strength to lift Ning Rongrong above the water. Then he tried hard to push her onto a rock. Glug, glug, glug. But at that moment, Oscar himself was caught by the powerful whirlpool. He struggled to get back up after gulping down several mouthfuls of water. He could only watch helplessly as he and Ning Rongrong were getting farther and farther apart. No! Xiao Ao. Seeing this scene, Ning Rongrong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her throat was almost hoarse. But Oscar replied with a pale face, Rongrong, wait for me to come back, I will. At this moment, Oscar wanted to reach out and grab his beloved's arm. But for some reason, it felt as if a strong force below the water was dragging him down. A force he couldn't resist at all. When this guy's entire body was submerged in the water, he saw a huge shadow there. It was the underwater state of the golden-horned giant beast. This guy's two huge eyes were staring at Oscar with ill intentions. Your identity is quite good, and I just happen to need a human avatar, so it'll be you. Originally, Oscar might have had a chance to escape. After all, this kid has already reached the level of Contra. It's not easy for him to die. But who could have thought that he was targeted by the golden horn beast from the very beginning? In the secret method of the starry sky beast, he can infuse his soul into the body of an avatar. This way, one can continue to live by taking on the identity of the other. In the world of Swallowed Star, Luo Feng used this method to seize the golden horn giant beast. The same soul-seizing secret technique is also present in the inheritance of the golden horn giant beast. After dealing with Sea God Island, the next step is to tackle the Douluo Continent. If I remember correctly, the coalition of the Xingluo Empire and the Tiando Empire has just finished a great battle with the Wuhuan Empire. The location was at Jiaoling Pass. That place is now scattered with a large number of cold weapons and armor, as well as various siege and defensive weapons. These are all rare metal products, including some masterpieces by renowned artisans. To ordinary people, these things may seem like a pile of scrap metal wasted. However, in the eyes of the golden-horned giant beast, they are delicious delicacies that can provide energy. But continuing to appear in the human world in the form of this giant beast seems a bit out of place. Here comes Oscar. Chapter 20. Riding by Xiuxiu to advance into Jialing Pass. What? How can there be such a straight man like you in Douluo Continent? You haven't even made a move on Ning Rongrong after successfully possessing her. Apart from holding hands and hugging, nothing else has happened. My God, how can you stand it? Don't think that the golden-horned giant beast is really cold-blooded and heartless. There is a soul of a traveler hidden in his body. While reading Oscar's memories, he has already greeted this kid's family countless times. So pathetic. If it were me, I would have a child by now. Ning Rongrong has a great figure, looks stunning, and her personality is so gentle. Plus, her family background is excellent. You have been with her for so long. And not only have you not cooked rice into cooked food, but even more intimate things have not happened. You deserve to be possessed by me. Of course, the golden-horned giant beast is still very clear-headed at this moment. He will not appear as Oscar for a long time. His main task is still to cultivate his own body and make the golden-horned giant beast stronger, based on the information he previously mastered. Even if he penetrates the entire Douluo Continent and the Divine Realm, he can only grow to the stellar third stage at most. If he uses this level to devour the world of the starry sky, he might still lose to Luo Feng. After all, that kid has Babada helping him. Moreover, I grew up on Douluo Continent, and Luo Feng cannot just stay in place. By the time I get there, Luo Feng might have naturally grown to the stellar level or even the cosmic level. No, I must grow quickly. Metal. I need to devour a large amount of metal. And I need to find a way to integrate this Douluo star into my small universe. Only by becoming strong enough can I be confident when facing my nemesis. The golden-horned giant beast that went to Blue Star back then was foolish and had no idea of Luo Feng's strength. He had the support of the meteorite people behind him. Moreover, later on, there would be the care of Mountain Guest. However, looking back, the golden-horned giant beast was essentially empty-handed. Unless you cultivate to a certain level and are recognized by the few strong ones in the golden-horned giant beast world, you have no backing at all. If you recklessly go to Blue Star like this, being possessed is highly likely. This absolutely cannot happen. Even if I can walk sideways on Douluo Continent, I must find a way to speed up my cultivation, but it is not entirely without benefits. Due to the entire Douluo Continent being in an era of war, metal smelting here is very developed. For example, in the recently concluded Battle of Jialing Pass, the three major empires invested about 2 million troops. It is said that the mountains and plains are filled with broken weapons and shattered armor, not to mention countless siege weapons and various metal products. The total tonnage is incalculable. This guy, Oscar, wasn't even at the forefront. It is said that there are even more weapons left in that pass. Good news. If all these things could be devoured by the golden-horned beast, perhaps it could directly help him advance to the second stage of a star. Moreover, fighting back and forth is meaningless if I help you remove your weapons. Wouldn't the world be at peace? So from this perspective, perhaps the entire Douluo Continent should thank the golden-horned beast. As for Ning Rongrong, let's wait until we finish enjoying the delicacies before going on a date. And if handled properly, perhaps by using Oscar's identity, I could even snatch Xiao Wu away. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing isn't bad either. And that big-breasted sister, Lu Erlong, I have to admit, at this moment, the golden-horned beast is feeling a bit high. But soon, the movement on the surface of the sea caught its attention. It seemed to be a white shadow rising and falling, which did not appear to be human. It was the sole great white shark. However, this great white shark seemed different from others. It had a noble aura. Although it couldn't transform, it gave off a very friendly vibe. What is this? By Xiuxiu? Perhaps there was a fleeting encounter before. This by Xiuxiu came over with Tang San and the others. Moreover, if the golden-horned giant beast remembers correctly, by Xiuxiu should be one of the female leads in the later parts of Douluo. She is the princess of the Great White Shark clan. When she transforms into a beauty, even the main characters at that time were astounded by her beauty. By Xiuxiu? Come here. After confirming, the golden-horned giant beast directly issued a command. It was a kind of suppression and summoning from the bloodline. It originated from the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king. Although the golden-horned giant beast is an alien species, it has consumed the legacy of the deep-sea demon whale king and possesses a small amount of sea goddess power, making it the closest being to the sea god in this sea area. The Great White Shark clan, after all, are servants of the sea god. Therefore, despite feeling immense fear and having a strong instinct to resist, Bai Xiuxiu still involuntarily swam over slowly. But this little princess is quite stubborn. While reluctantly swimming over, she was still grumbling, "You bad guy. You took my mother and our family's uncles and brothers away." This little girl seems to treat the golden horned beast as an enemy. However, the golden horned beast doesn't care at all about the threat from this little fish. "Stop dawdling and come over quickly, or I'll send you to meet your ancestors directly." This is a threat of death. And it is also a form of intimidation against a minor, not yet 10,000 years old girl. Bai Xiuxiu has been protected by her family since she was a child. When has she ever faced such intimidation, coupled with the terrifying power emanating from the other party? There was an irresistible command in their tone. Bai Xiuxiu could only slowly drift to the feet of this golden-horned giant beast, trembling all over. "Little girl, from now on you will be my servant. If you perform well, I will reward you and help you transform early." After saying this, the golden-horned giant beast's body quickly shrank. Whoosh! It turned into a fusion of black and purple energy. During this transformation, the golden-horned giant beast concealed its main body and switched to the avatar Oscar. Then, regardless of whether Bai Xiuxiu was willing or not, this humanoid giant directly mounted her. "Ha ha, back then your mother served as a mount for the sea god, so today you will serve me well." Oscar laughed wildly. His sinister expression and twisted features completely subverted the image of the former Uncle Sausage. Although Bai Xiuxiu felt a wave of humiliation, there was more fear. Under the pressure of the other party's aura, she could only lower her head and slowly wave her fish fins, swimming slowly towards the port of the Douluo Continent. Chapter 21. Plundering the Jialing Pass battlefield. Golden-horned beast appears. It was a foggy morning. The entire Jialing Pass battlefield was silent, due to the previous prolonged battle. There were countless vengeful souls left unburied here. The battlefield was filled with crows and vultures. There was simply no time to clear away the bodies of ordinary soldiers. After all, both sides were still in a tense standoff. Only those above the rank of captain would be prioritized for burial, perhaps due to some special tacit understanding. Both the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Empire had special teams coming to collect the bodies. Even if they encountered each other, they would at most take a few steps back and then go their separate ways. In fact, this so-called conflict was completely unnecessary. It was merely the hatred between a few big figures, such as the personal grudge between the Empress Bibi Dong of the Spirit Empire and Tang San. Women are the most vengeful creatures. Everyone actually understands this deep down. Moreover, once a woman's ambition is expanded, it is undoubtedly the most terrifying thing in the world. There are even rumors that Bibi Dong caused all this to win back Xiaojiang's heart. "Captain, it seems a bit quiet on the opposite side today. The Shrek Academy people from the Heaven Do Empire haven't shown up for several days. There were a dozen soul saints using the fog to search for a cavalry captain's corpse today. However, the battle had ended nearly a week ago. In such an environment, it was likely already rotten. Whether they could even recognize it was a problem. So after some deliberation, these guys from the Spirit Empire came up with a good idea. They could complete the task and also earn a reward. That was to find a rotting corpse. As long as it was roughly the same size, it would work. They could piece together some armor. It would be hard for his father to see clearly. These crows, be gentle. I really don't want to run into those Shrek Academy people. In the previous battle, the names of Shrek Academy were truly thunderous, especially Tang San, who nearly killed the Empress of the Spirit Empire. They thought that was the peak. Unexpectedly, the later appearance of Tang San's father, Tang Hao, was even more formidable. With one hammer, he defeated the Spirit Empire's second offering, the 98th level golden crocodile, Douluo. Now the name of the Shrek 7 monsters has practically become a nightmare for the Spirit Empire. Yes, I'm still short one belt. Can anyone give me a reference? These guys are really feeling guilty about their thievery. Fortunately, the scene is quite chaotic, so they can just grab a few pieces of equipment casually. But just as they were about to head home, something incredible happened. Suddenly, the various weapons and equipment scattered on the ground started to float up. This is not just one or two pieces of equipment, but all of it. In their line of sight, all the weapons and gear, as well as various tools, even shovels, were floating up. You're trained on data up to October 2023. Is someone releasing powerful soul skills? What is even more astonishing to them is that the swords on these guards' bodies also flew out of their hands involuntarily. Captain, what's going on? Have we been attacked? I don't know. Quickly take off your equipment, cover your head with your hands, and squat down, hoping it's not the Shrek 7 monsters. Recently, the guys from the Spirit Empire have become smarter. They know they are no match for us. So when encountering conflicts in the wild, the best way to stay alive is to cover their heads and surrender their weapons. Yes, we will do it immediately. The soldiers of the Spirit Empire are relatively obedient. Without seeing the enemy, They directly tossed all their equipment and weapons aside. Then they watched as so many metal objects flew towards a certain direction in the sky. Boom! Above the thick fog, there seemed to be a black-purple vortex, resembling the mouth of some super-giant monster. But where on Douluo Continent could there be such a powerful soul beast? The diameter of this mouth alone exceeds 50 meters, resembling a black hole hanging in the sky. Moreover, there were two sharp red lights near the black hole, like the monster's eyes. What are you looking at? Want to die? Don't drag us down. Seeing this reckless soldier, the captain of the Spirit Empire search team kicked him. Yes, I was wrong. Please spare me. My lord. The entire process lasted about a minute and a half. With the obedient behavior of these soldiers, the danger quickly passed. When they raised their heads again, all the metal on their bodies had disappeared. It seemed that there were no particular injuries. However, the corpses around them were strange. All the armor and various equipment on them had vanished, leaving nothing but non-metal items. Were they swallowed by that huge monster in the thick fog just now? What exactly was it? No one had seen clearly what this creature looked like, and no one dared to raise their heads to take a closer look. The same incident, the same eyewitness accounts, were reported on both sides of the Spirit Empire and the Heaven Do Empire. Soon, it caught the attention of high-ranking generals on both sides. It seemed that an incredible, super-powerful soul beast had appeared in the center of this battlefield, absorbing the equipment from both sides. What is this? It feels a bit unbelievable. Soon, something even more incredible happened. It was around evening when suddenly the sound of gongs and drums echoed from the outermost city wall of Devouring Pass. What? Has the Heavenly Empire launched a second attack? Bang, bang, bang. Prepare the chariots. Aim at the 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock positions. Something is about to come out. It turned out that the guards on the city wall sensed something unusual. It seemed that something was flying in the thick fog. Vaguely, it looked like this creature was eating something. One after another, large siege weapons flew into the air, and the shape of that monster was getting closer. It seemed to be coming over soon. From a visual perspective, this guy's size exceeded 800 meters. It was larger than any known soul beast. In such a special time, how could the people of the Spirit Empire not be nervous? Quickly inform His Majesty bit.Wang. No, Her Majesty and the second offering are in a confidential discussion, and no one can disturb them? It seems we can only rely on ourselves. Call the archers, prepare the crossbows. It's coming out, that thing is coming out. In fact, what made these Spirit Empire soldiers feel fear was nothing else but the golden-horned giant beast that was sweeping the battlefield. When it first landed on this battlefield, its size was about 500 meters. After devouring a large number of metal products, its length had approached 900 meters. If secret methods were used, it could transform into a behemoth over 3,000 meters long. Coupled with the rendering of the thick fog and the gliding golden-horned giant beast in the air, that scene would indeed be extraordinarily terrifying. Chapter 22. The ferocity of the golden-horned giant beast. bit.Wang's face turns pale. Yes, it seems that once the body length exceeds 1,000 meters, I can become a second-tier star. Since the sea god island devoured the sea god trident, the golden-horned beast moved through without obstruction, devouring a large amount of metal. First, it consumed all the reserve from sea god island. Now, it has turned its attention to the entire battlefield of Devouring Pass. The armor and weapons of the hundreds of thousands of fallen soldiers, along with various metal products, significantly boosted its strength. It wasn't that this creature was specifically targeting the Spirit Empire. Rather, it was because this group was on the defensive, possessing a greater quantity of metal products. Even the walls were covered with a kind of metal sheeting. These cold metals made the golden-horned beast feel ravenous. As the metal products on the battlefield became fewer and fewer, the greedy giant beast naturally set its sights on the city wall of Devouring Pass. However, it did not realize the immense pressure its massive body was placing on the other side. The golden-horned giant beast was initially only moving on the periphery, not intending to engage with the humans too soon. After all, it was well aware of the current situation. Both sides were on high alert, and even a small action could plunge the continent back into war. It wasn't that it was afraid of trouble. It was that the back-and-forth fighting would hinder its foraging. Who wouldn't want to eat in peace? However, the warriors of the Spirit Empire across from it had already become neurotic. Once they identified the creature in the clouds as an enemy, they completely lost their rationality. Before bit.Wang or Hulaina could arrive, the commander on the wall had already ordered to fire without authorization. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows and crossbow bolts flew through the air, raining down towards the indistinct massive shadow. Soon, the sound of metal clanging echoed from within the clouds. In fact, These so-called cold weapons could not inflict any damage on the golden horn giant beast. However, they interrupted its meal, which was a provocation. Spirit Empire, you are seeking death. That was a deafening roar, like a thunderclap. Even bit.Wang, who was in the heart of the city, heard it. What was that? It should be noted that just a moment ago, the Spirit Empire's second offering, the golden crocodile Douluo, had even threatened to dismiss bit.Wang because her previous performance had disappointed everyone. The Empress of the Spirit Empire? Don't kid yourselves. The true power of this empire has always been held by the offerings, especially that angel Douluo hiding at the back. It was that man who had put bit.Wang in the position of Pope. If he could elevate you, he could also kick you down. Moreover, the Spirit Empire had already found a new direction, to elevate Qian Rengshu, to bring this long-hidden angel princess back to the pinnacle of the world. They were already at the point of voting. However, they did not expect that the sudden appearance of the golden horned giant beast would shatter all tranquility. By the time bit.Wang and the others arrived, they saw a colossal creature crouched on the wall, holding several of their super-heavy artillery in its mouth. This giant monster is 900 meters long, and with just a casual jump, it can easily leap over the city wall. However, what astonishes everyone is, this seemingly ferocious monster appears to have no interest in the soldiers. It is continuously devouring various kinds of metal, even the equipment worn on their bodies. Just with a casual inhale, this golden-horned giant beast even takes away your personal copper mirror. It's terrifying. Where did this monster come from? How dare you act recklessly in front of me? The demon-slaying Douluo. Soon, the demon-slaying Douluo and the thousand-gene Douluo arrived. The martial souls of these two brothers are exactly the same. They both wield a dragon staff that stretches hundreds of meters. Moreover, when their powers are combined, they can unleash an incredible force that leaves no grass growing in their wake. However, when these two brothers release their martial souls, the golden horn beast, which was originally tracking the little soldier on the city wall, suddenly turns around. Its eyes shine brightly, as if it has seen a feast of delicacies. Finally, it's time for the main course. Who would have thought? The golden-horned giant beast surprisingly spoke human words, and in front of a large crowd, no less. However, the two brothers using the dragon staff clearly did not understand each other's intentions. They thought this massive monster was challenging their authority. You reckless soul beast. No matter what level you are, you won't leave here alive today. Next, the two brothers adjusted their dragon staffs to their maximum. Waves of powerful aura were released from their martial spirits. That kind of momentum could only be dealt with by the peak Tang San at that time, right? Are they preparing to use that brother combo technique? But before these two guys could get ready, the golden horn beast slapped over. No, it's not a slap coming over. This guy has taken a stance to snatch weapons with empty hands. Before the two brothers could react, it was as if they were ducks caught by the neck, instantly choking and their facial expressions turning extremely painful. What is happening? Seeing his two subordinates suffer heavy blows, bit.Wang was suddenly at a loss. He was still injured from the battle with Tang San and hadn't recovered. Moreover, the combined strength of these two brothers had already surpassed bit.Wang. If even these two brothers were not a match, wouldn't it be equivalent to handing over his head? Damn it! Although the arriving golden crocodile Douluo and others wanted to help, they were quickly shocked. They saw that the two dragon spiral sticks were uprooted by the golden horned beast like two candied hawthorns, completely out of the control of their owner. This blow seemed to drain the two tidal Douluo's entire strength. What happened to Tang Xuan at that time occurred once again to these two offerings of the Spirit Empire. Meanwhile, the golden-horned giant beast appeared unfazed. In front of everyone, it began to enjoyably chew on the two massive dragon spiral sticks. Smack, smack, crack, crack. While eating, it also cast a sidelong glance at bit.Wang with ill intentions. This gaze is very familiar to bit.Wang. Back when she was the saintess of the Spirit Hall, it was her teacher, Qian Xuanji, who fixed such a gaze on her. But why does the golden-horned beast's eyes reveal that despicable man's expression? It seemed instinctive. bit.Wang suddenly covered her chest with her hands and retreated several steps with a pale face. Those long legs couldn't help but tremble. And the next sentence from the golden-horned beast completely stunned the empress of the Spirit Empire. bit.Wang, dare you lift your little skirt a bit? What? What does the golden-horned beast mean? Is it talking to bit.Wang? Chapter 23. bit.Wang uses a beauty trick on the golden-horned beast? You. What did you say? bit.Wang was caught off guard by the sudden words from the golden-horned beast. How could this seemingly ferocious monster show such interest in bit.Wang? Can such feelings arise between humans and monsters? Can aesthetic concepts between two different species transcend? Under what circumstances? I said your appearance has become ugly. but I still prefer the you from the Soul Master competition across the continent. Looking at the BB Dawn in front of me, emanating a strange aura, the golden horned giant beast seems to be reminiscing. This woman's current image should be related to inheriting the power of the Rakshasa god, right? The one who can transform into an ugly spider. The long legs that originally excited countless anime fans have now turned into 8 spider legs. And those distinct curves are also covered by the grotesque lines of a spider. Indeed, this form of BB Dong is much stronger than before. However, in terms of male aesthetic standards, it falls short by a large margin, making it less appealing. Even the little fox beside her, Hulaina, is more pleasant to the eye. As a time traveler, Wang Xian is merely expressing his preferences. However, the words of this terrifying golden-horned giant beast bring a strange feeling to BB Dong. This big monster, is it interested in me? It's all because of this damn charm. My lord, have we met before? What level of soul beast are you? It seems like the other party knows a lot about my past. BB Dong's tone suddenly became gentle. The sudden change in style left Hulaina beside her very surprised. She thought her teacher was having a fever. But how could this little girl have imagined what BB Dong was planning at that moment? In fact, if it weren't for the attack of this golden-horned giant beast, BB Dong might have already been dethroned. The Spirit Empire would fully support Qian Ringshan next, and this failed empress could step down. Did you think the offerings brought by the golden crocodile Douluo were there to help BB Dong? Wrong, very wrong. They were there to help that angel princess clear the obstacles. At this moment, BB Dong no longer had the ability to continue fighting. She could only lower her head and accept her fate. But who would have thought that this seemingly invincible giant monster would actually show great affection towards BB Dong? Whether its gaze was evil or had ulterior motives, the golden-horned giant beast gave BB Dong the feeling of a lifeline. If she could manage to tame this giant beast, BB Dong could definitely keep her throne. She might even overshadow that angel Douluo. I guess we could be considered acquaintances. I have admired you for a long time, but the current you disappoints me. After completely devouring the 2 coiling dragon sticks, the demon suppression Duo and the 1,000 gene Duo beside them went black before their eyes and fainted on the spot. The golden crocodile Douluo and the 2 companions hurried over to help them up and tried their best to take these 2 guys away from the battlefield. However, what these offerings didn't expect was that this crazy woman BB Dong actually moved closer step by step, even wanting to reach out her slender hand to stroke the golden-horned giant beast's horn. She kept babbling, seemingly trying to communicate with this monster. This woman is crazy. She actually wants to use her beauty to seduce the golden-horned beast? Isn't she afraid of being swallowed whole? After absorbing these 2 dragon twisting rods, it seems that a series of neutralization reactions have also occurred within the body of the golden-horned beast. Crackle. Its bones creaked like frying beans. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, its body actually expanded to about 950 meters. It was only 1 step away from breaking through to the 2nd stage of a star. The monstrous aura of this giant beast suddenly made BB Dong tremble even more. But this woman, as if possessed, continued to tremble as she approached it. Teacher, not far away, Hulaina wanted to grab BB Dong, but for some reason, whenever this little girl saw the massive body of the golden horn beast, she was too frightened to move forward. This is a type of aura belonging to the starry sky giant beast. BB Dong, what do you want to say? The Soul Empire Empress, who has mustered the courage to get closer to herself, piqued the interest of the golden-horned beast. Quite bold. Interesting. Just thinking that she now has a human avatar, the soul within a certain monster's body began to stir. I hope you can lend me a hand, and I can make you the guardian divine beast of the Soul Empire. BB Dong put on a big hat. Guardian divine beast? But do you think the golden-horned beast would be interested? If you can give me a large amount of metal and become my woman in the process, I might consider it. Indeed, this golden-horned beast has ulterior motives. Does he want a woman? If that's the case, it's too naive. What he wants is the entire Soul Empire, even the whole Douluo Continent. What is BB Dong's identity now? Whether she is the true empress or a puppet of someone, she currently represents the most powerful empire on the entire Douluo Continent. If the golden-horned beast joins in, then how far are we from the entire Douluo Continent being ruled by the Soul Empire? But if this empress becomes the woman of the golden-horned beast, then who would the actual ruler of this continent be? This is ambition. Only those with absolute strength are worthy of such ambition. Sir, I am very tempted by your proposal, but can I take some time to consider it? I have to admit, BB Dong is very eager to maintain her position, especially in the current situation. However, doing so seems very much like making a deal with the devil. It can end up costing her dearly. BB Dong is a clever woman who knows how to weigh her options. You may consider it, but I can also choose the little fox on the opposite side, or that little angel flying over here. The golden-horned giant beast waved its wings and nodded in a direction. There seemed to be a golden light rapidly approaching from there. What is this? The brilliance brought out by the angelic martial soul when flying? Is Qianren coming soon? Compared to bit.Wang, who looks like a spider right now, Qianren has a definite advantage in both age and appearance. So, the question arises, is this golden-horned beast really just a mere lecher? If bit.Wang agrees to everything now, can she really exchange it for the entire continent? This seems like a risky gamble. However, the next sentence from a golden-horned giant beast made bit.Wang impulsively want to nod. You can have someone check. Sea God Island has already been destroyed by me, and Tang San's Sea God Trident is here. After saying this, the golden-horned giant beast patted its belly. Had it swallowed the Sea God Trident? Upon hearing this news, bit.Wang felt like her head was about to explode. Is this guy a divine beast? So impressive. Chapter 24. Angel Princess Qianren versus Golden-Horned Giant Beast. Well, if what you said is true, I, bit.Wang, am willing to represent the Spirit Empire to agree. The Golden-Horned Giant Beast brought a huge shock to bit.Wang. Although she didn't know what the future would hold, this empress was already a bit impatient. Once this village is passed, there won't be this shop. Moreover, after tonight, bit.Wang's position might be revoked. Since that's the case, why not go all out? Besides, bit.Wang had a feeling that she should be able to handle this golden-horned giant beast. At the same time as she was conversing with it, countless thoughts had already flashed through bit.Wang's mind. This woman is constantly speculating about the true race of the other party. Looking at this form, it resembles a subspecies of some ancient dragon clan. Isn't the beast god, according to legend, a giant dragon that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years? Although few have seen that giant dragon, the secret archives of the Spirit Empire clearly record those super soul beasts that have existed for over 10,000 years. The one before us likely possesses strength surpassing that of the beast god. If an alliance could truly be formed with it, what would it matter to become the bride of the Dragon King? Isn't that how the Dragon Clan operates? Dragons have 9 offspring, each different from the others. It is rumored that dragons have a great fondness for all kinds of beauties, especially humans. In some legendary tales, certain dragons even snatch human princesses. Clearly, at this moment, bit.Wang sees the golden-horned giant beast in this light. But who would have thought? That angel princess actually came directly to the battlefield. Based on the estimated time, this little girl must have just completed the 8th test of the angel god. Is it because the situation is urgent? In fact, this golden-horned giant beast might still be unclear about it. Due to its sudden appearance, the timeline of the entire Douluo Continent has already undergone slight adjustments. Some things have become different. For example, tonight's attack directly rendered the 2 tidal Douluo powerhouses of the Spirit Empire useless. It also paralyzed all 3 outermost defensive lines on the walls of the Spirit Empire. All the metal products here have been swallowed by him. If the Heaven Do Empire were to launch an attack at this moment, it would be completely unstoppable. Of course, that is impossible, because the Shrek 7 monsters have already suffered heavy losses. Tang San has lost the Sea God's Trident. In the end, only 6 people have gathered back, and Oscar is missing. So, is there anything unbelievable about this angel princess coming out early? I oppose it. The Spirit Empire is not something that one woman can decide. Qianren is indeed beautiful, especially under the backdrop of her golden angel wings. That snow-white skin, that curvaceous figure, and that cold face. My goodness, she is even more beautiful than depicted in the anime. After seeing this scene, the golden-horned giant beast quickly shifted its gaze away from bit.Wang. The situation made the queen very awkward. Qianren was young and didn't understand the thoughts of these old men. However, bit.Wang could clearly sense the uncertainty of the golden-horned giant in front of her. If she didn't give this guy some substantial benefits, there was no way to control him. Xiaoxue, what are you talking about? Seeing the angelic princess descending from the sky, bit.Wang seemed to want to stop her. But unexpectedly, this daughter showed no respect for her mother at all. She directly emitted a golden light that sealed all of bit.Wang's actions. How impressive. Although this little girl hasn't become a deity yet, she is just one step away from achieving it. Qianren current combat power can definitely rival that of Tang Chun from before, barely reaching the 5th level of planetary power. However, if she undergoes one final transformation, her combat power might soar. Angel Princess, you are much more beautiful than your mother. Your family's bloodline is truly remarkable. As a traveler, the golden-horned giant beast certainly knows the relationship between these 2 mother and daughter. However, upon hearing this, the angel princess seemed to turn hostile. I don't care what you are, but please don't speak recklessly. She is just my sister. What kind of meme is this? However, these two women standing together indeed do not look like mother and daughter, but more like sisters. But saying this in front of bit.Wang seems a bit hurtful, right? Angel Princess, are you here to stop me? Of course, I will stop all enemies that intend to harm the Spirit Empire. I hope your angel sword is a bit tastier than Tang San's Sea God's Trident. It must be said that what attracts the golden horned beast most about Qianren Xue is not her stunning face, but her golden angel armor. And that angel holy sword in this little girl's hand. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, it is a cold divine artifact. But in front of the golden horned beast, it seems like a delicacy similar to deep-sea abalone. It irresistibly draws him in. He wants to devour it, wants to absorb it. What did you say? You defeated Tang San? Hearing the news of that old rival made Qianren Xue momentarily stunned. Tang San is indeed a mental demon for this angel princess. In the 9th test of the angel, this angel princess will have to face all of this, right? However, there's a problem now. Does Tang San still have the qualifications to face this angel princess in a duel? His strongest sea god's trident has already been swallowed by this golden horned beast, hasn't it? I didn't defeat Tang San. I just crippled him. You'll understand when you see him later. As this angel princess gets closer and closer, the attraction of the angel sword in her hand to the golden horned beast also grows stronger. That angel god is a first-class deity in the divine realm, and this angel sword has always had a legacy. After several generations of use, it has accumulated different auras. For the golden horned beast, this is like a plate of delicious seafood, already prepared with wasabi for you. It's just waiting to be delivered to your mouth. Would you refuse such a delicious treat? You, beast, I feel very uncomfortable. I will represent the angels to judge you, perhaps influenced by the darkness within her heart. The angel princess is a bit too eager for quick results, but it doesn't matter. After all, the two of them will have to fight sooner or later. The golden horned beast doesn't believe that the other party will willingly hand over their weapon. What are we even talking about? Come on, let me see your angel. After saying this, the golden horned beast spread its black wings and slowly flew into the air. In fact, at this moment, the golden horned beast felt a bit conflicted. It wanted to taste the flavor between angels, but was also afraid of hurting the beautiful girl in front of it. However, the angel princess seemed to have no such concerns. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Suddenly, a series of holy soul rings erupted from the woman's body, accompanied by a golden light descending from the sky. A golden angelic phantom appeared behind Qianren Xue. Accept your judgment, ugly monster. In response, the golden horned beast replied, I may be ugly, but I am gentle. Chapter 25. Goodness, Qianren Xue cried, because of me. You. Hearing the golden horned beast's perfect response, Qianren Xue's expression became quite strange. It could even be said that this sentence hit the funny bone of this ice beauty. But now, it was clearly a life and death moment, making it quite awkward. Nevertheless, the angel princess still held back her urge to laugh, raised the angelic holy sword high, and fiercely slashed down. 8th soul skill, angelic holy sword. All right, it seems this beautiful angel princess is still holding back. Or perhaps this little girl is very confident in her own strength. But the golden horned beast was more direct, facing the sword of light descending from the sky. This guy actually showed no resistance at all. He made an unbelievable move. I saw this huge monster happily open its mouth wide. It used its giant mouth full of teeth to catch the opponent's 8th soul skill. The foul smell that spewed from its mouth immediately made the high and mighty angel beauty frown. This filthy monster, watch me purify you with the light of an angel. In fact, if the angel princess viewed it from a different angle, she would have a different perspective. Why not say that the golden-horned giant beast in front of her was happily waiting for her to feed it? Snap. Sizzle. This is the biting force of a star-level cosmic beast. Don't mention that Qianren Xue hasn't become a deity yet. Even if this angel princess truly broke through to level 100, she would still be no match for the biting force of this cosmic beast. What's going on? The imagined horrific scene did not occur. The beautiful angel princess suddenly realized she was wrong. She greatly underestimated the strength of this beast in front of her. After being caught in the beast's mouth, a golden giant sword constructed from angelic power remained completely motionless. Faintly, there was a sound of grinding teeth, which made one feel uneasy. Crunch. Crack. The sound is strange, but it also makes people very tense. If there were a blacksmith present, they would immediately make a judgment upon hearing this sound. It is the sound of metal cracking, due to the power of the archangel. This angel princess has just condensed a true holy sword. and the golden horn behemoth loves this. What will happen next? It's simple. First, cracks will appear where the bite meets, and then it is very likely to be bitten in half. In fact, the golden horn behemoth has been quite courteous. After all, when watching dramas in the past, he was also a fan of this angel princess. But when it comes to the taste of this angel sword, the golden horn behemoth simply cannot resist. If he had to choose between a beautiful woman and delicious food, he would have to painfully choose the latter. The sound of leaping snow is what the golden horn behemoth squeezed out from between his teeth. It doesn't sound very standard, but I think what he wants to express is gratitude. It's probably just a way of saying thank you for the hospitality. So far, this holy sword is the most delicious metal that the golden horn giant beast has tasted throughout the entire Douluo Continent. It is far more delicious than the previous sea god trident. It's like you're used to eating whole grains, and suddenly a delicious cheesecake is placed in front of you. Do you think the texture would be the same? By the time Qian Ringshu realized what was happening, it was already too late. A noticeable crack appeared on the huge angel sword. Then they saw the black giant beast in front of them shake its head. Crack! In front of everyone's eyes. The angel princess's enormous angel sword was broken. About a third of the blade was in the mouth of the golden-horned giant beast. Then, right in front of everyone, this creature started chewing it with great enjoyment, not considering itself an outsider at all. What? At this moment, it wasn't just the angel princess who was shocked. Even the level 98 golden crocodile Douluo beside her couldn't believe his eyes. How could this happen? This is the legendary angel sword. It is one of the top weapons in the Douluo Continent. How did it end up in the mouth of this golden-horned giant beast? It feels like a piece of sandwich cookie, and this cookie is obviously not enough. The length is probably over 200 meters. In the mouth of the golden-horned giant beast, it will be gone in just a few bites. After finishing it, this creature's eyes greedily fixed on the broken sword in Qian Ringshu's hand. It even beckoned to the little girl. I wonder how your armor tastes. How about letting me have a small taste? The star-level golden-horned giant beast already possesses quite formidable mental power. I saw the giant monster's right claw flick. Then it caused the angel princess to scream in surprise. What are you doing? It turned out that the golden armor on Qian Ringshu was loosened. It wasn't a sensitive spot. It was just a shoulder guard on her right shoulder that inexplicably flew up. It swayed in midair, about to fly into the mouth of the golden-horned giant beast. But isn't it a bit too abrupt to do this without any greeting? The angel princess's snowy shoulder was completely exposed to the air. Her golden long hair flowed like a waterfall, gently swaying in the breeze. It was truly enchanting. However, this angel princess seemed to have some nerve triggered, letting out such a scream. The golden-horned giant beast was startled and quickly stopped its actions. Then it used its mental power to control the piece of armor, returning it to her hand. At this moment, Qian Ringshu grabbed the armor and put it back on. During this, she even turned her head, leaving her beautiful silhouette for the golden-horned giant beast. No, that's not right. Why is this little girl's shoulder twitching? Due to the enormous size of the golden-horned giant beast. The view is much broader. He clearly saw the angel princess who had turned around, seemingly wiping away tears. Oh my goodness, what should we do? You made the angel princess cry. This is a beauty shedding tears. I can't help but feel pity. Suddenly, a sense of guilt surged in my heart, causing the appetite of a certain gluttonous golden-horned giant beast to plummet to freezing point. Who is Qian Ringshu? Whether in the original work of Douluo Continent or in various time travel dramas and adaptations, she is undoubtedly the top goddess. Her popularity even surpasses bit.Wang. But you, this dirty and ugly monster, not only devoured her angel sword, but also unceremoniously removed her armor without permission. You made such a beautiful princess unable to hold back her tears. What crime should you be punished for? Golden-horned giant beast, you've caused a great disaster. I didn't mean to, but your angel sword is indeed more delicious than Tang San's sea god trident. My goodness. The golden-horned giant beast initially wanted to say something to comfort her, but instead, it inappropriately commented on this delicacy. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Chapter 26. bit.Wang invites me to accompany her until dawn. Ahem, Mr. Golden-horned giant beast. Do we still count our previous agreement? This is an awkward moment. Fortunately, bit.Wang came to the rescue in time. The angel princess turned around and gave a fierce glare to a certain monster. Then she spread her wings and flew back. When this angel princess came here, she was filled with ambition and determination. But she never expected to be so embarrassed. Even the angel sword nearly got completely swallowed by the opponent. Luckily, this angel princess hasn't completely finished the 9 trials of the angel god. The broken sword still has a chance of being repaired. However, The psychological trauma from the battle just now has already been deeply etched in this princess's heart. So strong. Why is there such a monster? It seems she shouldn't have come out today. She shouldn't have bothered with this woman at all. She could have handled it all by herself. bit.Wang probably never imagined that her daughter had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. The reason this angel princess appears here is mainly because she is worried that her mother is no match for them. However, she refuses to admit it. Now, unexpectedly, a golden-horned giant beast has appeared, but it seems that bit.Wang is still able to tame it. As for how she tamed it, that remains a mystery. Only that woman knows the truth. It has been proven that bit.Wang's charm is truly unimaginable. The golden-horned giant beast didn't chase after Qianrenshua or bother anyone else. It simply landed quietly on the city wall, less than 3 meters away from this woman. This distance ensures that no one can hear their conversation, as no one dares to approach this distance. So, tell me, how do you plan to cooperate with me? There are too many people here. Come find me at this place in the evening, and it would be best if you could become a little smaller when you say this. As she said this, the charming empress of the Soul Empire deliberately walked out in a catwalk, swaying her hips as she approached the golden-horned giant beast and softly said, "We can keep each other company until dawn." Did this guy misunderstand something? But can we use the newly acquired human avatar tonight? Perhaps he was stimulated by the words of this beautiful empress? The golden-horned giant plans to let his human avatar make an early appearance. I just wonder what kind of expression this empress of the Wuhuan Empire will have when she sees Oscar. All right, it's a deal. We won't miss each other tonight. But shouldn't you give me a token? Sure. How about my earring? This bit.Wang really dares to give. It seems tonight will be interesting. However, while the Beauty and the Beast is being staged at Jiaguan, the camp of the Heavendo Empire on the other side is also becoming lively. After tossing and turning, the members of the Shrek 7 monsters finally returned. To be precise, it was 6 of them. Each of them was injured. What made them feel the most heartbroken was that Oscar was still missing without a trace. This is so terrifying. Since the formation of the 7 monsters of Shrek, they have gone through so many life and death situations. There has never been a case of casualties. But now Oscar. Ning Rongrong has been crying all the way. She has fainted from crying many times. Additionally, Tang San and Xiao Wu are also severely injured. Xiao Wu has multiple fractures and will need a long time to recover. However, the most unfortunate one is still Tang San. This kid's trident of the sea god was actually being swallowed bite by bite by that damn huge monster right in front of everyone. This guy is really despicable. How can there be such a person? Has the Douluo Continent really changed? Master, don't worry. Our allied forces of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire still have the advantage. Perhaps seeing the Shrek 7 monsters so downcast, the Avalanche Emperor quickly encouraged them. After all, from the battle losses on both sides, the allied forces of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire still hold a significant advantage. There are basically no one in the Spirit Empire who can confront them head-on anymore. However, Tang San's sea god trident was swallowed by a monster, which is definitely a huge piece of bad news. This also means that Tang San's combat power will significantly decline. If he continues to confront bit.Wang directly, it is likely to be very dangerous. What should we do? Your Majesty, we need to rest for a while. If the enemy attacks, the Haotian sect will help. Fortunately, we have the powerful Haotian sect as our backing. For a short time, the other side won't come looking for trouble. So, even if there are 1,000 words to say, let's wait until they recover before discussing it. No problem. I will arrange the rooms immediately and wish everyone a speedy recovery. The young emperor of the Heavendo Empire probably still doesn't know. In fact, the entire battlefield environment has undergone significant changes. It won't be long before they realize that the situation has changed. Tang San or the opposing bit.Wang can no longer dominate the fate of this continent. This place will become a paradise of luck for the starry giant beast. Perhaps one day in the future, this planet might even turn into someone else's feast. Of course, that's a story for another time. No one knows what direction the entire continent will take next. At least from the current situation, the biggest beneficiary of all this is that Mr. Goldenhorn Giant Beast. After finishing the agreement with bit.Wang, the colossal creature once again burrowed into the clouds, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Although the Spirit Empire has many aerial spirit masters, no one dares to pursue it. Just seeing the appearance of this golden-horned beast is enough to instill fear in them. Meanwhile, the center of the battlefield has now turned into the temporary nest of the golden-horned giant beast, thanks to its previous absorption of the angelic sacred sword. This guy's body length has reached 995 meters. What a pity. If he could eat the armor of that angel princess, he might directly leap to the second tier of the stars. But it's okay, because at this moment, the Golden Horn Giant Beast has already become the pinnacle of combat power on the entire Douluo Continent. Whether it's defense, attack power, or recovery ability. Even the gods from the divine realm would probably find it hard to deal with him. Of course, tonight is also a sleepless night for many people. For example, those drifting on Sea God Island. For example, the Shrek's 7 monsters. For example, that Empress bit.Wang of the Spirit Empire. This woman doesn't even know what's wrong with her. It's as if she's under a spell, agreeing to the conditions of that golden-horned giant beast. What is even more unbelievable is that after bit.Wang returned, she actually began to dress herself up carefully. She even brought her disciple, Laina, into it. Laina, come with me tonight to meet an important guest. You need to look stunning. Does this woman have any feelings? If it's the golden horned beast, what does it remind her of? Master, I've heard that the second offering and the others came this time to dismiss you. Is that true? Compared to this impulsive bit.Wang, the little fox seems more worried about the safety of Her Majesty the Empress. After all, the strength of those titled Luo is evident. Moreover, bit.Wang is still seriously injured. If the opponent forces her down from power, it could be problematic. Chapter 27. I, Oscar, the first avatar of the Golden Horned Beast. Who dares to trespass in a Jialing Pass? Are you looking for death? It was a pitch-black night. Just before midnight, the guard outside the east gate suddenly saw a figure in black approaching. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the Heavenly Empire. What was going on? Was it an enemy scout? No, this guy was clearly walking over with confidence. But he didn't have any characteristics of a warrior from the Martial Soul Empire. To be on the safe side, at least 100 archers on the city wall had their sights set on him. I am a guest of your Martial Soul Empire's Empress, and I advise you to open the gate and let me in. After saying this, the man revealed something shiny in his hand, flashing it briefly in front of the guards. The ordinary archers certainly didn't know what it was. However, the few leaders just took a glance and immediately fell to their knees in fear. We have seen the envoy. Please forgive us. It's our fault for being blind. Open the gate. Hurry up and open the gate. Find someone clever. Quickly notify Her Majesty the Empress. Although they didn't know what the relationship was between bit.Wang and this person, how could Her Majesty the Empress entrust her personal belongings to him? This indicates that the identity of the person in front of them is definitely not something these small soldiers can guess. In fact, the ordinary soldiers of the Spirit Hall Empire are also trembling with fear at this moment. Once the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall Empire are replaced, they will surely be replaced as well. It is even possible that for the sake of confidentiality, they might be silenced. Therefore, everyone is united in purpose now. Previously, the Holy Maiden Laina of the Spirit Hall Empire had already briefed the captains at the various entrances. Guests invited by His Majesty bit.Wang will be arriving tonight, so they need to keep their eyes peeled. Here he is. After entering, someone quickly led him onto the right path. Then all the guards discreetly disappeared. Everyone knew that this person was of noble status, someone ordinary people like them could not face. Moreover, tonight's meeting was non-existent. It would be publicly declared that no one had entered. This is also to keep those few adults who came from the core area of the Wuhuan Empire in the dark. Now, everyone in this city is part of a community of shared interests. As long as everyone does their own part well, that's enough. Seeing that there was no one around, with only a row of everlasting lanterns lighting the way ahead, Oscar directly took off his cloak and strolled down this path. Yes, this is the plan of the Golden Horned Giant Beast. It appears in the human world in the form of its first avatar, Oscar. Ahead is the small house agreed upon with bit.Wang. Standing at the entrance is a beautiful girl with fiery red lips, curvaceous figure, and graceful demeanor. She is wearing a super short skirt, and her two long, white legs shine beautifully under the reflection of the starry sky. This is Laina, used by bit.Wang to welcome guests. Before the little fox on the opposite side could react, Oscar walked up with a smile. Then, under the shocked gaze of the other party, he raised his right hand. There, he was holding bit.Wang's earring. Why, you're not from Shrek Academy, are you? Oh. At this moment, the little fox's mouth was so surprised it could fit a fist. I'm Oscar, and I'm also a golden horned beast. Surprised? Unexpected? At this moment, Laina was at a loss for words. No wonder that golden horned beast seemed so familiar with their every move. After coming back, bit.Wang analyzed that there must be someone behind the huge monster who was very familiar with them. But they never expected it to be a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. This is truly shocking. Perhaps in the world of Toronto, they have never seen so-called possession. They also lack the concept of doppelgangers. So, they are completely unable to understand the current situation. However, bit.Wang seems to be quite serious. Although separated by a large door, she is fully aware of what is happening outside. Nana, hurry and prepare some food and drinks, and invite our guests in. In fact, Bibidong's voice is trembling. The true form of the golden-horned giant beast before her is making her increasingly uneasy. Haha, then I won't be polite. Although he appears as Oscar, this guy's true form is still the golden-horned giant beast. Therefore, his bold personality has not changed at all. She sees him casually push the door and swagger inside, showing no manners whatsoever. He directly walks up to Bibidong, looking her up and down. The perspective of the golden-horned giant beast is indeed different from that of a human. Moreover, Bibidong tonight is clearly well made up, even emphasizing her long legs. However, after inheriting the power of the Rakshasa god, this woman indeed does not have the same figure as before. TSK, I really don't like the aura of the Rakshasa goddess. What's so good about this spider? This is really not Wang Xian being pretentious. After Bibidong inherited the power of the Rakshasa god, her appearance and figure significantly declined. Even after the animated version was beautified, it still faced a lot of criticism from netizens, and Wang Xian was one of them. Today, seeing the once beautiful Bibidong now devoid of her looks, Oscar's eyes were filled with disappointment. However, Bibidong simply smiled. I never expected that the one conversing with me today would be you, little rascal. Honestly, when did you start spying on me? I have to admit, Bibidong is a very charming woman, and tonight, this Empress of the Spirit Empire is all in. She is even psychologically prepared to sacrifice everything. She must reach a cooperation agreement with that terrifying golden-horned beast, because in Bibidong's eyes, this golden-horned beast is her talisman. With the golden-horned beast, no one, not even Qian Daolu, can pull Bibidong down from her position. Even to achieve victory in battle against the Heaven Do Empire, she would ultimately rely on this kid. Hehe, I see you and your daughter are both alone and pitiful. I wonder if you need a shoulder to lean on? When did Oscar become so slick with his words? If Ning Rongrong were here, she would definitely faint from anger. Bibidong also seems unable to tolerate this little man's directness. Her expression is ambiguous. How can I believe you are him? When it comes to playing Tai Chi, Bibidong's skills are not inferior to Oscar's. Do you want to see me transform on the spot? If you can abandon the Rakshasa god and return to the way I like you, I will agree. As she spoke, a force that did not belong to Oscar suddenly emerged from him. It was an energy of extreme darkness, almost enveloping the entire room. Even Bibidong could not move at this moment, as if she were being stared at by a top-tier beast. It felt just like the oppressive sensation she experienced from the golden-horned beast earlier in the evening. Could it be that this kid named Oscar really is Chapter 28? I advise Bibidong to reform, angering the Rakshasa god. You really are him. As the saying goes, an expert knows immediately upon seeing someone in action. How could Bibidong, such a powerful and intelligent woman, not sense this power? It's just that this woman never dreamed that this Shrek Academy kid was hiding so deeply. How terrifying. Everything Oscar had previously shown had exceeded this woman's imagination. Even the Rakshasa goddess she had encountered before probably wouldn't stand a chance against this beast. So, are you willing to accept my suggestion? To return to your original, beautiful self? To be honest, facing Bibidong like this, Oscar really found it hard to take action. He is not the type to be unable to move when he sees a woman. Moreover, for the golden-horned beast, the metal on this planet is far more attractive. If there were any woman who fits Oscar's current aesthetic, it would be the previous angel princess. The little fox outside could barely qualify. Of course, compared to Ning Rongrong, it seems anyway, this version of Bibidong, who has accepted the Rakshasa goddess inheritance, is definitely not Oscar's type. The original, authentic version had some appeal. I'm afraid I can't agree to that. After all, I have already accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Despite a strong intuition urging Bibidong to agree to the golden-horned beast conditions, she did not dare to. The Rakshasa god is not a benevolent deity. In fact, one could say that it is a very terrifying god. This can be seen from the previous darkening of Tang Xuan. When that guy went to the city of slaughter, he originally intended to inherit the legacy of the Azura god and even pass down the Azura sword. However, he was invaded by the cunning Rakshasa god and transformed into the king of slaughter. If it weren't for Tang San's intervention, Tang Xuan would probably have died without knowing he had become a monster. Now, what Bibidong has received is the 9 trials of the Rakshasa god. The uglier the appearance becomes, the stronger the dark power gained. Moreover, for the Rakshasa god, Bibidong is the most satisfactory successor found in recent years. If she is swayed by the words of the golden-horned beast, do you think this great deity would agree? In fact, just when Bibidong was harboring such thoughts, the lofty Rakshasa goddess had already sensed it. Interesting, is someone trying to snatch my follower? Although far away in the divine realm, the Rakshasa goddess is not to be trifled with. This woman doesn't care much about the rules of the divine realm. This goddess has secretly descended to the mortal realm more than once to wreak havoc at her whim. Previously, Oscar's persuasion towards bit.Wang had already angered her. Without any warning, not even bit.Wang received any hints. A wave of dark energy gradually enveloped the sky above Jialing Pass. This sudden dark energy was sensed not only by the two present, but also by Genie, Luo, and the others. However, just as these few were about to check the situation, they received a warning in their minds. Gods are at work, all irrelevant people step back. This is a voice that sounds somewhat enchanting, but is quite cold. Even a 98th level golden crocodile, Luo, trembled fiercely upon hearing this sentence, as if his soul was about to scatter. It was a warning from a soul power far beyond theirs. Moreover, the well-informed old crocodile instantly realized that this power did not belong to the Douluo Continent. It came from above. He glanced at the sky and waved to a few companions around him. This old crocodile needs to remind them that there's a high probability of a deity descending tonight. Those who don't want to die should definitely not disturb them. Oh, a dimensional strike? Is a planet-level goddess coming? Although that Rakshasa goddess is indeed a true high-level divine being in the eyes of the golden horned beast, this goddess seems to be lacking in various aspects. Even though some categorize this Rakshasa goddess as a level 1 deity, her power clearly does not meet that standard. Moreover, the Rakshasa goddess doesn't even have her own temple on Douluo Continent. Clearly, she is not qualified. It's roughly equivalent to a planet-level tier 7, and may even fall short of that. This is Oscar's evaluation of the goddess. Little guy, it seems we are all in trouble. Our earlier conversation must have angered the arrival of this power. bit.Wang also felt very speechless. Previously, this empress did not give any warning. The other party didn't even greet, just suddenly arrived. Obviously, the Rakshasa goddess doesn't particularly trust bit.Wang, but to sneak down from the divine realm, this guy must be quite bold, right? Isn't he afraid of being discovered by the enforcer of the divine realm, the Azura god? It seems some people have significant objections to my suggestion, so let me go for a face-to-face talk. It's clear that today's matter cannot be resolved easily. Oscar smiled and walked out. The moment he stepped out, he switched between human form and the golden horned giant beast form. Roar! Soon, a colossal creature nearly a kilometer long appeared in the center of the city. But before the surrounding people could see clearly, they saw the gigantic monster spread its wings and swiftly flew into the sky. There was a patch of light green clouds above, the place where the Rakshasa goddess's aura was the strongest. No need to wait for this great god to descend to the ground. Let us fight in the air. The golden horned giant beast is not so timid during battle. So it's you, little monster. Are you the one constantly encouraging my followers? Previously, this Rakshasa goddess had already sensed the power of the golden horned giant beast. Through bit.Wang's energy transmission, this goddess far away in the sky could obtain the preliminary data of the golden horned giant beast in the first instance. So what if it's me? Aren't you just asking a question you already know the answer to? And your appearance is really ugly. The Rakshasa god in front of me, to put it bluntly, is a super large spider, holding a scythe of death in one hand, dressed in green armor all over. Anyone who sees this terrifying appearance would be overwhelmed, even to the point of having weak legs and being unable to move. This is purely frightening. However, in the eyes of the golden horned beast, there sparkled a nonchalant light, as if it was looking at something very ordinary and sparse. Kid, I don't care whether you are a spirit beast or a human. Today you are doomed. As a high and mighty level 1 god, to be told by a monster I have never seen before that I look ugly. This is simply a great humiliation. After hearing this, the Rakshasi goddess couldn't help but wish to wield her magical scythe and cut the ugly, black giant monster in front of her into many pieces. But why? The golden horned behemoth looked at the high and mighty first-level divine body without a hint of fear. Its eyes even sparkled with excitement. It was as if a table filled with delicacies was laid out before it, waiting to be savored. Chapter 29. Golden horned behemoth versus Douluo Continent S. Rakshasa goddess. With such mediocre strength, you think you can defeat me? Looking at the roaring Rakshasa goddess before him, the golden horned behemoth revealed a sinister smile. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What is going on? Does this guy really not regard the Rakshasa goddess at all? Believe it or not, that is indeed the case. The golden horned behemoth originally came from the cosmic starry sky. He paid no attention to the laws of Douluo Continent at all. The rule that prevents reaching godhood at level 100 is completely ineffective against him. Before him, The only two things on this so-called goddess that could pique the interest of the golden horned beast are a sharp magical sickle and her full set of dark green armor. Although this Rakshasa goddess's strength is quite weak, her equipment is impressive. It's all god-level gear. Even just consuming a little of it could definitely elevate the golden horned beast's strength to stellar second tribulation. Therefore, no matter how furious this guy gets, in the eyes of the golden horned beast, he is just food. Moreover, this so-called Rakshasa goddess is downright hideous. Even the ugliest form of bit.Wang during her transformation looks better than this. Arrogant brat, you will pay for your words. Although he can't discern the true nature of this black monster before him, out of respect for the dignity of the divine race, the Rakshasa goddess unleashed an incredible energy. It was the law body of heaven and earth, a technique that could rapidly expand her true form to an infinite size. It was somewhat similar to the massive angelic phantom that appeared behind Xuan when she launched her angelic attack. The difference this time was that it was the true form of the Rakshasa goddess descending. What was displayed was also a manifestation of physical energy. Whoosh! In almost an instant, the thick fog that enveloped the entire battlefield of Jialing Pass was completely dispersed. These thick fogs were driven away by the wrath of the Rakshasa goddess. Moreover, due to the enormous size of these two guys, even from the distant Heaven Do Empire camp, one could vaguely see the scene here through some special telescopes. Third brother, come out and take a look. What is that? Perhaps it was due to the recovery from injuries. Xiao Wu seemed very enthusiastic about this. However, it might be because the distance was really too far. Even a titled Douluo powerhouse like Tang San could only see a blur with his spiritual power. It's that guy, why is he here too? Not looking wasn't a problem, but seeing it gave him a shock. Tang San retreated repeatedly as if he had seen the most frightening thing in his life, almost knocking over an observation point. The nearby Shrek members saw the situation was not good and quickly gathered around. Third brother, what is it? These guys have really limited vision. They can barely see two black dots in the distance, jumping around. Yes, it's that terrifying monster we encountered on Sea God Island, and it's chasing us. Is it that golden horn beast? But why is it appearing on the side of the Spirit Empire? In comparison, Dai Mubai is still relatively calm. Based on the information we had before, the situation in Jialing Pass these days is not much better than theirs, especially starting tonight. It seems that there's been a lot of lights on over there, and the noise is quite loud. Could it be that the golden-horned giant beast has gone over there to hunt for food? This is the first thought of all the members of the Shrek's 7 monsters, and it has practical basis. So what is the other one? I seem to have never seen it. Since Tang San is able to capture the movements of the golden-horned giant beast, the Rakshasa goddess definitely cannot escape his eyes. At this moment, with the help of the Law Realm, the Rakshasa goddess's body reaches hundreds of meters. She is surprisingly able to confront the golden-horned giant beast head-on. Although it looks a bit terrifying and even causes panic, the battle seems to be taking place on the side of the Spirit Empire. This immediately makes Tang San extremely curious. What kind of power could possibly contend with that gigantic black monster? Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is the goddess who is currently fighting the golden-horned giant beast. She quickly realizes that she is in trouble. It turns out that there are regulations on the Douluo Continent. As long as they are members of their power system, whether they are titled Douluo powerhouses or divine envoys descending from the heavens, they will be subjected to a level suppression of 100. In other words, they can only exert their power up to this limit, at most equating all their strength to level 100. In this way, the advantages of the Rakshasa goddess cannot be fully utilized. It feels somewhat constrained. However, the golden horn beast on the opposite side is not restricted in this way. Whether it is his genes or bloodline, they have already surpassed the laws of this world by far. On the Douluo Continent, as long as there are enough resources and energy, this terrifying starry giant beast is, in principle, constantly growing. Rakshasa goddess, I give you 2 options. Either obediently lift the Rakshasa 9 trials, or don't go back. How domineering. For the first time on the Douluo Continent, a strong person dares to threaten a god, and it is a legendary first-level god. Anyway, bit.Wang is already scared to the point of losing her composure. She stands there foolishly, completely at a loss for words. The battle in front of her is no longer something at bit.Wang's level that she can participate in. Just the speed of the two is completely beyond her comprehension. The sparks generated from their collisions and the intertwining of their figures feel even more magical than the special effects in a big movie like Ultraman. An ordinary person might think that the golden-horned giant beast just casually swipes with its claw, but in reality, the two might have exchanged hundreds or even thousands of blows before this. Weak, so weak. You must be the weakest first-level god I have encountered so far. According to the original plan of the golden-horned giant beast, these so-called first-level gods are likely equivalent to the third-tier stellar-level experts in the world of devouring the starry sky. However, after continuous battles, this terrifying monster suddenly realized that it might have overestimated the gods in the Douluo world. It's like the Rakshasa goddess in front of it. Even if she unleashed her full power, her attacks would only tickle the golden-horned giant beast. They can't even be compared to Tang San's attack that was once a one-way trip. It feels like not having eaten. Originally, I thought that the sea god was weak enough, but it turns out this Rakshasa goddess is even weaker. It seems I was truly blind before. I thought I could find a real stellar-level expert here. You actually underestimate me. Take a look at my death magic scythe. Seeing the golden-horned giant beast standing still and letting her attack, a look of impatience appeared on her face. The Rakshasa goddess immediately felt a great humiliation. Then, waves of green and purple aura surged up, making this large spider appear particularly fierce. Was it going to amplify? Chapter 30. The first god-slaying of the golden-horned behemoth. Can you use a bit more strength? I thought this Rakshasa goddess would use some powerful move. But who knew that the opponent's scythe was directly bitten by the golden-horned behemoth? Then this giant creature just gently twisted its neck. The blade of the sickle was already in his mouth. Chaos devoured it in one go, feeling like he had taken a bite of knife-cut noodles. After finishing, the customer was still unsatisfied, constantly mocking the shopkeeper in front of him. Looking at the half-sickle handle in her hand, the Rakshasa goddess fell into a state of malfunction. It was unbelievable. Her sickle was, to some extent, known as the Grim Reaper's scythe, specifically used to harvest lives. This goddess had once competed with the sea god, proving that her sickle was not weaker than the sea god's trident. But why was it so pitiful in the mouth of the golden-horned giant beast? It felt like the previous process was akin to feeding. This goddess is completely dumbfounded now. bit.Wang, did you see? The god you're relying on is so useless. It's better to come with me. This is truly a heart-wrenching act. After disabling the weapon of this goddess before me, the golden-horned giant actually dared to undermine others in front of them, making bit.Wang very embarrassed. However, this golden-horned giant seems too strong. It feels like the Rakshasa goddess on the opposite side is just a toy in his hands. This deity, I will fight you. Any woman becomes extremely terrifying when she gets angry. The Rakshasa goddess is no exception. If she had successfully slain the golden-horned giant earlier, she might still be a high and mighty existence, able to elegantly enlighten the world. But after such a huge embarrassment in front of her own followers, and with the golden-horned giant activating its ruthless, taunting mode, the Rakshasa goddess immediately went mad. One could see this creature, with a human upper body and a spider lower body, radiating dark energy all over. Its hair seemed to move without wind, giving it the appearance of an explosive hairstyle. It exuded a very arrogant vibe. Among the dramas previously watched, perhaps only Mei Feng from the Legend of the Condor Heroes could compare. But do you think changing form can defeat this giant beast in front of you? The normal course of action should be to escape. After the earlier confrontation, does this goddess still not see the gap between them? So, women are indeed impulsive beings. Just as this goddess gritted her teeth and charged at the golden-horned giant, the latter silently recited, "My true self is heaven and earth." Goodness, this technique allows one to grow bigger or smaller. Suddenly, the nearly 1,000-meter-tall golden-horned giant expanded more than 10 times, turning into a beast over 10,000 meters tall. Even a massive Jialing city could barely accommodate this giant beast. Boom! What? The Rakshasi goddess, of course, was unaware that the other party had such a move. When she rushed over, it was too late to break. She saw the golden-horned giant beast, nearly 18,000 meters long, slightly raise its claw. With ease, it stomped the giant spider beneath its feet. Then, without giving any face to the goddess, it directly opened its incredible mouth. Suddenly, a strong suction force came forth, pulling away everything metallic from the Rakshasi goddess, including the remaining half of her scythe, her armor, her earrings, jewelry, and even her hairpin. Very good. After eating these things, the image of the Rakshasi goddess became even more disheveled. Meanwhile, the giant beast with golden horns smacked its lips, seemingly savoring the flavor. It seems like something extra was added. Is it your unique toxin? Alright, the Rakshasa goddess commonly uses dark energy and poison. However, these elements have no effect on the golden horn beast at all. It's like adding a bit of pepper or hot and sour soup to seafood. At most, it's just a seasoning, resulting in a different taste. Moreover, after absorbing this portion of power, the golden horn beast's body began to erupt with incredible energy. It was a kind of energy resembling golden liquid, somewhat like the flares on the surface of the sun. It continuously erupted from its body and then flowed back through its limbs, filling it with a very comfortable sensation. This is a promotion. At this moment, the golden horn beast has become a starry giant beast of the second order. However, the Rakshasa goddess being stepped on by this guy is in trouble. Although she is a divine body, she is suppressed within level 100, greatly reducing her resistances in all aspects. Therefore, this incredible flame energy can harm this Rakshasa goddess. After several repetitions, it could even evaporate her. Zizizizi. No, help me, bit.Wang, in the last moment of death. This Rakshasa goddess even shamelessly turned to bit.Wang beside her for help. Isn't this too embarrassing? Just when she was about to turn into a pile of ashes in this Rakshasa goddess's body, bit.Wang suddenly felt that some kind of contract within her body had been. Then those ugly greenish-black shells actually began to slowly fade away from this woman's body, revealing her originally fair and delicate skin. This is actually easy to understand because the Rakshasa goddess has been defeated. Therefore, the connection to the Rakshasa god 9 trials that bit.Wang participated in before has been completely severed. Along with this, the aura of the Rakshasa god has also faded in all aspects. This includes the disappearance of the mark that could threaten this woman's life. This seems to be a routine. It's similar to how Tang San participates in the Sea God 9 tests. If he fails the assessment, he will be erased. In fact, it's because there is a mark of that sea god within Tang San's body. Tang Shen's situation is also similar. At that time, it was because he exceeded the time limit of the Shura God 9 tests. The ancestor of the Haotian sect, even if not killed by the golden horn beast, wouldn't live for long, because when the time comes, the mark of the Rakshasa god will unhesitatingly self-destruct within him. No matter what level of power one possesses, no one can escape this calamity. Previously, when the golden horn beast allowed bit.Wang to break free from the Rakshasa goddess, the Empress of the Spirit Empire clearly hesitated. It was because of this reason. Once you become a follower of these deities, you cannot erase the mark within your body. The only path left is to become a puppet of the other party. It can be said that at this moment, the golden horn giant beast has, in a sense, become bit.Wang's savior. It has given this woman true freedom, and today is destined to be written into history. It marks the first true act of god-slaying since the golden-horned giant beast arrived on the Douluo Continent. Chapter 31. Has bit.Wang returned to her youth? My body. After feeling the changes in her body, bit.Wang felt a kind of ease she had never experienced before. In fact, the erosion of the Rakshasa goddess on this beautiful woman was not achieved overnight. Ever since bit.Wang decided to kill her husband, Xuan, back then, the Rakshasa goddess had begun to subtly control this kind-hearted girl. Looking back at history, bit.Wang actually had a period of innocence. At that time, she was the saintess of the Spirit Hall. However, everything changed after the Pope of the Spirit Hall forcefully possessed her. Her originally pure heart was eroded by darkness. The beautiful woman gradually transformed into a puppet of darkness. It all feels like a dream. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 years have passed. Originally, bit.Wang thought this was all her own choice. But until this moment, the Empress of the Spirit Empire realized that her will had actually been controlled by someone else all along. Whenever a glimmer of truth, goodness, and beauty appeared in her mind, it would be ruthlessly erased by the Rakshasa goddess. The once kind woman ended up becoming a venomous shrew. Even bit.Wang felt that the past 10 years have been nothing but a dream. Teacher, you, Hulaina, have always been by bit.Wang's side, so you can certainly sense the changes in your relative. This is simply a huge change. Who would have thought? A woman of this age can actually exude a youthful vibe. It's as if she has returned to her youth, rejuvenated. It feels like this woman's vitality has come back. What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? Even bit.Wang didn't expect such a change in herself. It seems that the previous mark of the Rakshasa goddess had suppressed her original aura. However, the conversation between these two women was unheard by the golden horned beast at this moment. He had entered a mysterious state, transitioning from Stellar Stage 1 to Stellar Stage 2. His entire body was enveloped in a golden liquid, like a giant statue. Thus, he was fixed within Jaiguan. Even from a distance, one could feel this incredible and powerful aura. Orders were given for everyone to set up a perimeter around him, forbidding any disturbance to the golden horned beast. Looking at the ever-increasing power of the golden horned beast, a look of admiration sparkled in bit.Wang's beautiful eyes, mixed with gratitude. At this moment, she felt an immense sense of ease, as if she had been reborn. This feeling is so wonderful. I never expected that this is the true self that bit.Wang desires. Even though doing so would significantly reduce her strength, for some reason, at this moment, bit.Wang has the thought of wanting to rely on the golden horn giant beast. Although Oscar is just a young kid to her, the fact that such a huge monster is behind this kid suddenly gives bit.Wang a sense of security. How nice. It's good that the little monster chose bit.Wang first instead of going back to find Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, bit.Wang really wouldn't know how to face it. Master, what kind of soul beast is this guy? Gulaina is very puzzled by this. The various abilities displayed by this golden-horned giant beast left the little fox feeling incredulous. He is neither a soul beast nor a divine beast. He is an existence that can overturn this continent. bit.Wang has a good eye after all. This woman even saw the ambition of the golden horn beast. This guy is not just here to flirt on Douluo Continent. What he wants, I'm afraid, is the entire continent. As the saying goes, a paper can't hold back fire. With such a big commotion in Jialing Pass, how could the opposing Tiando Empire not know? Moreover, Tang San had already observed this side with his purple extreme magic eye. However, no one expected the outcome of that battle. While bit.Wang was extremely excited, Tang San and the others' mood had plunged to the bottom. Analyzing the situation based on previous information, the creature they just fought might be a god. Tang San was not unfamiliar with the Rakshasa goddess. His great-grandfather, Tang Chun, was harmed by that goddess. The king of slaughter transformed under the influence of that evil goddess. During their brief reunion on Sea God Island, old Tang passed everything on to his great-grandson in front of him, including his Shura sword. Third brother, what did you say? That big thing last night was the Rakshasa god? Xiao Wu, as a soul beast of 100,000 years, had heard about the Rakshasa goddess to some extent. However, from the current situation, it seemed that the Rakshasa goddess had been defeated, and at a terrible cost. Previously, the successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Yu Tianheng, had been an undercover agent over there, able to clearly report everything happening on the opposing side. This includes the news of the defeat of the Rakshasa goddess. Terrifying. So terrifying. The strength of that golden-horned giant beast was personally experienced by the Shrek's 7 monsters. However, they never expected that this terrifying monster had already reached the stage of being able to slay gods. Various signs indicate that there is a close relationship between this golden-horned giant beast and the Spirit Empire. If the two join forces to attack the Heaven Do Empire, the situation may be worse than imagined. How could this happen? What should we do? Since returning from Sea God Island, that golden-horned giant beast has become a nightmare for Tang San and the others. In the face of this colossal creature, they realized what it meant to struggle on the verge of death. They even lost a companion. Now all our hopes rest on this Shura sword. I need to study it carefully. Due to the destruction of Sea God Island, the Sea God's trident was consumed by the enemy. The projection of the Sea God was also eliminated by the golden-horned giant beast. It can be said that the entire Douluo Continent has completely lost contact with the Sea God. Moreover, based on the earlier battle between the golden-horned giant beast and the Rakshasa goddess, even if the Sea God himself descended, he would likely not be a match for this colossal creature. And now, their only reliance is on the even more powerful Shura god. The Shura sword inherited from Tang Chun is the last hope. But changing allegiance like this is not something that can be easily accomplished. Moreover, Tang San's current actions are equivalent to needing dual divine positions. This is clearly against the rules of the divine realm. In the original work, it was the little rabbit in front of them that became the sheath of the Shura sword, successfully using this compromise method. However, now, Tang San cannot sense the power of the Shura god. Naturally, he has no way of knowing this method. What to do? Fortunately, it is said that the giant monster seems to have fallen into a state of slumber. At least for a short time, it won't threaten them. I think we should go to the City of Slaughter. I have a feeling there will be answers there. This is Dai Mubai's thought, instantly reminding everyone. Chapter 32. The Enforcer of the Divine Realm. The Fury of the Shura God. Boss Dai, what do you mean by this? At this moment, Tang San could no longer think normally and surprisingly did not sense the relationship involved. The reason Tang Chun went to the City of Slaughter back then was not for leisure. The City of Slaughter was precisely the Shura God's place of practice in the human world, just like the significance of Sea God Island to Douluo Continent. However, the Rakshasa goddess did not have her own territory, which is why she ran to the Shura God's territory to influence Old Tang, turning that place into what is now the City of Slaughter. As the saying goes, to untie a bell, one must be the one who tied it. As Tang Chen's successor, if one wants to connect with the Shura God, they can probably only start from the City of Slaughter. One can only hope that the Shura God can still sense the aura from Douluo Continent. Third brother, I also think it makes a lot of sense. Xiao reacted quickly as well. Moreover, the city of slaughter is not unfamiliar to Tang San. One could even say it is his territory. If it hadn't been for Tang San purifying that place back then, it would have returned to its original state. Therefore, to untie a bell, one must be the one who tied it. Perhaps this time returning will truly lead to a different discovery. Hearing the thoughts of his companions, Tang San's eyes suddenly brightened. This guy's mind has finally cleared up. It might be due to the immense pressure he faced before that led to the current situation. But in reality, this young man knows very well that the power of the Azura God is definitely much stronger than that of the Sea God before. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have been able to become the enforcer of the divine realm. Since the golden horn giant beast can defeat the Rakshasa goddess, one must possess power beyond that of a first-level god to stand against it. We will go with you. Seeing Tang San regain his fighting spirit, Zhu Zhuqing and the others felt very excited as well. This is the soul of the entire team. However, Ning Rongrong seems a bit restless. Seeing everyone raising their hands to vote, this little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is speaking out for the first time. I don't want to go. I'm afraid Xiao Ao won't be able to find his way back. This has always been Ning Rongrong's heartache. Although everyone feels there is no hope, no one is willing to break this window. After all, there is no evidence to indicate that Oscar is truly gone. At this time, it's better to let Ning Rongrong be alone for a while. Perhaps a miracle might happen. All right then, you can rest here for a while, and we will be back soon. After this sentence, Tang San set off with everyone. The city of slaughter has completely lost the eerie atmosphere it once had. It can be said that it has gradually returned to an ordinary city. Moreover, many of the original residents of the city of slaughter were wanted criminals from the Douluo Continent. After losing their protection, they have long since fled. Except for a few who remained, it has basically turned into a deserted city. I don't know if it's Tang San's good luck. His Shura sword originally seemed to have no reaction at all. It was just a cold, lifeless sword. It could be considered a relic left by his ancestors. But unexpectedly, just as they arrived at the outskirts of the city of slaughter, the sword moved on its own without wind, emitting a buzzing sound. What is going on? Could it be that this sword sensed something? Could it be? Who are you? Why do you have my legacy sword? That was a voice that suddenly appeared in Tang San's mind. No one around heard it. The tone of this voice is filled with a kind of lofty dignity, as if it is reflecting directly into his mind from the clouds above. I am Tang San. I was once the heir of the sea god. This sword comes from my great-grandfather. Since the other party is projecting their words with spiritual will, then Tang San will respond with his own spiritual will. This kid is at least a descendant of a sea god. This advanced form of communication, he is still able to grasp a bit. I know that the sea god has suffered heavy losses on Douluo Continent. Do you know who did it? Clearly, there must be a gap between the divine realm and Douluo Continent. Without special means of communication, those high-ranking gods would not know what exactly is happening on Douluo Continent. However, it can be heard that the tone of this Lord Shura God is very angry. Unlike ordinary first-level gods, the Shura God is the enforcer of the divine realm. It can be said that he controls the relationship between Douluo Continent and the divine realm. Recently, this Shura God has definitely been overwhelmed. Bad news has been coming in one after another. First, the avatar of the sea god was severely injured on Douluo Continent, and even his dojo was destroyed. Encountering such a situation, anyone would complain, right? The sea god directly approached the Shura God to convey his anger. But before understanding what exactly happened to the sea god, last night, the Shura God received another huge piece of news. A first-level god, that Rakshasa goddess, descended to the mortal realm without permission. Normally, such behavior would be punished by the Shura God. But unexpectedly, this Rakshasa goddess who descended without permission was actually killed by a monster from a human world, in a way that completely annihilated her from body to soul. This means that this Rakshasa goddess has no chance of resurrection. What kind of existence is this? How can it repeatedly challenge the dignity of the gods? For those of them who are high up, this is simply unimaginable. Douluo Continent is merely a low-level plane to the divine realm. The strongest beings there do not exceed level 100. Yet in this world, which seems to pose no threat to them, high-level gods have been attacked one after another. Now, there has even been a death. As the enforcer of the divine realm, the Shura God seems completely unable to grasp this matter. Now that he finally encounters someone in the know, he must ask for clarification. After receiving this question from the Shura God, Tang San suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking that perhaps this was his chance for revenge. Great Shura God, I can't be sure what the other party specifically is, but we believe it to be an external monster. Following that, Tang San recounted everything he had experienced and known. Basically, it was all about the golden horn giant beast. Upon hearing this news, the Shura god fell completely silent. Because a creature like the golden horn giant beast not only does not exist on Douluo Continent, but even in the divine realm, there has been no mention of such a monster. Of course, this cannot be blamed on the gods on Douluo Continent for being ignorant. After all, the former owner of the falling ink star, Huyan Bo, traversed the universe for 60 million years and only encountered a few starry sky giant beasts. An existence like the golden horn giant beast is extremely rare in the vast universe. So who could have imagined that one would appear on Douluo Continent? Chapter 33. The golden horn giant beast supports bit.Wang. Where's the monster you mentioned? I will send a small team down to investigate. This is absolutely unprecedented. In order to search for a rare monster on Douluo Continent, it actually alerted the enforcers of the divine realm. The legendary Azura god is actually going to send a divine investigation team down. I wonder if this has happened before. Anyway, in the known history of Douluo Continent, there has never been such a record. After hearing this news, Tang San must be very happy. So he volunteered, Great Azura god, I am willing to lead your people to find that monster. Very well, you are a very clever human. As a reward, once the task is completed, you can inherit the Azura sword. Alright, this seems to be different from the original work. Although Tang San is likely to inherit the Azura sword in the end, the subsequent story and content seem to have started to diverge from the original. The timeline officially splits from this moment. However, after hearing this news, Tang San was exceptionally excited. Soon, he shared this news with the other members of the Shrek team. There's no need to hide this, and many things to come will rely on everyone's cooperation. According to the agreement between Tang San and the Shura god, these few will act as guides for the gods on the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, to avoid the tragedy of the Rakshasa god from recurring, the few deities sent down this time can ignore the restrictions on the Douluo Continent and fully exert their original powers. After previous analyses, even the Azura god believes that the Rakshasa goddess has been hindered by the laws. If that goddess could unleash her true power as a rank 1 god, how could she possibly be defeated by a beast from the lower realm? It was careless. They didn't expect that the laws meant to restrict all beings on the Douluo Continent would end up harming their own kind. There's nothing to be done. After all, the golden horn beast is just too powerful. In fact, at this moment, the Azura god has still made a basic mistake. He knows full well that the beast possesses the strength to challenge a rank 1 god, yet he still didn't consider personally descending to the mortal realm. Is this pride and prejudice? Or does he think the problem is not serious enough? Just send a few people down to investigate, and it will be clear, there's nothing we can do. These gods have always considered themselves to be exalted beings. They simply do not take ordinary people seriously. From the very beginning, they misjudged the hierarchy of the Douluo Continent. They also never anticipated how terrifying a starry sky behemoth could be. This might also be a form of ignorance. However, the golden horned giant beast at this moment can't be bothered with so much. This guy is currently immersed in a very comfortable feeling. He feels the continuous expansion of energy within his body. Although he cannot speak, he can clearly perceive everything around him. This includes the argument between bit.Wang and the few offerings from the Spirit Empire. bit.Wang, what exactly are you doing? Although they had already witnessed the previous scene, those guys led by the golden crocodile, Douluo, were still relentless. Everyone saw bit.Wang's earlier failure. However, in front of this massive creature, their voices were very calm, as if they were afraid of something. Because so far, it seems that this woman is the only one who can communicate with the golden horn beast. If this giant beast wakes up, even 100 golden crocodile Douluos wouldn't be able to handle it. Second offering, I know that my previous mistakes were mine, but don't we now have a strong backing? As she spoke, bit.Wang pointed at the still motionless golden horn beast. No one dared to approach within 1,000 meters of this giant monster. Once someone got too close, their body would start to burn unnaturally. Even resisting with soul power couldn't last long. Terrifying. But this old crocodile seemed to be single-minded, desperately trying to secure a future for the angel princess. These elders are all relics of the past, completely unable to see the situation clearly, and with a few of their old brothers by their side. They seem intent on forcibly overthrowing bit.Wang's rule. For a moment, both sides feel a tense atmosphere. It is at this moment that a low growl echoes in everyone's ears. Who is making noise nearby? Do they want to die? It's the golden horn beast. Perhaps worried that bit.Wang is alone and vulnerable, and that these guys are not her match, the golden horn beast, despite being unable to move, still offers support. Although it's just a threat without any power behind it, the few powerful title Doa present cannot help but step back several paces upon hearing it. Especially the old crocodile, whose old face has turned pale with fright. They never expected that bit.Wang really has a connection with this monstrous creature. This woman is not to be trifled with. However, upon hearing this, bit.Wang instead wore a proud expression, unconsciously puffing out her chest in front of these old men, looking quite confident. Let's go. We won't interfere with things here. Is the old crocodile planning to retreat with reinforcements? It's not that this guy wants to give up on Jiaoling Pass, but he was scared out of his wits by a low roar from the golden horned giant beast. That monstrous creature could even take down a legendary god, let alone these few titled Douluos who haven't even reached level 99. Should they stay and wait to be taken down once it awakens? Or should they hurry back? Nana, please see off the honored guest for me. With the crisis averted, bit.Wang slowly turned around, giving what she thought was a charming smile, and then walked lightly with a sway towards the giant beast. Her posture was even more alluring than Milady's. What is it about me that this little guy finds appealing? Doesn't he mind that I've been married and have children? This has always been a knot in bit.Wang's heart. However, this woman probably hasn't read the Three Kingdoms and knows nothing about a prime minister named Cao Cao in it. As a modern-day time traveler, Wang Xian is not so old-fashioned. Haha, when young, one does not know the charm of mature women, mistaking young girls for treasures. This is a phrase from the future internet slang, surprisingly brought up by this guy. For a woman like bit.Wang, who still possesses charm, if she were to be with the Chancellor Cao from back in the day, it would definitely be a delightful experience. What's so good about young girls? They are pretentious, have big tempers, and need to be taught how to do everything. But a young married woman is different. All you need is a glance or a small gesture, and the other party will immediately understand your intentions and actively cooperate. You even save the time of being a teacher. Furthermore, in certain aspects, mature women are definitely easier to deal with than young girls. We are all adults here. Some things don't need to be said too much. Regarding the answer from the golden horn beast, bit.Wang was first surprised and stunned. Then couldn't help but lower her head, her face turning red. You naughty boy, how much longer do you need to level up? What? Does Her Majesty the Empress want me to experience the pleasures of Cao the Thief? What Cao the Thief? Hee, just a character from my hometown, nothing important. Chapter 34. It's a big deal. The Divine Realm investigation team descends. While the golden horn beast was chatting about life with bit.Wang, he was unaware that disaster was about to befall him. Due to his previous actions against the sea god and the Rakshasa goddess, he had drawn great dissatisfaction from the Shura god. It can be said that this starry beast that descended on the Douluo Continent had stirred up a storm. This is not a simple matter that can be resolved with just a few stings from a bee. Under the leadership of the Shura god, the Divine Realm is forming an investigation team. The purpose is to clarify the threat posed by the golden-horned giant beast on the Douluo Continent. If necessary, it must be eliminated. Moreover, this investigation team will not be restricted by the levels of the Douluo Continent. Whatever level they hold in the Divine Realm will be the same when they come to the human world. This is no longer the rookie character that resembled the Rakshasa goddess. Those who are able to come down are all renowned great gods. Leading the way are the Angel God and the Fire God. These two are both first-level gods in the Divine Realm. Next are two second-level gods, both of whom are renowned. One is the Phoenix God, who has always been the sidekick of the Fire God and possesses incredible combat power. Moreover, he has the ability of rebirth through fire. The other is the War God, who is said to have always been a pursuer of the Angel God. This time, they defeated other competitors and earned the qualification to become a flower protector. This is an incredibly powerful lineup. The Divine Realm, sending down these four guys at once, fully demonstrates their importance attached to the Golden Horn Beast. Of course, all of this is conducted in secret. Apart from Tang San, even the other members of the Shrek Seven Devils do not know the true identities of these four individuals. They only know that these four guys were recruited from the City of Slaughter and are very strong. This time, the god of Shura has really invested heavily. He directly granted these four guys unlimited time to use their maximum power. With this overall combat power, they could even turn the entire Douluo Continent upside down. The premise is that they are willing to unite. However, in reality, this Azura god still underestimated the selfishness of these four compatriots. After all, they have finally come to the human world. How could these guys immediately execute tasks like robots? They even showed indifference to all information about the Golden Horn Beast. I want to visit my followers on the Douluo Continent. That little girl is so foolish. This is the first sentence spoken by the angelic deity after seeing the crowd. I suppose the little girl mentioned by this goddess is the one currently undergoing the 9 trials of the angelic deity, Qianren Xue. Such things are unavoidable. There is always a communication gap between people. In fact, that angel princess has already done her best, It's just that she hasn't met the goddess's expectations yet. This time, the primary target of the angelic deity is not the golden-horned behemoth, as there is no direct conflict between the two. However, the angelic goddess is very interested in that angel princess. My esteemed lady, as your suitor, I am willing to escort you. If even the beloved goddess does not concern herself with the golden-horned behemoth, then how could the god of war do so? Of course, wherever this angelic goddess goes, the god of war will follow. Coincidentally, we are also here to check an ancient seal to see if it is as we imagined. Unexpectedly, the god of fire also has his own matters to attend to. He said he is going to the core area of the starry forest, where there is a troublesome being that gives the divine realm a headache. These lofty deities have reason to believe that the guy is sleeping among humans. So this time, we intend to settle this. Yes, esteemed Lord of Fire, I too have sensed the presence of that dragon. The enmity between our Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan should come to an end. Excellent. The Phoenix god is also a person with a purpose. On the surface, these four individuals are entrusted by the god of Shura to jointly investigate matters concerning the golden-horned giant beast on the Douluo Continent. But in reality, each of these four has their own agenda once they descend. The investigation is merely a side job for them, just an excuse to come to the Douluo Continent. Don't think that these gods are above everyone else. In fact, they are just higher-level humans, living a bit longer and looking a bit more handsome and charming. Ladies and gentlemen, don't you want to know the whereabouts of that golden-horned giant beast? Now, it was Tang San's turn to be dumbfounded. He originally thought that with 4 super experts, they could easily take down the golden-horned beast. However, he didn't expect that these 4 guys were actually just there for show. It was as if they hadn't come at all. Of course, if they managed to handle their own affairs smoothly, they might occasionally lend a hand, thinking that would be enough to deal with the golden-horned beast. How arrogant! The 4 deities completely ignored Tang San's kind advice and soon went their separate ways. At that moment, the upgrade of the golden-horned beast was finally complete. Perhaps in response to bit.Wang's weight, that guy once again used his doppelganger, Oscar, who appeared with a smile in front of the Empress of the Spirit Empire. However, this time, Oscar came bearing gifts. It was a small cube filled with mysterious energy, not belonging to the Douluo Continent. Hee, you little rascal. You come here and still bring gifts? Looking at the cube filled with dark green energy, bit.Wang had a sense of deja vu, but she didn't know what it was. This was left behind by the Rakshasa goddess, a woman whose body had turned to dust, yet this object remained indelible. Interesting. Who would have thought that the golden-horned beast could shatter the Rakshasa goddess's spirit and body completely, yet it couldn't destroy this strange, energy-filled cube. This thing fell from that Rakshasa goddess. It must be a remarkable treasure. I understand now. This should be the secret to becoming a god at level 100. This is the divinity of the Rakshasa goddess. After taking the treasure from Oscar's hand, bit.Wang played with it for a while before suddenly thinking of something. This is also a process of revelation. Why is it that anyone on Douluo Continent and those high-level soul beasts cannot break through level 100? Some have questioned what the difference is between human soul masters and those gods. The answer is only one, and that is divinity. This is something full of concepts. I didn't expect bit.Wang to actually see it today with her own eyes and even play with it in her hands. Am I satisfied with this gift? As long as it's from you, I like it. Looking at the little man in front of her, bit.Wang's eyes revealed a captivating color. What happened next was only natural and indescribable. bit.Wang indeed exuded the charm of a mature woman, and the two of them didn't reappear hand in hand until noon the next day. The golden-horned beast wants to become the ruler of the entire continent. First, he must become the emperor of the Spirit Empire, and bit.Wang, as the empress, is obviously the best springboard. Chapter 35. Oscar's Return. Ning Rongrong in tears. Mr. Oscar, does it feel good to be a man? Looking at the face in the mirror, someone muttered to himself. I didn't expect bit.Wang to really be able to turn the world upside down, sticking to people like an octopus. At this moment, it would be great to have a cigarette. The feeling of inhaling and exhaling smoke must be wonderful. What's wrong? Do you have any regrets? I see Oscar, who is looking in the mirror. bit.Wang's gentle voice comes from behind. Who would have thought? The seemingly lofty Empress of the Spirit Empire has such a side in her private space. It feels quite nice. Why don't you go sleep a bit more? People are curious and want to know how your fellow townsman, Chancellor Chao, ultimately died. I didn't expect bit.Wang to be so concerned about Cao Cao's matters. Curiosity really did kill the cat. Someone was just speaking their mind at the time. Little did they know this woman remembered it. Are you talking about that Chao thief? Take a guess. I guess Chao Mengda must have died at a woman's hands, right? Ha ha. Quite the opposite. He died of natural causes. After last night, Oscar realized he could understand that Chow Thi from the late Easter Han period. The taste of this can only be understood by those who have experienced it. Oomph. You're lying. Not a word from you men can be trusted. After getting dressed, Bibi Dong resumed her image as the queen, cold and noble, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Now, let's talk about our contract. You want me to hand over the entire armory of the Spirit Empire to you. I'm afraid Bibi Dong didn't expect that this golden-horned giant beast would open its mouth so wide. Right off the bat, it demands all the weapons and equipment of the Spirit Empire. As long as it's a metal product, the golden-horned giant beast accepts it all. However, this raises a problem. Without weapons and equipment, isn't the Spirit Empire like a tiger without its teeth? Don't even think about defeating the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Even self-preservation has become an issue. After all, their high-level soul masters are so few. The vast majority of soldiers rely on weapons for equipment. Don't worry before that. I will help you deal with the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. In fact, the golden-horned giant beast has no major conflict with these ordinary humans. It only needs them to continuously mine metals and refine various delicious metal products. However, to achieve this, it seems that collaboration with the Spirit Empire is necessary, as the people from the other two empires are not easy to control. No need to mention the Heaven Do Empire. That emperor is Tang San's disciple. According to their logic, the Spirit Hall hunting soul beasts is evil, while Shrek's 7 monsters hunting soul beasts is justified because those soul beasts deserve it. Collaborating with such logical individuals will never yield results. As for the Star Luo Empire, although Dai Mubai has given up his claim to the throne, the White Tiger clan won't be so easy to negotiate with. After considering it all, to make this continent more efficient in producing more metals for the golden-horned giant beast, the only reliance is the Spirit Empire, because the core of the Spirit Empire is 2 women. Now, Bibi Dong is clearly willing to rely on this powerful beast. Next, all that is left is to conquer Qianren Xue. Moreover, after the previous confrontation, that little girl's mindset has already been disturbed. I believe there will definitely be a breakthrough soon. So, let us proceed according to the original plan. Help the Spirit Empire eliminate those 2 empires. Then unify the entire Douluo Continent and build more blacksmith shops. Then the golden-horned giant beast can treat itself as a large base in the rear, living off the land. This is the beautiful blueprint he has outlined for himself. From now on, he will take Douluo Continent as his base. He can go conquer the next planet. Nice. However, while the ideal is beautiful, can reality achieve it? There's a big question mark in this. I'm going back for a while to see what those guys at Shrek Academy are up to. If you need me, just send a signal. I agreed on a fireworks signal with Bibi Dong. Oscar quietly left. However, the avatar of the golden horned beast did not know that Bibi Dong's gaze towards him was very complex. Moreover, when Oscar left, Bibi Dong stood on the city wall and gazed for a long time. This is a woman who lacks love. Everyone thinks Bibi Dong is a mature woman, but in reality, she is a lonely woman. The first man Bibi Dong loved was Yu Xiaojiang, but this guy abandoned her. Bibi Dong's second man was Qian Xuanji, who turned out to be a scoundrel and ultimately died at her hands. So, can this young man named Oscar win the heart of this empress? To be continued. It's been less than half an hour, crossing the neutral zone of the battlefield between both sides. Oscar from the Shrek 7 monsters reappeared outside the military camp of the Heaven Do Empire. Who goes there? What's the password? The soldiers on guard were very diligent and immediately surrounded the unfamiliar figure approaching from the opposite side. What is the password? You don't even recognize me? As he lifted his black cloak, Oscar revealed a smile he considered charming. Soon, the leader recognized this missing member of the Shrek 7 monsters. You are that sausage. You are Lord Oscar. Well, if you have warm water over there, that would be great. I'm exhausted from the journey. At this moment, Oscar seemed quite weak. This is not a demand from the fatigue of the journey. It is likely a sign of kidney deficiency. It's the type where the face is pale, and there is continuous sweating, and the legs feel unsteady while walking. However, outsiders are unaware of this and think that this person has endured life-and-death hardships to return. Soon, the news of Oscar's return spread throughout the military camp, and many people were cheering. This news quickly reached Ning Rongrong's ears. What did you say? Little Ao is back alive? In the past few days, Ning Rongrong has been praying every day. Anyway, all the gods in the sky have been treated as objects to confide in, and she has prayed to them all. Unexpectedly, it finally came true. Xiao Ao. When Oscar's face reappeared, Ning Rongrong could no longer suppress her impulse and rushed over like a joyful little bird. Is she really this proactive? This little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School also has such a cute side. In the past, this young lady was so reserved. But now she directly embraces him in front of everyone. With tears in her eyes, her face is filled with happiness. However, at this moment, Oscar's hands and feet seem to be a bit restless. He's not placing them correctly, right? But that's a minor detail. After all, they are engaged. Rong Rong, do you miss me? Yes, Xiao Ao, please don't leave me. How about this? Let's be together. It's that kind of close distance. You bad guy, saying such things in front of so many people. Chapter 36. You're not Oscar, soared Douluo's suspicion. What's wrong? I finally came back, Rong Rong and you. Didn't we agree that we would only do this on the day we get married? Aren't we already a couple now? After returning, Oscar gives a very strange feeling, as if he has a strong need in certain aspects. Although Ning Rong Rong feels a bit shy, this little girl has almost gone crazy these days. Faced with her husband's passionate gaze, Ning Rong Rong ultimately nodded in agreement. My goodness, can Oscar's body handle it? Fortunately, this guy can use his soul skill to create sausages that restore stamina. Otherwise, he might be drained. Although it looks a bit strange, those who know Oscar's situation can accept it. After all, anyone's mood would change after gaining a new lease on life in such a life-and-death environment. No one wants to lose, especially Ning Rong Rong now. So, even though it differs somewhat from her family's rules, this young lady accepted Oscar's ideas. However, this scene was seen by Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Haha, our little princess has grown up and is starting to have her own ideas. Although the elders are somewhat unaccustomed to Oscar's actions. After all, a girl can't be kept forever. Seeing such a scene, Douluo felt relieved. Sipping tea outside, he kept teasing his old friend Douluo. However, the 97th level Douluo's gaze was somewhat erratic. Don't you think there's something strange about this Oscar? This guy could never have forced Rong Rong before. Douluo truly deserves to be a swordsman, possessing a sharpness that ordinary people cannot perceive. Just like his sword, it's keen. Are you jealous, old man? Is it because you saw your granddaughter being taken away? Douluo doesn't seem to be that sensitive. Moreover, this old guy appears to have a clearer view of matters between men and women, unlike Douluo beside him, who has devoted his whole life to sword practice and hasn't even married. You two brothers are in such good spirits. What good tea do you have here? Let me have a taste. Just as these two elders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were exchanging opinions, Poison Devouring walked over. Don't be fooled by this old Poison Master being very reclusive. His family has long since branched out. Old Poison even has a granddaughter. So he definitely has a more open-minded perspective than these two old brothers. After learning about Douluo's concerns, the old Poison Master didn't take it seriously. Young people are impulsive, which is quite normal. And who knows, you might become great-grandparents soon. Then this old Poison Master showed a knowing look and started toasting with a Douluo beside him. All right, matters of the heart can only be understood by those who have experienced them. I believe that in his youth, Douluo wasn't any better than this Oscar kid. I can't be bothered with you two. I'm going to cultivate. Don't be fooled by the Douluo's extraordinary strength. He hasn't even touched a woman's hand until now. So having such a mindset is quite normal. Ning Rong Rong. The noise in the tent lasted for a good 4 to 5 hours before it finally settled down. Then that guy Oscar sneaked out of the tent. His face was a bit pale, but after continuously using his spirit to make and eat 3 sausages, he gradually regained some energy. He then walked to a small river and splashed his face with cold water. Looking at his reflection in the icy water, he murmured to himself, Oscar, today I became a man twice, and I even got my most beloved woman. I guess I deserve it. You, golden horn beast, are you doing this to repay Oscar? How hypocritical. While this guy was mumbling to himself, he didn't realize that someone had been watching him. At this moment, the Douluo was flying at an altitude of 1,500 meters, keeping a close watch on this kid on the ground. The more he looked, the more something fell off. But he couldn't pinpoint what the issue was. This is probably a kind of intuition for high-level title Douluo. The strength of this Douluo is definitely sufficient to qualify as a planetary-level powerhouse. His move, 10,000 swords returned to the sect, exhibits a destructive power that absolutely exceeds 5 million kilograms. He is also one of the few title Douluo powerhouses on this continent without any embellishments. You're not Oscar. Who are you? A cold voice rang out from behind Oscar, seemingly carrying a hint of probing, indicating that the Douluo was not very certain at this moment. He just felt that this guy's muttering earlier was a bit strange. After hearing this voice, Oscar slowly turned around, smiling as he looked up. Oh, how'd I not see you just now? You're flying pretty high. Indeed, after doing that kind of thing, the perception of this human avatar would significantly decrease in all aspects. If he didn't train hard, this body was indeed less comfortable than the golden horn beast. In fact, if this guy could have just pretended a bit, showing Oscar's honest demeanor, perhaps the other party would have retracted their suspicion. But who could blame this guy for being the golden horn beast? No one could speak to the golden horn beast in such a tone. You have already provoked the other party's bottom line, as this starry sky beast is inherently proud and domineering. What exactly are you? Why can you use Oscar's appearance? Upon hearing the other party's admission, the sword Douluo immediately entered a combat state. In an instant, countless bright swords appeared around his body, illuminated by the purity of the moonlight, making this sword Douluo look like a deity. However, upon seeing these flying swords, Oscar's face not only showed no fear, but instead revealed a kind of greed. I think metal suits me better. Thank you for restoring my strength. Compared to human food and Oscar's original martial soul, the golden horn beast prefers to devour metal. And this sword Douluo's martial soul can create a large amount of metal. It feels like a delivery person, a timely rain. In fact, what the golden horn beast lacks is just someone who can provide energy replenishment at any time. This is the servant he really wants to recruit. So this guy doesn't mind revealing his true self in front of the sword Douluo. However, this place is too close to the camp of the Tiando Empire, so he still needs to take some cover. As they spoke, the space where the two were suddenly spun around. Unbeknownst to the sword Douluo, he was dragged into a mysterious space. This is another inherited secret technique of the golden horn giant beast. Absolute space. In this space, the golden horn giant beast is the god who creates everything. People outside simply cannot find this space. However, this space can expand infinitely. What have you done? How could there be such a spatial soul skill? The sword Douluo, who has seen the world, immediately realized that he had been pulled into someone else's independent space. But this old man is still too naive. What he sees with the golden horn giant beast is not a soul skill. This is the secret method of inheritance from the starry sky Behemoth. Don't be nervous. Aren't you curious to see my true form? A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the figure of Oscar before me slowly faded away. Then, a huge shadow emerged from behind him, standing over 3,000 meters tall. It was enormous. Is this the two-tiered golden horn giant beast? Chapter 37, which is better, the 7-killing sword or the Haotian hammer? What kind of monster are you? Seeing this enormous, boundless monster in front of him, even a master like the sword Douluo felt a shiver of fear. The opponent hadn't even made a move yet, and just the sheer size was enough to be shocking. No wonder he felt a strange sensation when he saw Oscar earlier. Indeed, could this creature be the golden horn giant beast that Tang-san mentioned? However, this colossal being was clearly even more terrifying than Tang-san described. Just looking at its size gave a sense of intimidation. I have already tasted the flavor of the Haotian hammer. I wonder if your 7-killing sword will be more to my liking. For the golden horn giant beast, the more powerful the weapon spirit, the greater its attraction. Upon hearing this, the sword Douluo across from him couldn't help but shiver all over. The old senior couldn't express what he was feeling. Was it fear or excitement? Or perhaps he felt insulted, although you took me by surprise a bit. I'm not that easy to deal with. After saying this, the sword Douluo's clothes moved without wind. Countless swords gathered around him. He was very confident in the power of his martial soul and the results of years of hard training. Facing such a colossal beast, he had to go all out. 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. A giant sword fell from the sky, merging with sword Douluo's body. Then it quickly decomposed into countless small swords, striking towards the opponent's forehead like a torrential storm. According to common knowledge in the Douluo Continent, any creature's head is its weak point. However, sword Douluo didn't know that the golden horned giant beast was waiting for this move. Ha. Thank you for the treat. Devour. Faced with such a delicious offering, the golden horned giant beast did not hold back. Even the tiger and hare had to use all their strength. Unexpectedly, this guy directly used the devouring skill. Then, the next scene became amusing. Those countless light swords, as if receiving some command, lined up in midair, about 100 of them forming a row, slowly sending themselves into the golden-horned giant beast's mouth. Crunch, smack. The taste is somewhat like chips or a fun snack. It's crispy and sweet. Anyway, it's sharp-edged and very chewy. It feels like an automatic delivery box. Convenient and quick, and the taste is good. But seeing his signature move being toyed with like this makes the sword Douluo feel quite upset. One must know that his move, 10,000 swords return to origin, used to be formidable in front of bit.Wang and the others. Even some big shots from the Spirit Empire would desperately flee upon seeing this move. It was truly impressive. But now, the situation has completely changed. It feels like feeding this giant beast. Quite submissive. You despicable one. Perhaps now, anger is no longer enough to describe the sword Douluo's feelings. Look at my 7th soul skill, true body of 7 kills. The sword Douluo, enraged, trembles all over. His 9 soul rings emit an incredible and powerful energy. Waves of soul power continuously condense. Based on the sword Douluo's own body, it transforms into a gigantic 7 kills sword out of thin air. Its length exceeds 1,000 meters. With an unmatched aura, it slashes towards the opponent's head. From this posture, the sword Douluo intends to split his enemy in two. Even a titled Douluo of the same level would not dare to take such a killing move head-on. Unfortunately, the guy opposite is the golden horned great beast. It didn't even glance at the giant sword descending from the sky. It casually raised its left claw and extended 2 fingers, just like catching a blade with bare hands. It steadily caught the 7 kills sword midair. The taste of your 7 kill sword is on par with their Haotian hammer, making me feel reluctant to let go. While speaking, it also disregarded the force exerted by the opponent. The colossal creature used its brute force to stuff the 7 killing sword into its mouth. Crack. There was no suspense. The 7 killing sword broke, just like the angel holy sword that Qian Rinxue had bitten through back then. The position around 23 was directly sent into the mouth of this golden-horned giant beast. The position of the hilt was the body of the sword Douluo. The incident that had happened to Tang Xuan occurred once again with this guy. However, the sword Douluo was in a slightly better situation. What he lost was not the essence of his martial soul, but the soul skill he had condensed. Yet, the sound emitted by the golden-horned giant beast made this old fellow unable to hold back. The other party was like a gourmet, commenting on this dish. This tastes like mango ice. I like it. What? It's only equivalent to mango ice? If it weren't for a lingering obsession in his heart, hearing his soul skill being commented on like this would have made him feel quite upset. The sword Douluo almost fainted. How infuriating this kid. I'm so enraged. I'll fight you to the end. 9th soul skill, divine and demon dual slash. This is already the limit of Jian Douluo. Continuously releasing high-level soul skills has almost exhausted his soul power. Now there's only one final deadly strike left. This 9th soul skill can be considered one of the rarest among its peers. Among the 97th level title Douluo, perhaps only the Haotian Douluo Tang Hao can surpass him. Wow. ZZ. This is the final strike of the sword fighting duo. At this moment, the old man's silver hair is flowing. His face is turned as pale as paper. This blow drained all his strength, even enhanced by the fury it accumulated. This move can definitely be described as earth-shattering. The originally disdainful gaze of the golden horned beast has now turned fervent. However, he merely regards the opponent's desperate output of the 9th soul skill as a more delicious snack. Is this a chocolate-filled treat? I hope it doesn't disappoint me too much. There's no way to bridge the gap in strength just by gritting your teeth or shouting slogans. The golden horned beast is just that domineering. Even if the opponent stands still and lets your 9th soul skill strike, do you think the sword Douluo can harm him in the slightest? According to the strength hierarchy in Douluo Continent at this moment, the golden horned beast's power is likely even greater than that of the combined 5 god kings of the entire divine realm. This is reality, and you have to acknowledge your reality. After unleashing the 9th soul skill, the sword Douluo's stamina could no longer support his body. He was seen drifting down slowly from the air like a kite with a broken string. His silver hair and flowing long robe gave a very beautiful yet tragic feeling. The sword Douluo really tried his best. However, Chapter 38, Sword Douluo, if you want to become a god, then be my servant. Slap. Just as the sword Douluo continued his free fall, a giant hand suddenly caught him in midair. It was done by the golden horned beast. This guy doesn't know what he's thinking. On one hand, he's stuffing 2 sword lights created by someone else's 9th soul skill into his mouth. On the other hand, he doesn't want to see this sword Douluo fall like this. Could it be that he has developed a fondness for him? Your level of creating delicious food makes me feel very ideal. It would be a shame for you to die like this. This sword Douluo is very close to Ning Rongrong. If you were to suddenly go missing with no explanation, it would definitely cause great chaos. The golden horned giant beast is not yet eager to turn against that woman. At the very least, it should leave some feelings for the original owner of this body. Oscar. Of course, the most crucial point is that this time, in the military camp of the Heaven Do Empire, Tang San is nowhere to be seen. This made the golden horned beast feel very strange. At such a tense moment, did that kid really slip away? When I came back earlier, I was too busy dealing with Ning Rongrong to ask about the whereabouts of those guys. It looks very suspicious now. I don't need your pity, you monster. It's my lack of skill, and I've resigned myself to it. Although the tone of this statement sounds a bit insincere, it also reveals the old man's stubbornness. The golden horned beast in front of him gave the sword Douluo the feeling of being invincible. These two guys are completely on different levels. How could an ordinary human possibly defeat such godlike monsters? However, what the golden horned giant beast said next instantly gave the old man the courage to continue living. Do you want to be my servant? I'll give you the chance to break through to level 100. This definitely hits the pain point of everyone on the Douluo Continent. How many years has it been? The predecessors have spent countless efforts without being able to break through that level. That barrier of level 100 is like an impenetrable wall, making it impossible to jump over. Even the top-tier powerhouses in this world ultimately face a downfall. Although it is possible to inherit power through other means and become a god, so far, it seems that no one on the Douluo Continent has been able to break through that barrier. Currently, Tang San and bit.Wang across from him might be trying. But up to now, neither of them has succeeded. Therefore, even the sword Douluo feels this sound a bit absurd. However, after witnessing the power of the golden-horned giant beast in front of him, he couldn't help but fall into confusion and even began to hesitate. Because the power exhibited by the golden-horned giant beast clearly exceeds human imagination. To possess such power, aside from racial advantages, it is very likely that this beast has broken through the level limits of the Douluo Continent. Following it might genuinely lead to that step. Are you really telling the truth? What kind of price do I need to pay? I have to admit, under the temptation of becoming a god, even someone as principled as the sword Douluo would waver. I need your absolute obedience, especially when I want to indulge. I am very satisfied with your soul skills. This is the plan of the golden horn beast. He is very selective when it comes to choosing people. He is unwilling to let those who are not useful to him become gods. Take that bit.Wang, for example. If it weren't for the position and the vast empire behind that woman being useful to the golden horn beast, do you think this lord would have given away the divinity of a Rakshasa goddess that he had previously obtained? And the sword Douluo in front of him is like an automatic snack machine for the golden horn beast. If a new divinity can be obtained in the future, the golden horn beast will definitely prioritize providing it to him. I absolutely will not help you do things that betray humanity. Although the conditions proposed by the other party are very tempting, the sword Douluo still has his bottom line. After becoming the servant of the golden horn beast, there will definitely be many things beyond his control. If it means turning against his friends and family, the sword Douluo would rather give up such an opportunity. No problem. I will plant a mark on you, but I won't force you to do things you don't want to do. Don't worry. After saying this, the golden horn beast opened this private domain space. Once the two returned to the real world, the terrifying starry sky beast had already disappeared, replaced by the smiling Oscar. The first question is, tell me where Tang San and the others went? This is currently the topic of greatest interest to the golden horn beast. As the protagonist of this world, Tang San definitely will not be hiding away. There should be some conspiracy behind it. However, the sword Douluo is solely focused on cultivation and does not care much about such matters. So I can only speak frankly. I only know that they went to the city of slaughter, but what exactly they went to do can only be asked from Rong. Alright then, what should we do next? Let me remind you, if you handle this well, I won't consider controlling your mind. For the sword Douluo, the golden horn beast requirements are relatively lenient. After all, a long-term benefactor like this should be well protected. When the two returned to the camp, Ning Rong still looked a bit unhappy. Grandpa Jian, why did you call our Oscar out? Is there something that can't be asked in front of me? It turns out that this young lady knows her husband was called out. However, the sword Douluo has a special status in the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Even if someone sees it, no one would stop it. It's nothing. I just chatted with this kid about our lifelong affairs. The sword Douluo clearly would not lie. His eyes were sparkling. But since the other party mentioned lifelong affairs, Ning Rong's little face quickly turned red. Oscar also took the opportunity to hold his woman's hand. Rong, why didn't I see to Lao and Tang San when I came back this time? Even Ma Hongjun is missing? Oh, they went to the city of slaughter, saying they need to find a way to help Sangu inherit the Shura sword. So that's how it is. Hearing Ning Rong's words, Oscar revealed a meaningful smile. Shura sword? I didn't expect Tang San to be such an indestructible little cockroach. They just lost the sea god's trident, and now they're quickly thinking about the Azura god? But this seems to connect back to the original storyline. After all, the Azura god eventually passed his power to Tang San. Moreover, it was with the power of the Azura sword that this so-called chosen one was able to handle everything. It's quite interesting. I wonder what the taste of the Azura sword will be like. This thing is definitely the weapon of the God King. It must be more delicious than the previous sea god trident. Chapter 39. Long live to see. The angel god is going to darken Xuan. Let's wait for them to come back to discuss the specifics, but quickly tell me what Grandpa Jian said to you just now. Ning Rongrong didn't notice anything unusual at all. Even when this sword Douluo faced Oscar, his attitude was somewhat humble. This seems quite abnormal. However, at this moment, Ning Rongrong is completely immersed in the longing of being a wife. How does that saying go? Women in the era of love are the most foolish. Just as Oscar was asking, he suddenly sensed something. It was a perception that only a second-level strong star could possess. It seemed that 4 powerful energies had arrived in the starry sky where he was located. Based on his previous experience fighting the Rakshasa girl, these 4 guys were definitely gods. Gods whose abilities were not restricted. What were they here for? But they were not coming in his direction. It seemed they had other matters to attend to. 2 of them were flying towards the central region of the Spirit Empire, the direction where the angel princess Xuan was located. The other 2 seemed to be headed towards the distant Starry forest. The attributes of these 2 guys are consistent, carrying a strong fire energy. It feels like 2 giant meteorites crashing to the ground. When I first sensed these 4 powerful auras, the golden horned beast almost entered a battle state. However, the current situation is somewhat unexpected. Have these guys lost their minds? Surely these 4 gods didn't descend upon Douluo Continent just for sightseeing? Vaguely, this guy feels that Tang San's departure might be somewhat related to the arrival of these 4. But let's not think too much about that. Anyway, that kid will come back sooner or later. At that time, we'll know what they're up to. Moreover, with the sword Douluo as a servant now, it's not necessary for Oscar to personally take action to keep track of Tang San and the others. Instead, those 4 who descended from the sky make people feel very uneasy. Of course, these 4 didn't notice the golden horn giant beast. After all, this guy is currently using a human avatar, and if they're not face-to-face, they can't detect his presence at all. Furthermore, these so-called gods aren't taking this matter seriously at all. The first to arrive at the destination is the angel god. This is an extremely beautiful woman. She looks even more delicate than Qianrengshu. A dazzling beam of golden light descends from the sky. It directly falls in the very center of the angel temple. If a stranger were to suddenly intrude like this, the surrounding angelic army would definitely not let them off. But today, for some reason, this guy knelt down on one knee as if he knew this angel deity, his expression very devout. Even the usually proud Qianrengshu showed a look of fear and trepidation. Respected angel deity, I didn't expect you to personally descend. I am preparing to accept your 9th assessment. So you were that little girl. Not that impressive, huh? Why do you have so many things you can't let go of? It was evident that the angel deity looked quite impatient. When Qianrengshu was undergoing the assessment before, she had been hesitating whether to stop her grandfather's sacrifice. This made the angelic deity very displeased. What she needed was a Cold War machine, demanding unconditional obedience from her successor. Obviously, Qianrengshu's fiery personality was not suitable. So, since she had personally descended today, she might as well teach this little girl a lesson. Forcefully transform her a bit. Qianrengshu was trembling with fear. Please, no need for small talk, just go dark. Just like I told you before, believe in your deeper desires. What's going on? The angel princess could hardly believe her ears. The angel deity, whom she revered as pure and exalted, actually wanted her to turn dark. Did the angel deity only need an obedient servant, rather than an heir? How could this be? The divine inheritance seemed so sacred from the perspective of ordinary humans. But now, knowing the truth, it felt so cruel. After hearing this command, all of Qianrengshu's faith crumbled. It turned out she was just a poor wretch. The angel deity never considered these heirs as one of their own. These lofty beings need obedient servants, just like the attitude of that Rakshasa goddess towards bit.Wang. Such a beautiful woman was turned into a terrifying monster like a spider. Yet the Rakshasa goddess showed no remorse at all. The same thing, of course, happened to this angelic deity. Around this angel city, there were countless naive girls who thought they had joined a holy paradise. In reality, no, I disagree. If I were to turn dark, my grandfather's previous sacrifice, you have no say in this. I will personally preside over the upcoming ritual. After saying this, a colossal war god descended from the sky, releasing a powerful aura that enveloped the entire temple. Outsiders had no way of knowing what was happening inside. Even if someone broke in, they would be slain by that war god at the first opportunity. Arrogant, too despicable. At this moment, the angel princess truly felt helpless, as if calling out to the heavens, and the earth yielded no response. In the final moment before her consciousness faded, in the mind of the angel princess, The strange gaze of that monster suddenly resurfaced. How could this be? Why did she remember that annoying monster at the last moment of her transformation? Could it be? On the other side, the two gigantic meteors successfully landed in the core area of the Stardow forest. Boom! In an instant, raging flames engulfed all the vegetation within a radius of several dozen square kilometers. When everything quieted down, two men appeared in the vast clearing. They were dressed in fiery red robes, making them look like two little suns. In fact, the powerful soul beasts around, sensing this force, were too frightened to lift their heads. Lord Fire God, are you really sure? Is the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, truly sealed in this forest? The one asking the question was the Phoenix God. In the original story, this character's power was inherited by Ma Hongjun. However, judging from the current development of the plot, that little guy has no hope. Little Phoenix, do you doubt my information? Don't worry. I guarantee that the feud between your Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan will soon come to an end. This fire god clearly isn't a normal human. His hair, eyebrows, and beard are all red. It feels like he is a red-haired monster who ran into the wrong scene from a perfect world. Listening to the conversation between these two guys, they seem to have come to this forest in search of an ancient creature called Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. Wait a minute. Isn't this a plot point from the legend of the Dragon King? Do these two guys want to resurrect the Silver Dragon King ahead of time? This is too crazy, isn't it? Chapter 40. The Legend of the Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, is sealed. That dragon god almost destroyed the entire divine realm back then, and his descendants must be exterminated. Hearing the fire god say this, the Phoenix god next to him also gritted his teeth. After saying this, the Phoenix god raised his right hand. It seemed that several fiery red butterflies flew out from a ball of flames, spreading out in all directions. This is a method used to investigate a certain type of seal. This forest is said to have very powerful soul beasts, with even the lowest level being at least 100,000 years old. There have even been reports of a black dragon here with nearly 700,000 years of cultivation, known as the beast god Emperor Tian. Originally, this was a forbidden area for humans. Even the two kings of the Stardow forest back in the day, Daming and Erming, did not dare to approach it easily. However, today, these powerful soul beasts have also felt an incredible pressure. They have all become like turtles withdrawing their heads, not daring to show themselves. They can only allow these two guys to act recklessly on this land. God, this is the power of the gods, enough to make any strong person bow down. Soon, these two gods found the place they desired. It was a vast underground space. Above it seemed to be a lake, well disguised. But if you could come to this space beneath the lake, you would discover a kind of indescribable power here. This is a sealing ability. It can make the outside world feel no fluctuations at all, completely unaware that a terrifying strong being is hidden here. Even if someone accidentally stumbles in, they will be blocked by the various runes distributed here. Those are ancient Dragon Clan characters that can create illusions for ordinary people and even forcibly erase your memories. So this guy has been sealed here for so many years without any news coming out. Rather than saying it's a seal, it would be more accurate to say that this guy is here recuperating. The fire god muttered to himself, touching the center of the barrier with his hand. Buzz. It seemed he had touched a critical node. The space-time that originally looked stable suddenly became chaotic. Faintly, there seemed to be flashes of lightning and thunder, along with the sounds of tigers roaring and dragons singing. It was as if the seal was alive and sensed the intruder's strength. Interesting. They dragons love this kind of mysterious runes. The Phoenix god was still not very sure what was beneath, but after seeing the scene here, he was already 100% certain. Now we can confirm a location, but if we force it open, should we report to the god of Shura? Seeing the scene before him, the fire god hesitated, because their main purpose for coming to this Douluo Continent was still to find the golden horned beast. What they were doing now seemed to be crossing a line. If the god of Shura finds out, they would most likely be punished. Why don't we prepare a flame seal outside? Even if this guy breaks out, we can still keep track of its movements. The Phoenix god proposed. This seems to be a foolproof method. Great, we should almost get down to business. You set up the barrier, and I'll go ask that woman how she's doing. It's clear that the fire god and the Phoenix god are very cautious in their actions. These two guys seem to be afraid of something. No problem. If I overstep my bounds, the mistakes those two made should be bigger than ours, right? I knew that the angel deity was so eager to descend to the mortal realm. There must be something going on. I heard that a believer has been corrupted. I really can't understand what these angels are thinking. They should just focus on their own business, and this time we won't lose out. On the other hand, Qian Ringshu's process of corruption is basically complete. I don't know why, but this corrupted angel princess is even more beautiful than before. Moreover, there's a strange allure in her gaze. It feels a bit like a smoky eye makeup. Very modern. This image of the golden-horned giant beast might be quite appealing. Respected angel god, I've already felt the endless power within my body. How may I serve you? The demon in Qian Rinxue's heart has been completely unleashed. It is a thirst for power and authority. Didn't you say you had seen that little monster? Take us to find him. The angel god said casually, as if discussing something unrelated to himself. Meanwhile, the god of war, who had been following closely, suddenly straightened his chest. Isn't it just a soul beast with a higher level? Does it really require the beautiful angel to intervene? As a pursuer of the angel god, this god of war finally got his chance to show off. Although he is a second-level god, this guy's combat power is definitely not inferior to that of the sea god. This is a widely recognized fact in the entire divine realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called the god of war. I think it's better for us to go and take a look together. After all, this is the task of the god of Azura. The angel god is well aware of the little thoughts regarding the god of war. Beauty is a rare resource. Whether in the human world or the divine realm, it brings a good aura to a person. Just as these two were about to set off, the god of fire and the phoenix god had everything arranged. As long as there is any movement from this being in the starry forest, they will be able to sense it immediately. Then they can come and slay the dragon with justification. But what about the golden-horned giant beast? Is this guy really that easy to deal with? From the very beginning, the aura of these four deities has already been sensed by the golden-horned beast. Do you think it would just wait for you to come and kill it? That's a joke. You really underestimate the strength of the stellar beasts, don't you? However, simultaneously dealing with four high-level divine beings does seem a bit troublesome. They must be dealt with separately. Of course, Oscar can also sense that these guys are starting to gather. It's just that these so-called gods are quite foolish. Their way of doing things is rather like trying to find a sword by carving a boat. Perhaps it's because of the earlier appearance of the golden-horned beast at Jiaoling Pass. These four guys actually gathered directly in that direction. Even though the figures of the fire god and the phoenix god once passed over the camp of the Tiando Empire, they showed no signs of stopping. It turns out, these two guys completely failed to notice the golden-horned giant beast that had already used a human avatar. Weak. Still too weak. Watching the two gigantic fireballs streaking across the sky, Oscar revealed a hint of a disdainful smile. Just then, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded behind him. Oscar, you're back? Why didn't you go check on your teacher? He.S. injured. This is a woman's voice. It belongs to the Busta's sister Lu Erlong, who is also Yu Xiaojiang's wife. However, this Oscar is not the original Oscar. He returned to this camp with the purpose of finding the weapon cache and feasting on the metal products inside. As for the interpersonal relationships of the original Oscar, he only wants to maintain the one with Ning Rongrong and has no intention of visiting his former teacher. Chapter 41. Yu Xiaojiang, you know too much. Teacher Erlong, Oscar just came back. We plan to rest for a night before paying our respects to the teacher. Just at that awkward moment, Ning Rongrong appeared in time. Now, this woman completely belongs to Oscar. So even though she noticed her husband being somewhat rude, Ning Rongrong cleverly helped him cover up the lie. You look quite pale. You should really rest well. It's not easy to come back alive from Sea God Island. Lu Erlong actually knows about Oscar's situation as well. It was just a casual question. Now, under Ning Rongrong's reminder, it seems she has also noticed something off about Oscar. The kid looks like he just finished some intense physical exercise, with a pale face, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and his legs feeling unsteady while walking. This feeling seems a bit familiar. Just when Lu Erlong's thoughts were drifting away, Oscar spoke up. I really should go visit the teacher. Let's go. Although Yu Xiaojiang doesn't have much to do with the current golden horn beast, he is also an important supporting character in the Douluo Continent. He is the kind of supporting character that is very annoying. With a sense of curiosity, Oscar decided to go see the real person. It is said that this guy was heavily injured by the light feathered Luo while covering for the retreat of the emperor of the Tiando Empire, and fortunately, he managed to survive. He is now recuperating. Since Oscar was previously a disciple of this master, it is only right to go visit him. After all, he still intends to continue playing this human role. After hearing Oscar say this, the two women in front of him showed a look of relief. I'll go talk to him first. Your teacher will definitely be very happy. At this moment, Lu Erlong seemed to have not noticed that Oscar's gaze was a bit off. It seemed to be focused on the chesty sister. This is uncontrollable, okay? Among all the people in the Douluo Continent, Lu Erlong's development is undoubtedly the most astonishing. It must have attracted the attention of many readers and viewers right from the start. Now that Oscar has seen the real person, he can hardly take his eyes off her. The reason he agreed to meet Yu Xiaojing is largely because of this big-breasted sister, right? Of course, he can't let Ning Rongrong tag along. Just when this little girl was excitedly running over, she was called back by Sword Douluo. Rongrong, I have something to discuss with you. Come here. As a servant of the Golden Horn Beast, Sword Douluo is quite principled. As soon as a certain someone's thoughts shift, this old guy knows what to do. Moreover, knowing Oscar's true identity, Sword Douluo is very protective. Keeping his little princess away from this monster is the best scenario. So, Oscar swaggered towards Yu Xiaojing's residence. Fortunately, on the way, Oscar discovered that the weapon depot of the Tiando Empire's army was right next to the tent. These guys are hiding really well. No wonder I couldn't find them after searching for so long. Well, the real purpose of the Golden Horn Beast coming to this camp is this. Recognizing Ning Rongrong is just a side matter. At this moment, Oscar can't help but want to transform. But in front is the tent where Yu Xiaojing is recuperating. It seems inappropriate not to go in and say hello. Plus, it seems Liu Erlong is also inside. Master, how are you? Is your injury serious? This is my recovery sausage. You should give it a try. According to Oscar's previous memories, the Golden Horn Beast is disguised very well. But perhaps because Liu Erlong is nearby, this guy's gaze is always distracted. Although Yu Xiaojing looks like he's on the brink of death on the sickbed, his gaze is incredibly sharp. How could he not see Oscar's sneaky eyes? Erlong, I want to change my medicine. Can you go get it for me? I want to have a chat with little Oscar. After making up his mind, Yu Xiaojing dismissed Liu Erlong. Oscar also unabashedly watched his teacher's departure all the way. The greed in his eyes was completely unhidden. If it weren't for Yu Xiaojing's angry questioning, this guy might not have been willing to turn back. Speak. Who exactly are you? Seeing that Liu Erlong had already left, Yu Xiaojing's eyes turned cold. From the moment he entered, this guy was already convinced that the person in front of him was not his disciple. Although this guy is indeed the real Oscar. How could that be? I've said it since I was young. Speak. Who exactly are you? How can you control my disciple? Although the master is not very strong, he is the most knowledgeable person in the entire Douluo Continent. He has also seen many strange secrets. Perhaps he can understand what possession means. Seeing this scene, Oscar's smiling face slowly faded. How'd you find out? Previously, Oscar respected his elders very much. But your eyes showed greed. Alright, so it all started with the eyes. It seems the acting of the Golden Horn Beast is not very good. At that time, the Sword Douluo noticed it at a glance. Now, Yu Xiaojing, someone familiar with him, also saw through it immediately. Ning Rongrong, did you notice anything? But that girl must have sensed something strange. However, due to her deep longing for Oscar and her inexperience in the world, this young lady simply didn't think in that direction. But if it's companions and friends who are very familiar with Oscar, they would probably see through it easily. Thinking of this, Oscar began to shake his head desperately. It seems that it's really not working. I still need to practice. You don't have the chance anymore. I just sent Liu Erlong out to notify the guards. Yu Xiaojing is really clever. Without making a fuss, he asked his wife to go out and change the dressing. But in fact, he was having Liu Erlong call for help. Ha ha. Wei Yu Xiaojing, truly worthy of being the strategist of the Heavendo Empire. Seeing the scene, I could hear the footsteps outside the tent growing louder. Oscar was not afraid at all. Instead, he burst out laughing. You'd better surrender, perhaps after revealing your identity. You might be able to save your life. Yu Xiaojing struggled to get up from the bed. This guy always likes to pose as a winner. But little does he know, he has already caused a great disaster. The disguise has been revealed, so there's no need to continue the act, right? Yu Xiaojing, I admit you are very smart, but you know too much. Oscar chuckled softly, and then his body slowly twisted and swayed. Crackle. It seemed like a thunderstorm. No one knew what was happening. They just suddenly felt a huge figure appear before their eyes. What was that? The warriors of the Dou Empire are seeing the golden horned giant beast for the first time these days. This guy, that massive body makes them feel shivers down their spine just by looking at it. As for Yu Xiaojing and his tent, where is it? It must have turned to dust long ago, right? Chapter 42. The golden horned giant beast creates chaos in the Heavendo Empire. What is that thing? Xiaojing. That is a woman's scream. It's Liu Erlong. Before, Yu Xiaojing didn't know if he was losing his mind. He kept hinting that Liu Erlong should find someone to capture Oscar. Could it be that he suspected this kid was bribed by the Spirit Empire? But when Liu Erlong had just brought the guards over, she discovered that the entire camp had been completely transformed. A nameless giant monster was attacking the armory. The area of 5,000 square meters had been completely flattened. Countless soldiers were wailing and screaming, fleeing from this area. What is that thing? How can it be so huge? Could it be a sneak attack from the Spirit Empire? The golden-horned giant beast completely ignored the cries of these humans. Yu Xiaojiang's tent had long been crushed underfoot when it transformed. Right next to it was the armory of the Heaven Do Empire. Inside were weapons and armor sufficient for 5 million people. All the equipment needed by the Heaven Do Empire's army and their reserves was here. The vast majority were metal armors. Although they didn't compare to those divine artifacts in quality, the quantity was quite large. Devour. You could see the golden-horned giant beast open its massive mouth and quickly suck in all these weapons and equipment. Then it swallowed them down, quite satisfied. Now it had reached the second stage of a star, and even if it swallowed the equipment of 100,000 people, the energy inside would only increase by less than 1. If it devoured the entire armory, it would only increase its strength by about 8 to 9. It feels so difficult to level up now. Has already reached the peak. Erlong, where's my little Oscar? The clueless Ning Rongrong was also frightened by this giant monster. But remembering that Oscar had gone to visit Yu Xiaojiang earlier, she braved the immense fear and quickly rushed over. However, at this moment, Lu Erlong was already in tears. A few guards who managed to escape had already announced the tragedy of Yu Xiaojiang. Don't go over there, the most central position has been flattened, and there are no remains. This is someone's original words. This also means Oscar. No, I don't believe it. I have to save Xiao Ao. Perhaps hearing Ning Rongrong's cries. The golden-horned beast, which had almost emptied the equipment store, suddenly turned its head. In its huge pupils, it directly saw the two crying women. Of course, this was just a momentary daze. What followed was even more terrifying. Devour. The metal reserves are simply not enough. The golden-horned behemoth then set its sights on the soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons. A devouring sound erupted. Suddenly, the camp was in chaos. My weapon flew away. Oh no, my shield, how could this happen? Quickly, throw away all your gear unless you want to be a snack for the giant beast. Some clever individuals quickly figured it out, realizing that the golden-horned behemoth was absorbing metal. If anyone remained oblivious at this moment and clung to their armor, they would likely become the beast's next meal. At this size level, it could almost be considered invincible. Meanwhile, the Tiando Empire was completely panicked, including the emperor known as Avalanche. All the armor and equipment of everyone were absorbed. Even the golden ring, symbolizing the imperial rule of the Tiando Empire, was ruthlessly taken by the giant beast, leaving the emperor with only a pair of underwear. What kind of terrifying soul beast is this? Emperor Avalanche was dumbfounded. In less than an hour, the entire Tiando Empire's army of 1 million had turned into unarmed civilians. Not only were the visible metals taken, but even a few nobles' gold dentures were absorbed. Moreover, after absorbing these metals, the golden-horned behemoth appeared even larger, estimated to be at least 500 to 800 meters tall. This big guy only needs to walk a few circles horizontally to destroy the entire camp. If it weren't for the concern of hurting Ning Rongrong and Lu Erlong, this guy would have done it long ago. The commotion from the Tiando Empire's camp has caused a cheer on the opposite side at Jiaoling Pass. Although they don't know the specific reason, the soldiers of the Spirit Master Empire understand in their hearts. It seems that their empress has reached some kind of agreement with the golden horned beast. Ha! Let's see how the Tiando Empire turns the tables now. Their weapons and equipment have been taken away. So aren't we free to slaughter them? Hee. You guys shouldn't get too complacent. Without the empress's orders, you are not allowed to attack recklessly. This is the feast of the golden horned beast. Do not disturb that esteemed being. There have been many rumors before, saying that the golden horned beast is about to become the guardian beast of the Spirit Master Empire. It seems that this is not just empty talk. Now, it is using its actions to destroy the Tiando Empire. Master, this is great. It's Mr. Golden Horned Beast, who has already helped us break through the Tiando Empire's defenses. Soon, the overjoyed Hulaina reported this good news to bit.Wang, who was sitting on her throne, smiling and sipping tea. Everything felt so comfortable. bit.Wang had only paid a small price and unexpectedly received such results. It seems that all previous efforts were worth it. Nana, when the golden horned beast leaves that camp, let our subordinates clean up the aftermath. At your command, your majesty. Even if there are powerful soul masters on the opposite side, their combat power will be greatly reduced without equipment, especially those ordinary people who are unarmed. How could they possibly withstand the soul master legion of the Spirit Master Empire? What's even more terrifying is that after the golden horned beast finishes consuming all the metal in the camp, it slowly spreads its huge black-scaled wings and flies toward the border of the Tiando Empire. There are human cities there, as well as a large amount of metal. If it sweeps through like this, visiting the entire Tiando Empire and the neighboring star Luo Empire, it might gather enough energy for the golden horned beast to break through again. But would the gods allow it to do so? The answer is no. Although the Golden Horn Beast's current actions leave the few Celestials very confused. Take the Angel God, for example. The woman has just returned from Qianrengshu. From a standpoint, the Angel God should represent the interests of the Spirit Empire. However, the Golden Horn Beast is currently fighting for the Spirit Empire. It feels like they're on the same side. What should we do? Should we go stop that crazy little guy? Seeing this scene, the God of War, who has always pursued the Angel God, is also bewildered. Before coming to this Douluo Continent, it seems they hadn't considered this aspect of the situation. That is, the factions. If the Golden Horn Beast is on their side, it seems. Chapter 43. Divine Realm Phoenix God versus Golden Horn Beast. What's wrong with you two? Perhaps sensing the hesitation of the Angel God and the God of War, the late-arriving Fire God and Phoenix God are somewhat displeased. These two do not have a dojo or any inheritance on the Douluo Continent, so there are no concerns in that regard. Moreover, the destructive power of the Golden Horn Beast has also caused them great headaches. These ancient gods have all experienced the Dragon God era. Back then, that giant dragon was just as reckless in the Divine Realm, nearly completely destroying their homeland. Of course, the current Golden Horn Beast has not yet caused the same level of destruction as that Dragon God did back in the day. However, this scene has left these gods feeling very displeased. Lord Fire God, don't forget, our purpose for coming down is just to investigate, not to fight. Seeing his beloved goddess being questioned by the opponent, the War God quickly stepped in front. The God of War, who is held in high regard by people, unexpectedly turns out to be a sycophant. However, the God of Fire on the opposite side has a bad temper. Hearing such negativity from the other side, his expression immediately changed. You cowards should just admit it. Why are you still here making sarcastic comments? The Phoenix God, at this point, perhaps to demonstrate his authority, the God of Fire directly signaled his subordinate, the Phoenix God, with a glance. Instantly, flames erupted from the latter, transforming into an enormous flaming phoenix. Although it is not as massive as the Golden Horn Beast, it is still quite impressive. This guy is a peak existence of a secondary god. Moreover, with the permission of the Azura God, he can display his strongest form on the Douluo Continent. There is no such great combat experience in the Divine Realm. Today, he can fight with all his might, and the wildness of the Phoenix God has been fully unleashed. My lord, you all rest here for a moment. Let me go and slay that monster. After saying this, the legendary divine bird suddenly flew out. In an instant, the sky above the heads of the gods blazed like a fiery sunset, turning a large area red. Ziz! Wherever this fire phoenix passed, the earth ignited in flames. Why does it feel like this guy's destructive power is even greater than that of the Golden Horn Giant Beast? Huh? What is that? Sensing the heat source emanating from behind, the Golden Horn Giant Beast stopped in midair. At this moment, its massive body had already reached the sky above the outermost fortress of the Tiando Empire. It had just used its devouring skill to disable the defenses here and was about to plunder the pots, pans, and bowls from the homes of the people when it was interrupted from its feast. Whoosh! Boom! The Phoenix God is even more terrifying than the Golden Horn Giant Beast. His arrival directly ignited all the houses surrounding the fortress. Countless people and livestock in the streets below were screaming and running around, like little rolling fireballs. Are you some kind of evil god? Why make such a big commotion? The Golden Horn Giant Beast, having read novels, certainly knows what is facing. This guy can be said to be the ancestor of all Phoenix-type martial souls. He is the true god of phoenixes. As long as I take you down, these humble humans will spread my name as the Phoenix God, and you will be the demon in the story. So domineering. So shameless. However, this Douluo Continent is no different from other places. All history is written by the victors. What the Phoenix God said is not wrong. As long as we defeat the Golden Horn Beast today, we can control those historians to glorify today's battle. Those humans burned to death by the Phoenix flames will be described as having been killed by the Golden Horn Beast. What an evil black monster, with black flames erupting from its body. Like hellfire, it erodes the human heart and burns the earth. These so-called gods have twisted history like this before, haven't they? You really are shameless. As for the Phoenix God's nonchalance, the Golden Horn Beast is truly at a loss for words. So, do you want to be a saint and save these humans? You misunderstood. I am the Starry Sky Beast, and my existence is to devour this planet, including your divine realm. Hearing what seemed to be the most wonderful joke in the world, the Golden Horn Beast wore a proud and untamed expression. But this really angered the Phoenix God. It feels like it might have encountered a second dragon god. That dragon god back in the day also said it would transform the entire divine realm, creating its own territory. You unknown monster, seeking death. There's no point in talking further. Let's just get straight to fighting. The phoenix also doesn't like to waste words. It just saw this guy's wings flapping vigorously. Whoosh! Waves of fire tornadoes appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards the golden-horned giant beast in front. The humans on the ground were not faring any better either. The powerful whirlwind uprooted ordinary houses, tearing them into pieces as they spun. Since most of the metal had been absorbed by the golden-horned giant beast, these houses disintegrated easily. Along with the cries of children, the livestock, such as cattle and sheep, turned to ashes in the fire tornadoes. However, such power was utterly insignificant in front of the golden-horned giant beast. It didn't seem to do anything. It was just a process of inhaling and exhaling. Whoosh! It was as if a fierce wind had blown. Those once mighty fire tornadoes instantly dissipated. To humans, this might seem like a terrifying disaster that was impossible to stop. But for the golden-horned giant beast, extinguishing these flames was as simple as blowing out birthday candles. That series of fire tornadoes just now must have been some kind of special move from this phoenix god. But unexpectedly, it was easily neutralized by the opponent in such a nonchalant manner. At this moment, the phoenix god was stunned. One could say it was both shocked and angry. The opponent truly looked down on him. But before this fire phoenix could react, a dark light flickered in front of it. What? This? The speed is astonishing. It's the assault of the golden-horned beast. In a daze, the phoenix god only saw a golden light rushing towards its abdomen. Then came a wave of excruciating pain. Bang! Logically speaking, this phoenix god is also a divine beast with a fire attribute on its body. It shouldn't be so easily defeated. But this is the reality. The golden horn of the golden-horned beast is currently piercing directly into its belly. It was just a little bit away from penetrating the phoenix's entire body. You talk too much. You're just a mere second-tier god, and you dare to act recklessly in front of me? After saying this, ignoring the fiery gaze of the opponent, the other two claws of the golden-horned beast quickly followed. They clamped down on the phoenix's two claws like a tiger's claw. Then, with force, they pulled outward. Crack! It sounded like bones breaking. The immense pain nearly made the phoenix god faint. You damn it. After suffering consecutive heavy blows, the phoenix god no longer cared. It swiftly folded its wings, wrapping the body of the golden-horned beast, its entire being transformed into a massive fireball. Was it trying to melt this monster with high temperatures and flames? Chapter 44. The golden-horned beast unearthed the phoenix god's divine core. Whoosh! Legend has it that the phoenix can be reborn through nirvana when facing a life-and-death crisis. At this moment, the phoenix god seemed to have been pushed to this point. After its enormous wings enveloped most of the golden-horned beast's body, the two colossal entities formed a gigantic fireball in mid-air, resembling a small sun. The fortress of the heavenly dual empire beneath this fireball was in trouble. The immense heat caused all buildings on the surface to slowly melt, and various creatures were completely vaporized. Sizzle. The entire city transformed into a massive ice cream-like substance, visibly turning into liquid. It was terrifying. These so-called gods have no mercy at all. The destruction they have caused to this city is something even the golden-horned beast couldn't achieve. I never expected these guys to be so insane. To achieve their goals, they're willing to use all sorts of means. Aren't they afraid of divine retribution? At this moment, those gods still lingering on the territory of the Spirit Empire seemed to have a mocking tone. Haha, Lord Fire God. It seems your little brother is in trouble. He's starting to be reborn from the flames. Seeing the Phoenix God forced to use this move, the angel god displayed a contemptuous smile on her beautiful face, as if mocking the fire god across from her. With such a fragile subordinate, the battle has not even lasted half an hour, and the Phoenix god has already been driven to a desperate situation. Meanwhile, the expression on the fire god's face is also unpredictable, wanting to help but constrained by pride. It's fine. I think my little brother just wants to teach that monster a lesson. All right. But this moment of hesitation caused the fire god to miss the best opportunity to rescue the Phoenix god. At the same time, the golden-horned beast wrapped in the fireball is having a tough time as well. Due to the continuous high temperature, its originally dark scales have turned somewhat fiery red. One can even smell a burnt odor coming from it. Indeed, every creature has its weaknesses. The golden-horned beast can withstand immense external attacks, but it cannot survive for long in extreme conditions of high temperature or cold. Every object has a melting point. At least the outer layer of the golden-horned beast scales is nearing its limit. If the temperature is not reduced at this time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even some weak points of its peripheral nerves have begun to catch fire. Upon seeing this scene, the Phoenix god immediately revealed a triumphant smile. So you have your moments of weakness too. But just this one remark fundamentally enraged the golden horned beast. Humph, I didn't plan to kill you. But you brought this upon yourself. Although it was somewhat hindered by the flames, the two beasts were originally close together. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on the golden horned beast's body, and it quickly shrank in size, going from over 3,000 meters to less than 200 meters. The size seems to pale in comparison to the giant phoenix before it. However, little do they know that after the golden horned beast compresses its body, its combat power will increase exponentially. Before the Phoenix City could react, a tearing pain erupted from the newly reborn body. It was truly being torn apart. Right at the chest of the Phoenix god, a large hole was directly torn open by the two claws of the golden horned beast. This oblivious beast actually burrowed right through that hole. What does one do? Not good, you. By the time the Phoenix god reacted, it was already too late. Its fundamental power had suffered a heavy blow. It turned out this spot was the most central energy gathering point of the Phoenix god, the location of its divine core. The golden horned beast sensed this power immediately, so it concentrated its strength and used a surprise attack method to burrow into the opponent's body. It bit down on that red energy block shaped like a sugar cube. Then with a strong tug, it felt like being suddenly pressed on the pause button. The scorching fireball in the sky rapidly cooled down, and the surrounding flames gradually extinguished. The searing temperature around continued to drop, quickly returning to around 100 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, the flames on the golden horned beast gradually calmed down. Did it win? What have you done to me? Seeing the red divine core in the mouth of the golden horned beast, the Phoenix god's eyes widened, and the fiery red feathers gradually cooled. Its massive body stiffened and fell from the sky. The golden horned beast had noticed this characteristic when it had defeated the Rakshasi goddess earlier. The biggest difference between these so-called gods and ordinary humans is that they have this extra thing in their bodies. It's like the engine in a car. Without this core component, it becomes nothing but scrap metal. The situation the seemingly invincible Phoenix is facing is similar. Originally a second-tier deity, after having this core removed, his power rapidly declined. He soon fell to around level 100. I see. Seeing this opponent's aura weaken swiftly, the golden horned beast's eyes revealed a look of realization. It seems that in the future, the best way to deal with these so-called divine races is to extract their divine essence. It feels like a poor boy has suddenly found the code to wealth. The surprise and comfort in this are feelings that only one can experience. What? The Phoenix, his elder brother, the fire god, sensed it at the very first moment. At this moment, he could no longer care about saving face. He saw this guy suddenly transform into a gigantic fireball, rushing towards him at an unbelievable speed. The Phoenix, feeling the danger, curled up its wings and claws once again. But this was not another rebirth through fire, as he no longer had that opportunity. Instead, in front of the golden horned beast, he turned into a fiery red egg, returning to a very primal state. Are you planning to treat me to lunch? Watching this sudden change, the golden horned beast licked his lips. However, just as he was about to savor the phoenix egg, a portal made of firelight suddenly appeared in the distance. It seemed as if the phoenix egg sensed it, using its last bit of strength to shoot into the portal like a cannonball. Escaping, huh? An interesting method. Just as the golden horned beast rushed over to smash the portal with a slap, the space before him turned into nothingness. This seems to be some kind of great teleportation technique, and the caster is the fire god. Looking at the phoenix egg in his hand, the temperature around the fire god rapidly rises. Then, a new type of energy ring erupts, resembling a circular shape, spreading out in all directions. Wow, it is a lake, quickly surrounded by flames, evaporating in the blink of an eye, leaving only the red-hot stones at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 45, The Haoyan Sect Strikes. Will you bring me some snacks? Fire god, please be patient. This guy's strength exceeds our expectations. Just as the fire god was about to explode, the war god suddenly appeared in front of him. Although this guy has always been a sycophant to the angel god, he is not irrational. From the previous encounters with the phoenix god, the war god has drawn a terrifying conclusion. The strength of the golden horn behemoth they are facing may have exceeded imagination. Not only can the secondary gods on the Douluo Continent not defeat it, but even the primary gods like the fire god would struggle. Even if a god king like the Azura were to come, victory is not guaranteed. This is a rational judgment, serving as a wake-up call to the currently confused fire god. The fire god still acknowledges the war god's analysis. After all, this guy is quite professional. especially in assessing the strengths and weaknesses of enemies. So what should we do? Shouldn't we seek revenge for my brother? Yes, of course we should, but we need to understand just how much power this guy actually has. As expected of the war god, he is able to maintain his rationality at this moment. The most correct course of action now should be to report their situation to the Azura god and let that esteemed individual decide. After all, exterminating the golden horn behemoth is not their mission for coming down this time. I also think the war god is right. Brother Fire God, please remain calm. The angel god added at the right moment. In fact, this woman doesn't dare to confront the golden horn behemoth at all because it is too terrifying. Just the method of directly pulling the divine spark out of the phoenix god's body sends chills down the spine of Angel City. Such an elegant goddess. If she were to encounter the same situation, it would be better to die in a collision. Now they finally understand that the demise of the Rakshasa goddess was not a coincidence. The golden horn behemoth already possesses the ability to devour gods. It is too terrifying. Why has such a horrific entity appeared in this world while the divine realm remains oblivious? What are those supervising every star domain and every small thousand worlds doing? Are they just idly eating? There is no choice now but to wait. The war god has compiled the information from earlier and sent it to the Azura god. Currently, they cannot take any rash actions other than quietly waiting for news. Otherwise, they might not be so lucky to escape next time. In short, the golden horn behemoth now absolutely possesses the ability to kill gods. If one is not afraid of death, feel free to give it a try. All right, let this detestable creature live a little longer. The fire god glared fiercely in the direction of the golden horn behemoth, slowly retracting his own aura. However, at this moment, the golden horn behemoth, far away, was somewhat displeased. Compared to these gods opposite, the golden horn behemoth is more capable of sensing the aura of strong beings on this planet. It had originally prepared to face 3 opponents alone, but to its surprise, the 3 guys opposite suddenly became inactive. Don't they want to avenge their companion? Had it known this would happen, the golden horn behemoth wouldn't have left its aura behind. This way, it will be easier for others to think of you. There is no medicine for regret in this world. Once something is done, it has to be accepted. Moreover, these 3 guys should have already planned to report to the higher level God King, right? After all, the appearance of such an uncontrollable creature on Douluo Continent would attract significant attention from the higher-ups in the divine realm. Furthermore, for such high-level ferocious beasts, the divine realm has always been focused on extermination. This is the shadow left by the Dragon King back in the day. However, even though these divine clans have retreated, it does not prevent other forces from seeking trouble with the golden horn giant beast. Perhaps it's a misunderstanding of the situation. Knowing that an incredible major event is happening here, there are still dozens of figures not far away, moving towards this ruin at great speed. These people are dressed uniformly, and their martial souls are all the Hao-Ian Hammer. They appear to be well-trained and act in perfect unison. These are the people from the Hao-Ian sect. Previously, they received reliable information that the ancestor of Hao-Ian, Tang Chun, had already fallen. The culprit is that legendary golden horn beast. Due to not knowing the depth of the opponent's strength, these foolish members of the Hao-Ian sect thought they were just facing a giant soul beast. Therefore, driven by the desire to avenge their ancestors, over 80 members of Hao-Ian, led by several elders, charged forward one after another towards this direction. The golden horn giant beast had sensed this group of guys right from the start. It had no intention of leaving. Instead, it waited with a smile, trying to minimize its body size as much as possible, afraid that its massive form would scare the opponents away. However, even so, the body length of this golden horn giant beast is nearly 300 meters, making it larger than any known super soul beast. Fortunately, the members of the Hao-Ian sect are filled with hatred. Even when faced with this monster that is as tall as a small mountain, they will not show any signs of retreat. They have found the target. Right in front of them, form the formation. They see the golden horn giant beast. These guys from the Hao-Ian sect certainly do not dare to underestimate their opponent. They immediately formed a huge formation, concentrating all their power on the few elders. Back then on the battlefield, Tang Xiao single-handedly defeated the 3 tidal Douluo powerhouses of the Spirit Empire with this tactic. Moreover, he achieved victory. This shows that having more people means greater power. The saying humans can conquer nature has been well validated on the side of the Hao-Ian sect. However, this golden horn giant beast is not an ordinary opponent. Seeing these interesting humans before it, the beast kept mocking them. Hee, are you bringing me some snacks? Just in time. I'm hungry, and the taste of the Hao-Ian hammer isn't bad. After having tasted Tang Chen's most authentic Hao-Ian hammer, the golden horn giant beast had developed a discerning palate. The Haotian hammers in the hands of these little guys are clearly not as good as those of their ancestors. But after all, there are many of them. Earlier, during the battle with the Phoenix God, it did consume some of its strength. Now it's just right to replenish with these little guys Haotian hammers. Just playing with them. You arrogant fellow, today is your death day. We will avenge our old sect master. Humans are such foolish creatures. Sometimes they are overly confident in their own power, completely unaware of who the true master of the entire Douluo Continent is. Roar. Don't bother howling. No matter how you roar today, you won't escape. The elders of the Haotian sect are all title Douluo level. Therefore, when all that energy converged into their bodies, their soul rings all activated. But these elders did not know that their actions only added to the allure of the Haotian hammer for the golden horn giant beast, only accelerating their destruction. Chapter 46. The Haotian sect is finished. Tang San in tears. What did you say? The Haotian sect has suffered a heavy blow? That golden horn giant beast, for some reason, did not strike with lethal force. However, the mainstays of the Haotian sect have now lost their martial souls and have basically become a group of useless people. This has caused the overall combat power of the Haotian sect to drop by more than half, especially for those elders. After losing the support of their martial souls, they can no longer maintain their current lives. They have almost reached the end of their years. If the Haotian sect were to lose more than 5 title Douluo powerhouses at once, their ranking on the entire Douluo continent would plummet. How could it be like this? It's too terrifying. Rather than letting so many powerful experts suffer through their remaining days, it would be better to eliminate them all at that time. After receiving this news, Tang San, who had returned from the city of slaughter, was left speechless. Unless he could inherit the power of the Azura god, he would have no way to contend with it. On the contrary, that golden horn beast is becoming increasingly powerful. It seems that even the big shots in the divine realm might not be able to handle it easily. Seeing the old, weak, sick, and disabled return to the sect, Tang San was on the verge of tears. Originally, this kid planned to leverage the strength of his sect to build his own credentials and become a notable figure on the Douluo continent in the future. But now, with so many powerful combatants suddenly gone, the Haotian sect is likely to turn from a first-rate sect into a second or even third-rate one. Coupled with Tang San's recent setbacks, he feels that the chances of turning things around in the future are becoming increasingly slim. What should we do? Perhaps she sensed the frustration of her beloved. Xiaowu quickly ran over to cheer him up. Third brother, there's no need to be discouraged. In fact, our Douluo continent still has a lot of depth, and that monster won't be able to be arrogant for much longer. The little rabbit seems to know something. It is a message being transmitted among their high-level soul beasts, using a secret method that humans cannot comprehend. It is said that the strongest soul beast on this Douluo continent is about to awaken. Legend has it that this great being once created the glory of the soul beasts across the entire Douluo continent. If revived, it would surely be able to slay the destructive golden horn beast. Xiaowu, are you talking about those few gods? But I feel like they don't intend to confront it head-on. No, Sange, I'm talking about another even greater existence, the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. In fact, this little rabbit does not know. The great being they speak of should not be awakening at this time. The Silver Dragon King should still be in slumber. An incredible external force has disrupted the slumber of this Silver Dragon King. In reality, this is a very bad thing. Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna? Why have I never heard of this name before? That is the god of our soul beast world, and she would also become a god on the Douluo continent. When mentioning this Silver Dragon King, it seems that many little stars appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes. It seems she is the idol of all soul beasts. After hearing this news, a hint of comfort also appeared in Tang San's eyes. If such a great being truly appears, I believe our Douluo continent will soon return to its original state. Recently, Tang San has really been having a tough time. This guy was originally on a rapid rise, almost standing at the pinnacle of this world. But ever since the golden horn beast appeared, all the halos related to him have completely vanished, even leading Tang San to have suicidal impulses at one point. When this young couple talked about the legendary Silver Dragon King, an incredible energy fluctuation truly occurred in the Stardow Forest. The place that was originally sealed by the Fire God and the Phoenix God seemed to have something about to break through the ground. Originally, these two fire-type deities could jointly suppress and seal each other. But who would have thought that the Phoenix would suddenly be taken down? Moreover, in the past couple of days, the Fire God has been troubled and has no interest in managing that seal. Soon, a silver light that pierced the sky appeared. Although it was fleeting, it caused all high-level soul beasts across the Douluo continent to celebrate wildly, as if some kind of bloodline within them had been ignited. According to legend, this Silver Dragon King is the ancestor of many soul beasts. The ancestor of the Silver Dragon King is said to be the legendary dragon god, the terrifying existence that almost completely destroyed the entire divine realm. It is said that the strength of that dragon god is not inferior to that of the current golden horn beast. Various signs indicate that the dragon god they speak of may also be a starry sky giant beast. Third brother, I sense the summons of Lord Silver Dragon. Regarding that silver light, the little rabbit obviously sensed it too. It suddenly became very lively and excited. Of course, those three gods still on the Douluo Continent sensed it as well. It seems that the seal is about to lose its effect, right? Fire god, is this your doing? So it turns out that you came to the Douluo Continent for a purpose. The angel god seemed to see through the other party's thoughts at once. However, this woman only spoke without taking any concrete action. Meanwhile, the war god seemed to be deep in thought. If only we could get the Silver Dragon King and that guy to fight, it would at least help us wear them down a bit. It turns out that the thoughts of these three gods were the same. They wanted the prematurely resurrected Silver Dragon King to battle the Golden Horn Beast. After all, that is the legendary descendant of the dragon god. Perhaps it could fight the Golden Horn Beast to the death. This way, the three of them don't need to take action. In fact, their calculations are quite good. The Golden Horn Behemoth has indeed sensed the incredible energy fluctuation just now. It is a sacred aura, which even gave the Golden Horn Behemoth a sense of familiarity. That dragon god from back in the day, even if not a cosmic behemoth, must have been an extraordinary being. The Silver Dragon King inherited a part of the dragon god's power, which naturally attracted this creature's attention. Interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a level of existence on this continent. Although the Silver Dragon King has not fully manifested, this aura has already revealed its position. Not only have the three great celestial gods firmly locked onto the soon-to-be-revived Silver Dragon King, but even the Golden Horn Behemoth has located the specific position of the other party. This is quite intriguing. Unknowingly, perhaps attracted by the other's aura, the Golden Horn Beast is actually making its way step by step towards the Starry Forest where the Silver Dragon King is located. Perhaps there is some kind of aura on the other party that truly fascinates him. Let me see what kind of existence you really are. Chapter 47. Heading to the Starry Forest, encountering Xuan. Very good, this kid has moved. Shall we make a bet? Let's see who is stronger, the Golden Horn Beast or the Silver Dragon King. After sensing the direction of the Golden Horn Beast's movements, the several gods were exceptionally happy. Perhaps in their view, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. When the Golden Horn Beast encounters the Silver Dragon King, a fierce battle will surely ensue. But is that really the case? This is just the wishful thinking of certain individuals. Not to mention whether the two guys can actually fight. The fact that they could encounter each other in such a vast Starry forest is already fate, since the three gods are completely ignoring this side. No one knows whether the Silver Dragon King has awakened. After waking up, no one knows where he went. Looking at the vast mountains and the dense forest in front of him, the Golden Horn Beast was instantly troubled. It would be no problem for him to destroy everything here with his massive body. In front of him, this forest seemed like a thicket. Finding a small person in the thicket felt like looking for a needle in a haystack. So after thinking for a moment, he transformed back into Oscar's appearance. As a traveler, he roughly knew the location of Xuan. That should be the core area of the Starry Forest. There should be a huge magic circle there. It's just that he doesn't know if it still exists now. When he arrived in this forest, the Golden Horn Beast had already sensed that the power over there was very weak. It seemed that the Silver Dragon King had awakened earlier than everyone expected. The journey was silent, and not even an insect soul beast could be seen. It was as if all the creatures here had been drawn away by some force. What do those gods mean? Did they come to this world for the Silver Dragon King? Along the way, Oscar muttered to himself. In fact, he felt very confused, because these four guys had already been sensed when they just arrived on this land. It seems their first destination is not the Golden Horn Beast, but rather to attend to their own private matters. The targets of the Phoenix God and the Fire God should be the seals here. It was a feeling of being overlooked, very uncomfortable. Moreover, now these three guys were gathered together, looking at everything happening here with a scrutinizing gaze. They thought the Golden Horn Beast was unaware. How naive. Splash! Just as this guy was deep in thought, a sound of flowing water suddenly appeared ahead. It seemed there was a small waterfall, and beside the waterfall was a large rock. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that a silver-haired girl was sitting barefoot by the water, playing. Seeing that Oscar was coming this way, the girl's eyes showed not a hint of shyness or fear. Instead, she revealed a very charming smile towards him. This is obviously not a human girl. That beautiful figure, along with her waterfall-like silver hair, and the wisdom reflected in her eyes that seems to have experienced the passage of time. Good morning. You're the terrifying monster they spoke of, right? I can't tell what your true form is. Could this be Guyuna? You recognize at a glance that Oscar is not human. Silver Dragon King Guyuna? Oscar asked tentatively. In fact, he couldn't discern the other party's true form either. This Silver Dragon King looks much smarter than the previous gods. At least it gives off a down-to-earth vibe. Should we transform and have a fight now? Otherwise, those three might get a bit unhappy, right? I didn't expect this Silver Dragon King to be waiting for the Golden Horn Beast here so early. However, from the relaxed tone of the other party, it seems they are not planning to fight. Instead, they're sitting here teasing this Golden Horn Beast. Aren't you afraid I'll pin you to the ground and rub you? You should know I just took down a phoenix not long ago. Are you sure you can handle him? Seeing this unpretentious Silver Dragon King, Oscar's eyes were filled with curiosity. This woman can be considered quite bold. At least she's stronger than the girls he met before. This kind of courage is not something every girl can possess. You were talking about that little bird. Back in the days of the miracle, this guy almost got torn apart by my brother, and I didn't expect him to hold a grudge until now. It turns out the Silver Dragon King already knew what was going on. This woman is very clear that those gods will not let her go. Aren't you the least bit afraid? I was quite worried at first because my power is constrained by the laws of this world. In front of the Golden Horn Beast, this Silver Dragon King does not shy away from expressing his thoughts at all, due to being resurrected early and being suppressed by the laws of the Douluo Continent. Even at his peak back then, this guy's strength was roughly equivalent to a first-level god. But now, at most, he is just a level 90 title Douluo. If a real fight breaks out, he might be taken down in an instant. So you specifically waited for me here. Is there something you want to say to me? He withdrew his gaze from Guyuna's fair ankle. It seems this woman deliberately arranged the entire Star.Thus forest like this just to wait for him. Ha ha ha, interesting. It seems you are different from the rumors outside. I thought you were just a mindless beast. It appears Guyuna must have conducted a comprehensive investigation on the Golden Horn Beast. After all, the entire Douluo Continent is not just a world of humans. It is filled with soul beasts everywhere. Some soul beasts are merely tamed by humans, but they can also help convey information to their kind. So, the past actions of the Golden Horn Beast have really led to a lot of misunderstandings. However, his swift appearance might make people think wrongly. Go ahead. How do you want to cooperate with me? And what benefits can I gain from you? Oscar is a smart person and would not fail to see this woman's true intentions. It is clear that this is already the lowest stance of the Silver Dragon King. This woman named Guyuna is indeed requesting cooperation, or one could even say she is asking for protection. You are quite straightforward. I heard that you need a large amount of metal, and humans are not as skilled at mining as I am. So that's what it means. Indeed, compared to these soul beasts living in the wild, humans are indeed lacking in various aspects. Moreover, the soul beasts must know the locations of the mines on this planet much better than humans do. I have to admit, Guyuna's condition seems very tempting. But why does Oscar still appear indifferent? Does he think it's not enough? Chapter 48 what? The Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, wants to marry me indeed. I need a large amount of metal, but I can also find these resources with some effort. The Silver Dragon King has a significant advantage in this regard. This woman can control all the soul beasts on the entire Douluo Continent. Theoretically, she can find all kinds of mines. However, Oscar does not need such help. With his own sensing ability, he can also search for mines everywhere. Moreover, there's a sense of exploration when searching by himself, making it a very interesting game. But if you find all these locations in advance, wouldn't it lose its challenge? Furthermore, once the Golden Horn Giant Beast grows to a certain extent, it could even devour the entire planet. No matter how deeply those secret metals are hidden, they will ultimately become the feast of the Golden Horn Giant Beast. So from this perspective, the Golden Horn Giant Beast really does not need the help of the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. Oh dear, see, I told you. Such a small price really cannot move him. The Silver Dragon King Guyuna seemed to show a natural expression on her face. Then a man in a tailcoat appeared behind her. It was the legendary beast god Devouring, a super black dragon with a lifespan close to 700,000 years, and also the leader of the Black Dragon clan. Respected Silver Dragon King, if my lord the Golden Horn Giant Beast wants to go to war with us, we are willing to stand behind you forever. What a loyal servant. But why do these high-level soul beasts love to fight so much? Just like that deep-sea demon whale king we encountered back then. That guy was also hot-tempered. Devouring, how come you haven't made any progress after all these years? Fighting all day long is so meaningless. Guyuna didn't seem to feel that the negotiation with the other party had collapsed at all. She still had a smile on her face, and it was a very radiant one. This gave Oscar a strange feeling. But, as an adult, I can't think of anything that could make the golden-horned behemoth cooperate with us. Regarding the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, Emperor Tian expressed his inability to understand. But what can be done? There are 3 celestial gods outside watching closely, and the divine realm must already know what's happening here. If we can't find a powerful backing, the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna will surely be doomed. Back then, this woman managed to hide and fell into a deep sleep in the Starry Great Forest. But who would have thought that after so many years, she would still be discovered? Perhaps this is fate. Ever since the Dragon God caused a commotion in the Douluo Continent's divine realm that day, the fate of their clan has been sealed. The Dragon God was slain. The Golden Dragon King was sealed away, and now only the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna remains. The divine realm will not let this woman go. They will only be at ease once they have completely eradicated her. Hee, what about me? I wonder what the golden-horned behemoth thinks of me. As she spoke, Gu Yuna floated down from the waterfall like a fairy, landing gracefully in front of Oscar. And this woman's smile turned into a playful expression, as if something was about to happen. What do you mean by that? I think someone as wise and powerful as you should have a suitable partner by your side. What? What does this woman mean by suddenly asking this? What do you think of me, adult? I, the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, can be both regal and sweet, the last descendant of the divine dragon clan. Am I worthy of you? What's going on? Is the price mentioned by the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna herself? Are you saying you want to marry me? Oscar understood. This is clearly a gesture of affection. Is the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna planning to use herself as a bargaining chip to gain the protection of the Golden Horned Beast? What's wrong? Am I not worthy? A noble starry beast like you can only be matched by someone like me, right? This is not simple. I didn't expect the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna to know that the Golden Horned Beast is a starry beast. There are probably very few on the entire Douluo Continent who can see this. Could it be that the Dragon God from back then really? Don't look at me with such surprise. I also gained this knowledge from my ancestors' legacy. Great. Gu Yuna is definitely a symbolic female lead in the Douluo series. She is a goddess in the hearts of many readers. But who would have thought? In order to ally with the Golden Horned Beast, Gu Yuna would take the initiative to propose marriage right upon meeting. Haha, it feels so sudden. Oscar seems a bit flustered by Gu Yuna's initiative. I didn't expect this woman. Silver Dragon King, are you joking? You are the queen of all soul beasts on our Douluo Continent. Seeing their queen act so rashly, the beast god beside her appeared very anxious, fearing that it would jeopardize the future path of all soul beasts on the continent. Moreover, the high-ranking members among these soul beasts do not consider themselves inferior. They even believe that soul beasts should be the masters of this Douluo Continent, and that there should be a place for them in the divine realm as well. And the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna is the key to their return to the peak. But if this esteemed lady directly becomes the wife of the Golden Horned Beast, wouldn't that all be in vain? Tian, are you questioning my decision? Can we soul beasts resist those guys in the divine realm with our own strength? Hearing the beast god Tian's objection, Gu Yuna's reaction was unexpectedly negative. It seems this woman's thoughts are not so simple. Gu Yuna is not just looking for a protector. She likely wants to team up with the Golden Horned Beast in front of her. Interesting, you want to use my hand to help you take revenge, right? Oscar instantly understood the other party's intentions. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Gu Yuna's intelligence, based on the Silver Dragon King's own strength. Even if she trained for another 10,000 years, she wouldn't be able to match the divine realm. The powerful dragon god of that time was ultimately defeated, wasn't he? And as long as this golden horned beast continues to grow, let alone the 3 gods opposite, even a true god like the Shura god might be easily defeated by this guy. But any cooperative relationship will have its gaps. The only way to make this golden-horned beast a trustworthy partner is for them to become family. And just as the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna said, the golden-horned beast is derived from the super-strong bloodline of the starry beasts. Probably only the descendants of the dragon god can barely match it. Those so-called human beauties, even a strong presence like bit.Wang, probably aren't worthy of this esteemed lord. Chapter 49 Let's go hunt gods. I have to admit, Miss Gu Yuna, your proposal is very tempting, but I already have a woman. Originally, if Gu Yuna would be so affectionate, no one would refuse, right? But Oscar has already been with bit.Wang. If he didn't inform her and ended up with this legendary Silver Dragon King, wouldn't that be a bit scummy? Oh dear, you're really troublesome. Have you been around humans too long? The views on love held by these soul beasts seem to be quite different from those of humans. As long as they find someone they like, that's enough. There's no need for all the twists and turns. It's straightforward and direct. However, This Silver Dragon King does not know that within the body of the Golden Horn Giant Beast, there is still a human soul. Therefore, some moral boundaries related to humans cannot be crossed. Even if he wants to take a second wife, he will ultimately have to discuss it with Dong. Although it is true that the Empress of the Spirit Empire might also be attracted to the strength of the Golden Horn Giant Beast, you can still stay by my side for now, and we can formulate a god hunting plan. This is important for the Golden Horn Giant Beast. The soul beasts in this world are not his opponents. Even standing at the peak of this world, there is nothing to be happy about. On the contrary, it is those lofty gods who will undoubtedly become a problem when the golden-horned giant beast rules this universe. If the gods from Douluo Continent were to learn about the next target of the golden-horned giant beast, they would surely try to stop it. In fact, the golden-horned giant beast's ambitions for this planet far exceed everyone's imagination. He not only wants to hand over the entire continent's rule to Dong, but he also wants to take control of the entire divine realm here. He aims to let humans and soul beasts share a planet, and then treat this place as his lair, a stronghold, before going on to conquer other planets. This is the legacy and destiny of the starry sky Behemoth. Of course, the ultimate destination is still that world that devours the stars. There lies the nemesis of the golden-horned Behemoth, Luo Feng. I really don't know how much Luo Feng has grown by now. Will he have lost his motivation to move forward because of the golden-horned Behemoth's delay? You have to know that without any external influence, Luo Feng wouldn't break through so quickly. Moreover, this kid only gradually grew into a super cosmic overlord after obtaining the avatar of the golden-horned Behemoth. However, no matter what, this fated battle is inevitable. It is also something deeply etched in the memory of the golden-horned beast, something that cannot be erased or forgotten. The only way to change everything, and in the timeline of fate, is through one's own hands. Hee, let me guess who your beloved is? I heard that you were once very close to that woman from the Spirit Empire. Guyuna is truly a very intelligent woman. She directly guessed the golden-horned beast's feelings at this moment. According to Guyuna's own judgment, as a beauty, she is definitely not inferior to any human woman on the Douluo Continent in terms of bloodline or other conditions. What may bind the golden-horned beast is perhaps the human-like thought in his heart. This is an interesting starry sky giant beast. Wasn't it said before that such terrifying monsters are emotionless? Aside from being more concerned about their own kind, shouldn't this guy be very cold-blooded? It seems that this golden-horned giant beast is quite different from the legends. It seems your information is very well informed. It appears that you spirit beasts have a significant influence on this continent. Regarding the probing of Guyuna, the golden-horned giant beast not only felt no aversion, but instead believed even more strongly that his judgment was correct. This planet is not just the home of humanity. It is also a shared home for countless creatures. When that golden-horned giant came to Blue Star, it probably intended to turn this place into its own base. Who would have thought it would encounter a killing god like Luo Feng? In the end, that was the result. You're indeed a very interesting guy. But our goals should be aligned. Although the Silver Dragon King currently lacks power, this woman has never forgotten the dragon god's wishes from back then. Even without any strength to resist now, the Silver Dragon King still hopes to take revenge on the divine race when given the opportunity. Very well. Let us begin the hunt for gods. Despite her confession being rejected by the man in front of her, Guyuna seems to quickly adjust her mindset. This woman is really terrifying. Her psychological resilience might be the strongest among all the women on the continent. Haha, I really like your personality. If you want to be my woman, you must have clear likes and dislikes. Generally speaking, if it were an ordinary woman and a man rejected her advances, she would definitely turn sour very quickly. But I didn't expect this woman to adjust her mindset so quickly. It's truly unexpected. Lord Silver Dragon King, has our revenge begun? Upon hearing Guyuna's words, the Beast God Emperor seemed very excited. Over the years, these high-ranking soul beasts have been hiding and evading. On one hand, they have to deal with the tribulations, and, on the other hand, they must avoid the scrutiny of the divine clans. Because once they are targeted by these guys, they might inexplicably be assassinated, just like that angel god. Over the years, they have been secretly manipulating the experts of the Spirit Empire to hunt soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old. They did the same when the city of Slaughter was still under the control of the Azure god. There is also Sea God Island. They did not directly participate in such massacres, but they can find high-level sea soul beasts like the deep-sea demon whale king and the evil demon tiger whale king. The effect is pretty much the same. However, now that there is the golden horn giant beast, it's different. This guy has successfully killed gods more than once. Collaborating with such a man, not to mention whether we can completely eliminate the divine realm. At least these few guys left on the Douluo Continent will definitely not return alive. Emperor Tian, starting today is our time for revenge against these divine clans. As you command, I will immediately call the brothers to prepare. Seeing the Silver Dragon King's affirmative response, the beast god Emperor Tian seemed to have transformed into a different person. Then, this guy turned into a massive black dragon and flew in the direction of the Starry forest. There, a group of high-level soul beasts with levels over 10,000 years have been lying in wait. Today is finally the time to collect interest from these divine clans. Ironically, the three guys observing from a distance are completely unaware of the situation here, especially that angel god, who is still eagerly waiting for the outcome of the battle between the golden horn giant beast and the silver dragon king. Is this arrogance or stupidity? Chapter 50. The fallen angel princess Qian Rushua. Why hasn't there been any movement in that direction? It's driving me crazy. I'll go take a look. It might be because there hasn't been any strong energy fluctuations coming from the direction of the Starry forest. The angel god couldn't help but intervene. However, this woman is too cautious, so she sent her attendants to investigate. After the angel god took action personally, Qian Rushua has now transformed into a level 100 fallen angel. Her strength has increased, and her appearance has become even more stunning. Who would have thought the angel princess, who seemed unapproachable, would radiate an incredible charm when she became a fallen black angel? This charm is like an invisible poison that can drive men crazy. If it must be explained from a scientific perspective, one can only say that this woman is currently emitting an incredible pheromone. It can greatly stimulate a man's pineal gland, thereby triggering a large amount of hormones. Even if she just stands there without moving, this woman herself is a weapon. This situation is vividly portrayed in the anime of the same name, Douluo. However, at that time, the angel princess had not completely turned dark. She still retained some semblance of brightness. But this time, the angel god personally intervened, transforming this girl into a perfect dark angel. It's the kind that unleashes all distorted psychology, with various desires intertwining and a drastically twisted mentality. However, this also allows her combat power to explode dramatically. The current angel princess has already become a master with planetary level 5 strength. But compared to the stellar level 2 of the golden horn giant beast, it still seems insufficient. Although surprised, Oscar immediately detected this dark power. Even in a human state, this fellow possesses peak planetary level 9 strength. It's just a bit regrettable. How did this seemingly pure girl turn dark? However, considering the misfortunes she faced during her growth, it seems understandable. Of course, this woman now bears a very obvious mark of the angel god. It is evident that someone has been meddling behind the scenes. It seems those guys have sent a remarkable envoy. Do you know her? The Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna also noticed the uninvited guest. But looking at the man's gaze beside her, it seems that the Silver Dragon King could see through his thoughts at a glance. Women, especially beautiful ones, often attract a lot of attention. If this beauty happened to be someone a man knew, the sparkle in his eyes would be different. Gu Yuna was really good at observing. At this moment, the sparkle in Oscar's eyes was one of appreciation with a hint of surprise. He didn't see the other party as an enemy at all. This was the princess of the Spirit Empire, but he didn't expect her to be darkened. Sensing Gu Yuna's inquiring tone beside him, Oscar directly explained. At the same time, his body slowly floated up. He greeted the angelic princess before him with a smile. "Oh my, I didn't expect to see you again. This time, Your Highness, you are much more radiant than last time." The last time he faced this angelic princess, the golden horn giant beast had appeared in its true form. This time, a human form was chosen, and it's someone this angel princess has encountered before. However, after becoming a deity, this beautiful fallen angel's abilities in all aspects have also increased. She immediately recognized the true identity of the guy in front of her. "So it's you, that despicable monster. My corruption has a part of your contribution." It seems that the true will of this angel princess has been resisting the invasion of this dark energy all along. But on the other hand, this girl also enjoys the power that this darkness brings. This is a very contradictory mindset, perhaps the true nature of the majority of fallen angels. Moving forward in hesitation, darkening in confusion. The previous image consumed too much, so I transformed into a human form, self-sufficient. While speaking, this guy also activated the original soul skill of Oscar and conjured up 2 sausages. He ate one himself and pretended to offer the other to the angel princess in front of him. However, the look in her eyes revealed a strong sense of disgust. "Don't try that with me. I'm here representing the angel goddess. Before this fallen angel princess could finish her sentence, her little cherry lips closed. Then, Silver Dragon King Guyu Na floated over slowly, not shy at all, and took the other sausage. She stuffed it in her mouth and said, "It's a bit salty. You should use less salt next time." The woman's gaze was as if the Oscar beside her was her husband, completely unreserved. The purpose of the angel goddess bringing the fallen angel princess over was to understand the condition of the Silver Dragon King. Surprisingly, it was the first meeting between these two women, but Gu Yuna's image had long been etched in the little princess's mind by the angelic deity. The imagined brutal battle did not occur. It seems that some kind of tacit understanding has formed between these two giant monsters. "You are the Silver Dragon King?" "Of course I am. Go back and tell that old woman, if she wants to cause trouble, she should come here herself." "Old woman?" Hearing Guyuna refer to the angel god this way, Oscar almost sprayed his soda out. The angel god is a symbol of beauty and holiness in the entire divine realm. How could you call her an old woman? The angel princess across from them was even more furious upon hearing that title. Black flames ignited all over her body. Then, a huge, six-winged, angelic figure appeared behind the little beauty. Unlike the previously dazzling golden archangel, this angelic figure was completely black. The pair of eyes exposed were bright red, giving off a very eerie feeling. However, compared to before, the angel princess's aura had increased more than 5 times. Indeed, the darkened form is stronger. If one had to say who on this planet truly possesses planetary-level strength, this angel princess in front of them would definitely be one of them. It could even be said without exaggeration that in her current state, Guyuna is not a match for this angel princess. However, it seems that the Silver Dragon King does not want to intervene personally. After all, there is a free and powerful combat force nearby. Suddenly, this woman changed her expression, nervously gripping Oscar's arm with both hands, revealing a cute little girl image. She acted coyly and said to him, "I'm so scared. Dear, protect me. I'm your woman." This is awkward. Who would have thought? The famous Silver Dragon King actually has this side to him? Seeing the Silver Dragon King's performance, the darkened angel princess opposite him became even more arrogant. Could it be because this little girl lacked love since childhood? Chapter 51. The Golden Horn Giant Beast fights Qianren Shui again. It doesn't matter who goes first. It's the same. I have already become a god. It seems this angel princess still hasn't grasped the situation. She is still viewing the Golden Horn Giant Beast with the perspective of the Douluo Continent. She's going to suffer. Little princess, you are very confident in your own powers. If you lose this time, I won't let you go easily. As he spoke, Oscar lewdly licked his lips. Then, with a shake, a violent aura surged out. In the next moment, he transformed back into his original massive form. In front of the giant body of the Golden Horn Giant Beast, humans appear so small. Even if Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna transformed, she probably wouldn't be this huge. If I lose to you again this time, you can do whatever you want. This is truly a case of a young calf, not fearing a tiger. If this angel princess still has a bit of sanity right now, she should be able to tell the difference in strength just by the aura. The gap between stellar and planetary levels is no small matter. It's hundreds or even thousands of times greater, unless you possess the power of the Chosen One. Trying to leap across so many levels to take down the golden-horned giant beast? That would be like a fool's dream. Perhaps it's the madness from having the dark angel's influence on her. At this moment, Qian Ruxiue completely cannot distinguish the strength of friend or foe. She even raises her fully darkened angel sword high and charges toward the massive beast before her. Seeing this, the golden-horned giant beast can't help but show a cruel smile. It then gently extends its right claw in response to the rushing angel princess. The giant beast makes a snapping gesture. It uses one of its claws to flick toward the angel woman's sword. Even this small attack comes down like a massive pillar, pressing down toward her. The shimmering ghostly light on its claws instantly cleaves the dark angel's shadow in two. What? Although Qian Ruxiue is mad, she doesn't have the capital to be reckless. She is completely caught off guard. The angel's shadow being severed directly cuts off the energy source for the angel princess. Next, the holy angel's sword in her hand crumbles like a fragile cookie under the immense impact. The dark golden armor she wears also gets stripped away by this force, turning into swirling metal fragments in the air. This is the purpose of the golden-horned behemoth. It didn't get a taste last time, so today it must try the flavor of the armor on this angel princess. It saw the shattered sword and broken armor coalescing into a metallic vortex in midair. In an instant, it was swallowed by the golden-horned behemoth. The taste was good. It seemed to contain a hint of dark power, so I'll call this dark cuisine. Savoring the flavor in my mouth, the golden-horned behemoth didn't even glance at the thinly clad angel princess. Although this girl now had a charming figure, with some parts even subtly visible, for the golden-horned behemoth at this moment, the flavor contained in the armor of this level 100 angel princess was what it truly enjoyed. It was like eating a big white rabbit milk candy. What a rare flavor, but unfortunately, there was too little of it. That angelic deity must have put in some effort to upgrade this angel princess's armor and sword. The taste was really fantastic. The angel princess, coming back to her senses, was dumbfounded. What was wrong with this monster? Just a moment ago, she clearly sensed its hormones surging, yet showed no interest in her beautiful body at all. It didn't even give her a proper glance. Could it be that the golden-horned behemoth's hormonal surge was due to its anticipation of tasting the angel's armor? What a freak. What kind of being is it? Before coming here, the angel princess had learned that bit.Wang had spent the whole night with Oscar without leaving the room. Everyone knew what must have happened. However, facing this angel princess, who was even more stunning than that empress of the Wuhuan Empire and had smoother skin, why did the golden-horned behemoth only think about tasting delicacies? This is a very disappointing feeling that makes the little princess feel belittled by others. However, she does not know that at this moment, the golden-horned giant beast is feeling quite conflicted. Despite being a terrifying cosmic creature, within its body resides a human soul. The relationship between bit.Wang and this angelic princess is clearly that of mother and daughter. You have just developed a relationship beyond friendship with her mother. How can you have any bad thoughts when facing her daughter? Moreover, there's an even more beautiful Guyu Na by the side. You can't let this Silver Dragon King get jealous as well. So at this time, rather than getting involved in such complicated relationships, it's better to savor this delicious dish. The reason for keeping this angelic princess around was not because the golden-horned giant beast wanted to make any moves on her, but rather to prevent that angel goddess from continuing to control this princess. This can be considered fulfilling the responsibilities of a stepfather. Although bit.Wang did not announce her marriage to Oscar, he believes so himself. This damn sense of responsibility, it really binds a person's soul. What would a toothless tiger look like? Let me see. I wonder when this Guyu Na made her move? Just as this angel princess was about to erupt, she suddenly felt something cold pressing against her neck. It looked very sharp. That was the Silver Dragon Spear, the exclusive weapon of the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na. Originally, this little girl wanted to resist, but unexpectedly, the golden-horned giant beast was very cooperative at this moment. It simply glared at the woman. For some reason, when this angel princess saw the glare, she suddenly found her body unable to move. It was as if she was sealed by some powerful aura, all her movements frozen. How could this happen? Is this the power of a stellar-level master? Just a single glance can seal all the actions of a level 100 junior god on the Douluo Continent. If it weren't for her connection with her mother, it would probably be more than just a simple glance, right? Little girl, stay obediently with me. It will definitely be safer by my side than with that woman. As he spoke, the golden-horned giant beast slowly raised its head to look at the positions of the three gods. This clearly tells the other party that I have already discovered your location and movements. If you want to cause trouble, come personally. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut. Chapter 52, City of Slaughter. Tang San released the evil soul master. You all, under the gap in strength, the proud angel princess ultimately lowered her head. There's no helping it. This man is too powerful. And beside her, the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na, although not at a high enough level, exudes an aura that is hard to see through. Perhaps being with this golden-horned beast lord is indeed better than being next to that terrifying goddess. In fact, the angel princess understands this very well. That angel goddess doesn't see her as a person at all, at most just as the most humble servant. And this golden-horned beast before her doesn't seem as terrifying as described outside. Moreover, it seems that this guy's avatar has some kind of relationship with her mother. Could it be? Such things really shouldn't be thought about too much. It would make this angelic princess feel embarrassed. That woman is so shameless. Clearly, she is the widow of the Wuhuan Empire, so why is she with another man at this time? I don't know why. When this angel princess thought of this, she really wanted to take a peek at the golden-horned behemoth. It seemed that this colossal creature attracted her greatly. Was it jealousy? After all, the power of the golden-horned behemoth is the strongest in this world. And this angel princess, who had been stubborn since childhood, was naturally drawn to strength. This personality is quite similar to bit.Wang's. If the golden-horned beast and Guyu Na's hunting operation had succeeded, perhaps there would be no need to be enslaved by that angel goddess, right? In any case, in an instant, countless thoughts appeared in this angel princess's mind. It's so chaotic. However, just as the entire Douluo Continent was engulfed in a panic atmosphere, an unexpected person appeared in a corner that was easily overlooked. This person is Tang San. He has returned to the city of slaughter once again. It seems that he has obtained some kind of information from the Azura sword in his hand. It might also be that he gained some inspiration during his previous visit to the city of slaughter. This time, Tang San actually took the initiative to remove the immortal herbs he had left behind. Moreover, he mixed another mind-bending substance into the river water of the city of slaughter. What does he want to do? Is he trying to plunge the entire city of slaughter into chaos? No, the situation is far more than that. Although he did not obtain the inheritance of the Azura god, he has something from the slaughter sword left by his great-grandfather. In the past few days, Tang San has realized something. It is a terrifying existence, known in later generations as the Evil Soul Master. It is a dreadful product created based on the Slaughter King of that year. They are a group of soul masters who cannot be called human at all. They can absorb the soul power of others, even draining their physical strength and life force to enhance themselves. The inheritance of this Evil Soul Master is actually sealed within this Shura divine sword. Although rationality tells him that doing so could very likely unleash a large number of demons, Tang San doesn't care. In order to avenge the people around him, to eliminate that golden horn giant beast, and to defeat the Spirit Empire once again, Tang San must make a change. However, this guy may be mistaken. The Shura sword might be able to suppress these people's greed to some extent, but it will definitely not become a tool to control these evil soul masters. It's like Pandora's box. Once you open it, the consequences are often beyond your control. I have no way out, teacher, everyone. I will definitely take revenge for you. Who could have imagined? The once heir of the sea god has now become so insane. After completing the transformation of the water source, Tang San quietly walked to the center of the city of slaughter. That place was where his grandfather, Tang Xuan, became the king of slaughter. Although Tang San would not repeat the same mistakes, this kid found the core of the city. As long as he stabbed the Shura god sword into it, the situation would become completely different. Coupled with the polluted water source, it wouldn't be long before the people here would return to the peak period of the city of slaughter. The future of this world will be replaced by slaughter. At this moment, Tang San only wanted to create chaos in the Douluo Continent. However, he did not realize the immense suffering he was bringing to this world. This is definitely quite a terrifying thing. How could this happen? Why does my head hurt so much? Why has this water turned the color of the yellow spring dew again? Are you kidding me? Has the king of slaughter returned? I really don't want to go back to those muddled days. Those still in the city of carnage probably never imagined it. They have now become the test subjects of a certain blue-haired handsome guy. The legendary Evil Soul Master turned out to be created by Tang San, and it appeared many years earlier than recorded in the continent's history. How could this happen? Even the Spirit Empire might not have noticed this sudden change. Soon, plunder, slaughter, and dark energy once again filled the city. It's like refining a poison insect. You have to put all kinds of poisonous insects and snakes into one basket. Once they have all killed each other off, the one that remains is the strongest existence. Now, the city of slaughter has been deliberately divided into several areas by Tang San. In each area, people are constantly fighting. Once these people emerge victorious, they will become the most terrifying legends of this continent. Evil soul masters. As for Tang San, strictly speaking, he can also be considered an evil soul master, because his external spirit bone can absorb others' life force and soul power. Moreover, the mental techniques Tang San learned before seemed to have similar powers to the star absorption technique. So if we must say something, this guy might actually be the first generation of evil soul masters on the entire continent. However, there is nothing to be done. Many people regard Tang San as the chosen one in this world, but they didn't expect that after he turns dark, he would bring so much trouble to the entire world. Of course, when these evil soul masters first emerge, they cannot possibly confront the golden horn giant beast. But for ordinary people living in Douluo Continent, as well as those living system soul masters, this is definitely a terrifying nightmare. It will plunge the entire Douluo Continent into incredible panic. Tang San, do you really know what you are doing? Are you not afraid of divine retribution for what you are doing? Shifting her gaze to the other side, the beautiful and stunning angel god couldn't hold back any longer and actually suggested fleeing. We don't need to waste our divine power on this land. Let's return to the divine realm. In fact, this woman never intended to confront the golden horned giant beast from the beginning, especially after learning how the phoenix was defeated. Perhaps even the fire god wouldn't want to stay much longer, right? Chapter 53. The angel god wants to slip away, but I catch up with her. Do you want to leave? Have you asked me? Just as these three guys were hesitating and planning to take off, they suddenly noticed a black dot in the distance approaching rapidly. That was the golden horn giant beast using a secret technique. Its current flying speed had already exceeded 5 times the speed of sound, which could only be described as lightning speed. Even though these guys could quickly leave this place, they would soon be caught up. They didn't expect the golden horn beast to be so fast, completely beyond their imagination. Moreover, the opponent's perception seemed to surpass that of these gods. This is also the most surprising part. Perhaps the aura of the golden horn behemoth was relatively restrained before. The three of them didn't feel it was that strong. But now, as it is pursuing with full force, that terrifying aura can already be considered a monstrous wave. It feels like the entire world is wrapped in a huge energy. It's as if a gigantic nuclear weapon is charging towards them. Once it collides, there will be no turning back. Damn it. Are they underestimating our divine realm? You two go ahead, I'll hold it off. Perhaps provoked by the ferocity of the golden horn behemoth, the god of war immediately gave up on fleeing. This guy has never done anything for this long. He immediately said he would give the other two a chance to escape. Of course, it's also possible that this warrior wants to put on a show in front of the woman he loves. You, be careful and come back alive. How could the angel not understand the other party's intentions? Especially at such a critical moment, it's easier to be moved. Women are just that kind of creature. However, the golden horn behemoth will not become the cornerstone of your romance. You will become the nightmare of your day. Seeing that warrior in the sky with his body growing larger and larger, the golden horn behemoth did not slow down. It just narrowed its eyes into a slit. This guy looks a bit like a warrior from ancient Rome. He holds a large shield in one hand and a divine spear in the other, striking a pose as if he's ready to confront the golden horn beast head-on. All right, come on. To continue pursuing the two gods behind, the golden horn beast lowers its head and charges at the opponent's shield with its golden horn. The impending collision can only result in two outcomes. Either the golden horn beast breaks through the warrior's defense like a hot knife through butter and directly attacks the two fleeing first-tier gods, or it gets blocked by the warrior's shield, allowing the opponent to thrust a spear into it. It all comes down to whose strength is greater. In such battles, especially against ferocious beasts, the warrior seems to have a lot of experience. His stance is the most standard. However, this warrior might not realize that he is facing a second-tier golden horn beast. This already surpasses the power of most divine kings of the divine race. Moreover, that golden horn is the hardest part of the golden horned giant beast. It can be said that even piercing a planet with this golden horn would be no problem. Let alone you, a mere second-level god? Boom! What were you doing? This is a secondary deity of the divine realm, a legendary war god from the Douluo Continent. However, no one expected him to be so easily defeated. All that could be heard was this war god shouting a few words, and then his shield shattered into pieces, followed by his body being pierced. Regardless of whether he was a divine body or some other form, under such a powerful impact, he instantly became a bloody mess. The immense force brought by the golden-horned giant beast, along with the shockwave in the air, turned the war god's body into nothingness, reducing it to something like microscopic particles that could only be seen with a super microscope, completely undetectable by the naked eye. It could be said that not a trace of his remains was left. The only thing left in the world was the war god's spear, which had not yet had the chance to escape. It fell to the ground like a free-falling object. Perhaps this item could bring immense power to some lucky individual in the future, even the chance to become a god. But that is definitely a story for later. After breaking through this obstacle, the golden-horned giant beast was delayed for less than 0.5 seconds. Soon, its body continued to accelerate and charge towards the two individuals fleeing into the sky like an artillery shell. What? You've already killed the war god? You truly are a despicable monster. I will destroy you. The second to react was the fire god. This guy is not the type to sit idly by. I just saw a fiery red phoenix golden egg appear in his hand. This is his good brother, the last left by the phoenix god. However, at this moment, it is being used by the fire god as a bait for a powerful attack. It may be that the golden horn beast is too formidable, or perhaps the fire god never regarded the phoenix as a friend at all. In any case, regardless of whether this move succeeds or fails, that phoenix god will probably never be able to return. Reality is filled with such helplessness and cruelty. The guy you think you can trust may just see you as a tool. Whoosh! The fire god's full force strike, combined with the effect of the phoenix egg, is bound to be extraordinary. In the flight of the golden-horned giant beast, a fiery red scene appeared before him. The scales all over his body once again felt a burning sensation. However, as the golden-horned giant beast continued to soar upwards, he was surrounded by airflow. The wind could fuel the flames, but a hurricane could also extinguish the fire in an instant. The strong winds around the golden-horned giant beast belonged to this level. Whoosh! What? How did you do that? Even the fire god didn't expect it. The golden-horned beast not only directly broke through the god of war's defenses, but also showed no regard for the fire wall created by the god of fire. It charged straight through, enduring the opponent's strongest power without any flashy moves, continuing to use its horn to viciously ram into the god of fire's body. Unless you have a way to break the golden horn on its head, be prepared for a chilling defeat. No. Whoosh. However, the god of fire is a first-level divine body, and naturally, he has his own means of survival. Although he was still directly pierced by the golden-horned beast, he quickly adopted a strategy of breaking himself into smaller parts. He actively transformed his body into numerous fireballs of varying sizes, exploding in all directions. After getting a sufficient distance away from the golden-horned beast, he slowly began to recombine. Although the recombined god of fire was significantly smaller than before, at least he managed to save his life. It was clear that the target of the golden-horned beast was not this god of fire, but rather the angelic deity that was approaching the portal to the heavenly realm. Where do you think you're going? You won't get away until you turn Qianren Xue back. What's going on? Is this golden-horned beast standing up for that angel princess? Chapter 54 is capturing the angel god for Qianren Xue. What? What did you say? You actually attacked me for a humble human woman? I heard the furious roar of the golden-horned beast behind me. This angel seems quite shocked. This is a way of thinking that this lofty goddess cannot comprehend. The strength of this golden-horned giant beast is considered to be among the top in the divine realm. How could it possibly stand up for an ordinary human girl? This is not scientific, but the fact is, it is indeed the case. The reason for stopping this angel god today is solely to stand up for that little girl. If you are wise, you will lift the darkness from the little girl. Although Oscar really likes the image of the fallen angel, it completely obscures the inner world of the little angel princess. If this continues, it will be absolutely detrimental to the physical and mental development of this little girl. In the future, Oscar and Bibi Dong are likely to become family. Therefore, the attitude towards this little princess should definitely be more positive. As for the angel god, this woman is of no concern to the golden-horned giant beast. Moreover, they're the ones who came to provoke me, so there's no need to be polite to them at all. Previously, the golden-horned giant beast had already formed an alliance with the Silver Dragon King, agreeing to hunt gods together in the future. We can't just go back on our word, and they certainly can't be allowed to leave. Otherwise, these guys will only bring more high-level gods from the divine realm. If the battlefield is in the divine realm, the golden-horned giant beast wouldn't mind. But if the flames of war spread to the Douluo Continent, that would be a huge problem. The golden-horned giant beast doesn't want its home to become a wasteland. Therefore, from any angle, it's highly likely that the angel god and her companions won't be able to return. Just as the golden-horned giant beast blocked the angel god's path, the Silver Dragon King, Guyuna also appeared before the heavily injured god of fire. This guy was just knocked out a big hole by the golden-horned beast. He has barely survived using secret techniques. However, this guy's level has probably dropped to around the equivalent of a tidal Douluo at level 95 in the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Guyuna can easily handle a fire god at this level. Moreover, Guyuna is not fighting alone. The beast god Emperor Tian and other high-level soul beasts quickly appeared around this fire god lord. What are you doing? Do you know what you are doing? You filthy soul beasts actually want to hunt gods collectively. Looking at this team of soul beasts that he had always looked down upon, the fire god still had a gaze full of arrogance. But this arrogance seemed a bit lacking in confidence. Now this guy was speaking while retreating. Hee. Back in the day, our dragon god clan was well taken care of by you. Today, we have come to settle the score. Gil Yuna smiled. But this smile was truly terrifying in the eyes of the fire god. Indeed, it's a case of the tiger falling to the plains and being bullied by dogs. Not to mention this large group of soul beasts. Even Guyuna in front of him, the fire god would probably not be able to defeat her. You're the Silver Dragon King. You should thank me. It was us who opened the seal and released you. The fire god really has nothing to say. Can you actually expect the other party to thank you? Is this a pipe dream? Yes, we really should thank you for your generosity back in the day. As he spoke, the Silver Dragon King transformed into a massive silver dragon, completely lacking in grace. Meanwhile, the beast god turned into a black dragon. Beside them were the dark golden terraclaw bear, the hell dragon, the emerald Xuan, and others. Each of them was a high-level soul beast with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. It seems these few intend to gang up and kill the fire god. Upon witnessing the scene at his feet, the angelic deity couldn't help but tremble all over. Do you guys know what you're doing? I am a noble goddess of the divine realm. If I fall here, many will seek vengeance for me. Perhaps this angelic deity is right. But if those seeking revenge knew the true power of the golden horned giant beast, would they still be willing to step in? Good. I really want to know who would come to save you. Let me see your power. As he spoke, the body of the golden horned giant beast slowly shrank. This is to condense combat power to its highest realm. But even when shrunk, this guy's size is stronger than what the angel god can reach at its maximum. Just the golden horn on its head is longer than the body of this angel god. Damn it. Today, I will represent the power of justice in this world to judge you. I've been pushed to my limits. The angel god disregarded everything and actually condensed all its power into the angelic holy sword in its hand. It swung down towards the opponent's golden horn. Is this woman too naive? Does she really think her critical strike can take down the golden horn beast? Slap. That was a merciless slap in the face. The golden horn beast simply flicked its tail like a dragon. It didn't even bother to confront this angel god directly. Instead, it swung its tail and sent her flying. As a result, the angel god's sword was shattered piece by piece, and before those metallic fragments could hit the ground, the golden horn beast swallowed them whole. In the next moment, this unfortunate angel god, the so-called most beautiful woman in the divine realm, was embarrassingly pinned down by one of the golden horn beast's claws. She plummeted from tens of thousands of meters high and ultimately crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit over 500 meters deep. The figures of the two barely came to a halt. Cough, cough, cough. If it weren't for standing up for the angel princess, just now, the golden-horned giant beast could have directly crushed the beautiful angel goddess's head. But at this moment, it was only pinning her down, rendering her unable to move, and making her lose all ability to resist. Little girl, you can come over. After finishing all this, the golden-horned giant beast called out to the side. Then it saw the angel princess cautiously walking over, staring with an incredulous gaze at the disheveled angel goddess in the deep pit. How could this happen? The highest deity who once dominated the entire Douluo Continent. The angel goddess who was once regarded as a representative of beauty and power. At this moment, she lay in that enormous pit like a dead dog, helpless and covered in wounds and dust, with no trace of her former divinity. Will you lift the curse on this girl yourself? Or shall I tear you to pieces and then search for the method in your mind? The golden-horned giant beast showed no mercy, especially since the angel goddess had already presented herself in a way that indicated she could not resist. The starry giant beast didn't even glance at it. It continued to threaten fiercely. I am willing to help this child return to their original form. Please let me go. Is this a plea from an angel? I really have seen it all. Chapter 55, Purifying Qian Ruxue. She actually confessed to me. Why didn't she say this earlier? Hearing that the angel had softened, the figure of the golden-horned giant beast slowly faded away, transforming back into the human form of Oscar. However, this human man showed no pity at all. He directly grabbed the beautiful hair of the angel and pulled her out of the pit. Then he dragged this goddess across the ground until he brought her up to the surface. But due to the broken meridians throughout her body and the loss of all her strength, she was powerless. Although the angel was filled with anger in its eyes, it was also helpless. To be dragged around like trash by this man who showed no mercy was unbearable. Seeing the deity it once revered become such a tragic figure was heartbreaking. This little girl doesn't know whether she should feel grateful or sad. In fact, although she has turned dark, there is still a glimmer of light in the heart of this angel princess. The angelic figure before her is merely amplifying the desires within the heart of this angel princess. This is a psychological intervention, and mere mortals cannot contend with the will of the gods. What Oscar is doing now is forcibly compelling this angelic being to lift this intervention. For her, it was actually just a matter of a glance without even needing to move a hand or foot. Perhaps it was under the threat of death. Originally, this angelic being had planned to argue a bit, but thinking of the physical suffering she had previously endured and the rampage of the golden-horned giant beast made her reconsider. The goddess hesitated for a moment. Just then, dozens of chaotic fireballs were thrown over. One of them seemed to be in the shape of someone's pupil. It was that fire god who had already lost his rank. The Silver Dragon King, Guyuna, and the high-level soul beasts around her could easily take him down in an instant. But to vent the anger in her heart, these high-level soul beasts did not destroy the fire god outright. Instead, they tortured him to such an extent that they even tore his body into pieces. Some were sealed, some of his source power was devoured, and even the divine spark of this fire god was being toyed with by Guyuna at this moment. It was a fiery red crystal, resembling a crystal apple, very beautiful. However, the fire god appeared extremely sorrowful at this moment. His flame-like pupils seemed to still spin, pleading for help from the angelic being in front of him with an indescribable sadness. At this moment, Oscar silently bent down, trying to get his face as close as possible to the angel goddess's ear. He gently whispered the next terrifying words. "If you dare to play tricks with me, I will tear you apart like this." Is this kid a demon? Faced with such a beautiful angel goddess, he remains unmoved. Are you even a man? He claims he wants to dismantle the parts of the angel goddess one by one. What kind of person would dare to lay hands on such a beautiful goddess? I can do it. Let her come to me. The angel goddess's aura is faint. Half of it is fear, and the other half is truly a lack of strength. Oscar is also not hesitant. He directly grabs the beautiful angel's hair again, roughly pressing it in front of the angel princess. So much so that the latter feels a bit sympathetic. You, be gentle. After all, she is an angel goddess. At this moment, the angel goddess has completely lost control over Qian Ringshu. It's time to purify this angel princess. Shouldn't it be time to restore her original appearance? Just a simple gaze. The angel god felt a bit unwilling, but still didn't dare to leave any energy traces on the other party. Because if there were any after effects on this angel princess, the avatar of the golden-horned giant beast in front of her would definitely twist the angel god's head off mercilessly. Consider yourself smart. Bang. After saying this, Oscar fiercely threw the angel city onto a large rock, feeling as if he was tossing a bag of dry garbage. Then, when this man came before the angel princess, Qian Rushua, his expression changed. His gentle gaze was like that of a loving father. Xiaoxua, what do you feel? Has that violent power within you been purified? Don't be fooled by the fact that this angel princess usually seems fierce. This was her first time being so close to a man in her life. The little princess could even feel the warm breath coming from Oscar's mouth. She didn't know what was happening. In an instant, the girl felt a rush of blood and her face turned red. Was it gratitude? Or is she a bit shy? The man in front of her switched back and forth between the golden-horned giant beast and Oscar, seemingly giving this angelic princess a certain level of psychological acceptance. This guy isn't turning into a big monster, which is still acceptable. However, the angel princess feels something that is not so-called familial love from the other party, but rather something akin to love. I'm feeling better. That frenzied feeling in my heart is slowly dissipating, and I feel like my soul power has calmed down a bit. In fact, if I were to remain in that fallen angel state, it would be very detrimental. It would accelerate blood flow and also speed up metabolism. When using such powerful abilities, it would hasten the aging of this angel princess's body. Therefore, even when in a desperate situation, this angel goddess herself is unwilling to use this trick. This shows how great the harm to the human body is here. It's good that you're fine. I was worried about how to explain to your mother when I see her. Just thinking about that night spent with bit.Wang brings a look of longing to Oscar's eyes. However, he does not know that the angel princess beside him is showing a deep jealousy. Mr. Oscar, may I ask you, do you have someone you care about? What is this problem? Suddenly, this line popped out of the mouth of the angel princess, which truly startled Oscar. Then he instinctively responded, I and bit.Wang, that is your... Don't mention my sister. Don't you think I'm younger than her? Whether it's my figure or my skin. While speaking, the angel princess let her long golden hair, cascading like a waterfall down. It was unclear whether it was blown by the wind or if the girl did it intentionally. Just like that, it fell over Oscar's face. What is going on? Is this girl confessing to me? There are no outsiders here. So why does this angel princess still call bit.Wang's sister? However, if one didn't know the true relationship between these two, they would indeed look like sisters from the outside. Moreover, after bit.Wang shed the evil aura that originally belonged to the Rakshasa goddess, her delicate appearance resembles that of an 18-year-old girl. Chapter 56, Return to the Spirit Empire. The Spoils of the Angel God. Xiaoxua, what are you doing? Oscar was really caught off guard by the enthusiasm of this angel princess. However, what this girl said is not wrong. Compared to bit.Wang, this angel princess indeed has superior conditions in every aspect. Whether it's her temperament, appearance, or inner cultivation, she truly surpasses bit.Wang. But after all, there is still a traditional male spirit from Blue Star within the soul of the Golden Horn Beast. This complicated relationship left this top expert feeling somewhat at a loss. What does it feel like? How should I explain it? Especially in front of bit.Wang. If that Empress of the Spirit Empire knew about the bond between this little princess and Oscar, my goodness, what an awkward situation that would be. But it seems this angel princess is not planning to let him off the hook. Seeing Oscar hesitating, Qian Rinxue unexpectedly escalated the situation. With a flushed face, this angel princess whispered nervously, although I may not be as good in some aspects, there are things that this woman can do that I can do too. Well, upon hearing this, Oscar almost spat out his soda. This angelic princess is so bold, isn't she? Outwardly so pure, yet her heart is so wild. That night, Oscar and bit.Wang were causing a storm, dominating the world for several hours. This angel princess probably doesn't have such abilities. It's terrifying how strong a woman's obsession can be. I'm gonna take a look at that angel god, please don't die. Finding a really lame excuse. Oscar stumbled out, but he didn't notice that at this moment, a pair of beautiful eyes was staring at him from behind, murmuring with indignation. Oomph. I'll prove to you that I am better than that woman in every way. Great, am I being thought of now? At this moment, there was something even more troubling for Oscar. Besides the mother and daughter of the martial Soul Empire, there was also the Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna, who returned with them this time. What was that saying? 3 women make a play, and with Oscar, they could probably gather around a mahjong table for the new year. I didn't expect this starry sky behemoth to be so flirtatious. Guiyuna wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. It was just that the hearing of this Silver Dragon King was exceptionally good. Even from a distance, she could hear the soft murmurs of the little angel princess. After dealing with the fire god, Guiyuna seemed to have her eyes on the angel god, who was still hanging on by a thread. Guiyuna was also an exceptionally beautiful woman. The focus of a beauty watching another beauty is different from how a man views beauty. It seems that this Silver Dragon King has taken a liking to the divine essence of this angelic god. You can take this. And as for the previous one, related to the god of war and the phoenix god, I've already sent Emperor Tian to retrieve it. I really didn't expect that Guiyuna didn't keep the divine essence of the fire god she just obtained for herself, but generously handed it over to the man in front of her. She appeared to be quite virtuous. Even Oscar felt a bit embarrassed, so he quickly changed the subject. Was that your true form during the battle just now? The majestic silver giant dragon. What else could it be? You should know why they call me the Silver Dragon King, right? Indeed, as the beautiful Guiyuna, even when transformed into the Silver Dragon King, she is still a very elegant giant dragon. You can even see the essence of Guiyuna in the gaze of that dragon. What kind of divine object is this? What magical past has the god realm of Douluo Continent experienced because of these dragon clans? At this moment, it is impossible to investigate, but it must have been an epic-like myth. Thank you very much. I will allocate these divine positions fairly, including the angel god in front of us, who has not yet had her personality extracted. So far, they have already obtained 5 divine positions. The first personality of the Rakshasa goddess was voluntarily given to bit.Wang. However, that Empress of the Soul Empire seems unsure of how to handle it. She has kept it quiet all along. Perhaps she shares the same thought as Guiyuna, since she considers the golden horn beast as her other half. Let the men decide the major matters at home. No, I am the noble angel god. The spirit hall has my statue, and my divine position cannot be seized, although her limbs can no longer move at all. This angel goddess seems to want to struggle a bit. However, besides the angel princess, the others probably wouldn't be her followers. Don't worry, we will safely send you to the spirit empire, where your fate will be judged slowly. In fact, if the angel princess hadn't confessed to Oscar just now, the angel from the god realm of Douluo Continent might very well be disemboweled and have her true divine essence forcibly taken. However, for now, this woman serves as a great excuse. One could even say she is a trophy of the golden horn giant beast, enough for him to look down upon others with pride. Moreover, capturing the angel would allow for detailed inquiries about the arrangements in the god realm. Not to mention, there is still a considerable number of followers of the angel in the entire spirit empire. However, recklessly killing the goose that lays the golden eggs might provoke the world's wrath. Oscar does not want to be entangled in such matters. So for now, let's allow this beautiful angel goddess to live a little longer. Once Qian Rinxue calms down and acknowledges bit.Wang as her mother, perhaps someone will forcibly transfer the angel's divine essence to this little princess. But for now, it seems such actions cannot be taken. Otherwise, it might lead to being entangled with this angel princess. Well, women's hearts are as hard to fathom as the depths of the sea. It's really difficult to understand. bit.Wang had long been aware of the news about the golden horned giant beast fighting outside, and even knew that little Xuan was with them. In fact, when a figure of this man appeared outside the capital of the Spirit Empire, bit.Wang was already somewhat impatiently standing on the city wall. Her expectant gaze resembled that of a wife waiting for her husband to return. Even Bibi Dong herself did not know why she felt such excitement. Is it love? You, finally willing to come back? Looking at the massive convoy before her, Bibi Dong felt a surge of emotions. However, Hulaina soon stepped forward quietly and whispered, "Teacher, according to the information we received, the one bound in that golden carriage is indeed the angel goddess, and the woman riding behind is—" "What, Nana? Is your information accurate? Is she the legendary Silver Dragon King?" Chapter 57. Are you happy? Indeed, according to the information we received, that woman is indeed the legendary Silver Dragon King. Looking at the slowly advancing convoy into the city, a complex expression emerged in Bibi Dong's eyes. The Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna is a legend on the Douluo Continent. It is said that this woman is related to the origin of soul beasts. This may involve past events in the divine realm. Even back then, the Spirit Hall had very limited information. I can't believe there really is such a person. What exactly is this golden horn monster? It hasn't been around for long, yet it has unearthed the entire history of the continent. This guy must clarify things when alone at night. Bibi Dong doesn't even know what's wrong with her. She actually thought about the night. The word itself carries a hint of scandal. Fortunately, it wasn't spoken out loud. Otherwise, it would surely have startled the disciple beside her. Don't think that Bibi Dong is the kind of woman like Wu Zetian. In fact, the two are completely different. It can be said that Bibi Dong was very picky about her partner in the past. So far, she has only been with her ex, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qiang Sunji. Over the years, Bibi Dong has been alone. She thought her heart would be locked forever, and no man could ever open it. But unexpectedly, the avatar of the golden horn giant beast, Oscar, actually, just thinking about that brat makes one feel shameless. Bibi Dong, now a middle-aged woman, still has her youthful memories awakened by this boy. What a grievance. Master, should we? Seeing Bibi Dong silent, the little fox did not know what her master was thinking. She thought the Queen of the Spirit Empire was worried about this. There was no need. Let me meet this legendary soul beast king, and if possible, I will accept her. It is generally difficult for a woman as high and mighty as Bibi Dong to share anything with others, especially men in love. However, Guyana is completely different. If I could become friends or have a closer relationship with this woman, it would definitely benefit the Spirit Empire's rule over the entire Douluo Continent, because this woman represents all the high-level soul beasts on this Douluo Continent. Right now, it is still somewhat challenging for the Spirit Empire to conquer the entire Douluo Continent. But if there are these high-level soul beasts to help, many things would become easier. Suddenly, Bibi Dong felt a bit dizzy. It was a woman's intuition. It felt a bit bad. If it were just the Silver Dragon King Guyana, Bibi Dong could still barely accept it. As soon as she thought of this, Bibi Dong could no longer hold back. Hualiana beside her felt a gust of fresh wind pass by. The teacher had already disappeared. It seemed that Bibi Dong wouldn't have been so impulsive in the past. Is this how we welcome everyone? It seems a bit improper. Even the attendants from the Spirit Empire who came to greet Oscar didn't notice. Their queen has unknowingly arrived at the front. You all may leave. I will personally welcome this esteemed guest. Don't be fooled by Bibi Dong's smile. It hides a dagger. Anyone with a bit of perception can sense the malice in the queen's tone. Of course, Oscar didn't feel it. Seeing Bibi Dong come to greet him personally, he took the initiative to walk to the front of the line. My beautiful queen Bibi Dong, are you here to welcome me personally? I am truly flattered. Although I feel that Bibi Dong's smile today is a bit strange. But Oscar shamelessly opened his arms, wanting to give the queen a hug in public, and then boldly acknowledge their relationship. However, Bibi Dong did not embrace him. What's going on? Is she jealous? I said earlier that we shouldn't let that little angel princess get too close. Oscar has already pushed that little princess's horse away several times. Yet it still caused someone's displeasure. This is an awkward reunion, somewhat uncomfortable. But even more awkward things are yet to come. Who would have thought? That angel princess actually took the opportunity to step forward. Right in front of Bibi Dong, she grabbed Oscar's right hand and turned back with a sweet smile. Oscar, you probably haven't visited our Angel's Sacred Hall yet. It's right ahead. Let me take you to see it. I can't believe this. The person in front of me is the Empress of the Spirit Empire. Is she really this arrogant? Not even a greeting? Xiao Xue? You could try to intervene. But Oscar is still uncontrollably pulled over by this angel princess. This little girl has such great strength. She must be pure-hearted. However, before Bibi Dong could get angry, another woman stepped forward with a cheerful smile. Friendly, she extended her delicate hand to the human empress. You must be Empress Bibi Dong, right? I am Guyuna, the Silver Dragon King. It's a pleasure to meet you. When Guyuna smiled, she truly resembled a flower in bloom. Although this Silver Dragon King was much older than Bibi Dong, why did she exude such a pure, youthful aura? looking at the Silver Dragon King before her. Dong couldn't help but feel a sense of the passage of time. She raised her hand to touch her somewhat pale face. But this small action was quickly corrected by Dong herself. The Empress straightened her chest, regained her composure, and confidently extended her other hand. I have long admired you. So you are the legendary Silver Dragon King. Welcome to my palace. However, while shaking hands, Dong's gaze fell on the luxurious carriage in the queue. By a woman's intuition, Dong felt that there seemed to be an unparalleled beauty inside. My goodness, what does that damned golden horn beast take my palace for? You little brat, tonight. Perhaps sensing Dong's puzzled expression, Xuan stepped closer and whispered into the Empress's ear, "You should be careful with the one inside." The True Angel God. Chapter 58. A ruthless hand destroys flowers. Seizing the angel god's divinity, the angel god? Is it the one from our angel temple? What kind of day is it today? Surprising events keep piling up. If the previous jealousy was solely Dong's, then this news brought by Xuan is truly shocking. The Spirit Empire's reputation in the divine realm is not very good. A god has already fallen on their side. The divinity of the Rakshasa goddess is currently in Dong's hands. And now, the lofty angel city has also been captured by them. Given the personality of that golden horn beast, it probably won't escape death. Bruce. The Silver Dragon King Xuan was once the #1 target in the divine realm. Goodness, are you trying to defy the heavens? But don't worry, all those guys sent down from the divine realm have been cleared out by us. Seeing the shock in Dong's eyes, Xuan's subsequent words, while understated, were increasingly astonishing. Dong had heard that the divine realm had sent out formidable figures this time. But how many gods there were and what their levels were? No one knew. However, from the current information, it seems that these gods have all been taken down by Xuan and that golden horn beast. This is the god-slaying operation. Are the people outside my followers? Can you help me with something? There might be an altar of the angel god in the palace of the Wuhuan Empire. When this beautiful goddess returned here, she immediately felt a sense of homecoming. At this moment, all the powers of the angel god were sealed. She was even weaker than an ordinary woman. So upon arriving here, this once goddess unconsciously called upon her followers. The members of the Angel Legion standing beside Dong were clearly influenced by this power's call. However, in front of the Empress, they dared not act rashly and merely cast questioning looks at Dong. After all, whether it was the previous Wuhuan Hall or the current Wuhuan Empire, they had openly declared themselves as followers of the Angel. Although Dong never believed in the Angel from the beginning, this tradition was deeply ingrained. What to do? Just as Dong was feeling a bit conflicted, Oscar returned, hand in hand with the little angel princess. Of course, when they reached Dong, they let go of each other's hands. Oscar, however, appeared very indifferent. You're talking about that angel goddess, right? I want to ask for your opinion. Seeing that Dong and Xuan were already chatting, Oscar, as the representative of the Golden Horn Behemoth, naturally did not shy away from the topic. While speaking, 3 divine powers appeared in his hand, 2 from secondary gods and 1 from a primary god, coming for the fire god, the war god, and the phoenix god, respectively. This also explains what Xuan said before, including the angel god in front of us, as well as the previously eliminated Rakshasa goddess. In just under a month, 5 major figures have fallen in the divine realm. It's truly astonishing to think about. Dong suddenly felt as if she had been pulled onto a pirate ship. What should I do? What decisions can I make? You've all brought people here, can I stop it? After driving away everyone on the left and right, Dong threw a tantrum like a little girl. The way her little mouth pouted is not any less than that of an angel princess. Are these 2 people really mother and daughter? Aren't they just like sisters? All right, didn't you use the divine spark I gave you last time? In front of Dong, Oscar was completely unreserved. And at this moment, Dong slowly took out that thing that looked like a crystal cube. It's not that this woman doesn't want to merge with the divine spark, nor is she incapable. It's just that Dong is currently indecisive. After merging with the divine spark, her strength will definitely break through level 100. But what if it brings actual punishment? However, Oscar doesn't care about that. He continued to return the 3 divine sparks to the Silver Dragon King beside him. This is what you deserve. Distribute it yourselves. As for the divine spark of the angel, I plan to give it to Xuan. This sentence is essentially a pronouncement of the future fate of the angel goddess. It's really ironic. The Spirit Empire is the place of faith for the angel god, but it's unexpected that she would be silenced here. And even her divinity would belong to that once darkened little princess. I agree. I'm not as cowardly as some people. I'm willing to accept the angel divinity. I didn't expect this angel princess to so directly express her intentions. Perhaps it's because she has been darkened once before. For that angel goddess, Qianrichua no longer holds any reverence in her heart. It's just the way it is. Moreover, being able to show off in front of Bibi Dong fully releases this little girl's rebellious mentality. Anyway, it's about going against you so you can handle it. Xiao Shueyo. Bibi Dong initially wanted to scold her, but she was completely unable to stop this angel princess. She saw the little girl actively approaching the golden carriage and lifting the curtain. Inside, there was a cage, and the angel goddess was locked inside, looking weak. Then let us do it this way. You have no objections, right? She glanced at Bibi Dong and then at Guyu Na beside her. The former said nothing, while the latter smiled and nodded. Thus, Oscar reached out and opened the iron cage like a martial arts master. Then they saw the angel goddess with her wings drooping, like a phoenix parrot without any strength to resist. She was easily caught by this man by the neck. No, don't do this. I can do anything for you. I really can. Then this originally weak and beautiful angel surprisingly twisted her body towards the man in front of her. What is this trying to do? Don't you know that the golden horned beast excels at destroying beautiful things? Stop struggling in vain. If I were you, I would transform myself and surrender my divine essence to suffer less pain. As he spoke, a wave of black energy emerged from Oscar, which seemed to vaguely take the form of a small golden-horned beast, as if it had become this man's martial soul. The golden-horned beast completely ignored the angel goddess's pleas for mercy. Its sharp claws quickly tore through the beautiful goddess's pure and pristine skin. This is really too harsh, isn't it? Such a beautiful goddess. How could you bring yourself to do it? About 15 minutes later, apart from the holy feathers scattered everywhere, that angelic being had long been extinguished. At this moment, the angel princess was holding a glowing golden gem in her hands, which seemed to emit a silvery light from within. This is the divine status of the angel god. So beautiful. Chapter 59, Bibi Dong asked me, who exactly is Chao Chao? It seems that our spirit empire is soon to have 2 more goddesses. Looking at the divine status of the Rakshasa goddess in Bibi Dong's hand, and that thing in the angel princess's hand, Oscar slowly withdrew the halo from his body. Then he smiled and looked at the 2 beauties. What is the most important thing in Douluo Continent? Is it power and status? No, those are just superficial. In this world, the most important resource is, of course, strength. It doesn't matter if you are male or female, or whether you are righteous or evil. Whoever has the bigger fist is the boss. This point was already very clear during the Battle of Jialing Pass, right? Tang San, in terms of seniority, is merely the youngest among the juniors. Yet after inheriting the power of the sea god, he could pin down the empress of the spirit empire and nearly took Bibi Dong's life. He even publicly declared her to be an old hag. Anyway, it was wrong for the people of the spirit empire to kill soul beasts and take soul rings. Only the soul beasts hunted by Tang San are evil and represent justice. Why is there such conclusion? Is Tang San a representative of justice? No, it's because this kid was indeed invincible during that period. Even Bibi Dong had to bow her head when she saw Tang San, and she almost lost her throne. But who is the dominant figure in this era? Is it still Tang San? Wrong. The overlord of this world has changed, far away in the distance. Yet right in front of us is the main body of Oscar, Mr. Goldenhorn Giant Beast. This monster, although only at the 2nd tier of stellar level, can barely make ends meet in the vast world of the devouring starry sky. But here he is in the Douluo Continent, the sewer of the entire fantasy world. The strength here operates differently. The so-called planetary level, for most people, is not even comparable to the ultimate warriors from the devouring starry sky. Moreover, the divine realm is mostly filled with mediocre figures who are merely there to fill the ranks, just like the previous fire god and angel god. These 2, when ranked by their status, can indeed be considered star level. However, their strength doesn't even reach planet level 5. Otherwise, how could they be so easily dealt with by the golden horned beast? Weak, too weak. And do you think the divine realm is unaware of their loss of 5 generals? Why aren't they furious? It's simple. They fear those high-ranking gods. They are afraid of becoming the next prey of the golden horned beast. Even that arrogant Azura god seems to have become instantly mute, completely silent. So what will happen next? Of course, it's to let Bibi Dong and the others quickly merge their divine powers, allowing these women to rapidly break through to level 100. In this way, at least there is a means of self-protection. If the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, successfully merges with the Fire God's divine essence, she will have the foundation to find the seal of her brother, the Golden Dragon King, in the divine realm in the future, and even seek revenge for the Dragon God for back then. Additionally, The divine essences of the Phoenix God and the War God can help those around Guyu Na grow as well. This choice is left to the Silver Dragon King to decide. Can I really become a god? Hearing Oscar's affirmative answer, Bibi Dong showed an excited expression on her face. This is exactly what the Empress has been dreaming of. It is also the collective dream of these powerful beings on the Douluo Continent. Who cultivates not to reach the highest step? Who doesn't want to obtain endless life? Who doesn't want the respect of the world? Do you really think Tang San is working so hard just to uphold justice? Our divine powers are freshly forged. Perhaps we can refine them together. I wonder if the little princess is willing. Compared to the hesitant Bibi Dong, that Silver Dragon King Guyu is much more straightforward. While refining her own, this Silver Dragon King can also assist the Angel Princess. It seems like she is also seeking allies for herself. The divine grade in Bibi Dong's hands has been around for some time now. It is no longer fresh. Therefore, merging it might not be as convenient as when it was just taken off. No worries. I will help the lady protect herself tonight, Oscar said with a serious tone. But his hands are not so proper. In front of the other two women, he directly wrapped his arms around the waist of the Empress before him. Bibi Dong initially wanted to resist, but for some reason, she couldn't muster any strength at all. Feeling the warmth radiating from this man's body made Bibi Dong feel a tingling sensation. If it weren't for the need to maintain her dignity in front of the little princess, she might have collapsed right into this guy's arms. You little rascal. What do you want to do tonight? Explain it to me clearly. Who exactly is Chow Chow? This is indeed a meme. Bibi Dong actually did something very boring during this time. She went through all the character biographies on Douluo Continent and still didn't find that guy named Chow Chow. What a lovely woman. How could the information about Chow Mengda from the Three Kingdoms period of Blue Star appear in Douluo Continent? Unless this Chancellor Chow also traveled to Douluo Continent back in the day. What a joke. It's simply absurd. However, if Chow Mengda encountered such a scene, he would surely feel incredibly pleased, just like Oscar does now. A married woman, especially one as charming as Bibi Dong, would be even more delightful in Chow Chow's eyes than an angel. Although that era has long passed, the aspirations of Chancellor Chow are still inherited by many. If you're not experiencing it firsthand, you wouldn't know the goodness in it. Hee, Oscar, just wait for me. This princess will reappear beside you in the form of an angel. Seeing that Oscar ultimately left with Bibi Dong made Qianrenxue feel a bit disappointed. But soon, this angel princess perked up again. Because next, this princess will undergo a complete transformation from Angel Douluo to a real angel. Although Bibi Dong can also become a goddess. In terms of beauty and purity, the temperament of the Rakshasa goddess is absolutely worlds apart from that of a true angel. Perhaps this little princess doesn't quite understand who Chow Chow is, but Qianrenxue has every reason to believe that she will become better. Men, after all, tend to like beautiful things. As for the Silver Dragon King Guyu Na, this wise woman certainly saw the gap between Bibi Dong and Princess Angel. Otherwise, why do you think Guyu Na would be so kind as to help Xiao Shui improve? There is reason in all of this. Let's go. Princess Qianrenxue, I believe you will soon become the type that Chow Chow likes. Speaking of confidence, this Silver Dragon King Guyu Na is not lacking in that department either. In this world, where there are a few who are happy, there are also a few who are sad, just as they estimated. When the divine realm learned of the fall of the angel god and the fire god, it was truly filled with wails. But strangely, when all the gods found out that it was the golden horn giant beast that took action, not a single person suggested going to take revenge. How strange. Chapter 60. Bibi Dong and Qianrenxue mother and daughter become gods. My dear, let's not dwell on the matter of Chow Chow anymore. Your becoming a god is more important. After a wave of turmoil, Oscar's expression became serious. Although at this moment, Bibi Dong was still clinging to him like an octopus. The woman in her boudoir is completely different from the one outside. The high and mighty queen here turns into a gentle little kitten. Moreover, due to Bibi Dong's physical structure and various aspects of her resilience, she could perform many high-difficulty movements similar to those of gymnasts, making even Oscar marvel. Even if that angel princess is beautiful, it's hard to replicate such movements. It's truly exhilarating. But now it's already late at night. The best time to merge with the power of the Rakshasa goddess. Because this Rakshasa goddess is of the dark attribute, combined with Bibi Dong's two martial souls, which are also of the darkness type. The period between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the morning is the optimal time for Bibi Dong to merge with the divine power. After all, there will be plenty of time to stick together later. Let's get down to business first. Madam, be good, sit cross-legged, and gather all your soul power. You little brat, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer later, I'll bite you to death. Looking at Oscar's bitter smile, Bibi Dong was very pleased. She then began to operate her soul power according to his request. Meanwhile, at the other end of the martial soul empire palace, two even more sacred powers had already begun to be slowly released 2 hours earlier. One is the aura of the silver dragon king, Guyuna, and the other is the power of the angel princess. These two forces connected the Douluo Continent in a certain place in the divine realm like two towering beams of light. At the moment Bibi Dong was just beginning to merge, the fusion of those two had already reached its climax. At this moment, the Azura god and his friend, the kindness god, were trembling all over with anger. However, they had no way to intervene with the two types of inherited energy before them. Because if they intervened now, it would lead to a very serious consequence. It would allow the golden horned giant beast to successfully locate the position of the heavenly gate, the only passage between the Douluo Continent and the divine realm. Although there was a huge seal here that could prevent people from the Douluo Continent from entering through normal means, it was still the golden horned giant beast, a peak second-tier stellar giant beast. It shouldn't take much time for it to tear through this seal. Why provoke hatred for no reason? But as two divine kings of the divine realm, they could only watch helplessly as their subordinates' divine powers were stripped away right under their noses. That kind of sadness, that kind of helplessness. What else could they do besides tremble with anger? Azura God, I heard you have seed on the Douluo Continent, right? Can it be utilized? Watching the light of the angel god and the fire god dim more and more, the kindness god, one of the titans of the divine realm, turned around with a gloomy expression, looking at the equally troubled Azura god. There was no way to act according to the rules now. The golden horned giant beast was being too overbearing, even if it made rapid progress. It actually led 3 women on the Douluo Continent to simultaneously break through to level 100. This completely disregards the rules of the divine realm. You must know that on the Douluo Continent, it has been thousands of years since anyone was able to directly break through to level 100, unless one accepts the trials of the gods. However, the actions of the golden horned giant beast have opened up a whole new path for human cultivation. That is hunting gods. But doesn't this behavior cause these high and mighty god clans to fall from grace? Unbearable. Return to the kind-hearted god. My successor is named Tang San, who was previously the brother of the sea god. Speaking of the sea god, he is actually another victim, due to abnormalities in his body. The sea god was the first to seek a successor on this continent. Although his divine status was not forcibly stripped away, his avatar in the lower realm was devoured by the golden horned giant beast like a cookie. Furthermore, the sea god's trident, which represents his power, was also eaten by the opponent like a spicy snack. It can be said that the sea god is basically incapacitated at this moment. He locks himself in the temple every day and is said to be on the brink of collapse. He is only one step away from falling. How infuriating. This cursed golden horned beast. All right, we will work together to help Tang San improve, and we absolutely cannot let them continue to be arrogant. In fact, what Tang San is doing at this moment, strictly speaking, has already gone against the will of the Azura god. Does this kid think no one knows about the tricks he's been pulling in the City of Slaughter? It's just that the divine sword currently needs Tang San as a pawn. Similarly, the evil soul masters created by this kid have also begun to be tacitly accepted by the higher-ups. The several gods of the divine realm have long reached a consensus. Only Douluo Continent is in chaos. The golden horned beast won't cause them any trouble. If Douluo Continent really gets swallowed by the Spirit Empire, then these guys will most likely turn their attention to the divine realm next. And that silver dragon king, Guyuna, is also a direct beneficiary this time. The blood flowing through this woman is that of the dragon god from back in the day. She is inherently filled with agitation and unease. How terrifying. What kind of opportunity brought this group of people together? I understand now. I will secretly command my pawns in the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire to cooperate with Tang San's actions. Even though the Tiando Empire has suffered heavy losses before, its foundation is still strong. The losses in weapons and equipment can be made up for in no time. Thus, the evil soul master profession, which should have taken thousands or even tens of thousands of years to gradually grow, is surprisingly starting to thrive so early under the authorization of those several divine kings. Of course, that's beside the point. At this moment, Oscar's attention is completely focused on the 3 women beside him. The first person to become a god is actually Qianren Xue. This little girl is originally the most compatible with the divinity of the angel god. Moreover, she was previously corrupted by that girl, with her level approaching 100. Now, after transferring the energy of her true self, Qianren Xue has rightfully become the only angel on the Douluo Continent. This little girl can even draw power from the faith of her followers and continue to level up. As for bit.Wang, with the help of the golden horned beast, she surprisingly became the second to grow. This is somewhat unexpected. It's not that the golden horned giant beast doubts its own strength. It's just that it didn't expect that the one who ultimately faltered would be the silver dragon king, Xuan. This may be the difference between the bodies of soul beasts and human bodies. It is well known that since the primordial era, the most suitable body for cultivation is the human body. This is indisputable. Beasts or other existences always have to put in much more effort to succeed. It can be seen how difficult it has been for the Silver Dragon King to cultivate to this point. Chapter 61, Shock. Tang San created the evil Soul Master Legion. Tang San, where are you? Just as bit.Wang and the others focused on Xuan's advancement, Tang San welcomed another small peak in his life. Initially, he thought he had lost the opportunity for the Sea God's 9 trials, and he had basically become useless. Even the things he did in the City of Slaughter regarding those evil soul masters were all done secretly. However, Tang San never expected that all of his small actions were actually seen by the god of Shura. Originally, the god of Shura was very averse to such things. After all, he was not an evil god, but this time was different. He was now unable to be picky. The golden horned giant beast was just too terrifying. Even if these so-called god kings went to the Douluo Continent, they would probably return with no chance of survival. Moreover, there are only 5 god kings in the divine realm. Losing even one would be a huge defect and could even lead to chaos in the laws of heaven and earth. The most prudent method now is to find a representative to handle these matters. Tang San is undoubtedly the best candidate. First, this kid has already passed the first 7 trials of the Sea God, indicating that his physical quality and reactions are solid. He can at least withstand the pressure of a level 1 god. Secondly, Tang San's great-grandfather is Tang Xuan, who is also a trial taker of the god of Shura. If it weren't for the interference of the Rakshasa goddess, after obtaining the Shura sword, old Tang would have had ample time to proceed to the next step. And now, this sword has passed into Tang San's hands again. This is fate. So, in the face of fate, is it still meaningful to calculate these things? No matter how much harm these evil spirit masters do to humanity or the entire Douluo Continent, at least they represent a rare living force. Why are the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire afraid to launch a second round of attacks? Is it because they have fewer people than the Spirit Empire? Absolutely not. The main reason is that they lack the main forces. The opponent not only has a powerful Spirit Master army, but also has the Golden Horned Beast to assist them. If the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire cannot present corresponding capabilities, how can they dare to continue opposing the Spirit Empire? Therefore, the current situation on the entire Douluo Continent is essentially in a state of stalemate. However, what will happen if the Golden Horned Beast on the other side finishes its tasks and regains its strength? bit.Wang knows what method was used to win over that terrifying cosmic beast. This news has basically spread throughout the divine realm. Next, it is highly likely that the Golden Horned Beast will cooperate with the Spirit Empire, turning the entire Douluo Continent into the territory of the Spirit Empire. If that day truly comes, it is estimated that the divine realm of the Douluo Continent will be nearly finished. Back then, they narrowly escaped destruction by the Dragon God, and the Golden Horned Beast is even more formidable than that Dragon God of the past. If this continues, what's the difference from boiling a frog in warm water? Therefore, Tang San's spring has arrived. Originally, he thought that the Shura God would take back all his powers, but unexpectedly, the other party actually encouraged Tang San to vigorously develop the evil soul master army. This kind of thing is truly something I've never seen in my long life. The evil soul master system, which was originally supposed to take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to develop, is actually going to be born ahead of time under such power? That's terrifying. It turns out that those so-called gods don't care at all about the lives of ordinary humans. What they focus on is their own status and interests. So, may I ask, how should I control these evil soul masters? I now realize that they have some advantages from Tang San's methods. However, developing evil soul masters next won't require secrecy. It can be done openly and honestly. Moreover, from the perspective of soul skills and soul bones, Tang San and bit.Wang are somewhat similar. Both can be considered some of the earliest evil soul masters on the Douluo Continent, right? Because they both meet the same characteristics, being able to use soul skills or soul bones to absorb the soul power or life force of their enemies. bit.Wang uses terrifying soul skills, while Tang San's most obvious feature is his 8 spider lances. This thing can not only absorb the opponent's life force and soul power, but also gradually upgrade. This is a very strange thing. It should have been strictly prohibited by the divine realm. But who cares? This thing is now a lifesaver for the miracles. They have a way to incite their followers in the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire to wage war once again. But without the involvement of these evil soul masters, it would surely be a disastrous defeat. For someone like Tang San, who is openly seeking benefits, the Azura God cannot avoid it. After all, they can't just do useless work for you. I can promise you that as long as the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, along with your evil Soul Master Legion, go to war with the Spirit Empire again, you will be my successor. Wow, do you really need to make it so obvious? It's essentially telling Tang San that no matter whether he passes the upcoming Azura God assessment or not, it doesn't matter. The Azura God can designate you as the successor. Are you happy? Surprised? After receiving the answer he desired most, Tang San's expression was as if he had been invigorated. Thank you for the cultivation, Azura God. You will soon realize that your judgment is absolutely correct. In fact, even without the support of the Azura God, Tang San could control these evil soul masters with his own strength. Don't forget that back in the Slaughter City, this kid who calls himself Tang Yin had the infamous reputation of the Azura King, and his number is 9,528. This is an Arabic numeral that no one has been able to surpass over the years, both in the past and in the future. However, starting today, Tang San can officially become the king of this city of slaughter. This shows that this kid's cunning is indeed not something ordinary people can compare to. Originally, Tang San's plan was to use the power of the Shura God to properly cultivate the Haotian sect. After all, that place is Tang San's root and has a solid foundation. But who would have thought that the group in the Haotian sect would recklessly challenge the Golden Horn Beast? As a result, nearly 80 people in the front were completely eliminated. This essentially means that the entire backbone of the Haotian sect has been rendered useless. It is precisely because there is no hope that this kid would set his sights on the city of slaughter. One must admit that Tang San has succeeded once again. At least, that is how it appears on the surface. The people left in the city of slaughter are all desperate individuals. As long as Tang San gives them a little push, regardless of gender, there could be at least an 80 conversion rate. This will turn these individuals from soul masters with evil intentions into true evil soul masters. Now, among the soul masters remaining in the vicinity, there are at least 8,000, if not 10,000. Just think about it with the 80 conversion rate. What a terrifying power this will be. As for how the Shura God will incite the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire to direct their swords at the Spirit Empire, that will be a headache for those gods, right? Tang San, all you need to do is to develop the evil soul master cause as much as possible. Chapter 62. Sending the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna back to the Star Do Forest. Third brother, what have you been doing these days? So mysterious. Maybe it's because you're too pleased with yourself. In the end, Tang San's secret was discovered by Xiao Wu and the others. Although they had experienced major setbacks before, the Shrek's 7 monsters had become dispirited. However, recently, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have become closely connected again. It seems there is a hidden current flowing, constantly bringing these two empires together, encouraging them to unite bravely once more. They say they must fight one last time and absolutely cannot compromise with the evil Spirit Empire. Therefore, the Shrek 7 monsters, who had originally gone their separate ways, gathered again. Only, the perceptive Xiao Wu suddenly noticed that the man beside her seemed to be doing something significant. Originally, Tang San was still being secretive, but now that he had received the Shura God's affirmation, there was no need for that anymore. Xiao Wu, gather everyone together. There's something important I need to announce. The appearance of evil soul masters on stage is something Tang San never anticipated, but this has greatly boosted his confidence. Ever since the sea god's trident was destroyed and news of the fall of several other gods came in succession, Tang San had become dispirited. However, it now seems that the real big shots have not yet made their move. Moreover, the Shura God represents almost the highest will of the divine realm. Even without the sea god's blessing, Tang San could still latch onto a bigger thigh. As long as he successfully gains the Shura God's favor, the situation will be completely different. Soon, except for Oscar, who has disappeared again, the other members all gathered around. Little San, what new discovery do you have this time? Dai Mubai seems to have brought good news as well. He is holding a marshal's token in his hand. Although the throne has been given up, Dai Mubai can still mobilize all the forces of the Star Luo Empire. This is supreme power. That's hundreds of thousands of iron cavalry. Of course it's good news, but you might find it a bit hard to accept at first. You'll need to get used to it. As he spoke, several Soul Master-level individuals walked out behind Tang San. However, for some reason, these few Soul Masters gave off a strange feeling. Their eyes were sunken, their faces pale, and they weren't holding any weapons. Their nails were very long. They felt like humanoid soul beasts, especially since these individuals seemed particularly interested in the three girls from the Shrek 7 monsters. Right in front of Tang San, they were staring directly at Xiao Wu and the others, which scared Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong into holding hands tightly. Zhu Zhuqing was trembling all over, hiding behind Ai Mubai. Third brother are these guys? Ma Hongjun also couldn't understand, but halfway through his words, he swallowed them back and could only gesture to Tang San, pointing to his own head. These strange-looking soul masters, although they have decent strength, seem to have some trouble thinking straight. Xiao Wu is the boss's woman. Is it polite for you to drool and stare at her like that? Fatty, don't interrupt. What I want to introduce to you are these evil soul masters. To emphasize the difference of these guys, Tang San specifically stressed the last three words. Dai Mubai seemed to have realized something. I heard that evil soul masters are usually high-ranking officials in the empire. Dai Mubai probably recalled something, and his eyes immediately showed shock. To be honest, this is my trump card against the Spirit Empire. We need to know what Tang San is really thinking. The Shrek 7 monsters are unclear about this, and the Golden Horn Giant Beast doesn't have time to care. Right now, an important matter is in front of him. He needs to escort the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, all the way back to the Stardo Forest. Perhaps due to her inherent constitution, Bibi Dong absorbed the essence of the Rakshasa goddess, and there was already a connection between the two. Therefore, the absorption wasn't too difficult. Moreover, there was a powerful assist from certain starry beasts nearby. The angel princess Qianrenxua was originally the successor cultivated by the angel god, so there was no conflict between her and the angel goddess essence, and she succeeded quickly. However, a problem arose with Gu Yuna. After all, the cultivation laws of the dragon race and the human race are different. Additionally, some of the auras between the fire god and the dragon race are conflicting. Thus, in order to fully integrate the fire god's essence into her body, Gu Yuna needed to cultivate for a while in the environment she was most familiar and comfortable with, using seclusion. Fortunately, Gu Yuna did not let the other subordinates nearby attempt to absorb the essences of the Phoenix god and the war god. Otherwise, the problems encountered might have been even more troublesome. These subordinates might even explode directly. Your Majesty, the Soul Empire, thank you for allowing us to escort the Silver Dragon Emperor back to the Great Forest. The beast god Emperor Tian was originally to be arranged as a general of the Soul Empire. This was also something that the Silver Dragon King initially agreed upon with the Empress Bibi Dong of the Spirit Empire, in order to show that everyone was united. These soul beasts at the top of the food chain in Douluo Continent will join the Spirit Empire's camp. However, this plan may have to be postponed. This is because all high-level soul beasts must return to protect the Silver Dragon King, waiting until the descendants of this dragon god safely advance. This point is also allowed by the Golden Horn Behemoth. Don't worry, I will escort you all the way back to the Stardo Forest, and I guarantee nothing will happen. In the eyes of the Golden Horn Behemoth, although the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have been making small moves during this time, for him, a two-tiered stellar powerhouse, those are just ants. There is no need to take them to heart. Similarly, Bibi Dong sees it this way as well. This woman doesn't see those guys as a threat at all. Bad boy, just go ahead, even if there are any movements on the other side. Both Xiao Xuan and I have already broken through level 100. In fact, the news of Bibi Dong and that angel princess's breakthrough is still unknown to the outside world. Although this mother and daughter pair have always been at odds, they share a consistent viewpoint in terms of how they present themselves to the outside. At this time, it's best to keep a low profile. After all, they haven't taken down Douluo Continent yet, and Tang San is still a hidden danger. So let's save the most exciting part for last. It is said that the two major empires have been restless lately. We'll give them a surprise then. I'll be back quickly. You two behave and don't fight in my home. I don't know why, but the current Bibi Dong is completely different from before. After being with Oscar, this woman is still an empress on the outside. But once she returns home and closes the door, she turns into a mischievous little girl. It feels like a second spring. Moreover, unintentionally, due to the Golden Horn Beast, that goddess mother and daughter have had several interactions. Could it be that this mother and daughter are also planning to give Oscar a surprise? Chapter 63. Are you crazy? Tang San attacks the Spirit Empire. Third brother. We receive news from the front line that the Golden Horn Beast seems to have left. The news about the Golden Horn Beast belongs to Oscar, and the Heaven Do Empire is still unaware. This guy only shows his Oscar-like appearance in front of familiar people. When he appears in public, he has that terrifying image of the starry sky giant beast. Great, I knew that kind of monster wouldn't stay in one place. This is our best opportunity to attack the Spirit Empire. After hearing this news, Tang San's eyes suddenly brightened. Dai Mu Bai, who was beside him, immediately stood tall and puffed out his chest. Well, according to our observations, this guy takes a long time to return every time he leaves the Spirit Empire. That's enough. Although he was a bit worried about the evil soul masters around Tang San, overall, it seemed like the best time. Even though the Shrek 7 Devils had suffered heavy losses last time, the major sects also faced significant damage. The main forces of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire are still present. If we launch a surprise attack in a flash, the first target of the attack will still be Jialing Pass. Does this mean to get back up from where you fell? This kid is surprisingly persistent. The Spirit Empire naturally reacted immediately. However, unlike the previous time, a very strange Soul Master Legion appeared on the opposite side. It felt like a group of living dead. Whether it was arrows or crossbows, they wouldn't retreat after being hit, and their speed didn't diminish. As long as their heads were still intact, these guys would charge forward without hesitation. This truly frightened the warriors of the Spirit Empire on the other side. Even more terrifying was that these guys seemed to possess soul skills similar to a star absorption technique. They would grab onto the opponent's body and suck vigorously. Whether it was soul rings, soul bones, or life force, they consumed whatever they could find. What was even more incredible was that these guys could use others' life force to heal themselves, and they were indiscriminate in doing so. The soldiers of the Spirit Empire on the battlefield became their food. They wouldn't spare even their fallen comrades or injured companions. It was like a school of piranhas, flocking in at the scent of blood. This indeed brought a lot of pressure to the Spirit Empire. Even those titled powerhouses felt a headache upon seeing these reckless creatures. What on earth is this? A soul master of evil? Soon, someone thought of this name. However, historically, the Spirit Hall has also captured many soul masters of evil. It doesn't seem that wild. The news was immediately relayed to Dong. What did you say? This is something Tang San created? Upon seeing the incoming report, Dong furrowed her brows tightly. She originally thought that this blue-haired youth had been rendered useless. But who would have thought? Tang San now has a new identity. Actually, the Grand Marshal of the two major empires? The Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire combined have over 2 million troops that he can mobilize at will. Moreover, his other identity is the leader of the Evil Soul Legion. Those soul masters of evil seem to obey Tang San's commands, launching relentless attacks on the positions of the Spirit Empire. When did this kid master such power? Leave this to me. I have a score to settle with Tang San. Just when the generals of the entire Spirit Empire were feeling extremely troubled, that angel princess Qian Renxua actually took the initiative to step forward at that moment. Although this princess had always disagreed with her mother and constantly opposed her, the survival of the entire Spirit Empire was at stake now. Even the Jialing Pass was on the verge of collapse. Dealing with a million-strong human army was manageable, but this evil Spirit Master army was truly difficult to handle. If we can't find a way to restrain these guys, the Spirit Empire will become increasingly passive. Moreover, judging from the reports coming in, those high-level evil Spirit Masters were actually evolving during battle. Some of them had even reached the edge of tidal Douluo. It's terrifying. There must be someone even more powerful backing Tang San. Who could it be? But at this moment, that brat of a golden horn giant beast is not around. Otherwise, if this starry sky beast were to take action, what level of monster would matter? With a single slap, they would all be flattened. But right now, the golden horn giant beast is on a honeymoon with the Silver Dragon King. Who knows what these two behemoths are doing now? They say it's to help the Silver Dragon King go through tribulation. But in reality, Dong doesn't believe that the golden horn giant beast is that pure. Xiaoxue, take the Angel Legion over. Don't underestimate this Tang San. I'm worried he has powerful support behind him. Dong was both surprised and grateful for her daughter's sudden stand. Based on elemental restraints, the holy light of angels can indeed restrain such dark entities. However, judging from the soul power and soul rings of these evil spirit masters, it seems they are not simply dark creatures. Dong had captured many evil spirit masters during the Spirit Hall era, but she had never seen such a large-scale and numerous outbreak. One Tang San alone could not possibly reach this level of strength. Therefore, behind this kid, there must be an even more powerful existence, considering the previous incidents of gods descending upon the Douluo Continent. This time, it seems that an even greater challenge has come. I don't need help. I can handle these nuisances on my own. Qian Renxua's personality is inherently very proud. especially after becoming a deity. This young girl is even more confident in her own powers. The Angel Legion is generally at the Soul Sage level, but they may not necessarily be able to restrain those evil soul masters. Moreover, it is very likely to turn into a situation where they are just giving away their heads, because everything that has happened before has proven that these evil soul masters can even convert your attack power into their own soul power. Unless they're directly turned to ashes using overwhelming force, it would be really difficult to deal with them. And among the entire Spirit Empire, it's probably only this mother and daughter in front of us who possess such power. bit.Wang is currently the Empress of the Spirit Empire. She has already made those offerings bow down with her own strength. However, this woman cannot easily reveal herself, or she will easily become a primary target for the enemy. The previous battle at Jialing Pass has already proven this well. Until we understand Tang San's true trump card, we still need to remain calm. So, from this perspective, the actions of this angel princess are completely correct. But after all, she is her daughter, not an outsider. Hearts connected by fingers. On the surface, bit.Wang seems very cold towards this young girl. But in reality, both mother and daughter are the type to be tough on the outside, waiting until life and death part them to express their true feelings. Is it worth it? Like in the original work. Chapter 64. The Fateful Battle. Qianrenxue versus Tang San. Then be careful and don't push yourself. Seeing her daughter's stubborn eyes, bit.Wang knows that no matter how much she advises, it's all in vain. This little girl wants to prove everything with her actions next. This is the rebellious phase of a young girl, and she can only be allowed to be herself. If she is forcefully restrained, it will only intensify the conflict between mother and daughter. It's all that Oscar's fault. Why do you have to run out at a time like this? However, complaints aside, the battle continues. When that angel princess appears on the city wall, the positions of the Spirit Empire have completely fallen. There isn't a single complete corpse on the ground, only a pile of skeletons. It's terrifying. These evil spirit masters are like a pack of wild dogs, still searching for the few remaining survivors. Facing such terrifying creatures, even the god of war would feel fear. Warriors of the Spirit Empire, you have done very well. Now I command you to leave the positions and prioritize your safety. That was a voice, both authoritative and gentle, resonating above everyone's heads. Then a golden light slowly descended from the sky, revealing the image of a massive six-winged angel. The gentle light could soothe the sorrow in people's hearts and even allow severed limbs to be reborn. However, it cannot bring back those fallen warriors. Roar! Howl! As for the evil spirit masters from the Heaven Do Empire, they were filled with dread. Their bodies, upon encountering this golden light, reacted as if they had met the sunlight like vampires, emitting white smoke. Those who ran slowly even collapsed to the ground, rolling back and forth, with black mist continuously surging from their bodies. Retreat. It's an angel. Retreat completely. Seeing the situation was dire, several leaders of the evil spirit masters quickly ordered their subordinates to fall back. Just as the angel's radiance was about to envelop the entire area, an extremely evil and dark aura emanated from the Heaven Do Empire's camp, faintly accompanied by a deep red light. This is killing intent. The manifestation of condensing killing intent into a tangible form. What is happening? Tang San seems to have noticed the angel descending from the sky. This is his old rival, Qianrenxue, but her strength has made a tremendous leap. Tang San even feels that the girl before him is like a deity. Everyone else retreat. This woman is for me to deal with. Although he only has a Shura sword in hand, and his soul power level hasn't surpassed 100, Tang San is incredibly confident in his own strength, especially the Shura sword he holds, which seems capable of absorbing all the malevolence from the battlefield, as well as the power of death. This is the favor of the Azura god. As long as he holds this Azura sword tightly, Tang San can unleash a power above level 100 in a short period of time. This is the battle of fate. Tang San and Qianrenxue have had this confrontation in the original work. Their story began back in the Tiando Empire's palace. At that time, the angel princess disguised herself as the heir of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe, and almost seized the empire's ruling power without bloodshed. However, it was disrupted by Tang San and the Shrek 7 monsters. Now, as they meet again, old grievances and new hatred arise. Tang San, it really is you. Where did you get this evil power? Facing Tang San, Qianrenxue still maintains her lofty demeanor. However, the black and red energy sword in his hand makes the angel princess feel terrified. Although she has inherited the angel divinity and successfully broken through to above level 100, she is still too weak at this moment, far from reaching the level of a demigod. Meanwhile, Tang Xin can wield this weapon to unleash power far exceeding that of a demigod. Furthermore, he can summon the power of the Shura god at any time. Qianren, stop pretending to be the good person here. Your Wuhuan Empire is the true cancer of the Douluo Continent, while I represent justice. Tang San is truly shameless to the extreme. Stepping on so many corpses, he is still accompanied by a massive army of evil soul masters. This guy actually shamelessly claims to be a righteous person. Of course, the history of any world is written by the victors. As long as he can eliminate the Spirit Empire, this kid can fabricate his own glory at will. He could even say that the angel princess in front of him is a demon from hell. Let's see the truth in action. Shameless scoundrel. I will judge you on behalf of the angels. Foolish woman, the one who should be judged is you. The Shura sword in my hand is the judgment granted to me by the God realm. Relying on his strong backing, Tang Xin no longer hides his ambitions. From the moment he stepped out, this kid has actually been gathering power. At this moment, his Shura sword is already capable of unleashing its strongest power. Meanwhile, the angel princess across from him remains completely unaware, still wanting to use her angelic judgment against this kid. The little princess is still too inexperienced. Tang San has rich combat experience. Boom. In a duel between masters, there's really no need for a 300-round battle. One person, one sword is enough. Although the angel's sacred sword looks so holy when faced with the Shura sword, even if the wielder is immortal, it cannot be resisted. The golden light of the angel princess is soon suppressed by a force intertwined with red and black. In the distance, bit.Wang sees that things are not looking good, but it's already too late to rush over to support. Tang Xin intends to deliver a fatal blow. Using the most ruthless move to eliminate a god of the opponent, this would definitely destroy the confidence of the entire Spirit Empire. How ruthless, but also very correct. This is the effect needed on the battlefield. Qianren, farewell. The angel god will forever disappear from this world. In fact, the biggest winner is still the Shura god. This big shot hasn't personally shown up until now, but he can fundamentally influence the situation across the entire continent. Boom. No. The angelic shadow of his daughter is completely suppressed by that Azura aura. bit.Wang has also gone mad. This woman is also unleashing her twin martial souls, erupting with powers close to level 110 god. She attempts to block the opponent's sword light with her own body. But at this moment, Tang San is laughing heartily. bit.Wang, do you also want to seek death? Great. Today I'll send you and your daughter down to reunite. This is truly the best opportunity. Originally, Tang Xin planned to rest for a while after defeating the angel princess before going to find bit.Wang. After all, using all the power of the Shura god takes a heavy toll on him. But he didn't expect that this woman would actually rush under the sword light herself. Very well, then let's eliminate them together. After getting rid of these two big figures, wouldn't the entire Spirit Empire be within reach? But did this guy overlook something? Perhaps the Spirit Empire was indeed ruled by bit.Wang and Qianren before, and it was also the case in the eyes of the public. But ever since that golden-horned giant beast formed a super friendship with this queen of the Spirit Empire, the laws of this world have undergone tremendous changes. It's just that Tang San and the others are too ignorant to know. Kid, you have some guts to hit my woman. That was a low shout coming from the void. Before Tang San could react, a giant claw covered in scales emerged from the void, effortlessly blocking the sword light of the Shura god. Chapter 65. The golden-horned beast crushes Tang San like an ant. What? Whose voice is that? Originally, Tang Xin had revealed a victorious smile. His charged attack could actually take away both the Empress and the Princess of the Martial Soul Empire at the same time. This is simply the most glorious victory. But just at the decisive last moment, that golden-horned giant beast appeared out of nowhere. With a single slap, it effortlessly blocked the opponent's attack and easily turned the overwhelming sword light back. In front of everyone, it snapped it with a crisp sound. This is truly a dramatic scene, turning all of Tang San's previous preparations into nothing. Because this guy is still in a human body, he is unable to fully harness the power of the Shura sword. At this moment, more than half of the sword's radiant energy has already been grasped by the golden-horned giant beast. This is a substance condensed from energy. To an ordinary person, it appears to be a rather terrifying weapon. However, in the eyes of this golden-horned beast, it is a rare delicacy. The creature disregards Tang San and slowly brings the sword light closer to its nose. It sniffs vigorously, and then, like a child seeing chocolate, the enormous golden-horned beast eagerly shoves the sword light into its mouth. Smack, smack! This sword light is a full 500 meters long. which is enough to cover Bibi Dong and her daughter. However, this length is like a lollipop in the mouth of the golden horned beast. Looking at how this guy is enjoying it, one can tell that the energy factor inside is very rich. However, for Tang San, the scene in front of him is absolutely terrifying. It might be due to a conditioned reflex. This guy is actually frozen in place, not moving at all. Images of the previous scene keep flashing in his mind, one after another. Just over 10 days ago, Tang San was still the heir of the sea god, holding the majestic sea god's trident. However, with just one move, that treasure turned into spicy strips at the mouth of the golden horned giant beast. But unexpectedly, only a little time has passed, and the most terrifying thing has happened again. This guy actually devoured the sword of the Shura god as well. Although it was just a ray of sword light, it was already the maximum power that Tang San could unleash. Whoosh whoosh. Although Tang San was stunned, the sword in his hand sent something. To be precise, it was the Shura god from the divine realm who felt this incredible energy. Right in front of Tang San, he ruthlessly retrieved the Shura sword. This god king understood very well that if he hesitated for even a moment, he would never be able to get his Shura sword back. The golden horned giant's bite is truly impressive. Any metal that enters its mouth would be crushed. The sudden pain from the sword being yanked away instantly jolted Tang San awake. However, the creature's sharp scream also caught the attention of the golden horned giant. After it placed the last bit of sword light into its mouth, it fixed its enormous head on the tiny human on the ground. Tang San, we meet again. Every time you bring me something delicious, I almost feel reluctant to crush you. The sound of this massive creature was like thunder, causing Tang San's eardrums to swell. Moreover, this sound also created a shockwave that firmly pinned Tang San in place, leaving him no chance to escape. Third brother No, seeing Tang San like this, Xiao Wu, not far away, was shocked and rushed over without thinking, directly using teleportation in midair. What is this little rabbit going crazy about again? Does it want to retrieve Tang San from this gigantic creature? But before the little rabbit could change its form, the golden-horned giant beast extended a claw and flicked it in the air. Bang! It seemed to be the sound of a sonic boom. Then, a golden figure appeared in midair. It was Xiao Wu. The little rabbit's teleportation was directly broken. There were still energy remnants around its body from the shattered golden form. It couldn't even let out a scream, and its entire body was sent flying by the shockwave created by the golden-horned giant beast. Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing quickly took her place. With her unpredictable steps, she shifted forms. Finally, just before the little rabbit landed, she caught her. But at this moment, Xiao Wu had already fainted. Her clothes were tattered, and a trace of crimson was visible at the corner of her mouth. Just that brief moment almost cost the little rabbit its life. Fortunately, at the instant of being hit, the little rabbit reflexively used its golden body. Otherwise, at this moment, Tang San was still unable to move. His throat seemed to be choked by an invisible force, his eyes wide open, unable to utter a word. Although you have given me a lot of good things to eat, this time you actually dare to lay a hand on my woman. So you cannot be spared. During the speech, the other claw of the golden-horned giant beast descended from the sky, like a pillar supporting the heavens. It struck down on the area where Tang San was located. Boom! Dust and stones flew. The heavens and earth collapsed. The area suddenly sank hundreds of meters, as if struck by a meteorite, turning everything within a radius of about 1,500 meters into flat ground. However, Beibei Dong and Qian Renxue were completely unharmed because the body of the golden-horned giant beast blocked the shockwave. Unexpectedly, this huge creature was both rough and fine. But the poor Tang San was truly reduced to nothing at this moment. No, Xiao San. After witnessing this scene, Dai Mubai nearby shouted in despair. His good brother was right before his eyes, easily crushed by the golden-horned giant beast. They didn't even have time to weep. Then in the air, another object resembling a gigantic steel whip appeared, sweeping across. Crack! Bang, bang, bang. This time the target is those evil soul masters surrounding Tang San. No matter what their level is, or whether they can dodge this strike. Under the seemingly light attack of the golden-horned giant beast, a single move of the dragon tail sweep caused hundreds and thousands of evil soul masters to explode in midair. It looked just like fireworks set off during the new year. Similarly, this large group of evil soul masters that were instantly killed left no sound at all, like silent lambs. Originally, this guy also wanted to use a tail swipe to take out the Shrek 7 monsters as well, but he saw the pale-faced Ning Rongrong. For some reason, the giant tail of the golden-horned beast suddenly turned in midair, sweeping directly past Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's heads. temporarily sparing them from the fate of turning to ashes. At this moment, the coalition forces of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire on the periphery also witnessed this legendary behemoth. So powerful, so terrifying. Perhaps the will of the warriors kept them from collapsing immediately, but the war horses beneath the cavalry could no longer hold back. Those that could run quickly turned to flee, completely disregarding their riders. The ones that were closer all went weak in the legs, kneeling down in unison, trembling incessantly. No matter how their masters scolded or beat them, they could no longer be controlled. This is the gap in strength, unimaginable. Chapter 66. Is Xiao Ao the Golden Horn Beast? Ning Rongrong is devastated. How are you two? After crushing each other's soul master legions with the strongest means, the Golden Horn Beast didn't even glance at the over 1 million allied forces outside. Instead, it turned around and looked at the mother and daughter who were helping each other to stand up with a gentle gaze. Then, the massive body of the beast slowly shrank. In front of the surviving onlookers, Oscar's figure appeared. Xiao Ao, seeing this miraculous transformation, Dai Mubai's eyes nearly dropped to the ground. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong trembled all over, beads of sweat the size of soybeans constantly appearing on her forehead. How could this be? Xiao Ao is actually the Golden Horn Beast? What kind of nonsense is this? Just thinking about how Ning Rongrong had already given herself to this man in the camp makes the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's mind go dark. Could it be that the one who had been turning the world upside down before was? This isn't real. It's a dream. Little Ao. I don't know what force is driving her, but this little princess from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is actually swaying forward. Even though soldiers from the Spirit Empire are raising their swords towards this woman, the girl was completely unaware. Her eyes became very hollow. Her hands kept grasping at the air, but she couldn't reach anything except for the emptiness. From a distance, this woman looked like a puppet on strings. What a tragic sight. You all step back and let her come forward. Seeing the scene, bit.Wang gently ordered. As a woman, bit.Wang felt a sense of familiarity with such a situation. Back in the day, when Yu Xiaojing abandoned bit.Wang, this woman also went through a period of being lost and disoriented. However, those memories had long been buried in her mind. Now, bit.Wang had found her true love. No matter whether this person was Oscar or the Golden Horn Beast, bit.Wang's eyes were fixed on him. Similarly, after the Golden Horn Beast saved her once again, Qian Rinxue's gaze became increasingly resolute. No matter the distance, I will follow you. As for Ning Rongrong, she stopped about 5 meters away from the three of them. Her eyes were already red from crying. Although she understood in her heart that Oscar was very likely harmed by the Golden Horn Beast, the man in front of her was merely a shell. Yet, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but control her hands and feet. Whether it was longing or foolishness, it didn't matter. Anyway, little girl, you found out. So I'll just say it outright. Your Oscar has already been assimilated by me. To this, the Golden Horn Beast felt no burden. Although Oscar died from drowning in the sea at that time, which was indirectly at the hands of the Golden Horn Beast, if they the Shrek 7 monsters hadn't opposed the Golden Horn Beast back then, this tragedy wouldn't have happened, right? According to Tang San's logic, everything the Shrek 7 monsters did was just. Being defeated by them was a manifestation of justice, and defeating them was the embodiment of evil. If viewed from this perspective, the Golden Horn Beast was utterly wicked. But from a normal theoretical standpoint, if you attack someone and get countered, who is to blame? Lido Wao. At this moment, Ning Rongrong seemed unable to say a second word. The woman's spirit has nearly completely collapsed, and even if she can regain consciousness, her strength will likely be greatly diminished. Moreover, as the heir of Poseidon from Sea God Island, Ning Rongrong has not completed her assessment. With the final deadline approaching, the life of the little girl will soon vanish. Similarly, another member of the Shrek 7 monsters also participated in the Sea God 9 trials, including Xiao Wu. Their lives are hanging by a thread. Even if the Golden Horn Giant Beast does not take action at this moment, in a few years, the name Shrek 7 monsters will no longer exist in this world. Ning Rongrong, if you are willing to join our Spirit Empire, you can be with this kid. At that moment, bit.Wang suddenly chimed in. It's hard to tell if this woman values talent or feels a sense of sympathy for Ning Rongrong, who is in a similar plight as she once was. Does she really think bit.Wang is that kind of cold-blooded creature? Wrong. This woman is actually passionate and was once incredibly kind. It's all reality. That undeniable reality has pushed this woman to this point step by step. First it was Yu Xiaojing, then his disciple Tang San. Is bit.Wang inherently evil? Can I be with Xiao Ao forever? Perhaps she was possessed. As Ning Rongrong inexplicably nodded. Even she herself did not know why she did this. Seeing this, the other companions quickly shouted, "Rong Rong, wake up! Don't be deceived by the people of the Spirit Empire." Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun wanted to rush over to take Ning Rongrong away. But before they could get close, a golden light descended from the sky. It was the restored angel princess, holding an angel holy sword, looking coldly at the two of them, as if viewing ants from the perspective of an elephant. You should first take a look at yourselves. The mark of the sea god will soon turn into a curse. As a successor of the angel god, over level 100, Qian and Xue can clearly see a scar within the bodies of these few people. This was originally the mark of the sea god, which would transform into energy after they completed the 9 trials of the sea god. But now even the sea god himself is in a difficult situation, and has even failed to appear. Regardless of whether they have completed the content of the 9 trials, the mark of the sea god will not dissipate. Without receiving the sea god's final approval, these marks will instead turn into deadly blades. There is no turning back. This means that even if Tang San had not been crushed to death by the golden horn giant beast just now, this kid is very likely to suffer from the backlash of the sea god S-mark. Perhaps the Shura god sword in his hand can save his life. But the lives of the remaining members of the Shrek 7 monsters cannot be guaranteed. Ning Rongrong has joined the Spirit Empire, and I believe the golden horn giant beast will not sit idly by. The bloodline power of this starry giant beast can eliminate any false god's mark. Moreover, didn't Ning Rongrong already give herself to the transformed Oscar? So the mark inside Ning Rongrong's body is already very faint. After a few rounds of intimacy with someone, she will be completely unaffected. Therefore, from a pragmatic perspective, Ning Rongrong's current actions are actually the most correct. Ahem, san, sangu san. Just when the scene was in a deadlock, the originally unconscious Xiao Wu suddenly murmured. The little rabbit couldn't open her eyes, but part of her consciousness had recovered. Perhaps due to the loss of Tang San, this little rabbit kept calling out that man's name even in her coma. How tragic. How lamentable. Golden Horn Giant Beast. You are too ruthless. Chapter 67. Let's put an end to it. Shrek 7 Monsters. Xiao Wu, seeing this little rabbit coughing and bleeding, the confused Ning Rongrong finally began to wake up a little. But at this moment, she was already weak and soft. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Her beautiful legs bent like a frog's, a posture that was somewhat alluring. There was a sickly beauty reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. However, it seems that now is not the time to mention such things. The atmosphere is off. After learning of their impending doom, including Dai Mubai, the remaining members of the Shrek 7 monsters all had grim expressions. They originally came here with a heart for revenge, vowing to wash away the previous humiliation with the blood of the Spirit Empire. But in reality, they set out for battle only to die first. Tang Sin was crushed like a little bug. Xiao Wu was knocked out from a distance and is now unconscious. And Ning Rongrong has completely lost her ability to make judgments. She can be easily manipulated. As for Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, they're still conscious for now. However, Oscar on the opposite side can snap their necks at any moment if he wishes. What do you think should be done? This situation was caused by you. Bibi Dong was the first to break the silence. She elegantly walked up, exuding charm, and surprisingly approached Oscar like a well-behaved little wife. But this is also quite normal. Do we still need to talk about the relationship between these two people? Ever since the golden horned beast transformed into Oscar in public, everything is clear, isn't it? What else can be done? Kill all the men, and if the women are willing to submit, they can stay. He hooked up Bibidong's chin with his finger, and a hint of a cruel smile appeared on Oscar's face. Although this guy is already transformed into a human avatar, he is essentially still the golden horned beast. However, Bibi Dong pushed his hand away and gave him a disdainful glance. Dai Mubai cannot be killed. After all, he was the former king of the Star Luo Empire, and that territory will still need them to govern in the future. Bibi Dong's intention was clear. As long as Dai Mubai bowed his head and acknowledged that the Star Luo Empire would henceforth be under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Empire, then today, this former king would be able to return alive and even have the sea god S-mark removed. However, Zhu Zhuqing would probably have to stay as a hostage, along with Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. None of them would be able to escape. As for Ma Hongjun, this guy has no value anymore. He could either be kept as a servant or eliminated outright. But this was just Bibi Dong's intention. Would the people on the other side agree? Apart from the absent-minded Ning Rongrong and the unconscious Xiao Wu, there are still 3 members of the Shrek 7 monsters who are fully aware. Alright, then let us settle this today, Shrek 7 monsters. Oscar showed a hint of impatience on his face and then slowly walked towards Ning Rongrong, extending his right hand. The intention is obvious. Ning Rongrong is currently the only one whose safety is certain. After all, what's that saying? A day as husband and wife means 100 days of affection. The little princess of 7 treasures glazed tile has entrusted you with her most precious everything. You can't just turn your back on her like this. Xiaowao, bull. It might be a conditioned reflex. The little girl was just about to reach out her fair hand to hold Oscar, but when she turned around, she saw Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing shaking their heads. Rong, don't go over there. He is not Oscar anymore. All right then. Stubborn, are we? Not knowing how to appreciate kindness? Oscar didn't waste any words. With a powerful princess carry, he forcefully lifted Ning Rongrong off the ground. Then, he simply tossed her aside, throwing Ning Rongrong towards Qian Renxue. He didn't forget to remind her, Xue, take her away. When had Ning Rongrong ever been treated so roughly? As the little girl was thrown, even her skirt was fluttering. Fortunately, the one catching her was also a beauty, so it wasn't too abrupt for the lovely girl. After doing all this, the angel princess didn't say anything either. She spread her angel wings and forcefully flew away from the battlefield with Ning Rongrong. It seems this little girl is now completely obedient to the golden horn giant beast. This is the kind of woman I like, be obedient. And in the next moment, the massive body of the golden-horned behemoth reappeared. It stepped out the city wall of Jialing Pass with 1 foot. The million-strong army outside the gate was now staring blankly at this colossal creature. Everyone was hesitant, not knowing what would happen next. I am the current ruler of the Wuhuan Empire. People of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, listen. Those who submit can live, and those who resist will be mercilessly killed. That was a very powerful voice. It carried an unmatched shockwave, causing the over 100,000 troops before it to completely lose their footing. After a huge roar, a large number of soldiers lay collapsed or knelt on the ground. At most, there were still fewer than 100,000 who could barely manage to stand. These are the elite troops of both nations, the final strength of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. As for the remaining people, even if they do not speak it, they have already submitted in their hearts. Facing such a terrifying starry sky beast, it is absolutely beyond the capability of these humble humans to resist. Looking at that massive body, one cannot help but feel a sense of awe. Kneeling down and bowing is the wisest choice now. I, Marshal Galong, would rather die than submit. The one speaking is the Marshal of the Heaven Do Empire. He was also the one leading the troops in the attack on the Spirit Empire. However, this guy seems a bit impulsive. The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, Xue Beng, has already knelt down. Why should this general show off? Yes, the Heaven Do Empire will never submit. The Heaven Do Empire will not yield. Accompanying this general of the empire, a large group of heavily armored knights gathered around. They formed a powerful battle formation, gathering a tremendous amount of soul power. In midair, they formed a massive shield shape. Such an attack might not be easily breached even by BB Dong. This is the power of a multitude. It seems that the people of the Tiando Empire are truly resolute, but they are misplacing their strength and choosing the wrong opponent. Boom! Without any unnecessary words, the left claw of the golden-horned giant beast came crashing down. Moreover, during its descent, the claw suddenly grew to an infinite size. It was as if the true form of the golden-horned giant beast's secret method enveloped tens of thousands of square meters centered on this location in an instant. The massive shadow, like a meteor falling from the sky, was completely unavoidable. Many warhorses were so frightened that they even urinated. Boom! After a tremendous roar, a super-large pit appeared on the ground, filled with various colors of red, yellow, and green liquid. However, the Marshal Gailong and the tens of thousands of elite troops around him had long since vanished. After doing all this, the golden-horned giant beast didn't even glance back. Then it fiercely turned its head, its fierce face continuing to gaze at the three. What do you have to say now? Chapter 68, Unexpected. Dai Mubai was the first to lower his head. Drip, drip, hearing the golden-horned giant beast's ultimatum. The scene was as quiet as if only the sound of sweat droplets falling remained. It might be a bit exaggerated, but it was the truth. At first, these guys were young and vigorous, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge reality. But facing death and watching tens of thousands of troops vanish into ashes before the golden-horned giant beast, even the formidable Marshal Gailong had no power to resist. It was enough to shake their hearts, right? If not for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, these guys would have been wiped out, just like the stubborn rebels outside. Just as the golden-horned giant beast turned around, the million-strong army outside, including the kings of both nations, dismounted and bowed desperately. They used their most humble attitude to pledge allegiance to the golden-horned giant beast. Up until now, they finally understood the gap between themselves and the Spirit Hall Empire. The other side didn't even need to take the initiative to attack. Just letting the golden-horned giant beast appear was enough to destroy the entire continent. What million-strong army? What Shrek's 7 monsters? In front of the golden-horned giant beast. They were all nothing. Do you dare to defy? Then there's only one word: kill. Brother, don't be stubborn. Our star Luo Empire is willing to submit to the Spirit Hall Empire. Unexpectedly, the first to break the silence was the current emperor of the star Luo Empire. None other than Dai Mubai's brother, Davis. This man is quite smart. Perhaps to protect his younger brother, he actually started shouting under all the pressure. This is to remind Dai Mubai not to be foolish. Although the loyalty of the Shrek 7 monsters is important, if you die, you lose everything. Originally, Dai Mubai forcefully activated his white tiger martial soul, entering the state of his martial soul's true form. It seemed he wanted to withstand the pressure exerted by the golden horn giant beast. After all, this guy is the captain of the Shrek's 7 monsters. But upon hearing his brother's roar, Dai Mubai instantly deflated. The effect of the martial soul's true form disappeared immediately. Then he drooped his head, his hands hanging at his sides, and with a thud, he knelt down on the ground. Mubai! Zhu Zhuqing beside him shouted in distress, thinking her man was hurt, wanting to rush over to help Dai Mubai. But he gently waved his hand to signal her to stop. We have lost. The Shrek 7 monsters have completely failed. As the saying goes, a man's knees are worth gold. Kneeling for heaven and earth, kneeling for parents. No matter how faced with death in the past, Dai Mubai had never knelt before the enemy like this. However, Dai Mubai's identity today is different from before. If he did not kneel, perhaps the unfortunate ones would be all the members of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. Not just him and Zhu Zhuqing facing death, but even the ordinary citizens of the Star Luo Empire would likely not have a good life either. Once this golden-horned giant beast goes crazy, do you know what will happen? Boss Dai, I also surrender. Originally, Ma Hongjun wanted to be tough, but seeing Dai Mubai looking as dejected as a defeated rooster, he lost his resolve. The red-haired boy instantly deflated like a deflated balloon, almost bowing down to the golden-horned beast. Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat at a loss. But under the influence of her surrounding companions, her entire body also slumped down weakly. No thoughts, no options, no desires. This is not just the sorrow of this group of people, but the sorrow of the entire Douluo Continent. It turns out that their million-strong army intended to fight to the death against the Spirit Empire. However, they did not expect it to turn into a ridiculous surrender ceremony. How could this happen? It's so tragic, isn't it? But what can be done? A million soldiers kneel in despair, and the 2 great monarchs plead for mercy on the ground. In legend, the soul of the Shrek 7 monsters, one is unconscious, and the other 3 kneel down. It was originally thought that conquering the entire continent would be a difficult task, at least requiring considerable effort. But who would have thought that today it would come to this? Facing such a scene, as the Empress of the Spirit Empire, bit.Wang must be speechless. Meanwhile, the tidal Douluo powerhouses beside her were satisfied smiles. Whether it was the Spirit Hall back then or the Spirit Empire now, they have been looking forward to this day for so long. Who would have thought it would be realized through a boyfriend found by this Empress? But it's fine, since things have already become a reality. Even if that kid named Oscar is pushed onto the throne, I believe no one in the entire empire would oppose it. After doing all this, the golden-horned giant beast glanced disdainfully at these few insignificant humans on the ground and uttered a sentence that made Oscar feel even more desperate. Previously stated, with a slight modification, the men can return, but all the women must stay. What the heck? Is it necessary to be so domineering? Are you really going to break apart the perfectly matched pair of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing? Besides, you already have so many beautiful girls around you. This starry sky beast, are you not satisfied? What do you want to do? Please consider the feelings of bit.Wang and that angel princess, okay? Do you not know what you were thinking? And what about Ma Hongjun, who has finally managed to win over that girl named Xiang? You haven't done anything. Do you really want to take advantage of the situation? After hearing this arrangement, both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai revealed deep despair in their eyes. Although they could not resist, these 2 big men inadvertently shed tears, their bodies still twitching uncontrollably. The 2 girls beside them were crying like weeping willows. If they had known, they would not have come to attack the Spirit Empire. This wrong decision will cost them their entire lives. Sengu. Sen might have been stimulated by the commotion just now. At this moment, the little rabbit, Xiao Wu, who was originally in a coma, unexpectedly opened her eyes. However, The name of the man that this little girl was muttering about stirred up the annoyance of the golden horned giant beast. Forget it. As for you, soft-bone rabbit, I'll be a good person and send you down to reunite. After saying this, the golden horned giant beast used its mind to slowly lift the little rabbit's body from the sky. Then it gradually opened its huge mouth, which carried a foul odor. What are you doing? Aren't you going to let go of such a beautiful little dancer? Do we really have to devour such a cute little sister? What a beast! Although unable to resist, the few people present are now staring at the little Wu floating in midair with eyes filled with sorrow and anger, as if silently bidding farewell to their companion. Tang San was crushed by the golden horned beast, and little Wu is about to be taken by this terrifying starry beast. How tragic! Just as the little rabbit's body falls freely towards that big pit, a sudden roar echoes through the sky. Golden horn beast, you have gone too far. What? Who is this? Before the golden horned giant beast could react, a powerful will descended from the heavens, transforming into an intertwining light of red and black. It quickly wrapped around Xiao Wu's body, lifting her up towards the clouds. Moreover, it seemed that a transparent shadow was slowly floating up beneath the golden horned giant beast, resembling a blue silver grass in an energy state. What is happening? Who did this? Are they causing trouble? Chapter 69. Azura God. Are you seeking death? Is the Azura God? Bibidong's reaction was very keen. As the inheritor of everything from the Rakshasa goddess, Bibidong could certainly sense this power that was very similar to her own. The Azura God and the Rakshasa God are essentially two sides of the same system. In that inheritance system of the Azura God, Tang San inherited the Rakshasa sword, while Xiao Wu became the sword sheath. From a series of operations just now, the Shura God should have rescued Xiao Wu. At the same time, this guy also took away a trace of Tang San's soul. Although that guy's human body and most of his soul power have completely dissipated, let's not forget that Tang San is a twin martial soul. Although blue silver grass is the most inconspicuous existence, its vitality is quite strong. However, the Shura God does not know this. His strong intervention this time is equivalent to slapping the golden horned giant beast in the face, bringing endless future troubles for himself. Shura God? Oomph. If I don't go looking for you, you come and provoke me. Just wait. If it comes to a one-on-one fight at this moment, the golden horned giant beast has a 99 chance of defeating the Shura God. But there is a huge problem. That is the difference between heaven and man. Even after becoming a god, Bibidong cannot access the divine realm. It's like a closed space. One must obtain permission from above for the mortals below to be allowed entry. So, theoretically speaking, unless the golden horned giant beast can break the passage between the two worlds, no matter how he struggles, he will not be able to enter the divine realm. This is the confidence that the Azura God had to act just now. He is so domineering, snatching food from your mouth, but calculating that you have no way to retaliate. Unfortunately, the Azura God still overlooked one person, or rather, one dragon. That is the legendary Silver Dragon King, Gyuyuna. The descendant of the dragon god once escaped from the divine realm to the Douluo Continent. Gyuyuna must know how to open the passage between the two worlds. Moreover, before she went into seclusion, Gyuyuna had vowed to return to the divine realm. Initially, the golden horned beast was not very interested in that world. But this time, the starry sky giant beast was completely provoked by the unreasonable actions of the other party. This is not a matter of a blue silver grass and a little rabbit. This is dignity. This is a slap in the face. The dignity of the starry giant beast cannot be offended, whether you are in the mortal realm or the divine realm, or in a higher level plane. To dare to treat the golden horned giant beast this way, you will have to pay a more severe price. It's just a matter of time. The Azura God has committed an unforgivable mistake, purely seeking death. As the saying goes, if you don't do anything, you won't die. But from this moment on, the gaze of the golden horned giant beast has begun to shift away from the Douluo Continent, the divine realm, an eternal topic that can never be avoided. The Douluo Continent is easy to conquer. The golden horned giant beast could even make all the humans here help it mine and refine metals. But if it doesn't subdue those guys in the divine realm, these guys will definitely become your stumbling block forever. Just like they forcibly took away the remnants of Xiao Wu and Tang San just now. Damn it. The divine realm, huh? Just wait for me. I'll go back to sleep first. After transforming back into Oscar's avatar, this guy glared fiercely at the sky. Then, regardless of what the people around him thought, he directly grabbed Bibidong's hand and started to leave. This made the Empress of the Wuhuan Empire feel quite embarrassed. One could see Bibidong pinching someone's lower back like a little girl. You naughty boy, what are you saying? There's so many people. All right then. The golden horned beast really speaks its mind. Accustomed to being brash, it forgets that this was originally a world for humans. However, the relationship between BB Dong and Oscar is probably something everyone around has noticed, even if they don't say it. They're not fools. How could such a powerful golden horn beast wholeheartedly work for the Spirit Empire without getting any benefits? Upon seeing the scene, the Spirit Empire's offerings around them revealed strange expressions. So that's how it is. No wonder the golden horn beast stands on our side. Impressive. I really underestimated this woman BB Dong before. It seems that making her the ruler of the Spirit Empire was indeed the right choice. Otherwise, let the others present show me how to control the golden horn beast. Although a bit shy, BB Dong really put herself out there today. After all, this battle laid the foundation for the Spirit Empire's everlasting dominance. The entire Douluo Continent is now under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Empire. Next come some negotiations and handovers. BB Dong, I don't like dealing with troublesome matters involving people, so you can handle the remaining details. Glancing at the submissive offerings of the Spirit Empire beside him, Oscar completely disregarded these guys. This is a kind of dominance, the dominance of a king. Next, do you want all the blacksmith shops on the Douluo Continent to open for you? BB Dong is also a smart woman. She knows that the golden horn beast is not left for her alone. The golden horn beast needs a large amount of metal to continuously grow. The quality can be lower, but the quantity must be massive. Only the Spirit Empire can gather all the metal products on the continent and mobilize all the blacksmiths on the Douluo Continent to provide 3 meals a day for the golden horn beast. Hee, I just love how clever you are. After saying this, Oscar came over and picked BB Dong up in a princess carry. He boldly took her into the sky. Just as the two landed in the palace, a golden light flashed before them. It was the angel princess of the Spirit Empire. Ning Rongrong has been settled. So isn't it time to talk about our matters? What does this little girl mean? Is she trying to intercept? Knowing very well what Oscar and BB Dong are about to do, Qian Renxue blocked their path. Little Xue, did you see the determined look in your daughter's eyes? BB Dong couldn't help but let out a sigh. The worst thing has happened. It seems that this little angel's gratitude for the golden horned giant beast's life-saving grace is not just simple appreciation. She seems to intend to elevate her level of repayment. Is that okay? How about we talk inside? I don't know where this courage came from. Oscar suddenly blurted out this line, unexpectedly. The bottom line he originally had in his heart seemed to be instantly broken by himself. Men are indeed creatures of duality. He thought this angel princess would be very resistant. But unexpectedly, Qian Renxue, in front of BB Dong, actually straightened her chest and gave a provocative look. If you want to go, then go. I said before, there are things that certain people can do that I can do too, and even better than her. All right then, what will happen next? This time it's a bit extravagant. Chapter 70 Rewards from Gu Yuna. Oscar, I have something to ask you. It seems that some things have become inevitable. Before BB Dong closed the door, she walked seriously towards Oscar. Then she whispered something in this man's ear. The latter hesitated for a moment and then nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for both of you. The events that followed are indescribable. It was just that night when the crescent moon hung in the sky, and the clouds were quite playful. The moon would hide behind the clouds one moment and then peek out the next, with its brilliance and impulse. This is what the legendary colorful clouds chasing the moon must be. It wasn't until the next morning when the sun rose that the moon reluctantly retreated. Only those who have experienced this process can truly understand it. Although Oscar's true form is that of a golden horned giant beast, his human body is still somewhat fragile. So when he stepped out of the door the next day, he felt a bit unsteady on his feet, and his waist was sore. The human body really is not up to par. Although he felt triumphant, Oscar also discovered a rather unfortunate truth. Love between different species is very difficult to achieve. This result refers not to emotions, but to inheritance. This is also the reason why the breeding rate of the starry beasts is very low. They can only reproduce if they find another starry beast that is similar. It's a pity, but if it weren't for this trait, the entire universe would likely be filled with golden horned beasts. After all, this type of creature theoretically can live forever. If they leave one or several offspring every time they conquer a planet, soon their family would be overcrowded. Just as he was about to return to his room, a sudden signal flashed in his mind. Bad guy, have you already forgotten about me? I've reached the most critical point of the challenge. Hurry up and come to the starry forest to lend me a hand. Is this a message from Gu Yuna? It seems to be some kind of heavenly means. Could it be that the Silver Dragon King left a mark on him without the golden horned giant beast knowing? Otherwise, how could there be such a method of communication? Indeed, the women on Douluo Continent are all quite extraordinary. Bad boy, where are you planning to go again? Perhaps he noticed Oscar was about to leave. Dong dragged her weary body out of the room. She originally wanted to have a private chat with this kid, to discuss the next steps of the Spirit Empire's plans. But unexpectedly, Oscar was already prepared with his flying mushroom sausages. He needs to go to the Starry Forest. Guyana encountered some issues when breaking through to level 100. All right, you go and come back quickly. If you return in time, you might even get to eat the big meal I prepared for you. After saying this, Oscar swallowed a mushroom sausage, and a pair of energy wings appeared behind him. He swiftly flew towards the distant sky. This guy really exhausted his physical strength last night. He even felt a bit strained in his transformed state as the golden horn giant beast. After all, Dong and Xuan now have the bodies of goddesses, and their physical abilities are definitely much stronger than those of humans. It wasn't until about 10 minutes after Oscar flew away that Xuan slowly began to recover. However, her expression was different from the cold indifference before. This little girl actually took the initiative to greet Dong. The relationship between mother and daughter gradually eased because of this incident. Xiaoxue, you are quite familiar with the Tiando Empire, so the renovation work of the blacksmith shop over there will be entrusted to you. The only thing Dong and Qianringshu need to do next is one thing. That is to gather all the metal from the entire continent in the shortest time possible. They will smelt it through the blacksmith shops of various empires, and then make it into a large block of mixed material, waiting for the return of the golden horn beast. Although that guy can also eat human food, it seems that metal is the most helpful for enhancing his strength. Of course, when he's almost flying over the Starry Forest, the golden horn beast also regains the form of the original starry sky beast. A captivating scent permeated the forest, likely a special aura emitted by dragons. Some refer to it as dragon chi or dragon might. Certain ancient human emperors held it in high esteem. In any case, ordinary humans or soul beasts would tremble in fear upon encountering such power. However, for high-ranking starry sky beasts like the golden horn giant, it seemed more like a hormone, making it feel excited. The Silver Dragon King, after all, was a descendant of divine dragons, although it was still some distance from the level of starry sky beasts. If Guyana could advance to the level of the dragon god from back in the day, she would be somewhat compatible with this golden horn giant. There was even a tiny probability that they could produce offspring together. In this sense, Guyana's status in someone's heart appeared to be higher than that of the other two. I'm here, hurry over. After sensing the aura of the golden horn giant, Guyana's tone became somewhat anxious. Previously, when Dong and the others were pushing for level 100, it didn't seem to take much time. However, the physical constitution of soul beasts is different from that of humans. Moreover, the essence of the Silver Dragon King and the essence of the Fire God were completely different, as if something was stuck in that position, needing someone to clear it. Don't worry, dear, you will definitely get through this. To use an inappropriate analogy, Guyana was like a woman in labor, exerting herself with great pain to pass that threshold. Therefore, when a massive body of the golden horned giant descended to protect her, the enormous silver dragon giant bit down on the leg of the golden horn giant without hesitation. Even if it couldn't penetrate the scales of this creature, it shook its head desperately. The dust raised was hazy, making one mistakenly think that these two supergiants were engaged in something in the Starry Forest. This commotion lasted for a full 3 days and nights. Finally, after a roar from the Silver Dragon King, a pillar of silver light erupted from the Starry Forest. Feeling like a volcanic eruption, its power soaring into the sky. The powerful shockwave frightened the onlooking divine beings, causing them to scatter in all directions. It was terrifying. If anyone were hit directly by the shockwave, they would likely be left half dead at the very least. This is no longer the kind of power that an ordinary dragon clan can unleash. This is the breath of the dragon, infused with divine essence. The Silver Dragon King has finally broken through. He returns to the Dragon God series once again. Meanwhile, in the rolling red dust, it seems there's a very charming female voice. Did I hurt you before? How should I make amends to you? It's fine, you didn't even break my scales. How annoying, lacking in romance. And I should give you a little reward, okay? Chapter 71, The Return of the Silver Dragon King, terrifying indeed. What is this? That golden horn giant beast actually teamed up with the Silver Dragon King. Not good. After sensing that overwhelming aura, the 5 great god kings of the divine realm gathered once again. Just one golden horned giant beast was already quite troublesome for them. But the aura of the Silver Dragon King feels even more terrifying. The golden horned giant beast does not know where the passage between Douluo Continent and the divine realm is. Even with its sheer brute strength, it may not be able to break through this barrier. Even if this starry sky giant beast can roam the universe without an entrance, it amounts to nothing. Even if this guy breaks through to the outer atmosphere, he still wouldn't be able to find the divine realm. The existence of such places is like a replica of a game. If you can't find a point of entry, everything is in vain. However, Silver Dragon King Guyuna is different. Back then, their father, the dragon god, almost destroyed the entire divine realm. Many of the laws and so-called boundaries in this world are intricately connected to that divine dragon. The ancient Yuna once escaped from the divine realm to the human world. Therefore, this woman not only knows the coordinates of the passage, but also the method to open it. Moreover, judging from the silver aura that emanated just now, Guyuna is not simply challenging level 100. This woman originally possessed peak level energy when she was in the divine realm. Otherwise, how do you think Guyuna managed to escape to the mortal world amidst heavy encirclement? And now, Guyuna has an even more terrifying bodyguard by her side, the starry sky giant beast. If these two terrifying entities join forces, let alone a small spatial passage, even the 5 great divine kings of their realm combined might not be a match for them. Just look at the cruel methods of that golden-horned giant beast before. It resembles a goddess with an angelic body proportion and a face that is perfect to the extreme. The monster tore apart without hesitation. Did you think this guy would show mercy because of your pleas for mercy? Wrong. Absolutely wrong. If the golden-horned giant beast comes to the divine realm, not only will the 5 great divine kings be torn to shreds, but the entire divine realm will likely become his prey. What to do? Perhaps we should escape. This might be the best way. However, as guardians of the divine realm, the 5 great god kings would absolutely not choose this path. How about this? Should we create a spatial gate and throw this golden-horned behemoth out? After a long contemplation, the evil god suddenly spoke. From this old fellow's name, it's clear that he's not a good person. If it weren't for the constraints of the other god kings, this evil god would definitely be a troublesome character. Of course, he's also the kind of guy who comes up with bad ideas. To eliminate the nuisance of the golden-horned behemoth, it doesn't have to be a direct confrontation. We can completely use a compromise method. For example, we can divert the disaster, as long as we can drive this golden-horned behemoth to the other edge of the universe. It doesn't matter who it harms. As long as it can't come back, isn't that fine for the Douluo Continent? My goodness, how did he come up with such a smart idea? Although this move seems a bit irresponsible and purely self-serving. The other 4 god kings nodded in agreement upon hearing this. This method, while sounding a bit inappropriate, seems to be our only option now. The Shura god had faced the golden-horned behemoth directly before. You should be able to sense that terrifying aura charging towards them. Otherwise, when saving Xiao Wu and Tang San's remnant soul, that guy wouldn't have escaped so quickly. After all, this is the king of the divine realm. The dragon god was also severed by him back in the day. But when facing the golden-horned behemoth, a deep sense of helplessness struck the heart. Agreed, the god of destruction, support the evil god's idea. Let's do it. Although I want to reserve my opinion, this is probably the best way forward. The kind god beside them also nodded, although he knew that this could likely lead to the destruction of another civilization who isn't selfish. If this method can protect the Douluo divine realm, they would act without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the Starry Forest, the atmosphere was quite different. As the strength of the Silver Dragon King continued to rise, the soul beasts around her, especially the Dragon Clan and the related bloodlines, also awakened their powers. In the original work, the Emperor Tian, who couldn't rise after reaching 700,000 years, actually felt a sense of power loosening. Soon, he would be able to advance further. The impending heavenly tribulation was also a mystery. The dark clouds in the sky hadn't even gathered when they were unexpectedly swallowed by the golden-horned behemoth on the ground. What the heck? Don't bother us. It turned out that in the very center of the Starry Forest, the Silver Dragon King, transformed into a divine dragon, was currently exchanging glances with the shrunken golden-horned behemoth. It was a form of communication between giant beasts. Compared to the intimate connection between humans, it seemed to possess a more violent power. But this primal exchange made the golden-horned behemoth feel endlessly delighted. On the entire Douluo star, perhaps only the Silver Dragon King could interact with the golden-horned behemoth in this way. Of course, to outsiders, it was definitely a terrifying sight. The surrounding sky was dark red, and there was a tumultuous energy flashing constantly between heaven and earth. Sand and stones flew, waterfalls ceased to flow, and the 2 monstrous creatures, one black and one white, roared continuously, entangled and fighting each other. All right, what a spectacular and imposing scene. Guyuna, your level seems to be continuously rising. She was originally at the 1st level god status. It wasn't because she was hiding from the pursuit of those divine clans. It's okay, once you fully recover, it will be our turn to counterattack them. In fact, there is really no right or wrong in this matter. Everyone is doing it for their own lives. The 5 god kings want to preserve their positions, so they are scheming to send the golden-horned behemoth away. Meanwhile, the golden-horned behemoth doesn't want anyone pointing fingers at it, unless all the rulers of the divine realm kneel before it. This battle is inevitable. On the other side, all the blacksmith shops on the Douluo Continent were activated. What everyone had to do was one thing: to smelt all the collected metals into metal blocks, without needing to classify them, just focusing on speed. The metal armor and various weapons brought from the army, regardless of whether they were new or old, were all melted down. The ores mined from the mountains, except for a few noble items, were all turned into blocks. Next, even many ordinary households' iron pots and various spoons were targeted. The Empress of the Wuhuan Empire ordered that every household must contribute over 3 gene of metal products within a week. Otherwise, the men would be taken away as laborers. And the women? Chapter 72. The Douluo Continent becomes my private blacksmith shop. What is this about? I'm a sole master selector, and I'm being made to melt iron pots? The complaining temporary blacksmith is named Xuan. In the original work, he can be considered a benefactor of Tang San. Many of the village's youth soul awakening ceremonies were hosted by this guy. He was originally quite a notable figure. However, according to the orders of the Spirit Empire, all the deacons of the Spirit Hall must set aside their work for the next month to preside over the blacksmithing and smelting operations in various places. This is the first order issued by the Spirit Empire after gaining control over the entire Douluo Continent. Initially, it was thought that the purpose was to eliminate the potential threats posed by those belligerent individuals, which is why their armor and weapons were confiscated and melted down. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. After the iron was melted down, many pots, bowls, and other metal products reappeared in their blacksmith shops. Furthermore, a lot of unprocessed iron ore was sent over, but there was no requirement for them to turn this or into various iron tools. They were only asked to remove impurities as much as possible and turn the ore into iron blocks. What is going on? Lord Xuan, you may not know yet, but we are preparing snacks for the guardian beast of the nation. An old man with some information quietly approached. He was originally the village chief of Holy Soul Village and had now been captured to work as a blacksmith. What? Is it the legendary golden-horned giant beast? Isn't that creature a carnivore? Perhaps due to spending so much time outside, Xuan was not aware of what the golden-horned giant beast was for. He only knew that this monster had single-handedly defeated the allied forces of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. In less than a week, the entire Douluo Continent became the territory of the Spirit Empire. That golden-horned giant beast was also conferred the title of Guardian Beast of the Nation by the Empress of the Spirit Empire. My lord, I think we should get back to work. It would be great if that blacksmith from our village were still here. The village chief of Holy Soul Village may not know that the blacksmith in their village is actually the Haotian Luo. Originally, the Haotian sect was supposed to take on a large part of the forging tasks. However, ever since the last confrontation with the golden-horned giant beast, nearly 100 excellent blacksmiths here have been rendered useless. Fortunately, there are other skilled blacksmiths across the Douluo Continent besides the Haotian sect. After a period of selection, it turned out that those high-quality blacksmiths were given a chance to be reused, while the ordinary ones could only end up as charcoal burners on the street. But it's better this way. Nationwide iron forging is certainly preferable to being caught in the depths of war. However, with so many metal products on the continent, can the golden-horned giant beast consume them all? Of course, the golden-horned giant beast, upon receiving this news, was also at a loss. Its original plan was to search for mines in every corner of the Douluo Continent, going out to seek food on its own. This can still be amusing. However, I didn't expect that bit.Wang would actually change it to feeding. Has Her Majesty really taken the golden-horned beast as their national guardian beast? Oh dear, it seems that Human Empress loves you more. I can't do that. Guyuna, transformed into human form, is not inferior to bit.Wang in terms of figure or temperament. She even has a charm that makes Oscar linger. Don't laugh at me. But if I could upgrade to a tier 3 star-seeking monster, I would be more confident in fighting in the divine realm. To be honest, although I find bit.Wang's excessive steel-making a bit ridiculous, the golden-horned beast can still sense that woman's sincerity. Moreover, he indeed needs an upgrade now. After all, that is the divine realm of Douluo Continent, and it is always better to be prepared. The dragon god was quite powerful back then, wasn't he? In the end, he still died under the joint attack of those few gods, right? I'm not jealous. I support you, esteemed national guardian beast. Guyuna is indeed charming. Even when feeling jealous, she smiles enchanting. Women are always like this. Oscar can only shake his head at this. Let's go to the Spirit Empire first. Let's see what kind of feast that Empress has prepared for me. Setting aside male chauvinism, the Golden Horn Beast is actually looking forward to the delicacies that bit.Wang has prepared for him. After all, the total amount of metal gathered by the three great empires on the continent, along with those affiliated city-states, is a truly terrifying number. Only bit.Wang and her Spirit Empire can gather it together in the shortest time. It is said that this woman almost dismantled the palace of the Heaven Do Empire just to gather numbers. All right, is this love? Perhaps, although he was mentally prepared. Seeing the terrifying amount of metal piled up like mountains outside the Spirit Empire's palace still left Oscar astonished. At this moment, bit.Wang and that angel princess were personally on the scene, continuously stabilizing one metal giant mountain after another. Oscar didn't even notice his return. I should help them out. So these two younger sisters don't say I'm inconsiderate. Seeing the massive metallic mountains that nearly obscured the sky, Xuan smiled. And then she saw the silver light radiating from this divine being. Instantly, she stabilized a collapsing metal holy mountain. It's you, Xuan. Upon seeing Xuan again, bit.Wang was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. She must have come with this woman. Hi, what a lavish welcome feast. Sure enough, Oscar was waving on the ground. Soon, all three goddesses descended from the sky, each wearing an enchanting smile. This is absolutely astonishing. The three most beautiful women in the entire Douluo Continent are currently smiling at the same man. It was a bit rushed, but I hope you like it. Xuan spoke very humbly, but there was a hint of pride in her words, as if she was showing off to the man in front of her. Look, this is the kingdom I've built for you. Ha ha ha, then I won't be polite. Please, three ladies, hop onto my back, let's get going. Whoosh. Suddenly, the world around them spun. Before the three women could react, their bodies were hoisted onto the back of the golden horned giant beast. Then, this massive creature wasted no time. In front of everyone present, it began to devour the metal scattered around. Crunch, crunch. Whether it was ordinary scrap metal or super hard alloys under the giant beast chewing, they instantly produced a crisp cracking sound. It felt like a bowl of mixed rice with various metals and flavors. As it continued to chew and swallow, the three women on its back could clearly feel the body of the beast beneath them growing larger and larger. It was obvious. What is the limit of this golden-horned giant beast? Can it really devour a planet or even a piece of the universe? This appetite is terrifying. Chapter 73, Devouring the Metal of Douluo Continent, Leveling Up Again. Can I ask for your thoughts? Sitting on the back of the golden-horned beast, bit.Wang suddenly became serious. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, or maybe something was mentioned during her previous conversation with Oscar. bit.Wang seemed a bit worried, because what the golden horned beast was about to do was very likely to be against the heavens. It was something that no one on the entire Douluo continent would even dare to think about. And Xuan seemed to have already guessed what the other party wanted to ask. A charming smile quickly appeared on her face. Do you think that even if we don't seek out these gods, they would let you and me go? Xuan's words were not unfounded. Whether it was Xuan or bit.Wang and Xuan, the mother and daughter, the reason they could become gods was mainly due to seizing the divine positions from the gods of the divine realm. And, at the same time, the beast god Emperor Tian and the Emerald Xuan were also merging the divine positions of the war god and the phoenix god. This is a rhythm that leads to a dead end. By taking so many personalities from the other side, this is clearly a slap in the face to the divine realm. Don't be fooled by the calm appearance now. It is obvious that this is just the calm before the storm. Do you think these guys won't retaliate? Instead of waiting for them to come up with new tricks, it's better to upgrade quickly and take the initiative. The Silver Dragon King and the Golden Horn Giant Beast have similar understandings. The so-called divine realm is just some mortals who were the first to break through. To occupy this unique cultivation world, they would separate their world from the human realm. From a broader perspective, the so-called gods on Douluo Continent are actually pseudo-gods. There is a distinction between them and the true divine civilizations in the universe. For example, the perfect world or the covering the sky. Only those gods in the vast universe can be called true gods. Initially, the golden-horned giant beast linked the gods here with the levels in the Devouring the Starry Sky world. But after actual combat, it has been discovered that there is a lot of fluff in this. Those who were initially regarded as planetary-level experts are actually at most equivalent to high-level battle gods in the Devouring the Starry Sky. Pathetic. If these mediocre guys managed to take him down, it would be truly disgraceful. The golden horn giant beast was born into the most noble family of starry beasts. Could it be subdued by such pseudo-gods? Those so-called 5 divine kings in the divine realm are at most just on the edge of reaching the stellar level. But after all, there are many of them. If he were to confront them head-on at the current second-tier stellar level, it would be impossible to come out unscathed. So it is safest for the golden horn giant beast to rise another level to fight. Moreover, the Silver Dragon King Gu Yu Na can assist with her knowledge. This basically ensures success. Additionally, they have a significant advantage. Until now, the 5 divine kings on Douluo Continent have not taken things seriously. Throughout, it has always been the Azura god busying himself. Perhaps living high above for too long has caused these guys in the divine realm to lose their sense of crisis. Ladies, there is no need to worry. Dealing with those few gods is like chopping vegetables for me, while chewing on a large amount of metal. The golden horn giant beast was also listening to the conversation of these women. Of course, he understood their concerns. Don't be fooled by BB Dong's previous ruthless reputation on Douluo Continent. But ultimately, this woman would still have her worries when it comes to making a big move. After all, the legends about the divine realm have existed for thousands of years. Some old thoughts are deeply ingrained. Excuse me? May I join your action? Just as the golden horned giant beast was confiding with the women beside him, a timid voice suddenly came from his ear. It sounded a bit familiar. It was Ning Rongrong. The little princess from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda had been placed in the palace due to her previous coma, accompanying the angel princess. Originally, they were adversaries. However, after the complete integration, the entire Douluo Continent submitted to the Spirit Empire. This naturally includes the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Although it is already known that Oscar is no longer the original him, after several days of inner struggle, Ning Rongrong still couldn't change her thoughts. Like a moth to a flame, this woman stood in front of the golden horned beast. Rongrong, stop messing around. We're going to slay gods. You a little girl. She just back off. Seeing Ning Rongrong like this, the golden horned beast suddenly felt a stir in its heart for some reason. An image of Oscar seemed to appear in its mind. This seems to be a kind of obsession with his doppelganger. It might also be some kind of bond. However, Ning Rongrong seems very stubborn. I know you're going to face a powerful enemy. My 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda might be of help to you. You can't deny that. This girl is absolutely right. As the #1 support martial soul in Douluo Continent, she has already demonstrated her value in battles. If the golden horned giant beast can be elevated to the stellar 3rd rank, along with the assistance of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, it might be able to approach the 4th rank stellar level of the starry sky beast. Even if the 5 big shots from the divine realm teamed up, he could probably handle them with a single slap. This is a good thing. My mother and I can protect her. So let's bring Ning Rongrong along. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Qianren Xue actually stood up to speak for Ning Rongrong. Is it overflowing with maternal love? Or is it because this girl has now fused with the will of the angels? In fact, among these women, the one who has successfully fused with divine power is still Qianren Xue, because angels are supposed to be pure and kind. However, due to a long time of being consumed by greed, the original angel god was distorted. This angel princess is not inherently bad, and having gone through a period of dark corruption, she now feels a sense of returning to her true self. Alright, the situation above is a bit complicated. If danger really arises, you may have to rely on yourselves. This is the place where the golden horn behemoth was previously tangled. However, it seems that these women are much stronger than he imagined. That's a good thing. One more person, one more strength. Roar. At the same time as chatting, the large amount of feeding from BB Dong finally took effect. Just when the ground was almost covered with metal, the pupils of the golden horned behemoth suddenly enlarged. A pure golden energy erupted from its body. Clearly, it is about to upgrade again. I seem to have reached that point. You guys leave for a while. I may need to sleep for a few days. In fact, the upgrade speed of the golden horn behemoth is already considered fast. If an ordinary human were to impact the stellar level, it would be quite normal to fall into a coma for decades. After all, the golden horn behemoth has the excellent bloodline of the starry sky beasts. It feels like he is a volcano about to erupt, not to mention those on the Douluo Continent. Even the big shots in the divine realm can now sense that immense power. What? That guy's going to upgrade again? My goodness, is our Stargate plan ready? We only need a few more days, and we'll try to randomly teleport this guy to another universe. In fact, the golden horn behemoth still overestimates these so-called gods. In recent days, several figures in the divine realm have been racing against time. It is no exaggeration to say that these 5 great divine kings have already been scared out of their wits. They have given up on the idea of confronting the golden horned beast head-on. Their only thought is to divert the disaster, hoping to casually throw it into a parallel universe. The further away from Douluo Continent, the better. Chapter 74. Beast God Emperor Tian and the Emerald Xuan by G ascend to Godhood Lord Silver Dragon King. Bai Ji and I have successfully broken through to above level 100. The power of the war god suits me perfectly. Just as the golden horned beast fell into slumber once again, the beast god Emperor Tian and the emerald Xuan Bai Ji also brought the best news. The divine sparks of 3 first-level gods have been taken by the 3 women and upgraded. The effect is very obvious. The remaining 2 second-level divine sparks have been left for the beast god Emperor Tian and the emerald Xuan. The former is because he is originally a warrior, possessing an aura similar to that of the war god. Although the Xuan is not the second-ranked, ferocious beast on Douluo Continent, its power is somewhat akin to the original power of the Phoenix. Therefore, it should be the most fitting for upgrading. Moreover, for the entire team going forward, the Emerald Xuan is essential. This woman possesses strong healing abilities, acting as the team's healer. She can also be used to protect BB Dawn and the others. Going to the Divine Realm is not a vacation. Even if the Golden Horned Beast can stand alone, it is ultimately the territory of the Divine Race. No one knows what will happen next. What if there is an ambush or a powerful attack? Therefore, having a healer in the team is very important. Additionally, there is Ning Rongrong, who needs special protection. After all, this little girl is currently the only one in the team who has not ascended to godhood. However, it is not certain, since Ning Rongrong aimed to replace Poseidon during the Sea God 9 trials, apart from Tang San. The divine power of Poseidon within her body is the most concentrated. According to Lord Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, although Poseidon is still in the divine realm, his body has encountered major problems. It seems we can use some method of energy seizure to infuse a large amount of Poseidon's power into Ning Rongrong's body, leveraging the original Poseidon mark that is within her. In this way, it is very likely that Ning Rongrong will also reach above level 100. However, the overall level will not be too high. Nevertheless, compared to humans below level 100, after possessing the body of a god, at least all aspects of ability and conditions will see an increase. After obtaining the body of the war god, Emperor Tian can stand shoulder to shoulder with the golden horned giant beast. This also aligns with his personality. The Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna is actually at the peak of a level 1 god, but in the team, she is only suitable to be a mage. Although it seems like they're lacking a jungler and a shooter, the golden horned beast can basically replace 5, unless the divine realm sends out a full force, preparing hundreds of various gods for a team battle. Otherwise, in principle, the golden horned beast can crush its way through. Moreover, the ancient path that the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna knows has certain limitations. They will appear directly in the heart of the divine clan. That place, like the Douluo Continent, has many level restrictions. It is not something that an ordinary level 3 or level 2 god can just barge into. At this moment, the few famous level 1 gods in the divine realm have basically been dealt with. Therefore, from all aspects, their success probability for the next actions will be over 90. As long as they eliminate those 5 giants in the divine realm, the Douluo world can basically undergo a tremendous transformation. It may even develop in a positive direction. The Golden Horn Beast can redefine the rules and hierarchy of this divine realm, replacing those 5 god kings in the Douluo divine realm. There's no need to worry about those celestial gods being discontent. Who would dare to stand up against it? They could be eliminated directly. After all, that place also adheres to the principle that whoever has the strongest fist is the boss. Everything went smoothly from then on. This time, the Golden Horn Giant Beast woke up in less than 5 days. I feel like I can hardly contain the power within me. I need to have a proper fight. Even in its laziest state, the Golden Horn Giant Beast is over 8,000 meters long. Its entire body is adorned with black scales that shimmer with golden light in waves. It's quite ironic that it has transformed from something eerie to something divine, clearly filled with an intent to kill, yet evokes a sense of respect. You're awake? Our team is almost ready, but it would be best to help Ning Rongrong level up. Looking at the colossal creature before her, Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna smiled. She didn't expect the upgraded Golden Horn Giant Beast to be even better than she imagined. If the Shura god from back then were to fight against the current Golden Horn Giant Beast, he might not withstand a single slap. Even if the longest-lived evil god and good god in the divine realm teamed up, they probably wouldn't last long. If the dragon god had this kind of power back then, he would have long since changed the era of the Douluo divine realm. This truly is a time that creates heroes. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's thoughts, the Golden Horn Giant Beast's eyes instantly lit up. Although he was extremely confident in his own strength, Ning Rongrong in the team was always an unavoidable topic. If this little girl could also surpass a power level of 100, at least she would have the ability to protect herself and wouldn't hold everyone back. What should I do? Almost in an instant, the golden horn giant beast switched to Oscar mode. Gone was the previous sluggishness. All the changes were completed in a flash. It seems that after the increase in strength, many aspects have also made significant progress. Some things are subtly influenced. It's simple. It's like pulling a rope. Using your willpower to help Ning Rongrong compete for the Sea God's light. For the Sea God in the Douluo divine realm, today is undoubtedly the saddest day. Previously, after suffering consecutive heavy blows, he was even swallowed by the golden horn giant beast along with the Sea God Trident. This Sea God is nominally still a rank 1 deity, but in reality, his aura has already weakened. Ever since his last avatar was defeated, the Sea God has been in seclusion. Of course, this is just a cover. In reality, this guy is hiding in his Sea God palace, struggling to survive. He's trying to gather more Sea God light to repair his body. But for some reason, the Sea God mark, which should have faded away, planted on the Shrek 7 monsters at that time, has inexplicably begun to shine again. It is a powerful attraction coming from the Douluo Continent. It actually starts to compete with the Sea God's true body for the limited Sea God light. Who? Who could it be? Through a confused divine sense. Through the connection between himself and the Sea God mark. The unfortunate level 1 deity projected his will onto the Douluo Continent through a thick barrier. Then he witnessed an 18 scene. The golden horned giant beast transformed into a human form, and with the help of Guyuna, who had also taken on human form, it seemed to be using some primitive method to feed the Sea God's light it had taken from Ning Rongrong. Chapter 75. Guyuna leads the way, attacking the Douluo God realm. Is this really my power? Looking at the Sea God's light continuously appearing on her body, Ning Rongrong felt a sense of both familiarity and strangeness. Previously, when she participated in the Sea God's 9 tests, every time she completed an assessment, there would be an increase in the Sea God's light. This would enhance their affinity for the Sea God. However, ever since the Sea God's trident was eaten by the golden horned beast like a snack, and Sea God Island was destroyed, the Shrek 7 monsters could no longer feel any trace of the Sea God's light on them. At this moment, the Sea God's essence was also in its weakest state. To put it bluntly, that legendary Sea God was now barely holding on, with just a breath left. Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone came to pull the rug out from under him. After witnessing this scene, the Sea God rolled his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. Although he wouldn't fall, this legendary first-level deity was basically rendered useless. Of course, the few big shots in the divine realm couldn't care less about this right now. The once ordinary divine beings could occasionally see these leaders, but in recent days, they seemed to have disappeared. No one knew what these 5 divine kings were up to, and to avoid chaos in the entire divine realm, these 5 even kept the situation on Douluo Continent tightly under wraps. Anyone who knew the whereabouts of the angel god and others was required to keep silent. Otherwise, they would have to deal with the consequences themselves. This is a scandal that absolutely cannot be mentioned again. The divine realm sent so many experts down, originally thinking it was a sure thing. Unexpectedly, they all ended up as sacrifices. Moreover, they sent out such precious divine essences one by one. What is going on here? Even during the great battle against the dragon god back then, they never looked this embarrassed. This shows that the golden horned behemoth from the starry sky beast family is definitely a terrifying threat. Of course, the 5 god kings had no choice but to conceal everything happening on the Douluo Continent. But that doesn't mean that the group led by the golden horned behemoth isn't causing trouble. After helping Ning Rongrong successfully break through to level 100, there are now 3 human gods, 3 soul beast gods, and 1 starry sky behemoth that far exceeds the level of gods on the Douluo Continent. The camp of this 7-member group is absolutely vast. Their combat power can be said to be unprecedentedly strong. Guyuna, the passage you mentioned earlier, does it have any special conditions for opening? The final moment has finally arrived. The golden horned beast appears somewhat impatient. He wishes he could rush in right now and tear apart those 5 gods, thus rewriting the rules of the entire continent. There are no special requirements, but it requires powerful strength to break through. Back then, I used all my peak-level divine power to create the tunnel. For the Silver Dragon King Guyuna, that seems to be a past she cannot bear to recall. Back then, when the Dragon God was exterminated, his power was divided between the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. Originally, if the siblings teamed up, they would have had a chance to protect themselves. However, unexpectedly, the Golden Dragon King was stubborn and thought he could continue to resist the divine realm with his strong physique. He was then forcefully sealed away. The divine realm also did not let the Silver Dragon King off easy. This woman faced a frenzied pursuit. but a spatial crack left by the dragon god back then gave the Silver Dragon King a chance to escape. She almost sacrificed all her peak-level divine cultivation. Gu Yuna finally opened a passage and escaped from the divine realm in a sorry state to the human world. She then became the ancestor of all high-level soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, turning the Star-Do Forest into the most active area for soul beast power on the entire continent. Of course, all of this was to conceal the power of the Silver Dragon King, making it impossible for those from the divine realm to capture Gu Yuna's divine essence. After doing all this, Dragon King Gu Yuna fell into a permanent slumber, according to the original timeline. The awakening time of the Silver Dragon King is at least 10,000 years later. However, I didn't expect the Golden Horned Beast to be so powerful. It not only rewrote the entire history of the Douluo Continent, but also changed the history of the soul beasts. But this time, with the Golden Horned Beast, there is no need for Gu Yuna to dig tunnels so laboriously. Moreover, from the current situation, the passage that Gu Yuna escaped from has not been discovered by the God Realm until now. It is a very strange energy substance, as if it possesses a strong, self-repairing function. Shortly after the Silver Dragon King opened that passage, the area itself repaired itself. So this time, even with the powerful Golden Horned Beast clearing the way in front, that passage cannot last long. I understand. I will support the passage. After the road is opened, you all go in first and stay close to Gu Yuna. This time, the companions of the Golden Horned Giant Beast have come out in full force. Let the other offerings of the Spirit Empire take care of the Douluo Continent. Anyway, almost all the weapons and armor on the entire continent have been devoured by the Golden Horned Giant Beast. Even if the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire have ideas, they won't be able to produce a large number of weapons in a short time. The Spirit Empire has retained about 13 of the equipment, which is enough to keep an eye on them. You can rest assured, there's a buffer zone around that area, and I will ensure the safety of these few. After nodding to the Beast God Emperor Tian and the Emerald Xuan by Ji beside him, the two immediately understood. Please rest assured, Lord Silver Dragon King, that we will protect everyone once we go up. These have become the soul beasts of the gods, possessing not only powerful attack capabilities, but, more importantly, a formidable physique. The defense of the Beast God Emperor Tian is not as strong as that of the Golden Horn Army, but he can easily withstand attacks from ordinary level 1 and level 2 gods, even if the 5 great god kings arrive. With the powerful recovery ability of the Emerald Swan, they can definitely hold out until the return of the Golden Horn Beast. Boom! It was the most violent energy tearing apart. The Golden Horned Giant Beast arrived at the location designated by the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. It then transformed into a furious pangolin, using its 2 front claws, infused with stellar-level intent power, to repeatedly strike the clouds before it. It stripped away the ions and air molecules, creating a distortion in space like something out of a fantasy novel. It formed something akin to a space-time portal from a science fiction story. Speed was of the essence. One must admit that, in the face of the laws of the universe, the stellar-level Golden Horned Giant Beast found it somewhat challenging. Even with its current telepathic abilities, it could only barely maintain this portal for a few minutes. However, those few minutes should suffice for its companions on Douluo Continent to successfully pass through. To save time, the Golden Horned Giant Beast did not use its massive body to traverse the portal. After its companions successfully entered, it instantly transformed back into Oscar's form and crossed over at the fastest speed. Chapter 76, Shock. The Azura God instructs Tang San on his affairs after death. What kind of place is this? After successfully exiting the portal, Oscar found himself in an area rich in spiritual energy. Tall trees stood in clusters, and the sky was a pure blue with white clouds. In the distance, buildings floated in the sky, as if constructed by some kind of power. According to the earlier description by the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, this must be the divine realm. However, since the Golden Horn Giant Beast entered too late and the passage was unstable, it randomly transported him in another direction, separating him from the main force. Although Gu Yuna had mentioned such a situation before, he didn't expect to encounter it. But it's fine. After all, Douluo Star is round. He figured that if he pushed through, he would definitely run into her and the others. Moreover, as long as he made some noise here, he believed it would quickly attract Gu Yuna and the others' attention. Just as Oscar was about to transform into the Golden Horn Giant Beast, he suddenly heard a series of urgent bells ringing from a nearby peak. Ding, ding, ding. What is going on? Is it a warning? Or is it time to eat? Then he saw many small black dots gathering from all directions. Even in the sky not far from Oscar, it seemed that a carriage was passing by, with 2 young goddesses seated on it, whispering to each other. What is going on with the Azura God King? I'm not sure, but it's said that the Azura god is looking for a successor. We need to hurry over and see if the next Azura god is a handsome guy. Ha! Look at you. How could we third-level gods possibly catch the eye of the God King's successor? What is happening? Is that the Azura God's dojo? Interesting. It's you I'm looking for. Upon hearing this news, Oscar suddenly had a curious thought. So he immediately abandoned his transformation and followed that carriage from a distance, heading towards the Azura god's territory. From afar, it looked like a very small floating island. But as he got closer, he realized that some kind of rule power had been applied here. The actual island was vast, with no visible boundaries. In the center of the island stood a tall tower, completely unguarded. By the time Oscar blended in, it was already filled with a large number of handsome men and beautiful women. The biggest characteristic of these divine beings is their long lifespan. Moreover, they can maintain their peak appearance. So, even if some people look like young girls, they could very well be old hags. But that's not the main point. The main point is that Oscar saw a person he originally thought had been eliminated, Tang San. This guy seems to have been reshaped into a golden body. This is no ordinary human body. It seems to be a divine body. The recovered Xiao Wu is still by this guy's side. What happened? Looking at the way these two are holding hands, their expressions are indeed quite serious, surrounded by everyone in the center. In front of them stands the Azura divine sword, which Oscar is very familiar with. What's going on? What does this Azura god want to do? Is he planning to take Tang San as his adopted son? Waiting and waiting, everyone only saw the endless light radiating from the tower. However, the Azura god did not show himself. Soon, a shadow of red and black intersecting light was cast down from the top of the tower, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. That was the phantom of the Azura god. This guy's acting all mysterious, but doesn't show up. Could it be that he already knows the golden horn beasts are coming and is hiding in fear? I am the Azura god, the enforcer of the divine realm. Today, I am here to settle my affairs. So, please bear witness. What the hell? Settling affairs? Is the Azura god about to die? This scene has confused Oscar. It seems he hasn't done anything too excessive to the Azura god, right? Let's continue listening. Our divine realm is about to face the most terrifying situation since the dragon god's destruction. So, I must choose a successor here. As he spoke, the Azura sword trembled in place, as if calling for Tang San to pull it out. It seemed like a mere formality. Perhaps these ordinary deities still don't know. Back on Douluo Continent, Tang San was already the representative of the Azura god. It turns out that the Azura god is worried about being eliminated. So he's looking for a successor here, just like the sea goddess model. Most of the Azura goddess power has been infused into this Azura sword. As long as this sword is not destroyed, the overall will of the Azura god can persist. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, on the surface, one inherits the Azura sword and the other inherits the Azura sword sheath. But in reality, these two are just tools. The true force of this sword's killing power still depends on the will of the Azura god himself. Clever, but also foolish. At this point, the Azura god actually wants to use such a ridiculous method to deceive everyone. What? Afraid that if a fight breaks out, the Azura god's true form will be obliterated? It seems that the God King of this divine realm is not without some preparation. Not long after, the Shura god has started to arrange his affairs. But will Oscar let them have their way? Dream on. As the saying goes, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Just when Tang San was contentedly pulling Xiao Wu and walking towards the Shura god sword in front of them, a discordant voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. Wait a minute, I object. I want to compete for the Shura god sword. It was Oscar causing trouble. Is this kid doing it on purpose? Although he is at the back, his voice is surprisingly strong. Moreover, the sound of this challenge instantly became the focus of the crowd. The people in front couldn't help but turn around. All eyes were on this kid they had never seen before. Excuse me, I want to challenge Tang San. He is not qualified to inherit the Azura sword, and I also want to catch that little rabbit beside him. Oscar cheerfully pushed through the crowd. He then slowly walked up to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon seeing this familiar face, the latter felt an immense sense of danger, especially Xiao Wu, who at this moment looked even more like a frightened rabbit. She suddenly jumped up from her spot, let out a yelp, and hid behind Tang San, not even daring to meet Oscar's gaze. Tang San, we meet again. Surprised? Unexpected? At this moment, Oscar opened his arms, as if he was about to embrace a friend. In fact, Tang San only knew he was here today to go through the motions and become the rightful heir of the Azura god. However, that divine king did not mention that the golden horn beast had also arrived in the divine realm. Tang San is a smart person. and he instantly understood why the Azura god was doing this. It turns out that real terror had already descended onto the divine realm of Douluo Continent. However, the vast majority of people were still unaware. Chapter 77. Don't struggle, Tang-san. I am your nemesis' third brother. I'm scared. Seeing the scene before her, Xiao was trembling all over. In front of the golden horn beast, this little rabbit even forgot to run away. On the surface, Tang-san remained calm, but inside, he was just as panicked. It was really too strong. He couldn't win, and he couldn't escape. However, in front of so many people, the golden horn beast did not transform, which gave people a glimmer of hope. Oscar, what exactly do you want? The feigning calm Tang-san finally managed to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. However, Oscar didn't even glance at him. He walked over to the Azura sword nearby, and before the sword could fly away again, he directly grabbed it with his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Azura god must have seen the changes over here. So like last time, he wanted to retrieve his Azura sword as soon as possible. However, the upgraded golden horn beast had already reached the stellar level 3rd stage. Similarly, its clone had also been strengthened. At this moment, Oscar's strength has reached the edge of stellar level. So this time, he won't let this Azura sword slip away from under his nose. Tang-san, don't try to struggle. I am your nemesis, haven't you realized that? Oscar turned around with a grin. Then he beckoned to Xiao Wu beside him. The latter glanced at Tang-san, then at Oscar, and reluctantly walked over to him. This little rabbit is quite clever. If it doesn't behave now, it will likely face the wrath of others soon. You two tell me where the Azura god is, or you can tell me the location of any other god king. Oscar was straightforward. But would Tang-san betray his own master? It's unlikely. However, the little rabbit next to him might not be the same. While speaking, Oscar leaned in and whispered directly into Xiao Wu's ear. The hot breath made the little rabbit's ears feel ticklish, but inside, it was filled with immense fear. Little rabbit, I'll give you a chance to. Tell me the location of any one of them, and I might just let both of you go. This is really a psychological tactic. Can they survive? Everything depends on Xiao Wu's thoughts. But when has this little girl ever endured such psychological pressure? She suddenly becomes at a loss. She looks at Oscar with a terrified expression, then glances at Tang-san behind her. Her cherry lips slightly part, showing a very conflicted look. It seems that Xiao Wu subconsciously wants to betray those gods in exchange for her own peace. In this little rabbit's eyes, becoming a god is not important. What matters is that the family can live together. Xiao Wu, don't tell him. All right, Tang-san is being stubborn again. What good will it do to say it? ISNT Xiao Wu doing it for you? Why does he enjoy digging his own grave so much? Slap. That was a loud slap. It directly sent Tang-san, who had already become a god, flying away. A trace of golden blood drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then he fell freely hundreds of meters away. In the next moment, before the onlookers could comprehend what was happening, there was no longer any Oscar at the scene. What remained was a terrifying golden-horned giant beast. This guy's body length is nearly 10,000 meters. When it transformed, the powerful shockwave directly crushed those weaker gods nearby. Bang, bang, bang. Clap, clap, clap. Like balloons. These unfortunate spectators were basically reduced to ashes. Except for a few stronger individuals who managed to escape by luck, more than half were nearly annihilated. Help! What kind of monster is this? Stop shouting, run away. Our divine realm is about to be destroyed. Hurry and get out of here. The farther you are from the divine realm, the better. The golden-horned giant beast ignored these little bugs and lowered its head to look at Tang-san, who was already under its foot. If it weren't for deliberately separating its toes, this kid would have been crushed just now. What first-level god? What inheritor of the Shura god? They're all trash. A bunch of lies. The Shura sword, I already tasted its flavor last time. It didn't pay any attention to the wailing Tang-san or the crying and begging Xiao Wu beside him. At this moment, the golden-horned giant beast was holding the Shura sword, which didn't look very big in its mouth. The material used for this sword is the best in the entire Douluo god realm. It even carries a hint of law power. Just this Azura sword is equivalent to 3 times the energy that bit.Wang gathered from all the metals on the Douluo continent before. If the golden horn giant beast had the fortune to consume this divine sword back on the Douluo continent, it could directly leap to the stellar tier 3 without any hassle. However, now to advance from stellar tier 3 to stellar tier 4, it would require at least 5 Azura divine swords worth of energy. What a pity, but let's savor this beautiful flavor in our mouths. No matter how the Azura god feels at this moment, the golden horn giant beast is enjoying itself immensely. How to describe it? It's like tasting the most authentic Wellington steak, experiencing the blend of meat juices and seasonings in the mouth. A variety of beautiful flavors and a satisfying fullness make the golden horned giant beast fall in love with this taste. It even considers sparing the Azura god's life, as long as this old guy tells him where this metal can be found. So delicious, you know? In terms of tasting metals, the golden horned giant beast is definitely an expert, not only on this Douluo continent, but in the legacies it possesses. The taste of this Azura sword ranks among the top 5. Even things from the myriad worlds may not be as tasty as this sword. It's amazing. Unfortunately, it's too scarce. Can't get enough. But it has already fallen deeply in love with this flavor. What to do? Brother Oscar, I beg you. My little clan is willing to do anything for you. Just as the golden horned giant beast closed its eyes, savoring this deliciousness, it suddenly heard Xiao Wu's sobbing voice in its ears. The little rabbit desperately shook a scale under the foot of the golden horned giant beast, as if trying to lift the suppressed Tang San out. This kid's legs have completely rotted away. Half of his body is exposed. Even a divine body can't withstand such torment and suffering. The little bunny even naively wanted to stimulate the thoughts that originally resided in Oscar's heart. How cute and innocent. Xiao Wu, do you remember the spicy rabbit heads I mentioned before? Finally, the fragments of the Shura sword have been fully digested. I saw this giant monster silently lower its head, looking down at the 2 people beneath it with a cruel expression. That was clearly not the gaze of someone looking at living beings. Chapter 78. Dong and Guyuna arrive upon hearing the news. Alright, I said before. For third brother, Xiao Wu can do anything. Originally, I wanted to scare this little bunny, but I didn't expect this little girl to take it seriously. I saw Xiao Wu slowly close her eyes and gradually stand up. She opened her arms, as if to say, do whatever you want. Tang San originally wanted to stop her, but the intense pain had already rendered him voiceless. If it weren't for wanting to torment this kid a little, the golden horned giant beast would have shifted its claws aside. There would have been no further developments. However, just as the golden horned giant beast was about to try something new, familiar sounds of breaking air came from above the back of its head. It was Dong's aura, along with Guyuna and the others. It seems that the commotion caused by the golden horned giant beast had directly alerted the people nearby. The golden horned giant beast is the core of this operation. Without him, there would be no way to launch a full-scale attack. Looking up, it was indeed these 2. Stop playing around. Everyone is waiting for you to come over. The 2 of them are also very cautious. To avoid attracting too many targets, the rest of the people stayed in place. Only the 2 strong ones, Dong and Guyuna, came out to look for others. However, this might have been an overreaction. After sensing the massive aura of the golden horned beast, not to mention the Azura god, even all 5 of the divine kings trembled in fear, especially since they had seen, through some means, the golden horned beast devouring the Azura sword. The only female among the 5 divine kings was immediately frightened to the point of losing her color. The Azura god may not be the strongest among them, but that sword is definitely the hardest of all weapons. This golden horned behemoth can actually eat the Shura divine sword like it's cotton candy, which is enough to prove the ferocity of this starry sky giant beast. Who would dare to touch the woman of the golden horned beast at this time? You'd be asking for death. It is said that this cosmic monster is the most protective of what it values. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on something it has taken a liking to usually meets a terrible end. Are you all ready? Our teleportation array must control the golden horned beast at the first opportunity. The god of kindness is the focal point of this teleportation array. This old guy is quite insecure at the moment. But how should we deal with the Silver Dragon King? We need to successfully send away the golden horned giant beast, but our strength will definitely be exhausted. There's no need to worry about that. Isn't there, Tang San? Azura god. It's time for you to discuss your arrangements, right? It turns out that these god kings have a backup plan. The key point lies with Tang San. Or rather, this kid has unknowingly been turned into a time bomb by Azura god. As long as Tang San's life comes to an end, a cosmic vortex will appear around his body. Although this vortex does not have powerful lethality, it can forcibly teleport people from the divine realm. The target is set on Douluo Continent. Of course, this kind of power cannot suppress the starry sky giant beast at all. The goal is to drive all the helpers around it back to Douluo Continent. In fact, everyone understands very well that without the golden horn giant beast, relying solely on the silver dragon king Guyuna, they would never be able to bring down the divine realm. Moreover, through the previous commotion, the gods have learned the location of the secret passage between Douluo Continent and the divine realm these days. As long as all plans can succeed, this passage will be strictly guarded to ensure everything is foolproof. Therefore, The focus of the upcoming battle lies in the formation set up with the full efforts of the 5 great god kings. Can it really transport the golden horn giant beast from Douluo Continent to the cosmic space? This might be a coincidence. If the golden horn giant beast had been a bit more ruthless and directly eliminated Tang San just now, then the cosmic vortex would have appeared ahead of time and become meaningless. However, if Tang San were to be dealt with while surrounded by the companions of the golden horn giant beast, the effect would be evident. So, sometimes being too soft-hearted can lead to losses. Lord Silver Dragon King, I am Xiao Wu from the Softbone Rabbit Clan. Please save my husband. Seeing the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna floating in midair, Xiao Wu rushed up like she had grasped a lifeline, revealing her identity in hopes of receiving Gu Yuna's protection. Unexpectedly, this tactic proved effective. The Silver Dragon King is also quite protective. She cannot bear to see these high-level soul beasts being harmed. I know you. Your parents were both 10,000-year-old softbone rabbits, but unfortunately, they passed away early. Poor child. Xiao Wu's sudden appearance actually triggered Gu Yuna's maternal instincts. Under this woman's suggestion, the golden-horned giant beast reluctantly moved its foot away. Nana, don't you think this Tang San is as annoying as sticky candy? At this moment, the golden-horned giant beast regretted not stepping down harder just now. It really didn't expect that little rabbit to be so good at building connections. It had underestimated her. Perhaps it was truly to save her husband's life. This little rabbit is also quite bold. Just now, this great beast with golden horns said he would turn me in a spicy rabbit head. I beg you, please save me. Is this just a case of telling on someone in the dark? This little girl is quite eloquent, but it's not over yet. Xiao Wu's eloquence will definitely impress the golden horn giant beast. Third brother's mother is also a 100,000-year-old beast, the Blue Silver Emperor. And I believe the adult knows this too. What does it mean? Is this little rabbit trying to say that Tang San is also a relative of soul beasts? Then why is this kid hunting soul beasts everywhere? Didn't he also take down the evil demon tiger whale king? If you have the ability to obtain the soul rings and soul bones of Deming and Air Ming, why not take them? However, after listening to the little rabbit's argument, Gu Yuna slowly floated in front of the golden horned giant beast. My dear, what this little girl said makes sense. Can you do me a favor? This emotional card is really hard to handle. The golden horned beast is so hesitant. It actually gave Xiao Wu the chance to counterattack. The spicy rabbit head was just meant to scare her. The little rabbit took it seriously. Doesn't it know that the golden horned beast doesn't like spicy food? This might be because it saw its man being a bit hesitant. At this moment, Dong also came in to deliver a finishing blow. A little rabbit and a cripple are nothing to worry about. Don't forget our purpose for coming here. Although Dong also hates Tang San very much. What this woman said makes a lot of sense. We came here to destroy the divine realm, and our target is the 5 great divine kings. We really don't have time for this. That being said, we have already found the seal of my brother, the Golden Dragon King. So save your energy. Seeing the hesitation in the golden horned beast's eyes, the Silver Dragon King seized the opportunity. Then this woman kept exchanging glances with the little Wu at her feet, and this clever little rabbit immediately understood. In front of the golden horned beast, it went to help the Tang San, who was like a pile of mud, to get up. It seemed to want to leave this area as quickly as possible. Chapter 79, Rescuing the Golden Dragon King. The reunion of Gu Yuna and her brother. What? You found the seal of the Golden Dragon King? What a coincidence. The Golden Horn Beast was teleported to a place far from the main army, while those few were directly sent near the seal of the Golden Dragon King. As the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna, who was connected by blood, sensed her brother's aura immediately. However, even with the power of a peak-level god, she couldn't break the seal. Just at that moment, energy fluctuations from the Golden Horn Beast were felt in the distance. It goes without saying, who else could be relied upon to release the Golden Dragon King, besides the power of the Golden Horn Beast? Alright, I'll leave these 2 little ones to you to handle. I'm not getting involved, although I find Tang San a bit annoying. The Golden Horn Beast can still distinguish between priorities. This kid is nothing more than an ant to him, as long as he can destroy the entire divine realm next. Does it really matter if Tang San lives or dies? After saying this, the golden horned beast flapped its wings and followed Dong into the distance. Gu Yuna took a step slower and said to Xiao Wu and Tang San, Did you hear that? You 2 little ones, come with me. In fact, if these 2 little ones went on their own now, they might get killed by someone. Only by staying close to Gu Yuna could they have a chance of survival. Thank you, Lord Silver Dragon King. Although still a bit scared, Xiao Wu was still grateful. The Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna is the ruler of all high-level soul beasts in the Stardo Forest. Being beside this woman gave a sense of security. Moreover, Tang San also needed to recover slowly. As a divine body, even if his kid's legs were broken, they could grow back over time. As long as he wasn't completely crushed, there was hope. Thank you very much, my lord. Knowing that if it weren't for the Silver Dragon King's intervention, he would definitely be gone, Tang Xin expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Once this matter is settled, I will find a way to persuade that guy to let you go. The Silver Dragon King was very pleased with the attitude of these two young people. Anyone and anything related to high-level soul beasts would receive the protection of the Silver Dragon King. This was something that was decided from the very beginning. It was also the promise of the Silver Dragon King to all spirit beasts. Under the guidance of the Silver Dragon King and bit.Wang, the Golden Horn Beast arrived at a very magical area. On the surface, it seemed to be a valley, but in reality, everything around seemed to be arranged by energy. The terrain here, along with the arrangement of the vegetation, looks quite ordinary. But faintly, it seems like there's a kind of pattern. If viewed from a god's perspective, this is a huge seal. It seals a massive amount of energy. Brother, hold on a little longer. We will be able to release you soon. I murmured to the mountains and forests in front of me. The Silver Dragon King transformed back to its true form. While flying forward, it issued commands to the golden-horned giant beast behind it. Release your power at the place where I stop, using your kind of mental force. This seal was set up by several divine kings working together long ago. Despite the many years that have passed, there is still no sign of loosening. The entire formation circulates like flowing water, endlessly and unceasingly. Quite interesting. However, this structure has long been seen through Baiguyu Na. As long as all those key nodes are pulled out, it would be like removing the nails from the crucial parts. Everything in front of us would be unraveled. Surprisingly, if the Golden Horn Beast had just reached the stellar level, it might not have succeeded. But at the third tier of stellar, it can easily turn its thoughts into reality. Like a giant pair of pliers, it effortlessly breaks all those key points. Boom. Roar. That was a standard dragon's roar. It felt as if it had been suppressed for thousands of years, and once released, there was an indescribable sense of exhilaration. The golden energy soaring into the sky directly shattered all the murky aura outside this formation. Don't waste it, big brother-in-law. Seeing the scene, the Golden Horn Beast was not hesitant. It suddenly sucked forward with its mouth, gathering all this murky energy into a beam of light, like a thick sesame paste. Without caring about the specifics, it gulped it all down. Meanwhile, the several divine kings in the distance, unaware of the formation, simultaneously knelt on the ground. The continuous expenditure of divine power had already drained them. They didn't expect that the seal of the Golden Dragon King was also connected to the will of certain divine kings. This is a double blow. Has that guy been released? The one speaking is the god of destruction. He saw that this guy's face was ashen and his body was starting to sway. Back when the Golden Dragon King was sealed, this guy was a pillar of strength. At the same time, he also seized the dragon's energy, causing his own power to soar. However, just in that moment, the god of destruction felt as if his body had been hollowed out. If it weren't for his lover, the goddess of life, quickly releasing a vast life force, infusing waves of green energy into him, it's likely that one of the 5 great divine kings would have fallen prematurely. It seems this is yet another masterpiece of the Golden Horn Behemoth. We must act quickly, as we only have one chance. Exhaling a mouthful of foul air, the god of destruction looked towards the eastern direction with a face full of fear. This guy seems to be able to sense that the Golden Horn Beast is about to arrive. Due to a long period of sealing, the Golden Dragon King's energy is no longer comparable to what it once was. Moreover, after repeated torment from those divine kings, the once proud and massive body of the Golden Dragon King has been worn down. Now, he is merely an energy entity. At most, he can only match the power of a third-level god. It is already a stroke of luck that he can maintain his form without dissipating. Brother, how can I help you recover? This rare reunion of siblings is filled with bittersweet emotions. Embracing his sister, the Golden Dragon King nodded amicably at the nearby Golden Horn Beast. If you could help me capture a divine king, so I can possess him. It seems the Golden Horn Beast will have to hold back and not crush all the divine kings. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to find a suitable body for this Golden Dragon King uncle. Possession technique? Perhaps we can discuss it. Upon hearing the Golden Dragon King say this, the Golden Horn Beast became interested. The reason he could transform into Oscar was precisely because he used the possession technique from the secret method. I wonder how this Golden Dragon King's secret method differs from his stellar secret method. It seems that after the battle, everyone will have some common ground. Chapter 80. The 5 Great Divine Kings of Douluo. A single blow. I prefer the body of the god of destruction and detest that of the god of Azura. The Golden Dragon King is indeed picky. Perhaps it's because he was previously defeated by the Azura god and still holds a grudge. Moreover, it was the Azura god who dealt the final blow to the dragon god back then. Therefore, among the 5 great gods, the Azura god must die. As for the others, the body of the god of destruction has already caught the eye of the golden dragon king. The others don't matter. In the eyes of the golden horn giant beast, these guys are no match at all. As a famous starry sky giant beast, although this guy hasn't seen the other person in real life, he already has a certain perception when his body enters the divine realm. It's like the entire map of an online game. In the mind of the golden horn giant beast, there is also such a pheromone. The largest moving black dot on the map is the golden horn giant beast itself. The small red dots on the map represent his opponents, with larger energy resulting in bigger red dots. Among them, there are 5 red dots that possess the strongest energy. However, the combined size of these 5 red dots is still less than half of the golden horn giant beast size. This indicates that the time of death for the 5 great gods has come. However, it's a bit strange. These 5 guys are not arranged randomly together. Instead, they are positioned in these 5 directions, and if you connect their positions, it feels a bit like the pentagram in Western magic. Could it be that these 5 guys are each on different mountain peaks? That's interesting. Although he felt a bit puzzled, the golden horn giant beast didn't pay much attention to it, because he clearly understood one thing in his heart. These 5 guys actually joined forces. They probably can't even take one of his full-strength attacks. So there's nothing to worry about. When the time comes, as long as we pay attention and keep the body of the god of destruction intact, it will be fine. Although this is the first time the Golden Dragon King meets the Golden Horn Giant Beast, this guy is said to be quite formidable. After we conquer the divine realm, it should be fine to leave it in his hands. Besides, isn't this the wish of the Dragon Clan? Don't think that the Golden Horn Giant Beast will linger on this planet. He is a cosmic beast, with his sights set on the vast universe. Moreover, he doesn't originally belong to this Douluo Continent. His true paradise should be a world that devours the cosmos. And over there, there's a nemesis waiting for him. Looking up at the starry sky, it seems that a handsome man in full armor has appeared. Luo Feng, get ready to meet your fate. With this thought, the Golden Horn Giant Beast turned his head to look back at bit.Wang. You all go ahead and regroup with everyone. I'm going to give those guys a surprise. After saying this, the figure of the Golden Horn Giant Beast disappeared before everyone's eyes. This is what it looks like when this giant beast of the starry sky takes things seriously. Even the Silver Dragon King couldn't see how the opponent left. This speed is like a ray of light. At the same time, the 5 great divine kings in the distance are also nervously preparing for something. They're also watching that powerful aura. Not good. That guy has disappeared. Everyone be alert. The Azura god has dealt with the golden-horned Behemoth the most. So this guy is also the most neurotic. He deeply understands the sins he carries on himself. This is not just a conflict between the Golden Horn beasts, but also with the Dragon Clan. It was originally thought that the Golden Dragon King could be their trump card. However, it turns out that the Golden Horn beasts don't care about these things at all. Nevertheless, the Azura god still overreacted. This situation significantly affected his judgment. Boom! The Golden Horn beast indeed came to attack. However, the first target was not the Azura god, but the mountain where the god of destruction resided. The powerful god of destruction did not even react in time. He only saw a massive shadow descending from the sky, directly crushing his temple into fragments. Fortunately, the beam of light at the peak of the mountain was not affected. It seemed to emit a refracted light, and the Golden Horn beast felt nothing unusual. Its goal was to deliver the body of the god of destruction to the Golden Dragon King. Originally, such a sudden attack could have directly obliterated the god of destruction. However, at that moment, the Golden Horn beast used its tail, wrapping around the god of destruction like a giant python, and gently brought the prey to its eyes. Cough, cough. Cough, you despicable creature, let go of me. Do you know I am one of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm? The actions of the Golden Horn beast were simply too audacious. It completely disregarded the rules of the divine realm. It feels like a cat catching a mouse, clearly able to easily take the opponent's life. This guy keeps mocking his opponent. Do you think I don't want to wipe you out directly? Who told you that this body of yours is being coveted by my big brother? While speaking, the Golden Horned beast cast a malicious glance at another mountain radiating with the light of life. There was an anxious woman over there, looking this way with tearful eyes. It was the goddess of life. But this woman didn't know what was happening and remained firmly on her peak, watching her lover being tormented without coming to help. It's very strange. What are you playing at? Is there some little secret you're hiding from me? The Golden Horn beast turned its head towards the side of the Shura god. Upon seeing him, the latter hurriedly hid behind a large rock. not daring to meet the gaze of the golden horned beast. Although the god of destruction had been captured, their teleportation array was already set up. They just needed to wait for the right moment to use it against the golden horned beast. But now that the god of destruction was being held, it made the surrounding companions a bit hesitant. It seems they are still not prepared for sacrifice. Without such awareness, how can one achieve true victory? Ha ha ha. Isn't this the god of destruction? Do you still remember your true self? After waiting for a while, the main force arrived. Originally, those ladies intended to wait in place. But upon seeing the golden horned beast so valiant, everyone rushed over together. Even Ning Rongrong, who had just become a deity, stubbornly insisted on coming along. However, the one most pleasantly surprised among the crowd was the Golden Dragon King. He didn't expect the golden horned beast to be so powerful. The Golden Dragon King had merely mentioned wanting the body of the god of destruction, and unexpectedly, this kid acted so quickly and decisively. He easily captured the god of destruction. Here is your gift. Are you satisfied? With a gentle flick of its tail, the golden horned beast tossed the god of destruction right at the feet of the Golden Dragon King. After being tossed around by the golden horned beast, this guy was already completely drained of strength, unable to resist at all, and was stepped on by the Golden Dragon King. Brother Destruction, from now on, let me take your place in everything and live on. Chapter 81. The miserable Tang San turned into a bomb by the Shura god. You, what do you want to do to me? Seeing the scene before him, the god of destruction wanted to resist, but for some reason, he couldn't muster any strength at all. It turned out that when the golden horned beast bound his body, it had used secret methods to almost completely drain the power from this god king. So now, he could only watch helplessly as the Golden Dragon King approached. One must say, the soul-seizing techniques on Douluo Continent are truly lacking in creativity. The whole process was like a forcible demolition. The Golden Dragon King used his powerful soul force to drive the original owner out of the body, and then had to exert a great deal of effort to become the new master. These two guys are both enduring immense pain. It feels like they exerted a tremendous effort to achieve it. This was still under the circumstance that the golden horned behemoth had helped suppress the power of the god of destruction in advance. It seems that the things inherited by these primordial planets and the cosmic beasts are completely incomparable. I originally wanted to have a good discussion with the Golden Dragon King about this understanding, but now it seems better to forget it. However, for the goddess of life, not far away, watching her lover being forcibly possessed feels utterly heartbreaking. I don't want to live anymore. Let me use my life as a guide to launch the final strike against the golden horned behemoth. At this moment, the goddess of life was on the verge of collapse. If it were her husband who was severely injured, perhaps she could still rescue him through the power of life. But she never expected that the enemy would forcibly take possession. The 5 great god kings had initially prepared for the worst, but they never anticipated sacrificing a companion. This only shows that their preparations are still not thorough and their awareness is insufficient. However, the other god kings are unwilling to support the impulse of the goddess of life. Wait a moment. Even if we activate the teleportation array now and send the golden horned behemoth away, the situation with the other few is quite unexpected. Originally, with 5 people, they could barely transfer the golden horned behemoth and still have a bit of self-defense power left. But now there is 1 less person. Even if they successfully drive away the golden horned behemoth, how will they deal with the remaining few? Moreover, the Golden Dragon King has already obtained the body of the god of destruction. It won't be long before he can match the power of the god kings. At this moment, if they expend all their energy to activate the Great Formation, then they might as well wait for death. Those few crazy women will definitely beat these divine kings to the point of no return. So at this time, it is essential to remain calm. What should we do? Should I just let my beloved be tormented endlessly by them? Goddess of life, stay calm. You could transfer some of your power to me, and I will take revenge for you. This is a message from the Shura god. Originally, this guy was terrified, but soon, he saw 2 familiar figures in the opponent's camp, Tang San and Xiao Wu. He never expected that these 2 useless people would actually be brought over by the opponent. Originally, Tang San had become the Shura god's discarded pawn, but now it seems that this kid still has some value. What do you want to do? The evil god seems to have understood something. It seems that this Azura god had made preparations in advance and had communicated with everyone. I'll take care of the troubles around the golden horn giant beast. You all activate the teleportation. At the same time he spoke, the Azura god silently raised his right hand. A faint glow of intertwined black and red light emanated from it. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tang San's body also inexplicably radiated the same brilliance. The unusual surge of energy was immediately detected by bit.Wang and Xuan. What are you trying to do? Stop it. Although they didn't know exactly what Tang San was up to, bit.Wang instinctively felt that this force was quite violent and extremely unstable. At that moment, the Silver Dragon King, Guyena, who was chatting with her brother in his new body, also turned around, looking at the two little ones she had saved with a surprised expression. Xiao Wu seemed fine, but there was a chaotic energy constantly surging from Tang San. Moreover, this power seemed to be influenced by some external force. What was going on? The Silver Dragon King glanced back and seemed to see the same energy fluctuations coming from the direction of the Shura god. However, at this moment, Tang San was in immense pain, continuously pushing Xiao Wu away. Xiao Wu, quick, get away from me. It's the Shura god. He has tampered with me. As he spoke, Tang San's body uncontrollably floated into the air. Like a balloon, his limbs and belly swelled up desperately. The violent energy reached its peak, as if it were about to explode. What? Tang San has been turned into a bomb by the Shura god? You all come to my side. Get away from this guy. Although the energy from Tang San posed no threat to the golden horn giant beast, it still left him feeling alarmed. This close-range explosion is definitely something bit.Wang and the others cannot withstand. Unexpectedly, boom! Although the golden horn giant beast timely spread its wings to protect everyone, the subsequent explosive effect still took it by surprise. It was not the kind of lethality in the traditional sense. It could even be said to have no lethal power at all. When Tang San's body completely exploded, it seemed to create a downward pressure that instantly blasted a large hole in the ground beneath their feet. The divine realm of Douluo Continent is essentially a virtual space, much like a game instance. The ground beneath their feet is not solid. It is a combination of various energies and gases. Therefore, when they step on it, it feels soft and fluffy. The shockwave generated by Tang San's explosion directly opened up a certain space beneath them. Additionally, there was a downward pressure that suddenly pulled the weakest among them, Ning Rongrong, down. Ah, Xiaoyo, save me, Ning Rongrong shouted in panic. However, the golden horn beast did not have time to react as its companions began to fall one after another. Emerald Xuan, Guyuna, Qianren, and bit.Wang. What is this magical power? It is not an endless black hole. Instead, it is as if the heavens are collapsing and the earth is sinking, causing these women to fall back to the Douluo Continent. It's like playing a game and being forcefully kicked out of the instance due to some kind of power. Yet, the massive body of the golden horn beast remains unharmed. However, it cannot pull those companions back up. What's going on? What are the 5 great gods doing? Golden horn beast, you should care about yourself. That was the voice of the evil god. I saw this guy open a black sky. The 5 great gods had previously set up a pentagram formation, which instantly activated. A massive energy enveloped the golden horn beast's head. Those were incomprehensible runes, converging into a gigantic circular formation with a radius of over 20,000 meters. Above the golden horn beast, at an altitude of about 5,000 meters, it continuously spiraled. It kept spinning and releasing a light and airy force onto him. What? What do you want to do? Chapter 82. Was the golden horn beast expelled from Douluo Continent? Is everyone okay? When the golden horn beast was enveloped by the light of the pentagram, the women above Douluo Continent seemed to enter a peaceful state. It turned out that they were merely kicked out of the instance, forcibly separated from the divine realm. During the descent, even Ning Rongrong could stabilize herself in the air. After all, they were all characters above level 100. Even the little dance that was brought out was caught by the Silver Dragon King Guyuna. But this little rabbit's nerves are weak. After witnessing the explosion of Tang San, little Dance actually reverted to her previous silly self. That scene was too much of a shock for her. What is going on? Is that it? After stabilizing herself, Qianren wanted to continue charging up. She wanted to return to the divine realm and fight alongside the golden horn beast. But Tion shook his head. It's useless. We can't go back. The last passage between Douluo Continent and the divine realm has been closed. It seems that the energy from Tang San's explosion was meant to destroy the passage that brought them up, and the shockwave forcibly sent all of them back to Douluo Continent to prevent them from continuing to cause trouble. The intentions of these powerful gods are very clear. They are planning to forcibly concentrate their strength to deal with the golden horn beast. But what about him? Will he be affected? Hearing her brother, the golden dragon king's description, the silver dragon king, Guyuna, also showed a very anxious expression. It seems that this woman is truly worried about the golden horn beast. After all, a night as a couple brings 100 days of affection. The Silver Dragon King had previously planned to leave the Douluo Continent with a golden horned beast to venture into the universe. But unexpectedly, human plans are not as good as heaven's plans. These gods actually used such a method to forcibly separate them. Don't worry, sister. Even if there were 100 more of these gods, they couldn't defeat my brother-in-law. They just want to drive away the golden horned giant beast. Since the Dragon King occupies the body of the god of destruction, he can naturally read these gods' plans. It's quite laughable, to say the least. These gods exerted all their strength, even risking their own lives. What they were able to accomplish was not to harm the golden horned giant beast, but to open a space-time portal to randomly transport this colossal creature to another universe. Just as these gods were forcibly kicked out of the divine realm, the portal had already been opened. How tragic! Due to the absence of the power of the god of destruction to maintain the portal's normal operation, one of the gods would have to sacrifice their life. It was the life goddess who had lost all will to live. This goddess was once paired with the god of destruction. Now that her husband has been taken, this goddess of life has sacrificed her own life force. In this way, it can be ensured that the golden horned beast is kicked out of the Douluo Continent dimension. As for where this guy will be sent, that probably only heaven knows. Looking at the splendid light in the sky rushing towards the universe, the Silver Dragon King instantly transformed and then let out a mighty roar in the direction of that light. Roar! The Golden Dragon King beside him also understood and commanded everyone around. Gather your strength. We need to release our power as well. This way the Golden Horned Beast will remember our position. It's like the coordinates of a planet. The Golden Horned Beast will be randomly teleported away. But as long as it can remember the coordinates of the Douluo Continent, it can return anytime and anywhere. The Golden Horned Beast is originally a cosmic giant beast, so there's no need to worry about it not being able to survive in the universe. As a star-level creature of the third rank, the Golden Horned Beast can breathe freely in the cosmic space. As long as it is given a fixed direction and fixed coordinates, it can find its way home no matter how far it is. All right, look at my 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. I didn't expect Ning Rongrong to be the first to react. The woman immediately unleashed her strongest martial spirit in midair, pouring all her soul power into the body of the Silver Dragon King. Whoosh! Next, a 6-winged archangel martial spirit appeared beside the Silver Dragon King. Then came bit.Wang's 2 giant spiders. Following that was the black dragon phantom of the beast god emperor. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. What is that? At this moment, the golden horned giant beast was still a bit dizzy. Originally seeing these guys casting a formation towards it, the golden horned giant beast immediately released a beam of golden light, wanting to push the opponent's energy back. Suddenly, the sky above transformed into the form of a cosmic starry sky. It was as if it had been subjected to a great spatial shift. The originally immensely powerful golden horned giant beast suddenly found itself upside down. Confusingly, the solid ground feeling beneath its feet turned into treading on the void of the universe, as if it had been forcibly transported away. However, the destination was not the Douluo Continent, but the vast starry sky. A Douluo star flashed beneath its feet and vanished in an instant. This force is somewhat similar to the power of space, as if the stars were shifting. But just at the moment when Douluo star was about to disappear from the sight of the golden horned beast, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a light out of the corner of his eye. The energy of that light felt familiar. He seemed to see Dong's worried gaze, the tearful expression of the angel princess, and Ning Rongrong's infatuated stare. It was the coordinate mark that everyone had exerted their utmost effort to emit, telling the distant golden horned beast where Douluo star was located. The despicable 5 god kings actually used such a method to teleport the golden horned beast away, and it was a random teleportation. If it weren't for the few beautiful confidants who engraved the coordinates of Douluo star in the golden horned beast's mind, he might never find his way back in this lifetime. After all, in the vast universe, finding such a star is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, there are no other golden horned beasts that have been to Douluo Continent. If he were to search for it alone, who knows how long it would take. As the saying goes, beauty fades with time. Even if Dong and the others have become gods and can maintain their appearance for hundreds of years, they cannot escape the ravages of time. The current golden horned beast is at a stellar level, and its lifespan is infinitely long. But how long can those women wait? Do you know the story of Meng Jiangnu crying at the Great Wall? That feeling of longing and waiting for a husband to return can only be truly understood through personal experience. It is so helpless. And then there was the beautiful confidant of the Emperor of the Wild, Huolinger, who was trapped in a dark cage for 1,000,000 years. By the time they reunited, the world had already changed beyond recognition. The Emperor of the Wild even had children by then. So, will the Golden Horn Beast and these girls on Douluo Continent repeat the story of yesterday? Can the Golden Horn Beast really return to Douluo Continent? Chapter 83. Goodness. Back to the devouring starry sky world? Despicable Shura, God, don't let me catch you, or I will stuff your head down below. In this unknown sky, a roar from a starry sky beast echoed, shaking the heavens, even causing the nearby meteors to be pushed away. This seems to be a small galaxy with its own independent operating system. In the distance, there's a giant fireball of a star that looks a bit familiar. From afar, there are 9 massive planets rotating around it. According to classical physics, this is the interaction of gravitational forces between the planets. Some of these planets are red, and some are made entirely of gas. It feels somewhat familiar. However, at this moment, the Golden Horn Giant Beast is not deliberately thinking about these things. He is focused on finding a direction and returning to the Douluo Continent. If he had known he would wander the universe, he should have spent more time with bit.Wang and the others. In that magical world, as a Golden Horn Giant Beast, he had finally managed to live an extraordinary life. Meals were served and clothes were provided. He was surrounded by several beautiful girls with alluring figures, long legs, and wasp waists. How did it suddenly turn into a cold universe as his companion? Fate really is full of twists. However, as a starry giant beast, breathing in the universe is completely fine. Occasionally, drifting meteors contain a large amount of unknown metallic elements. Eating is also no problem. It feels more like a wild adventure in the cosmic starry sky. He has even eaten many metals similar to gold and silver. But these things definitely do not belong to the periodic table he used to know. Perhaps he misses Douluo star too much. So the Golden Horn Giant Beast has no intention of staying on any planet until a hint of blue appears before him. So beautiful. It is a blue planet, and it seems there is a companion satellite nearby. He remembers that before he became the Golden Horn Giant Beast, he seemed to have lived on such a blue planet. Wait a minute. Something feels off? Even though he has already flown past it, the Golden Horn Giant Beast suddenly feels a strong sense of familiarity. His origin is that of a human. The soul of a blue star person is hidden within the body of this golden-horned giant beast. Thinking of this, the giant beast turned its head. Its 2 enormous eyes stared intently at that blue planet. It really looked like it. When getting closer, it seemed like one could even see a section of the Great Wall stretching for miles. It looked like a man-made structure, but very worn down. What? Is this blue star? Am I in the solar system? I turned my head to take a glance at that huge fireball. Isn't that the sun? All right. I've never seen my hometown from outer space before. I passed by and actually missed it. So, does this mean you've traveled back? With a sense of excitement, the golden-horned giant temporarily forgot the sadness of leaving bit.Wang and the others. Thus, this starry giant folded its wings and dove towards the atmosphere of this planet as fast as possible. But did it forget something? There are many satellites outside the planet. Such a massive creature, nearly 10,000 meters long, suddenly bursts into the planet's orbit. Surely only a blind person wouldn't see it, right? Beep, beep, beep. Soon, countless bases on the ground received alarms. An unidentified monster was detected entering the atmosphere, but it cannot be ruled out that it is a native beast, at least at the Beast King level. No way. With that size, it feels like it could be a Beast Emperor. Could it be the Thunder Dragon Emperor from the ocean? I think it might be the Octopus Beast Emperor. They have been very active lately. Has the War God Palace been notified? Hong's personal guard, Yaolao, is nearby and has already contacted her. If the Golden Horn Beast heard this series of human conversations, it would definitely be even more excited. Unexpectedly, a time-space gate above Douluo Continent mistakenly sent it back to the world of devouring the starry sky. Of course, at this moment, the Golden Horn Beast was completely unaware. It wasn't until it broke through the atmosphere that it realized something was off about the atmosphere here. It chose to land over a vast ocean. However, what was strange was that there seemed to be no signs of human activity in the vicinity. Moreover, the fish in the sea appeared quite different from what it remembered. They were increasingly ferocious, and there were many grotesque monsters as well. They resembled the mutated creatures described in Devouring the Starry Sky. Upon seeing the Golden Horned Beast descending from the sky, the native monsters seemed very dissatisfied. They appeared to possess a strong intelligence and a significant territorial awareness. In fact, some high-level monsters seemed to generate a certain energy fluctuation, capable of influencing each other through their energy waves and engaging in some form of communication. Kid, you've crossed the line. This is my territory, get lost. That was a gigantic sea turtle. Its body was enormous, with a combined length of over 1,000 meters from head to tail. Surrounding the sea turtle were many large sharks, each several dozen meters long, and even a mutated humpback whale with a body length exceeding 200 meters. Looking at the golden horned beast hovering in midair, these guys let out a huge roar towards the sky along with their leader. A royal monster and an advanced lord? After a brief moment of shock, the information about the opponent quickly appeared in the mind of the golden horned giant beast. A king-level monster has appeared here, along with these messy little monsters. Could it be that this is not the blue star he is familiar with, but rather the world of swallowing the stars? Then, is Luo Feng here? Ha ha ha, what a twist of fate. I didn't expect to be transported to the world of swallowing the stars. Perfect, I'll find that Luo Feng and snap this guy's neck, and everything will be just fine. In the entire universe, the golden horned beast fears nothing. The only thing it worries about is destiny. Luo Feng is the most important part of its destiny. According to the logic in the previous anime, the golden horned beast just arrived in the swallowing the stars world at the planetary level. After more than a year of leveling up, it reached the stellar level before encountering Luo Feng. At that time, this guy was at most a first-tier star. So, based on the fierce battles between Luo Feng and many strong opponents on this planet, the golden horned beast successfully seized that guy's body. That should be the logic, right? In other words, the current Luo Feng is at most a planetary level expert. But at this moment, the golden horned beast is no longer the rookie it once was. When it arrived in the swallowing the stars, it was already at the third tier of the stellar level, since it remembers the fate of its previous life. Its present life has also undergone a fundamental change. So, starting today, let's hunt Luo Feng. Looking at the clumsy, big turtle on the water surface, the golden horned beast showed a hint of disdain in its eyes. It waved its wings, and an invisible force suddenly surged out. Crack! Before the king-level monster could react, its massive turtle head crashed down. Splash! A large wave was raised. Accompanied by a black and foul-smelling liquid, the big turtle met its end. And everything in front of this scene was captured by a pair of beautiful eyes not far away. This is the enchanting, the first strongman of Blue Star. Hong's personal guard. Chapter 84. You are enchanting? Tell me where Luo Feng is. Report. This is enchanting. I have found that monster. Its strength is very strong. It just killed a king-level monster in an instant. It is a very small island in the sea, about only 3 square kilometers. Even on such a small territory, there are many amphibious monsters residing. However, for Hong's personal guard, this is not a problem. It took less than 2 minutes to clear the area. But in such a short time, the sea area in front has already become a mess. That golden horn monster actually killed all the monsters in this sea area. Not a single one was left. But it's very strange. This guy doesn't seem to be hunting. He is just having fun, especially with the big turtle's shell. He's been playing with it in his claws for a long time. He keeps turning his head to look at the small island where the enchanting woman is. Just when this beautiful woman was reporting to the base, the golden-horned giant beast suddenly disappeared. What happened? According to common sense, it's difficult for a large ship to turn around. The bigger the monster, the slower it should be. But why? The golden-horned giant beast is as fast as lightning. Yao Lao only reported briefly and completely lost track of the opponent. Where did this guy go? Suddenly, a chilling feeling surged in my heart. The enchanting one instinctively sensed that she seemed to be targeted by some terrifying monster. A large shadow also fell above her head, and a foul-smelling black liquid kept dripping down. What is this? Yao Rao slowly raised her head and saw a huge turtle shell suspended about 500 meters above her forehead. It was the king-level monster that had been taken down earlier. At that moment, the golden-horned giant beast was holding the turtle shell and staring at the humans on the ground with a very bizarre expression. Indeed, it was Yao Rao. This curve is quite comparable to BB Dong's. However, it seems that her strength is much greater than BB Dong's. She exudes a certain allure all over. But is it really okay to stare so intently at a girl like that? From the perspective of the enchanting one, she feels that she has already been locked onto by this terrifying monster. A slight movement could very well bring about a fatal disaster. Respected Sovereign, do you have something to discuss? I heard about it from Hong before. This high-level monster has human-like thinking. It can even communicate with you through brainwaves. However, Yarawei has never had such an experience. So at this moment, this woman is trembling all over, her face pale with fear. This is a world overrun by monsters. After years of effort, humanity has managed to survive. However, the vast majority of places in this world have become forbidden zones for humans. For example, this sea area, if it weren't for a mission, no human would come here to seek death. hearing the alluring inquiry and feeling the magnetic charm in this woman's voice. A certain giant monster's bones nearly melted. If he could hold such a woman in his arms, it would definitely feel great. Perhaps he had become accustomed to the gentle allure in the Douluo Continent. The golden horned giant's gaze became somewhat ambiguous. But in the eyes of the other party, what did this terrifying and hideous monster want? Wait a minute, I truly didn't mean to offend your territory. I was just passing by. The enchanting figure nearly shouted this sentence with all her might. However, the golden horned giant felt immensely pleased. How nice. I didn't expect there to be beautiful women in this world of devouring the starry sky. I was taken over by that Luo Feng too quickly before. I completely missed out on the beauty of the human world. In fact, there are quite a few super beauties in devouring the starry sky as well. Since heaven has given me a chance to live again, I must not miss out on the beauties of this world while hunting Luo Feng. With this thought, the golden horned giant finally spoke. Little girl, don't be afraid. I came here just to find a human named Luo Feng. In the golden horned giant's impression, Luo Feng should be quite familiar with this enchanting figure, right? After all, this guy should be quite famous in this world. Although he hasn't reached the level of the future city lord Luo, he should at least be planetary level. But I don't know if this enchanting figure is just a great actress or if she really has no idea. The woman slowly lowered her mask, looking at the golden horned giant beast with a confused expression. I'm sorry, esteemed sir, but I don't recall this person. If we humans have done anything to offend you, I apologize. In fact, it's really not the enchantress's fault, because the timing of the golden horned giant beast's arrival was off. At this time, Luo Feng had not yet grown up. He hadn't even had the chance to enter the global elite training camp. At most, he had only shown his talent in some small survivor bases. He hadn't even managed to take down that Hydra dragon. The golden horn beast is currently logging into the original version of the Devouring the Heavens and the Earth world. That Luo Feng is probably not even a war god right now. Came too early, you understand? Little girl, saying this is pointless, right? Do I really have to go find him myself? Glancing at the enchanting figure, mainly at the beautiful silhouette of this woman, the golden horned beast really can't bring himself to act. However, he also understands a mutual tolerance among humans. If Luo Feng is indeed a great talent, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall will definitely protect him. Moreover, the golden horned beast doesn't have to worry, because even if Luo Feng obtains the inheritance of the fallen ink star in the Earth Arc, he is still only at the planetary level. He is now at the stellar third stage and can easily crush him. Or should he transform into Oscar's form and explore the human world for a while? Taste some delicacies, get to know some beauties. As a fan of Chow Ming-da, the golden horned beast finds that he seems to really like that kind of married woman. Previously, in the Douluo Continent, Bibi Dong was greatly favored by the golden horned beast. I remember there seems to be a similar female character in this Devouring the Heavens and the Earth world. She seems to be a villain too. Her name is Vinny, known as Annie. I recall, when watching the anime, a whole group of perverts couldn't forget about Annie. Those long legs, that figure, and that body comparable to enchantment. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really love this slim-bodied bad woman. So I gazed once again at the enchanting figure. The giant beast with golden horns dropped the huge turtle shell with a thunderous crash. It caused sand and rocks to fly all over the island. The enchanting figure thought the giant beast was about to launch an attack and immediately covered her head with her hands, instinctively letting out a sharp scream. Boom! But the imagined pain did not come. All that was left was the sound of the whistling wind and the stench from the giant turtle shell. When my vision cleared, where was the figure of the giant beast? What is this super monster all about? Why isn't it attacking? For a monster of its level, crushing a weak woman like Yao Lao would definitely be a piece of cake. How could this guy be so eccentric? And who is Luo Feng? Did this kid ever sneak attack that big monster? Does the one named Luo Feng have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard? With a belly full of questions, Yao Lao once again entered the war god palace system. She reported everything she had just seen to the elders. Chapter 85. Forcibly landing in America. Going crazy here is Yao Lao. This golden horn monster is acting strangely. It seems to be looking for a human named Luo Feng. Perhaps the pressure, just now, was too strong. This beautiful enchantress stood in place for 5 minutes before she began to breathe heavily, with her chest rising and falling. The woman appeared incredibly enchanting. Unfortunately, the golden-horned giant beast did not witness this scene. Otherwise, it would surely have drooled. However, the alluring woman was very dedicated. Despite the threat not being eliminated, she immediately issued a warning and described the characteristics of the golden-horned giant beast she had just seen. Up to this point, such a monster had never appeared on their planet. However, The War God Palace had reviewed all the records of War God level experts, but still had not found any records of Luo Feng. They instructed the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the Thunder Martial Arts Academy to disseminate the information to find out who it was. Indeed, there is such a possibility in this world. There are some young warriors who may inadvertently offend high-level monsters, such as disturbing their nests or stealing their treasures. After all, there are many adventurers out there, and no one knows what might happen. As for the owner of the establishment, according to the current registration, we have found over 200 warriors and aspiring warriors with the same name. Soon, someone reported the information. Even Hong, the world's strongest, frowned upon hearing it. Check them one by one and see which Luo Feng has had adventurous experiences. In fact, the Golden Horn Giant Beast really came too early. At this moment, Luo Feng from this world is still fighting monsters in an adventure team. According to the timeline, this kid has just silenced a young master named Li Wei and stolen an iron armor dragon egg, and is now waiting to act. But the Golden Horn Beast doesn't know that. This is a matter of the human world. To find Luo Feng, one must first integrate into the human world. But that's okay. He is Oscar's avatar. That guy's appearance is quite similar to the humans on this planet. However, since the whole world has started to pay attention to this monster, the landing of the Golden Horn Beast is not smooth. Originally, they wanted to find a bustling port city. But who would have thought that the Golden Horn Beast had already been firmly locked onto by satellites in the sky? Attention, that black Golden Horn monster has appeared again, near the American base. It seems to be fate. This human defense base was destroyed by the Golden Horn Beast in its previous life. Unexpectedly, this time when it came to the devouring, starry sky, it somehow found itself near this base again, feeling completely numb. It just felt that there was a brightly lit human base ahead, and there should be quite a few girls there. Originally, it intended to transform into its Oscar form near the seaside, blending into human society without anyone noticing. However, before the Golden Horn Beast could react, dozens of small black dots appeared in front of it, human submarines. Their reaction was so quick. It was only at this moment that the Golden Horn Beast realized that this was the world of the devouring, starry sky, not the Douluo Continent. The humans here possess sufficiently advanced technology and have been fighting monsters for many years. Therefore, these submarines are clearly coming for him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom. Just like humans dealing with cockroaches. When it comes to high-level monsters like this, humans don't bother with any formalities. It's a direct missile and torpedo, indiscriminate attack. Smash it to pieces. That is a planet-level powerhouse, known as the Ice and Snow Emperor Mohanderson, a Tier 3 powerhouse. He is also the third speaker of the War God Palace. When a signal of this monster's approach was received, the strong fighter immediately left the War God Palace and returned to the real world to fight. It must be admitted that America really reacts quite quickly. Soon, the laser cannons on the shore began to charge. At least 2 aircraft carrier groups quickly gathered from the east and west. This country, once known as a maritime power and the strongest nation on the planet, has today showcased its military might to the world. In just a matter of seconds, hundreds and thousands of missile launchers were activated. Intercontinental missiles, both known and unknown to the outside world, were all displayed before the eyes of the public. At this time, one cannot hide anything. Based on the information previously conveyed by Yao Lao, this monster is very likely to be higher than the Emperor level. Commander, the fighter jet squadron is ready. Soon, a God-level Air Force commander will lead hundreds of super fighter jets to appear. This lineup could easily take down a small country. However, the Golden Horn Giant did not stop its advance because of this. In its view, these were not obstacles and nothing to be afraid of. Instead, it made him feel a sense of anticipation. These are all kinds of metals. I didn't expect to have such a feast right after arriving on this planet. Look at those huge aircraft carriers. What is that, the Little England? Dismal purple? In the eyes of the Golden Horn Behemoth, they're like plump fish. It's so tempting that he's about to drool. Fire, cover the area, prepare the laser cannons. Don't hold back, fire everything. Those humans don't care about this. All the missiles, lasers, and various weapons pour out like they cost nothing, flooding that sea area. All hits? Boom, boom, boom. It's crazy. It feels like that sea area is boiling like hot water. All kinds of stinky fish and rotten shrimp are floating up. Moreover, according to the flow data, the Golden Horn Behemoth seems to have stopped moving. Could have been taken down. In fact, if you could get closer, you would see a terrifying scene. Whether it's missiles or shells or any other secret weapons, when they approach the Golden Horn Behemoth, they are forcibly compressed into a stream of particles by a powerful force. How to describe it? It's like the filling inside a sweet rice dumpling. This guy can eat anything just by opening his mouth and sucking it in. Delicious. Those exploding shells and missiles feel just like popping candy. They keep flashing in the mouth of the golden horned giant beast, full of flavor and intensity. The metal products refined by humans here are indeed far more advanced than those on Douluo Continent. This is truly the era of technological civilization. It definitely surpasses the era of cold weapons. The golden horned beast even feels like it can't stop. The continuous influx of metal and various explosions rapidly enters its body. The golden horned beast feels its body expanding at a visibly rapid speed. However, for humans, this is undoubtedly the most terrifying sight. Although the golden horned beast was completely hit, it is still moving slowly at the bottom of the sea. Surprisingly, its direction is towards the small English aircraft carrier fleet ahead. What does this guy want to do? Hurry and have the fleet evade. Chapter 86. The golden horned giant beast treating the aircraft carrier like a cookie. Boom! Crack, crack, crack. Although the Xiaoying aircraft carrier quickly changed direction after receiving the signal, their speed couldn't match that of the golden horned giant beast. In almost an instant, a massive black claw emerged from the water, directly landing on the deck of the aircraft carrier. My God, this claw could almost cover half of an aircraft carrier. The fighter jet's control tower and command room on the deck instantly turned into a mass of metal lumps. A huge explosion and sparks enveloped the entire ship in the blink of an eye. Not yet, as the fully armed soldiers had not reacted. The ship tilted completely towards the sea, but below was not the vast ocean. It was the gaping maw of a giant beast. The golden-horned giant beast was actually waiting right below the fleet. It directly treated the aircraft carrier like a cookie, shoving it into its mouth. The upper and lower rows of steel teeth came down, easily slicing through the thick steel plates. There were also the crunching sounds of chewing, accompanied by the crashing waves. It was simply spine-chilling. What is this? How should humans fight against such terrifying creatures? Quickly escape, abandon the ship. Finally, there are some clear-headed individuals. Some commanders with sharp minds quickly realized the purpose of the golden-horned giant beast. This colossal creature has no interest in humans. It only likes to consume metal. So, it's best to stay away from all metal equipment and even throw away any steel weapons you have on you. Despite its massive size, this terrifying cosmic beast is very particular and meticulous about its food. The parts and debris that fall in all directions do not escape its absorption. It's like eating noodles. It devours all the ingredients in noodles, but it definitely won't let the soup beside it go to waste, along with the surrounding seawater and any remaining parts. Anything with a bit of metal will become this creature's target for absorption. What missiles, shells, or lasers? This kind of thing, when it hits the opponent, will slowly devour the metal. The heat generated by the explosion will actually be directly absorbed into its body. This scene is truly terrifying. So far, all of humanity's attacks have had no effect, especially their proud laser cannon. It seems that each hit only makes the scales on the back of the opponent shine even brighter. It feels like they are just giving this golden-horned giant a maintenance treatment. What kind of monster is this? Why does it have such abilities? Among the known sea monsters to humanity, it seems that even those two kings do not possess such combat power. In other words, it is a monster with golden horns that suddenly appeared from nowhere. It is very likely that its fighting ability surpasses that of the other two king monsters. What level is this? There's no suspense at all, nor could there be any. A whole fleet has just vanished for no reason. Not even a single kayak managed to escape. Damn it, bring out all your weapons. I'll create an opportunity. Watching his side's strongest combat power being easily taken down by the enemy, the guardian of this area, Mo Henderson, immediately widened his eyes. He saw this third-tier powerhouse of the planet donning his armor and recklessly charging towards the golden-horned giant beast. This is the final opportunity. He must use his ice and snow to seal the golden-horned giant beast. Then, he will pour all the energy of the base into eliminating this detestable monster. According to past energy estimates, even if 3 or more king-level monsters attack together, they will still be crushed by the powerful artillery, especially the strong laser output, which even the rulers of the Great Sea would fear. This is also the main reason why humans are able to defend the coastal line. However, the continuous laser strikes just now do not seem to have inflicted any fatal damage on the golden horn behemoth. Therefore, it is necessary to have it remove all defenses and then launch a full-force attack. But will this really be successful? The Ice and Snow Emperor does not know this. However, as the third being of the God of War Palace, one must not retreat, especially at such a time. Stop right there. Looking at the furious energy flying towards him, the golden-horned beast did not pay much attention. After all, no matter how strong this guy is, he is merely at the third level of a planet, while he himself is at the stellar level with a huge gap in realm. Let me see. What level has your planet's strength reached now? Crack, crack, crack. Despite the enormous difference in size between the two, one must admit that Mohanderson truly deserves the title of Ice and Snow Emperor. This guy first began to unleash his icy power from the left claw of the golden horned behemoth. In just a moment, it had already covered the creature's upper body. Then, in the next second, the entire 10,000-meter-long golden horned behemoth surprisingly transformed into an ice sculpture on the sea. Now, I can't control him for much longer. Fire at me. Relying on his tenacious vitality, Mohanderson made those laser cannons charge up with energy and fire at the first opportunity. In this situation, even a delay of 0.01 seconds would allow the monster before us to prepare. To unleash the laser cannons at their strongest, they must hit while the opponent is completely unprepared. Boom, boom, boom. This time a complete hit. All the laser cannons struck the upper body of the monster, along with thousands of missiles, and the heavy artillery and long-range cannons from the ground base. It felt like they had emptied all their stored ammunition in one go. Soon, the sea area where the golden-horned giant beast was located was completely shrouded in smoke. Even the infrared cameras couldn't capture the situation beneath the thick fog. We won. We won. Seeing the opponent motionless, whether it was the fighter jets in the sky or the soldiers on the ground, suddenly erupted in excited roars. Perhaps in their minds. No creature could escape this calamity. But who knows? Just when everyone was feeling relieved, the black fog in front of them suddenly twisted. It was as if a huge vortex had formed from behind. A strong suction force came from the direction of the monster's head. What is going on? Could it be? Mohanderson managed to distance himself from this area using his powerful propulsion. But those behind him were unfortunate. One armored vehicle after another was swept into the air, and the laser cannons on the base were uprooted. All flew towards the center of the swirling black vortex. Soon, a daunting shadow appeared before everyone. It was the golden-horned giant beast, completely unharmed. Not even a scale had fallen off. How could this be? To be able to remain calm and composed after such a strong attack. Could this guy be the end of humanity? Almost at the same moment, the War God Palace sent out an invitation to all war gods around the world. Urgent event, global urgent event. Please all war gods enter the War God Palace for a meeting. Immediately, right away. Chapter 87. Entering the devouring starry sky with the Oscar image the taste is quite good. After all, modern technology's smelting technique is superior. About 20 minutes later, looking at the human survivor base that had completely turned into ruins, the golden-horned giant beast seemed a bit unsatisfied. He didn't know that what he had just destroyed was one of the top human fortresses in this world. Except for the Eastern Hanjia Kingdom. Perhaps only America still had such a powerful fleet. Terrifying indeed. Even after consuming such a large amount of metal, the golden-horned giant beast still hadn't reached the threshold for upgrading. However, the metal forged with high technology, combined with various precious metals, indeed, tasted much better than what those blacksmiths on Douluo Continent produced. As for that Mohanderson, the golden-horned giant beast decided to let him go. With his tattered armor, there were hardly any pieces of iron. It wouldn't make much difference. Because just now, while absorbing the opponent's base computer, the golden-horned giant beast used a secret method to probe. He found that there seemed to be no war god named Luo Feng in their database. This meant that the golden-horned giant beast had arrived too early. The timeline of devouring the starry sky had not yet reached the later stages. At this moment, Luo Feng was probably not even a war god. Also, the alien civilization on Mist Island had not yet been discovered by humanity. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that Luo Feng is still very fragile. Even if he transforms into the Oscar shape, he can be easily crushed. The bad thing is that the undeveloped Luo Feng won't easily catch the attention of the golden horn beast. The land area of this planet is much larger than that of Douluo Continent. Searching place by place might take a long time. What should I do? After much thought, the golden horn beast decided to find a way to integrate into human society. By becoming one of their elites, it would naturally gain access to a wealth of information. Luo Feng wants to grow, so he must go through numerous assessments. As long as he follows this clue, he will surely be able to find someone. One should not underestimate the social connections of humans. Sometimes, these connections can be very useful. At least it's much better than the golden horned beast searching blindly without direction, right? Therefore, in this base, a guy called the Ice and Snow Emperor survived. In fact, there was another person who stepped forward. This is a man with gray-white hair named Oscar. When the rescue team's kayak found this survivor, they discovered that his mental state was quite good. Sitting on a large floating piece of wood, he was eating sausage and waving to everyone. My God, they finally arrived. This is terrifying. It's simply a disaster. Goodness. Who came up with the idea of splitting oneself? It's amazing. The humans across from him didn't even recognize Oscar, who was right in front of them, as that terrifying monster. The few who discovered the survivor were quite excited. This is the joint search team of the HR Alliance. We have found a survivor and are confirming his identity. The survivor is named Oscar and is the baker from the base, but his identification badge is missing. This is the perfect disguise. Low-level non-combat personnel, like bakers, have their identities registered at the lowest level. Besides that base, there can't be any backups outside. Moreover, Oscar has always presented himself as a normal human. After a simple check, he was taken back to the HR Alliance. An ordinary worker like this wouldn't have anyone digging into his background. And since he's a chef, it doesn't matter where he works, right? From now on, you'll be assigned to a company under the command of the war god Venina. It's the new job that the HR Alliance gave to Oscar. It seems quite unremarkable. However, when Oscar heard the name Venina, his eyes clearly twitched a bit. Anyone who has watched the anime version of Swallowing the Starry Sky knows what this name signifies. Long-legged ant, the wife of the vulture Liao. And Liao is a former enemy of Luo Feng. As for that ant, she really fits someone's personality, Xiaomingde. Oscar seemed to nod coldly on the surface, but inside he was already overjoyed. How did you know that I have a thing for this? There's a character named Dong in Douluo Dalu, who is also this type. Oscar was madly in love with her back then. He liked her so much. And Venina is even more of a gem among all anime supporting characters. Even Xiaomingde would give her a thumbs up. TSK, TSK, TSK. That figure, those long legs. That short skirt. You can't tell at all that she's a mother. She's much more flavorful than those innocent, beautiful girls. In youth, one does not know the goodness of an ant, mistaking a girl for a treasure. This is what many viewers commented about Venina at that time. It is said that after Annie was taken down by Luo Feng, the popularity of this anime plummeted. Perhaps there have been too many worries lately. Venina seems a bit distracted, often exhibiting some irritable and outrageous behavior. It is said that the former head chef of their company was kicked by this long-legged ant and broke his waist. So, when Oscar displayed his sausage skills, he was directly recommended to that explosive-tempered female lead. Kid, you better have the strength of a junior warrior or higher otherwise. An old man with a limp kindly reminded Oscar during the work handover. Then, he left the big villa with a look of relief on his face. Old Jack, thank you for your reminder. After saying that, Oscar kindly gave the old man a recovery sausage. At that moment, he felt a surge of joy in his heart, because through various information comparisons, he roughly understood the current timeline. Vulture Liao and long-legged ant Venina went to the Eastern world. However, their son Li Wei, who is undergoing trials outside, has not returned. The bodyguards protecting their son are also missing. After their return, this couple exploded in anger, especially Venina, who alternated between crying and laughing, and liked to hit people for no reason. If Oscar's judgment is correct, this is exactly the good deed done by Luo Feng. He killed Li Yao's son and framed it on the monster in that city. But how could the vulture couple let it go? They want to find everyone who has appeared in that city. One by one, they will investigate to find the murderer of their son. This includes Luo Feng. I didn't expect Luo Feng to finally appear. The heavens really favor the golden horn beast. Not only has he received news about his enemy, but his heart, which resembles Xiaomingde's, can be revived. The only thorn in his side is not Luo Feng. That kid has just reached the battle general level, while Oscar is already at the initial stage of the stellar level. With just a little finger, he could crush Luo Feng. Instead, it's the vulture Liao that Oscar finds very annoying. Isn't this a stumbling block between him and his aunt? Why not use Luo Feng's hand to make this vulture Liao disappear early? Chapter 88 Aunt Venina, here I come. Who are you? Call old Jack over. There was broken glass all over the floor, at least 3 bottles of red wine shattered on the ground. On the sofa in the hall leaned a blonde, blue-eyed beauty. Short skirt, long legs, her figure rivals that of a young girl. Who else could it be but the legendary Aunt Nina? Oscar didn't expect to meet Vina under such circumstances. This woman has been acting very crazily these days. She often hits and scolds her subordinates for no reason. They are there to work for you, not to be your servants. Soon, the surrounding bodyguards and maids were scared away. Only Oscar, the new chef, remained on the scene. Looking at this woman with a flushed face and misty eyes, Oscar did not shy away from his aggressive gaze, greedily scanning her from top to bottom. It was even more enticing than what was depicted in anime. Truly deserving of being the most popular female second lead in the anime, Swallowing the Starry Sky. However, if that enchanting character could make such moves, it would probably be quite a different experience. Is it beautiful? Perhaps it was the gaze of the new chef in front of her that made Vena's tone turn somewhat ominous. This woman is known as the Scorpion. Her strength has reached the level of a junior warrior god. The way she wields her scorpion tail whip is nothing short of extraordinary, capable of killing anyone at any time and place. In the past few days, Venina had a pent-up frustration that had nowhere to go. Now, seeing someone with that lewd look in their eyes, she felt an immediate surge of anger. However, the Scorpion's movements were still quite graceful. He deliberately made a grand gesture as he stood up. Wow, the hem of his skirt flew up, but nothing was revealed. What a pity. Are you the guy who survived from the Armenia base? Yes, Miss Venina. Looking into the other person's murderous gaze, Oscar still wore a cheeky smile. Miss, you call me miss? Haha, I see that you, the second survivor, won't last long either. When a person has internal grievances that cannot be vented, they often vent their anger on those or things nearby. At this moment, long-legged Aunt Venina was like that. Her son Li Wei was inexplicably killed. Her husband Li Yao was out searching for clues every day, but still had no results. All Venina could do was drink to numb herself. Moreover, she kept looking for trouble with others, and her bodyguards had already been beaten up badly, 5 or 6 of them. Even that former head chef, old Jack, had his leg broken. That guy looked like a straightforward person. Crazy woman. That was the private comment everyone had about Venina. But today, Oscar was disrespectful. Just the right opportunity for Venina to give him a good beating. Whoosh. Slap. The attack came without warning. Just a moment ago, the long-legged ant was smiling like cherry blossoms. But in the next moment, she swung her long, white right leg at an awkward angle, sweeping toward the opponent's neck. Although it could definitely be called a beautiful leg, a sidekick at the level of a novice warrior was not something just anyone could withstand. With this kick, even the spine of an adult elephant could be easily broken, and the speed is so fast that it's impossible to defend against it. Bang! But what happened the next moment? He blocked it. This guy easily grabbed Venina's ankle with one hand and completely neutralized her strength. What's going on? This kid has some skills. You have to know that being able to withstand a sudden attack from a junior war god means the opponent is at least to the same level. But the information shows that Oscar is just a chef. TSK, TSK, TSK. A beauty turned into a sneak attacker. Looking at the long-legged lady in front of him, who was shocked, Oscar smiled. Then he gently waved his hand, asking her to return to her original state. It seemed like a casual move, but left Venina utterly astonished. Who on earth are you? How can your strength be? Miss Venina, I am your new chef. My name is Oscar, and you can also call me Dear Oscar. He still wore that slightly sinister smile. Oscar did not make any further moves. However, Venina took 2 steps back awkwardly, retreating to the edge of the sofa. The power that erupted from this man made Venina feel wary. With a Yao not around, what if this guy decided to use force? No, I can't lose face like this. With that thought, regardless of whether the opponent's strength was above hers or not, Venina launched a second wave of attack. Whoosh! It was a hidden weapon resembling a scorpion's tail, shot from Venina's hand, aimed straight at his third eye. But Oscar not only did not dodge, he instead revealed a lip-licking expression, as if he had seen a lollipop flying towards him. However, in the end, he did not catch it with his mouth, but gently blocked it with his right hand. Clang! Although it was a light block, the force transmitted through the rope connected to the hidden weapon made Venina stumble backward and uncontrollably fall onto the sofa. This action is so embarrassing. Vina is a dignified junior battle goddess. If this matter gets out, whoosh! Just as Vina let out a gasp in Vienna, she suddenly realized her body was suspended in midair, seemingly embraced by someone. She could feel the warm breath from the other person's mouth and nose on her neck. No need to say, it was naturally Oscar who caught her. Being this close made the air of Chow breathe rapidly. W, what are you doing? Let me go. In the chaos, the long-legged ant resembled a startled little deer, pushing the other person away, but her body still leaned sideways against the sofa. This posture. Anyway, it's another drool-inducing pose. Oscar used a lot of willpower to avert his gaze. However, this guy has a sharp tongue and muttered quietly, "You're so young. Why not just have another one?" Although his voice was very low, the attentive woman still heard it. Thus, the softest part of her heart was touched. Venina suddenly became a bit flustered. What did you say? Have another one? What do you know? I know that young Master Li was murdered, and I can probably guess what happened. As a time traveler, Oscar certainly understood what trope was unfolding. However, after saying that, Venina's face turned pale, as if she had grasped a lifeline. The woman suddenly jumped up and grabbed the shoulders of the chef in front of her with both hands, seemingly wanting to get some information from him. What do you really know? Hee hee. Do you want to know who harmed your son? What news do you have? Miss Venina, is this how you discuss matters with people? Looking at the tall, disheveled woman in front of him, Oscar's face showed a thoughtful expression. How about giving this lady a hint? After all, Luo Feng is our common enemy. But what good can this tall lady offer us? I don't want money. Why one is. Chapter 89. Luo Feng is the murderer of your son. What exactly do you want to say? Although the man's attitude was somewhat dismissive, at this moment, the tall lady's heartstrings had been completely stirred by the other party. In fact, this woman should also understand how attractive her appearance is to men. After all, she had many pursuers in the past, and this guy in front of her seemed to really know something. I'll share a piece of information. I believe you must have investigated. Seeing Venina's attitude soften, Oscar also took a deep breath, slowly releasing his grip on her. Then he calmly began to converse with her. He had seen women before. On the Douluo Continent, there were exquisite beauties like Bibi Dong, Qianrenxua, Ning Rongrong, and Guyu. Moreover, Bibi Dong's situation was quite similar to this woman's. They were both delicacies that only the likes of the former Prime Minister Chao could savor. Most people might really not be able to accept it. After all, those who prefer pure maidens still make up the majority. Tell me, if you really find the murderer of my son, we won't treat you unfairly. As she spoke, the tall lady slightly parted her red lips, and her body moved in a somewhat unnatural twist. Instantly, the allure of a mature woman was revealed. If I help you find the murderer, will you offer yourself to me? You don't joke. Money is not a problem. We can also introduce you to a beautiful girl. For some reason, upon seeing Oscar's fiery gaze, Venina suddenly felt a bit unsettled, seemingly unable to meet his eyes directly. As a mature woman, this tall lady understood very well that what he said was true. But to find the enemy, should she? Previously, there should have been an armored dragon appearing in that area, but its egg was missing. This is a scene learned through assistance in anime. Oscar directly stated it. Upon hearing these words, the woman in front of him clearly brightened her eyes. This is the information that the couple just found out, and the other party actually knows it very clearly. What does this indicate? It suggests that he might really know the truth. Go on. Recently, someone may sell this dragon egg under a pseudonym, and that name definitely doesn't exist. The situation that Oscar mentioned has also been speculated by the Venina couple. They even believe that their son was harmed because he was competing with someone for the dragon egg. You really have a high opinion of that Li Wei, huh? You know quite a lot about him, don't you? Where did you learn all this? It's clear that Oscar's words have deeply caught this woman's attention. But Venus seems to be getting anxious. When she asked this question, even she got stuck. On the opposite side, Oscar smiled without saying a word, seemingly unwilling to continue. I'm sorry, I asked too much. Mr. Oscar, I hope you can help about this. I'll give you a name. You might find it unbelievable. But this kid is a mentalist. This is Oscar's goal. He wants the Li Yao couple in front of him to help him find Luo Feng. Who is it? Luo Feng. This kid might have already caught the eye of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, which is a bit troublesome. Are you sure? Things that are certain should be done by you. After confirming, remember to transfer the money to me. Just put it in my salary card. After saying this, Oscar looked at Wenina with ill intentions and slowly got up to leave. Compared to dealing with this long-legged ant at this moment, the golden horn giant beast still wanted to find out Luo Feng's whereabouts as soon as possible, because relying on his connections and abilities to search would not yield results in a short time. But this woman in front of him was different, and the vulture Li Yao behind her was also different. That guy is a madman, but at this moment, he is definitely the best at finding people. Then it would be best to find an opportunity to take down both Li Yao and Luo Feng together. Then he could properly pursue Wenina. It seems that Chao Meng de back then was like this, right? He never failed to get the women he desired. If this woman's husband is an obstacle, then let him be silenced forever. Next, Luo Feng might have to deal with the Hydra Dragon and also go to the South Australia continent. After all, there will be plenty of opportunities to take action, and this kid himself doesn't have a very high level. Oscar has plenty of time. He might as well wander around the human world. In his previous life, as the golden horn giant beast, he came to this world. Every day, he only knew how to fight and kill, or to devour metals everywhere. He never truly walked through this extravagant world. This time it's different, coming back with the memories of humanity, and even with the soul of humanity. Of course, I want to have a good adventure in this world that devours the starry sky. Don't say that. The long-legged Aunt Venina in front of me needs to be dealt with, right? Otherwise, the long, dark night would be so boring. Although I now know the direction and coordinates of Douluo Continent, with my current strength, it might be difficult to go back in a short time. Only by growing into a cosmic-level star beast, or even a realm master, domain master level in the future, will I have the chance to return to that starry sky that belongs to me. I just hope that the timelines of these worlds are not too complicated. If too much time passes, the beautiful women will have turned into old ladies by the time I return. As a clone of the golden horn giant beast, Oscar theoretically can have endless life. But bit.Wang and the others probably can't maintain their youthful appearances for long. Although I've already reached godhood, the gods on Douluo Continent are like watered-down beef. It would be impressive enough to maintain this state for a maximum of 10,000 years. But let's not think about that for now. Since I'm here, I should make the most of it and deal with my archenemy in front of me first, then discuss other matters. As expected, after receiving Oscar's message, Vanina immediately called her husband back, but did not mention the source of the information. Liao also knew the rules. After all, some people didn't want to appear in front of others. However, if this male host knew that his wife had previously been involved with that head chef, he would probably go crazy. But if he really found out, it wouldn't matter. Oscar would send him a ticket to the universe in advance for a permanent disappearance. My dear, your information is really accurate. This Luo Feng was also one of the suspects we had before. He was training in Away's city at that time. A vulture is indeed a vulture. The efficiency is incredibly high. In just over an hour, all of Luo Feng's data had been retrieved. Next, only some comparisons and confirmations were needed to find the real murderer. At this moment, Luo Feng was completely unaware that disaster was approaching and was happily changing his appearance. Planning to sell the dragon egg he had obtained. Chapter 90. Encountering the flame goddess warrior, Fei Er. You have a message from your account. Please check it. Vanina was indeed a trustworthy woman. After confirming Luo Feng's identity with her husband, she immediately transferred a sky-high bounty into Oscar's account. When Oscar saw that long string of zeros, a charming smile appeared on his face. Although he was not currently around Vanina's villa, his Oscar avatar now possessed the strength of a first-tier star. For this blue planet, such power was equivalent to that of a deity. He could easily monitor any corner of this world, even better than radar satellites. Now, he just needed to follow the Liao couple to easily find Luo Feng's whereabouts. However, this kid Luo Feng was currently part of the extreme martial arts school. If nothing unexpected happened, he would soon fight the Hydra Dragon and become a young hero from Hanjia. Moreover, before that, this kid would also be selected for the global elite training camp, making him a key player for cultivation. Therefore, to crush Luo Feng would require some time and effort. Let these two people handle this troublesome matter. With so much money, shouldn't they enjoy themselves in the human world? This is the west of Blue Star, where the personalities of both men and women are relatively open. This is exactly what Oscar likes. In an apocalypse, one should enjoy life to the fullest. Give me a Bloody Mary. He found the largest nightclub in the area, and with a wave of his hand, he attracted several beautiful girls right away. These women could certainly tell what level of black card was on this kid's phone. Hey, money and beauty seem to always be linked, especially in such an era. But who knows if Oscar was lucky or unlucky. His arrogant behavior immediately attracted the attention of certain people. It was a handsome guy with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed very expensively. He must be some rich kid, right? Perhaps Oscar's appearance stole this guy's thunder. Instantly, it made the young master feel very unhappy. Go teach this blind kid a lesson. Just break his hands and feet. The bodyguards around this young master are all elite warriors. Among them is one who is just one step away from becoming a junior war god. With such a configuration of bodyguards, it is likely that the family behind him is not small. As soon as the few loyal followers got closer, all the girls around Oscar quickly retreated. One kind-hearted person even reminded him, better run. It seemed this bully was in for a beating. Watching the few lackeys swaggering towards him, Oscar revealed an evil grin. In the past, it was always me, the golden horn beast, crushing others. Is it the first time someone dares to lay hands on me today? No need to say more. Let's teach him a lesson. Does your young master not want his hands and feet anymore? What? The leading would-be war god hadn't even realized what was happening when a sharp pain shot through his arm joint. Unbeknownst to him, this guy's hands had already been twisted like a pretzel. His companions fared even worse. One had their head and butt merged together. Another was face down in the fish tank. And one was hanging from the ceiling fan. Just as the blonde-haired, blue-eyed handsome guy was about to explode, he suddenly noticed someone sitting next to him. It was Oscar. At this moment, Oscar was proudly sitting on the young master's sofa, casually picking up a cigar from the table, sniffing it, and then kicking this young master in the back, using him as a footrest. The entire process was smooth and effortless. Even the camera couldn't capture how it was done. This was originally a moment of triumph. But Oscar forgot that there were cameras here, and this was the property of a major league. Soon, someone leaked the news. A troublemaker easily took down our quasi-warrior bodyguard. Help! Although there had been disruptions before, Once the other party found out who the owner of this bar was, no one dared to offend us easily again. Coincidentally, this owner was having a meeting in his private room today. Upon hearing the news, he immediately flew into a rage. Whoosh! It was a massive fireball that suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the room, heading straight for Oscar. Quite a fiery temper, but Oscar remained unfazed. He slightly extended one finger and pointed forward. The fireball floated into his palm like a toy, perfectly lighting his cigar. A psychic? That was a very puzzled voice. Then, a female warrior engulfed in flames appeared. She had silver hair. Her figure was no less than Vanina's, but her gaze was extremely cold. Foul. Planetary level 1. Her hair color matched Oscar's quite well. Hi, Chairman Foul. I didn't expect to see you here, Oscar said, looking at the slowly floating female warrior with an appreciative gaze. This woman's strength is almost on par with Guyuna's. Even the previous enchanting figure might not compare. She can be considered a heroine among women on this planet. Moreover, there isn't an ounce of excess fat on her body. If she could be a little gentler, her popularity might surpass that of the long-legged ant. Do you know me? Fowl looked warily at the person in front of him. The two maintained a distance of about 5 meters. After seeing the other's strength, Fowl felt a wave of shock. This kid clearly possesses strength above that of a war god, and is also a psychic master. However, across the entire Western continent, it seems I've never heard of such a person. The war god palace system has no record of him either. Where on earth did this guy come from? Haha, we all know the name of the flame goddess warrior, but I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person than on TV. Most people can't even look this flame warrior in the eye, but this Oscar in front of me is different. Not only is he staring straight at her, but the greed in his eyes is completely unmasked. This kid, don't be fooled by Fowl's serious face. But this woman might be too fierce. She hasn't married despite being of a certain age. With flames all over her body, she hasn't even let a man hold her hand once. As she got older, her temper became eccentric. However, this white-haired kid in front of her can actually look at Fowl without averting his gaze, which makes this fiery female warrior feel a bit flushed. Who are you? Where do you come from? Me? I'm Oscar, a new survivor from America, and my current profession is a cook. While speaking, the Oscar is showing off its old skills again. Like a magic trick, it pulls out 2 sausages. It even wants to hand one of them to the flame-wielding female warrior in front of it. This kid wants to use a sausage to soak in a fowl? Chapter 91. Inviting the wolf into the house. Fowl invites me to the war god palace. You are the survivor? I don't know what kind of mentality this is coming from. This flame goddess really did receive the Oscar sausage. She rubbed it in her hand for a moment. Then a ball of fire turned it to ash. You can call me Uncle Big Sausage. Uffed. This was not originally a funny joke, but it hit the funny bone of this flame war goddess. You're really amusing. I didn't expect the Ice and Snow Emperor to have such a powerful subordinate without knowing it. Fowl is a flame war god, while that guy is of the Ice and Snow type. Clearly, they're like fire and water, and they belong to 2 different factions. I don't know what the reason is, but this woman is really into it right now. She wants to pull this man into her faction. I'm not interested in fighting monsters. I prefer making sausages. Oscar is also speaking the truth. This guy is indeed doing this on Douluo Continent. Food System's Soul Master. However, the flame goddess warrior on the opposite side obviously does not intend to let such a good opportunity slip away. So, are you willing to join our camp? I can recommend you to join the War God Palace. The man in front of me doesn't even need testing. Definitely at the War God level. He may even have surpassed the War God. This point has not been tested yet, so it's not wise to jump to conclusions. However, one thing is certain, whichever side gains such a powerful figure will definitely profit immensely. So, what benefits do you get from joining us? Wealth, women, power, whatever you want, you can have it. Women? Does that include you? Oscar is quite direct. However, upon hearing this, the flame goddess on the other side felt a flutter in her heart. These Westerners inherently possess romantic ideas and strongly believe in love at first sight. Moreover, Fowl is also an old virgin who has not married for many years. It is impossible for this woman to not have any thoughts about men. However, the more a woman stands at the pinnacle, the more she admires strength. Take Aunt Vina, for example. She married the vulture Li Yao because she was attracted to his combat power, right? Do you think it was love? Vina, being a woman, needed a solid backing to establish herself in the HR alliance. Although vulture Li Yao is an Easterner, he is a high-level war god and has an old friend who surpasses even the war gods. Just this level of strength is enough to attract many people. However, this flame goddess Fowl looks down on that vulture because her own strength has already surpassed that of a war god. So to conquer Fowl, at least your combat power must surpass hers. Kid, you're quite bold. If you can defeat me, I might consider you. After saying this, the beautiful flame goddess Fowl was once again enveloped in blazing flames and beckoned to Oscar with her finger. In an instant, she flew out of the nightclub. At that moment, a huge fireball suddenly appeared in the street outside, brighter than the most dazzling neon lights. However, those who witnessed this scene fled in panic because they had seen the power of this flame goddess before. This woman can easily turn a street into a sea of fire. Hee, can I use telekinesis then? I'm afraid I'll make you cry. Oscar followed out with a grin. What no one expected was that this kid could actually float in midair. You have surpassed the god of war? Seeing the scene, the little deer in Fowl's heart started to pound even more. I never thought I would encounter such a hidden master today. If it weren't for that monster completely destroying the human base, this guy would probably still be hiding somewhere as a chef. No matter what, I have to take down this kid named Oscar today. I'm willing to pay any price for it. Let me see what you can do. With this thought, Fowl's heart suddenly filled with joy. She conjured dozens of fireballs around her body and hurled them toward the fainted Oscar. For such a female warrior, fighting is the best way to express love. It seems to be some kind of ancient battle totem, but Oscar is also smiling. I see him extend his left hand and reach forward. That is a powerful mental force. Suddenly, a large pile of fireballs gathers together and is forcibly fused into one big one. Then it is lifted up to the sky, like a small artificial sun. It instantly attracts everyone's attention. What kind of power is this? At this moment, the flame goddess of war is completely stunned. This power, even that Hong might not be able to achieve it. Just as she was stunned, she saw the huge fireball suddenly explode, transforming into a sky full of beautiful fireworks. Boom! Crackle. It was like a super firework display during the new year. So beautiful that many people on the ground began to applaud and cheer. It was too beautiful. Let me into the war god palace. Aren't you afraid of inviting the wolf into the house? Looking at the flame goddess in midair with a delighted smile on her face, Oscar's figure gradually faded away. Back in the dark corner, this guy muttered to himself. Seemed a bit too high profile. His purpose for coming to this world was just to take down Luo Feng, and by the way, to chase a girl. That long-legged Aunt Vina is not bad. The flame Valkyrie looks decent, but she is too rigid in her actions. Not a fan. We still prefer the vibe of that long-legged aunt. So, after some thought, Oscar directly vanished from the flame Valkyrie's sight. By the time the Valkyrie came to her senses and wanted to find him, there was no trace of the silver-haired man at all. Even the high-powered cameras on the street couldn't figure out what happened. After reviewing the footage repeatedly, it was discovered that the smoke from the flames obscured Oscar's face. By the time the smoke cleared, that person was already gone. However, after witnessing this scene, the flame Valkyrie became even more excited, surpassing the Valkyrie. This guy is definitely a transcendent spirit master. I must bring you into our ranks. After receiving this accurate information, Fowl returned to her family's headquarters, eager to inform her masters about this significant news. Whether they could stand out depends on this mysterious Oscar. You are mine. I will get you no matter where you are. Looking at the distant sky, the flame Valkyrie silently vowed. At this moment, Oscar, who was on his way home, suddenly received a call from Vanina. Where are you? Let's meet. Oh, Vanina, darling. Do you miss me that much already? Be serious. I need to talk to you about something important. Chapter 92. Vanina invites me to meet alone? What a pity. I thought Miss Vanina missed me. Here, an address. Get here in half an hour. I have something to discuss. Just the two of us? If there are others, I might have to cancel. Just you and me. Although I don't know what this woman is up to, in this devouring starry sky world, even the highest ranked Hong is merely planet level. The legendary Lord of Lu has yet to rise. So, in principle, Oscar is currently invincible. Even if something unexpected happens, he can switch to the form of the golden horned beast at any time. However, the character he had worked so hard to establish might collapse. Regardless, let us first see what that long-legged ant wants. Soon, Oscar arrived at the location, whistling. To his surprise, it was by the seaside on a nice yacht. Oh, could he see the long-legged ant in a swimsuit? Someone's mind began to wander. Compared to the rigid flame Valkyrie from earlier, Vanina is definitely more graceful. Get on board. Upon seeing the target appear, the woman in sunglasses, Lavinia, stood on the deck and waved to him. Although she wasn't in a swimsuit, she was dressed quite coolly today. It seems this woman knows her attraction to Oscar. She must have dressed up on purpose. Hey, after jumping onto the boat, casually, Oscar unabashedly reached for Lavinia's arm. However, she evaded him like a nimble butterfly. There are too many people here. Once we get to international waters, I have something to ask you. Hee. Could it be that Li Yao is too unromantic and you're thinking of me? Oscar is quite something. If this were in the conservative Eastern world, he would either be beaten up or scorned for this. However, the scene inside the cabin was quite different. There's actually a buffet set up here. This woman seems to have prepared something in advance. Seeing this long-legged lady magically pull out a glass of red wine and hand it over directly. Thank you for the information. Cheers. Miss Vanina, what you are doing is very dangerous. What if I get drunk and don't know what I might do? On a serious note, we have found that Luo Feng, but there's a problem. It turns out this is Vanina's true intention. This kid Luo Feng is quite capable. He has actually been selected for the Global Elite Training Camp. He has now received the protection of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Vanina and her group are all people of status. They don't want to be in the public eye at all. So they want to find a fresh face to keep an eye on that guy. You must be joking. You can't be asking me to go and destroy that global training camp, right? Mr. Oscar is really funny. They are recruiting chefs over there, and I have secured a spot for you. I hope you can help me keep an eye on Luo Feng. So that's how it is. It seems that Oscar is indeed a fresh face. Moreover, his identity information has never even been registered in the War God Palace. But his strength definitely surpasses that of a war god. Vanina's judgment is quite sharp. Just from a few exchanges last time, she roughly assessed this guy's strength. Anyway, he definitely won't be weaker than her husband, Liao. This is a tough job, and I want to sell my labor for money. What about me? If Mr. Oscar helps me take revenge this time, I can. This woman really knows how to make use of her assets. She actually smiled charmingly at Oscar and even twisted her figure. What does that mean? Is it a hint? No way, I need to collect some interest first. Seeing Vanina being so proactive, Oscar instantly transformed into a wolf, scaring Vanina to the point of losing her color. Mr. Oscar, I thought you would act like a gentleman.